In the blue eyes that reflected the image of the human body, there was a voice calling, Elric Melvinger. The doctor pointed to the image simulating a normal human body and that of Elric and explained that he was suffering. Circulate freely. At the Royal Magic Hospital, the doctor expressed his helplessness over your illness. Although we have tried everything possible with your body, we are afraid we are helpless. The doctor's voice was hesitant. Unfortunately, faced with this harsh truth, he could only bow his head in silence. The doctor announced something heartbreaking, you can't use magic. Suddenly another voice rang out, Elric, are you listening to me? Hello? At Euston Academy, I was standing and talking to someone on the phone, sorry. What did you just say? Hayes asked worriedly, how is your body? What did the doctor say? Have they found a cure? If you need more money, I can. Without letting her finish, he quickly reassured her, sister, calm down, I'm not a child anymore, you don't need to worry too much, I'll get better soon. Without letting her finish, he quickly reassured her, sister, calm down, I'm not a child anymore, you don't need to worry too much, I will recover soon. But she rebutted his words. How could she not take care of her only remaining relative, knowing that if she said more, it would reveal a loophole, so he had to find a way to ignore it. Hey, my friend is calling, call me later. After hanging up the phone, he sighed sadly. He gritted his teeth in annoyance with himself. I couldn't tell her the truth that I might not be able to return home. Inside the old academy, the complaining voices of the students rang out. What's wrong with your grades, damn? It's those damn professors, hey, I never go to class late but still got this D grade. They all noticed Elric's scoreboard full of A+. But how could Melvinger be so different? I knew it would be like that. How could he get consistently high scores in those subjects? The first students were concentrating on looking at their test scores posted on the wall. There was a sound of teasing among the crowd. Look at your scores again. I think they are the same as. Melvinger, shut up, slap your mouth now. An unwilling click of the tongue appeared. Elric grimaced and said, he missed again. Unlike his theoretical score, his practical magic score was so low that he did not meet the class requirements. Disappointed in himself, he walked away from the crowd and thought to himself, this is the fourth failure, according to the Academy's regulations for failures means. He knew clearly what he would have to face and was a bit shaken and unwilling. What he had to face was expulsion. If he was expelled like this, he wouldn't be able to honor his family anymore. Remembering the times I stayed up all night studying, I tried my best to study, to be able to stay here. I tried my best and learned everything I could. The sweet result was that his theoretical subjects were outstanding. As a result, he was able to understand all the knowledge required by the Academy, and of course, he topped all the theoretical exams. Because of those things I realized that, above all, I don't mean to be complacent, but I believe that I am special compared to others. I'm sure it's not just the intellect. He also has other abilities. And the ability to detect and understand mana is more profound than others. This extraordinary skill of his is what everyone wants to have, from understanding the theory to understanding it, understanding mana. For a mage, it is a wonderful thing that they always want to have. However, memories of the day he practiced magic appeared in Elric's mind as his teacher shouted loudly, absorbing the surrounding mana in the air, and collecting it all inside your heart. There is what we call a magic circle. Of course you couldn't do as instructed. Even if I had the power everyone wanted, so what? His hands trembled as he tried to create the magic circle. This made him laugh at him from his juniors. Why is that senior still stuck in a first-year class like this? I can't believe a magician can't create a magic circle. Even the professor once advised him, why don't you give up magic and become a scholar? I will definitely say good things to the principal for you. These things made him unable to help but resent the institution. My illness, this damn magic blockage. The unwillingness made Elric scream inside. Just because of it I can't use magic, which means at best I can only be a magic scholar. I can't bring pride to my family just with such a lowly professorship. His green eyes looked up to the sky. A sad call rang out, sir. It turned out he was calling the statue standing in front of him. This grandfather of yours is the hero in the demon war. On the day when demons emerged to take over the world, his grandfather appeared and was called the Star Magician. With a snap of his fingers, the team of demons could be completely destroyed. His name is Euston Melvinger, a brave and arrogant man. The place where Elric is studying, the top magic academy in the country, is Euston Academy. Because of that, he does not want to be expelled from school. If he is expelled, it means that he himself has committed suicide, destroyed the pride of this Melvinger family. Suddenly he heard a student talking about him, thinking that he was the grandson of the first principal. A bit of surprise appeared in him. When he heard that person despise him, it was truly a shame for the Melvinger family. Both of those students freely laughed at him. One guy even asked, "When do you think a magical royal family will fade away?" This statement made him just stand still like a statue and think. The other two guys were still confused, but he stood silently as if frozen. Suddenly there was a call. "Hey, there you are," they were asked. Were they first-year students of the elemental magic department? These two guys hesitantly answered yes. The sound of footsteps stepping on the grass and voices mixed together. "Do you know which assistant professor is called Sean?" These two guys were a little scared when they heard these words. He was very friendly. "As soon as we get close to these two guys, let's see." Elric made a scary face and asked harshly, "What are your names?" You walked towards them while threatening them. "Let me see. I don't think you guys can stand that damn Sean playing with your necks." These two guys only have mouths, but their brains are as small as rabbits. They only run away after being threatened a few times. Damn it, really? Looking in the direction they ran, he sighed sadly. Then his eyes glanced to the side. He kept staring at the statue of his grandfather basking in the sunlight. In his mind, he thought, "Grandfather, no, even if father is still here." However, before he could finish thinking, he had to suppress that thought and encourage himself. "No, must concentrate. This is not the place to be weak, this damn body." With his own determination, he swore to himself that he would escape from it. The scene changes to a cafe. There is a young man reading something while complaining. "No, that's not it, oh." Elric read the article and muttered, "The Academy's first report." He felt frustrated when he couldn't read what he was looking for. Damn it, there was no mention of magical blockage at all. Suddenly someone appeared that made him glance up. Ha! Some guy with a chubby face mercilessly slammed his head on the table. This violent act made two other people in the shop gasp in fear, and he held his head in pain. And then he angrily questioned the person who had just beaten him. "Damn it, who was it?" The person who had just beaten him arrogantly replied, "Damn it, you just spit something out." Sean, the third son of the Nemester family, Elric's wise friend, gritted his teeth and questioned him. "You dare to arbitrarily use my name again, right?" Not only was he not afraid, he also happily shouted, "Oh, who is this?" His courage and daring to tease him made the people present at the cafe scared to sweat. "Is he a wonderful, good brother? Is this Sean Nemester? You angrily cursed at me, you bastard. Didn't I tell you not to use my name to scare the first years? He sat down with you and chatted like nothing had ever happened. So yeah, I get it. Anyway, it's a special occasion, so let me buy you something to drink. And why don't you use the nose reshaping magic? Go." These words with his calm attitude made him angrily curse, "This bastard, I would rather die than make fun of you." The mouth is faster than the brain. Right after finishing speaking, he suddenly felt guilty and wondered, "Did I say something so harsh?" Looking at Elric's serious eyes, Sean relented and said, "Come a little closer. That's why I told you never to do that." He mumbled uncomfortably, really annoyed. While he was complaining, he was staring at him. Sean Nemester, this friend of mine's status was not ordinary. After the fall of his family, the Ghost Tower, the magic led by the 6 royal families, Hexagram, he is also a member of Hexagram, a child of the Nemester family. What he knew was that, right after he graduated from the academy, he saw his friend suddenly take out a stack of papers and he thought to himself, he immediately became a professor, an elite member. A smile as bright as the sun appeared on his face, and the thought of being proud of his friend, even though he chose a path opposite to his own, he was still the only one on his side. Seeing that, he kept looking at him with strange eyes. Sean angrily asked, "What is that? Why are you staring at me?" Suddenly he pushed a file of papers towards Elric. He looked at that stack of papers and asked, "What is this?" He read the information there, full of wonder. "Diamond Dragon, Discovery Plan." He asked while drinking water, "Why give it to me?" He explained without any hesitation, "Although this is an ancient species, it is still being discovered until now. Recently we suddenly found a nest of them. I want you to join in this expedition." These words made him scream. The swallow picked up the stack of papers and shouted loudly, "What?" He couldn't believe it in his heart. An ancient dragon. His eyes showed surprise. They should have gone extinct. Remembering the existence of dragons made him wonder, did they find a dragon cave, the place that is said to be the source of magic? Sean smiled confidently and suggested, "If you find this artifact, do you think the Academy will ignore the expulsion? Look at the map, and that's thanks to your sincerity." Run out of. This offer made Elric think, great, it's not just about expulsion. A thought flashed across his mind. Maybe the dragon's den could solve his magic blockage. However, he was disappointed. It was useless. Even if there was something like that, he would still be hospitalized. "Chief, just take it." Even so, he still realized something. Wait a minute, he suddenly shouted. Oh, then he slammed his hand on the table. His actions made Sean uncomfortable and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you suddenly banging the table?" Ignoring his friend's questions, he was just focusing on thinking, why didn't I think of it? He was silent and didn't say anything. In his heart, he was overjoyed. This was the opportunity God gave him. Suddenly Salatric let out a loud laugh and then laughed madly. His laughter gradually grew louder, and he laughed non-stop. This confused state of his made Sean confused. What the heck, what's wrong with this crazy guy? Without saying a word, he pointed to the red circle on the map and called out, "Sean." He confidently declared that there is no nest in this place. Elric pointed to a place on the map, and confidently declared the dragon's den would not be here. This assertion of his surprised Sean. What? His eyes suddenly sharpened and glanced in a certain direction. It turned out that he was paying attention to see if the teenager reading a book sitting near them could hear anything. Then he glanced at the other two guests, and saw them happily chatting. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily no one heard. Then he whispered to Elric, "Be careful with your mouth. Do you know how many professors are participating? You are challenging some big guys at the same time." But he calmly asked again, "So what?" His fatherly attitude made him stay silent and convey the message with his eyes. "Now I'm going to break my head again." Understanding what my best friend meant, he smiled reassuringly in an itchy way. "Calm down, bro. You are a son of the Nemister family," he smiled. A sense of helplessness appeared in his heart that made him sigh in frustration. Then he performed magic with the map and said, "At least, let's hear it out." His magic affected the map, causing it to glow. That light didn't take long to cover both of them. A moment later, the two appeared together in a beautiful space. Sean pointed to a crack in the ground and said that the crack was formed by two strata colliding. Looking at the streams of magic that appeared, he continued to explain, and a large amount of mana poured out from the crack. Seeing what he was told, Elric immediately felt sick. This much must have been stored for 100,000 years at least. No wonder he thought the dragon's den was here. He suddenly asked in a serious voice, "But what are the three principles of mana flow?" This senseless question of his made him uncomfortable. "Are you kidding me?" Seeing his friend's face looked unhappy, he laughed and explained, "Of course, he has to know basic things like this." Right, Assistant Professor." Helpless with him, he had no choice but to answer. While angry, from high to low, mana cracks seemed to decorate his answer, from wide to narrow. The scene changes to a dark cave, with the silhouette of a person outside the cave entrance. That person is Sean, who is somewhere cold and talking, from the heat. Looking at the frozen stalactites, he calmly said, "Sang is cold." After receiving a satisfactory answer from him, Elric went to explain the reason for his assertion. With those principles, everyone would be sure that the dragon's den was located in this location. But he pointed to the crack and stated his opinion. Because the amount of very hot lava flowed through the crack, mana did not gather here. So dragons could not live here. His flawless explanations left Sean stunned. No, it couldn't be. The image changed again to a boiling lava flow. Streams of molten lava rush out of the crater, called Akron Volcano. From this, Elric affirmed that yes, the lava of the Akron Volcano flows under the continental shelf. Sean refused to give up and argued, "But we had recorded the mana wavelength of a dragon in this area, so how could the dragon's den not be there?" Hearing that, he calmly said calmly, "I didn't say there wasn't any cave." This sentence made him confused. "What?" And he smiled and confirmed that there was definitely a cave. Then he pointed to a spot on the map. "Then think here, in Caragol Cave. In this place, deep inside there is a mysterious cave and a door carved with the dragon image. That door gradually opened. Inside are floating bookcases. Along with the countless gold coins, Elric's affirmative voice rang out. It was definitely there." The scene moved to Sean standing in front of a room door, frustrated and not knowing what to do, what to tell his superiors about this case. His hand half wanted to knock on the door and half wanted not to. He was a bit hesitant in his mind. Maybe he was playing dumb. If he made the dean angry, he would be kicked out. However, he also trusted his friend. But what if what Elric said was true? Then that guy. While walking, he suddenly heard something. So he accidentally saw Elric doing something. Elric, he was alone in the practice room doing that. At that time it seemed like he was gritting his teeth and practicing. "I had to use magic, sister, grandmother. Banish, become number one, honor the family, at any cost." Because of his illness, this practice became difficult for him. Damn it, magical blockage. Back in the present, Sean smiles crookedly and thinks, that bastard, he can cure magical blockages. He patted my face and encouraged himself. If so, as his friend, I have to help him. Inside the principal's office, there was a sound, So, someone was reading the newspaper and talking. What you mean is president of Houston Academy? Barracks angrily asked. Is my research report wrong? Faced with his indignation, Sean hesitantly replied, it's not like that, but I want to ask the teacher's opinion because it's possible. Without letting you finish, he interrupted you. Mr. Sean, he slowly said, I don't know why you came to such a conclusion, if you can't convince me. His power suddenly flared up along with his deep voice, even if he was a son of the Narister family. His devil-like face threatens you. I won't let this go either. Affected by his power, he trembled and thought, mana is too strong. He knew that this was the power of the seventh magician. Suddenly Elric burst into the room from nowhere. His appearance made him startled and called out, Elric. Seeing him calmly step inside, he panicked and shouted, Are you crazy? What are you doing here? Not paying attention to his friend's words, he bowed to Barracks. Hello, Director, forgive me for barging in like that. His appearance made him think, oh ho, look at that. Without hesitation, he asked directly, Elric Melvinger. Yes, did the assistant professor infer from your opinion? Without any fear, he immediately admitted, yes, that's right. With his disdain, he said, I commend your insight and clear perception. It is hard to believe a student would think such a thing, but there is no proof, just speculation. Faced with this contempt, he was not weak and despised him back. Why, this is a basic thing that even a 3-year-old child knows, but why do you need proof? When he slandered him back, he got angry and looked at him with an unhappy face. He was not afraid but also stared back at him. Sean stood in a serious atmosphere and whispered in his heart, Is this guy crazy? Why are you mocking him, this devil? You're not here to help me, you're here to kill people for yourself, rather. After a moment of silence, Barracks suddenly laughed and said the basic thing. He laughed loudly and said, I'm so speechless that I can only laugh. A small fry can't even condense mana. Elric calmly asked him again, Do you mean my guess is wrong? He calmed down and thought, well, some people are lucky. With his arrogance, he affirmed that the trash kept talking without knowing their place. His words not only made him not lose his temper, but he also just smiled slightly. I stood alone and listened to him defame me, like you. However, he has no intention of ignoring you, but as a professor, I cannot ignore my students' opinions. He looked at him and said, that's right, you. A cunning smile appeared on his lips and he suggested, Why don't you bet with me? Hearing that, Elric asked, What kind of bet? Barracks said, I will prepare everything. You need to create an expedition team, so that the finance department knows what you need. At the same time, he also set conditions if you fail. The main condition is, then the Melvinger family heirloom will belong to me. If that heirloom is a pendant, then the Melvinger family heirloom will belong to me. A hesitant sound rang out, but inside a luxury carriage, a scream came out, You didn't hold back. Elric was still calmly reading a book, not caring that Sean was mad. His eardrums were punctured. I lost my father, take it easy. He smiled happily and said, It's okay, they said. They wouldn't bother me if I found the dragon's cave. Annoyed by his attitude, Sean immediately snatched the book away. He saw that and said, Hey, it's getting to the good part, don't take my book away. Unable to stand him any longer, he angrily shouted, What if he couldn't find him? You also repeated the contract between me and Barracks. If your prediction is wrong, the family heirloom will be taken away, you idiot. His voice was louder than before. That pendant. He himself clearly understood what that pendant meant, given only to the head of the Melvinger family. After hearing these words, he just laughed and said, It's true that guy always wanted this pendant. Seeing his laughing attitude, he angrily asked, Can he still laugh? He doesn't understand. What's the situation? Suddenly he said, Thank you. He smiled brightly and said that, at least, he was always by my side. Helpless in this situation, Sean sighed sadly and asked, You know that my life will be ruined if we don't find the cave, right? So what's the plan? Elric suddenly asked him back, Friend, do you really think this Elric Melvinger would accept a bet just because he was threatened? His words shocked you. Why? His deep voice rang out. If he dared to covet the Melvinger family heirloom, a crazy smile appeared on his lips and the affirmation, At least he had to bet, his life was at stake, enough. His face made him a bit stunned. But then he remembered, I almost forgot, this guy has 2 nicknames. Besides the nickname that can make him cry out of disappointment in himself. One is the humiliation of the Melvinger family. That nickname is, the most feared person of the Melvinger family. A helpless sigh came from him when he saw that face of his again. A face like a crazy person. He's your best friend, but sometimes it's hard to tell when you see that face, he's like that again. His heart felt a bit serious when he remembered the reason why his second nickname appeared. When Nemista was still a student, I didn't even want to remember this. While everyone was trying their best to practice, loud cheers rang out throughout the room. Everyone gritted their teeth to practice. 7 years ago, when all the students were trying to practice creating their own mana rings, seeing how my mana size was, well, mine was bigger. Then Elric, who was only 15 years old at that time, was sitting huddled in a corner. While sitting alone like that, suddenly someone came to talk to me. Are you sure you are from the Melvinger family? This guy despises and mocks your grandfather, even the famous Mr. Melvinger can't do this. He and his accomplices even laughed at him and thought that the family head must have picked up the colors from somewhere. Even though they were mocking him, stop it, it was so funny, he still looked down and didn't say anything back, at that time. He wondered, don't I feel unlucky? As soon as the other 3 guys left, he slowly stood up. His hands stretched out as if he wanted to pick up something. He answered his own question. Yes. Without any mercy, Elric smashed the magic ball straight into the head of the man who dared to laugh at him. This action of his made 2 of that guy's accomplices startled, and he still had a gloomy face, and he muttered to himself, but that's bad luck for those idiots. The guy who got hit in the head with a blow fell to the ground, no matter how his accomplices tried to shake him awake. Rivern, wake up, hey. Because of that action, he was brought to the Euston Academy's disciplinary conference, and he defended his actions as follows. That boy from the Viscount family dared to defame me, the head of the Duke family. You even calmly challenged the disciplinary committee, so I punished him according to the Empire's laws. What's wrong with you? Faced with his justified arrogance, the council must discuss and consider carefully. And Sean was both helpless and proud as he waited for the results. Later, the council also announced. Upon hearing the decision from the council, Elric's eyes became serious. The decision to punish him was, Elric was suspended because according to the Academy's rules, all students were equal. But after that day, after receiving the verdict from the council, he left with a smirk on his lips, and from then on, no one dared to touch him anymore. Remembering these things made Sean so tired that his head wanted to explode. Suddenly he noticed something. After that, he suddenly went crazy and shouted, "Hey, crazy!" Facing his friend's anger, Elric kindly reminded him, "I told him not to scream anymore. Watch out for his blood pressure there." His hand trembled as he held the book that he snatched from his hand and questioned loudly, "This is a forbidden letter. Have you run out of things to read?" Hearing that, he laughed and said, "That's right, if it was discovered, I would be grilled on a skewer." There were no words to describe his friend. He returned the book to him and scolded him. He was really crazy. Then he asked about his intentions when reading this book, what he intended to learn the Beast King's body strengthening technique for. When asked like that, he just let out a sigh. Then he said frankly, "I'm just wondering if this will help me cure my magic blockage. As far as I know, when the Beast King invaded the Empire with his army of beast men, we encountered a lot of difficulties because this technique helped him transform his physical abilities. However, after the war stopped, this enhancement technique also disappeared. When the war ended, this technique disappeared because the Empire chased away all the beast men and built a wall to block it. Sean added that scholars have failed to replicate the technique. But when I saw Elric's calm attitude when he said he had succeeded in recreating this technique, I also had questions. I had already regenerated it, but I didn't know how it would transform the body. Come on, this sentence from him made you scream loudly. Did you manage to recreate it?" Helpless in front of his friend's abilities, he could only express his attitude. "I was so shocked that my heart would break." "Mr. Elric, do whatever you like." While the two were chatting inside, the carriage suddenly shook violently. Elric was upset and went out to see. Sean also went out and asked, "What's going on? Why did the carriage stop?" From afar, a few people approached and said, "Hello, Elric, long time no see." He also saw this group and coldly replied, "I didn't think I would see you guys." Riven, a senior researcher at Varric's Research Institute, was also the guy who was arguing with him the other day. Seeing this group, he coldly asked, "Why are you guys here?" The representative replied, "Why are you guys here? Why? Because I love my classmate very much." His bossy attitude made Sean growl hot-bloodedly. "This son of a bitch, this aggressive appearance of yours scared the hell out of him. What's wrong?" He then seriously pointed at the group of people behind him, and explained that the dean asked us to come and assist. Elric's eyes became wary looking at that group of people and said, "Is that so? If in the eyes of ordinary people, These people look harmful with a friendly smile on their lips, but in his eyes they are evil. The cold-blooded monk was looking at him, not afraid at all. He spoke again, "That's too kind. I remember saying I don't need help." Even Sean noticed something unusual and angrily whispered to him, "You can feel it, right? How many people are hiding their mana?" He smiled and replied, "This is the true headmaster of Varus." Suddenly he opened his shirt and softly reassured, "Don't worry, I've prepared for this." Seeing what he was hiding inside, he panicked and asked, "Why, how did he get this thing?" A crooked smile appeared on his lips. In another place, there was a terrifying scream, "Fish! What, has he taken the breath of Gehenna and the Blue King's armor?" Barracks was so angry that he trembled when he heard his subordinate's explanation. "Because you told us to support him, as much as possible." Unable to believe in the stupid actions of his subordinates as well as Elric's cunning, he cursed loudly, "You son of a bitch, Gehenna's breath, the phosphorus flame sealing ball can burn the target to death, ash dust, blue royal armor, the armor is very resistant to physical attacks and elemental magic." Just remembering the capabilities of those two items made him angry to the point of screaming. Do you think it's okay to lend a student a level 4 magical energy that can turn a city into dust, and that guy too? Helpless in the face of his subordinate's mindlessness, he kicked this person out. "Oh, I'm crazy, go away, I don't want to see your face anymore." This person seemed to have been pardoned, so he hastily abandoned his property and ran for himself. Yes, sir, seeing his subordinate running faster than a dog, his helplessness had reached its peak. Barrick started to worry. If the other candidates knew about this, there would be big trouble. Suddenly he thought of something. Wait. He quickly searched for documents on the table and thought, if that kid really found the dragon's den. After reviewing the documents, he was a little impressed. Not bad. I guess that bloodline is not just a rumor. Suddenly he angrily slammed the report on the table and said, "We should replace this stupid research team. They dare to call themselves scholars and don't even know the basics." Suddenly his whole body trembled. Hesitant words were said. No, he stuck out his cunning snake-like tongue and said that thanks to those idiots, I would have a chance to take possession of the pendant. He looks like a cunning snake planning on others right now. If I only have it, I will definitely become the next prime minister. The excitement of thinking about his own plan made him crumple the documents on the table. Greed and cruelty are evident in his personality and words. Even if you win the bet, it only means something if you can come back alive. The ancient book was opened. Elric raised his hand to turn the pages. Along with the looks of everyone around, each line of strange characters was read out. Sean closed his eyes tightly and continued to mumble that strange language. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, searching for mana. In front of Sean a glowing ball appeared, rings of golden light radiating in all directions. Bright light radiated out, like a hurricane blowing everything away. A pillar of red, burning light was stabbing straight into the ground, right in front of Elric. Someone spoke tremblingly, "Look." Sean also turned his head and said Elric was right. Riven and the people next to him looked up at the sky in surprise, stammering, "Is it really here?" Elric closed the book, his voice firm, "I know." Then, suddenly he turned towards his team, screaming, "Team, we must move quickly before the light pillar burns out." An arm wrapped around Elric's waist, the person said, "Hey, even if you're embarrassed, hold on tight." Sean hugged Elric and flew up, leaving that place. Looking at the two people quickly flying away, the people below could only gasp. Right after that, Riven angrily shouted, "Hey, what about us?" Riven's group seemed to have lost all their strength. They said with difficulty, "Please wait, you two are making us so tired." Suddenly, something made them extremely surprised, repeatedly saying, "Huh? Why, there's nothing here." Looking at the wild scene in front of them, many dissatisfied words burst out, "There is nothing here, not even a cave." Someone raised their voice to question, "Didn't you say that the cave entrance would be here?" "Oh, I knew it right away, this Melvinger always brings bad luck." Riven rubbed his chin and looked at Elric standing in front of him. He said, "It's okay now, I can go ahead and open it to see what's inside your skull, right?" He grinned, his eyes shining with cunning. It would be best if someone paid the price for this mistake. Suddenly, Elric shouted, causing Riven to stop. He widened his eyes and said, "Sean, look there." At this moment, Elric and Sean seemed to fuse together. He asked, "Can you create a big hole here?" Sean quickly agreed. He said, "Leave it to me." His hand spread out, strength seemed to be gathering there. Sean waved his hand, releasing bright red flames. Human silhouettes seemed to appear behind him. Sean's eyes were bloodshot. He shot the power straight forward, still reading the strange, burning spell on his lips. The light passed through the clouds, then landed directly on the ground, creating a resounding explosion. Right from where the light landed, something glowed from within the shaking ground. Perhaps something was appearing. Another explosion. Light emitted from that place, causing rocks and soil to fly everywhere. Everyone gathered around to look at the newly created black hole before their eyes. Someone spoke up, found it. Elric's lips curled up. Some people still couldn't believe it. He looked at him in surprise. What? How was that possible? One of their teammates looked at it thoughtfully. He said, if it was a bad case, there might be a dragon. Hearing this, someone exclaimed in fear, "Huh?" As soon as the words ended, a huge stream of mana emitted from that hole. That source of power seemed to swallow everything. Everyone around seemed to be blown away by it, screaming in surprise, "What the heck?" Someone quickly reached out to cover their eyes, shouting in surprise at this huge stream of mana. Suddenly there was something in front of them that made them suddenly say, ha. A hand reached out to stop everyone's screams. Its owner said, "Don't move." Elric stood in the middle of everyone. He held out his hand, his eyes determined. That was just the amount of compressed mana that escaped when we created the hole. His bright eyes looked forward, saying, "Everyone come inside." Sunlight shines through the hole into the cave. Elric has entered first. There are many calls from behind. "Elric, wait for us too." Everyone follows Elric. He gently smiles. The mana stream emitted a faint light that shone on each stalactite in the cave. The group went inside. They shivered and complained, why is this place so cold? Even after using the spell, it still doesn't feel any warmer." There was a noise coming from the front. Elric nervously raised his eyes to look. The whole group arrived in front of a cave, saw him staring at the cave entrance. Both Riven and Sean were suspicious. He asked, "What's wrong? Did you see something?" They exhaled white smoke. Elric said, "No, I just felt a chill run down my spine." Sean breathed into his hand. He looked at him and said, "Probably because you feel cold. I think I'm about to get sick." They continued to go deeper inside, the necklace on Elric's neck emitted a gentle light. Sean's voice rang out, "Maybe you were right. Darkness covers the scene inside. A creature is trapped." Red eyes flashed. It smiled and said, "Here you are." Finally. Perhaps the group of people did not know of its presence. They looked at something in front of their eyes. Some people said in admiration, "Wow, that's impressive." The whole group of people stood in front of a huge gate. The dragon on it looked like something strange. A suspicious voice rang out, This is a door." A man in the group seemed to have realized the problem. He shouted. The strong people quickly gathered. Riven was also full of excitement. He smiled and said, "Let's all try to push it." A girl in there protested, "No, just destroy it with magic." An argument began in the group. Someone said, "What are you saying, of course?" Right when the group was arguing, someone shouted, causing them to stop. "Everyone stop." Elric sighed and pointed to the gate in front of him. He said, "Don't you see the dragon's seal on this door, you idiots?" Elric's eyes stared seriously at the door, the dragon drawing, and the strange symbols on it. He said, "I won't know what will happen if I do anything to it." Riven glanced at Elric, gritted his teeth and said in a strange voice, "Sure, you're good, I understand." He was secretly angry. He always tried to show off. It was an eyesore. Elric and everyone gathered to discuss strategy. During this time, Riven accidentally noticed the spot on the door. He sat down, attentively observed that door, wondering, "What is this?" During this time, Elric was still warning everyone. He said, "So, when we try to open the door, stay away from the door, and first, we have to think of a way to break the seal first." Then he turned to ask Sean, "Sean, do you have any notes?" The sound of their discussion continued. "Let's make sure no one acts on their own from now on. We don't know what might happen if..." Elric's words suddenly fell silent as he looked towards Riven, who was fiddling with the gate, wondering, was it gold? What was it made of? This action startled Elric. He quickly shouted, "Don't touch it." But at this moment, Riven's hand turned it. He turned back to look uncomfortably, wondering, what? While Riven still didn't understand anything, a huge stream of power erupted from under his feet. The ground cracked, causing many people to fall down unbearably. Riven shouted in fear, what is this?" Elric clenched his teeth nervously, spoke angrily, and then finished speaking. A stream of power flooded the door. Many characters began to light up. Everyone was extremely wondering, what is it? What's wrong with that door? Elric looked at the special characters that were continuously lighting up. He understood something, shouted loudly to everyone, "Be careful, it's a trap." But there was no time left. Right behind him, a man started to burn. The mysterious power made him explode right before everyone's eyes. Not stopping there, that power continued to attack the remaining people. Someone realized this, continuously shouting loudly, "Everyone, shields, Everyone quickly used magic, fighting the flames, attack like a storm. They have people worriedly asking, what is going on? Sean tried his best to use his shield to protect himself and asked Elric, Elric, what should we do? Now do something. Elric took out his book. He shouted loudly, I will try to decode this note. First. Calls for help kept appearing. I don't want to die, don't run away, save us. Elric now seemed to be immersed in his own world. He told himself, calm down, it was a test to handle the situation. He started to put down his pen to write, telling himself to calm down, that's right. Just imagine this is just a test to handle situations. I will definitely find its solution. I believe in myself. His green eyes flashed, staring forward, a familiar feeling appearing. Like the way I always do. The pen was put down again, another letter was answered. At this moment, someone couldn't resist anymore, he groaned in pain. Elric pursed his lips tightly, cold sweat pouring out. Sean was still trying to fight the fire. Someone shouted, hands down. Help me. His hand tightly grasped the pen, writing down the last character. Elric's hand was on the doorknob, he thought to himself, just a little more, as long as he didn't make any mistakes. Elric turned the doorknob, his lips muttering strange incantations. He closed his eyes tightly, telling himself, please I beg. Elric turned the doorknob, his lips muttering strange incantations. He closed his eyes tightly, telling himself, please I beg. After Elric finished casting his magic, that power disappeared, the smoke and fire gradually dissipated, everyone fell down and sat on the rubble, still in shock. Someone asked suspiciously, it stopped. Sean sat down on the ground, he looked up at the sky and said tiredly, I thought I was going to die. Elric finished casting his magic and hurriedly ran this way, asking worriedly, Sean, are you okay? He also immediately replied, Elric, thanks to you I'm still alive. Sean glanced to the side, grinned, you son of a bitch, you're really a lot of things. Elric rubbed his chin and said proudly, hee, that's my strength, you bastard. Suddenly, a sound rang out, and a new stream of mana approached the group. The man felt something, extremely surprised. That power was getting closer and closer, as if it wanted to swallow the whole crowd. Suddenly at this moment, it rushed straight into a man's hand, right when he had not yet had time to react. Before the surprised eyes of his two teammates, his arm broke off and his whole body fell down. The worried voices of the people around continuously rang out, hey, are you okay? What's going on? Elric was also extremely surprised, his eyes widened in surprise. Speechless. The ice blocks from above rushed down one after another, perhaps it was the cause of those streams of power. Looking at the countless ice slabs rushing towards him, Elric angrily cursed, his pants were lame. Sean also encountered a similar situation. He tried to use his shield to defend himself, but could not avoid being affected. Everyone also quickly cast magic and took out their shields for protection. Elric took the book, he wrote something, gritted his teeth and scolded, Mother again. His eyes stared at the book, sweat pouring out. Each character was written down, along with strange spells. Sean seemed about to be unable to resist anymore. He yelled at him. Elric, hurry up. The source of mana seemed to cover Elric's entire body. He raised his eyes and began to mumble the characters he had decoded. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared in his eyes, a creature that seemed to appear and disappear. The origin of magic, the mountains, turned into ice mountains. The giant dragon flew in front of him, as if he had just seen something. Elric shouted in fear, Sean, haste. Sean was about to not be able to stand anymore. The shield he created to protect was gradually cracking. Ice was still continuing to rush towards Elric. He rushed up, destroying those attacks. Under the remaining shield pieces, Sean's sweat poured out like rain. He trembled. He couldn't stand it anymore. It was too hard. Something flew and hit Elric. He gritted his teeth and continued to endure the pain to cast magic. The yellow stream of mana was launched forward. Elric gave the command, arming. Even though Riven was trying to resist the attack of that mysterious power, he still paid attention to Elric's side. He said in surprise, unable to believe it, could it be? While he was casting magic, a piece of ice hit Elric. Ignoring the pain, Elric put his hand forward. He shouted loudly, the Blue King's armor. A surprised voice rang out, how did he have it? The hand continued to grip the handle on the door, preparing to open it. Elric closed his eyes tightly, extremely determined, he thought. This time, for sure. Meanwhile, Sean was almost exhausted. The ice fragments continued to attack, like a storm. A block of ice flew behind him, seemingly about to hit Sean's body. Looking at this scene, Elric's eyes widened. Even the bright light could not hide his worry and fear. Luckily, before it could hit Sean, the piece of ice stopped and broke. The stream of mana gradually dissipated, leaving behind the image of the door before everyone's eyes. Some people were still terrified and spoke in bewilderment. The trap had disappeared. Elric almost lay on the ground. He frowned and then breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Phew, I thought I was going to die. Well, my precious clothes were all torn." Sean was also tired and sat down next to him, laughing and listening to him. The remaining people, some happy, relieved, some tense, looked at the scene before them. A glimmer of light shined through the door, like the hope of the entire expedition. The door gradually opened, bringing light into the entire cave. When the door was completely open, Elric stood up. He shouted loudly to everyone, the entire expedition team, to help the injured and enter inside, just inside. Going inside, Elric's eyes widened, amazed at what was before him. Looking at the sparkling gold, along with the bookcases floating in the air, some people were so surprised that they trembled and spoke up about this treasure. The whole expedition went in, looked at the majestic treasure in front of them. Someone said in admiration, "There are so many magical props." Suddenly someone discovered something, said loudly, "Look over there, it's made of armor, from dragon scales." The bookshelves were brought down closer to the group. Some people exclaimed, "Great! They are all old books that have been passed down." Elric smiled looking at the results he found, thinking, after all, they are still magicians. Haste smiled and walked up to him, patted his shoulder and praised him. "You are great, Captain." Elric glanced at him suspiciously. "Ha! But..." Before he could understand anything, Haste waved his hand and walked away, leaving Elric covered in cold sweat. Sean walked over and hugged Elric's shoulders, jokingly said, "Dog, what did you just do?" He also laughed, calling your name, Sean. Elric looked at him, raised his lips slightly and proudly said, "Who got a perfect score in the theory tests? I just imagined it as a test, then solved it using spatial geometry, and then used element theory." The voice suddenly fell silent. Wait. Elric realized something and suddenly widened his eyes. He stiffened his whole body, thinking to himself, a test, there was something strange, like I was given practice questions before the exam. At this time, Sean also noticed the difference in him. He said, "Hey, what are you thinking so deeply?" His call brought him back to his senses. He said, "Ha, nothing." A hand placed on Elric's shoulder. He said, "You should smile on such a wonderful day, Elric Melvinger." Sean put both hands on his shoulders. He said, "From now on, no one can ignore him or the prestigious magic family anymore." Hearing this, Elric opened his eyes wide and looked at him with a red face. Sean raised his hand to pat Elric's head. He smiled and thought back, "Well, even though that still makes me anxious, I can just enjoy this moment. I have achieved freedom." While the two were talking, a man walked into the middle of the treasure pile, holding a pink ball and mumbling something. Then, the orb seemed to respond to him. A cunning smile appeared on his face. At this moment, a hand pulled Elric away, calling him, "Captain." A man pulled Elric away, telling him, "There is also a laboratory here, hurry up." He still didn't understand what was going on. He could only instinctively respond, "Ha, okay." Sean saw this scene. He happily said, "Our Elric is grown up, he is also called Captain, I should follow them." But before he finished speaking, Riven quickly ran over. "As if very I urgently inform you, Sean, there is a dragon corpse behind the treasure mountain." Hearing that, Sean was extremely excited and wanted to call Elric to go with him. He said, "Why a dragon, Elric?" But at this time, Riven quickly pulled him away. His eyes flashed dangerously. Riven said, "He will be there later, let's go." The two went to a corner of the treasure pile. Looking at the giant skeleton in front of them, Sean admired, "Wow, this size, this one must be a dragon king." Riven glanced at his state and continued, "Yes, it seems it has been here for more than 4,000 years. On Elric's side, he was thrown down, letting out a cry of pain and coughing. He was robbed of his armor, trying to get up from the ground, angrily cursing, "You dogs, you guys." Elric gritted his teeth and glanced at the oligarchs, mumbling to himself, "I was so excited that I let my guard down." Haste looked down at him from above, raised his hand to brush his hair and said, "We don't have any bad intentions." His eyes stared at him, saying, "We like you. But work comes first." On Sean's side, he was still observing that dragon skeleton. Suddenly he said, No wait, Riven." He also replied, What's wrong, Sean?" Sean was paying attention to that skull. He said, "This thing just now, didn't it just move?" Elric suddenly heard voices around him. Where were the others? There were people standing in the nearby area observing. They said they must be taking their time to explore. "Ha ha ha, what is that? I've never seen it before. Where, I'll take a Look! Seeing them, Elric suddenly had hope. He trembled and called out for help, but before he could do anything, Haste gave him a painful punch. After taking a punch from Haste, Elric completely lost all strength. He thought to himself, damn, I shouldn't have trusted anyone, after coming all the way here. His eyes gradually dimmed. Elric fell into despair. Taking advantage of this moment, Haste used magic to attack him. He gave the command, fire. But before he could finish his sentence, someone shouted loudly and interrupted him. Everyone moved away. Elric was suddenly pushed down by a stream of mana. He was surprised. Why? Elric's eyes widened in surprise. Before his eyes, a hand broke off and fell. He couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell? A loud roar rang out. Elric tensed his whole body. Slowly turned your head to look over. Before his eyes there were 2 people running this way. They were extremely scared, trembling and calling for help. Dragon! Help me! Sean and Riven were running. Behind them was a giant dragon skeleton. Elric saw this scene, exclaimed in surprise, and blushed. Soil and rocks continued to fall massively where Elric was standing. But he didn't care and just nervously looked at the thing in front of him. Damn it! A giant dragon skeleton appeared. Its eyes were glowing and it was holding something in its mouth. As soon as he saw it, he broke out in a cold sweat and encouraged himself. Let's find a cave. Elric, this is also a test. Riven over here is so scared that he's sitting on the ground. Everyone has the same expression. They're all panicking. They just need to find the cave. His eyes began to burn with the fire of battle. Don't let the dragon detect him. But his face was stiff. But looking at it still standing still with its mouth open in front of him made him confused. Why was it still so impassive? Memories began to appear in his mind. That's right, if I want to do this in one beat, I need a little time to prepare. So he turned to everyone, the expedition team, set up a defense barrier and let's take it down. When they heard that, they started using their shields to block in front of them, creating a barrier. On this side, Riven and Sean are also concentrating with all their might. Everyone please hold your position. Thanks to everyone's consensus, a bright yellow protective circle began to appear where they were standing. His pupils shrank and shouted, it's coming! From the dragon's mouth emitted an extremely large stream of light. It rushed in the direction of the protective circle. When its power collided with the circle, it created a shocking explosion. The protective circle remained firm despite its powerful attack. Looking at this scene made him calculate in his head, this attack will last for 20 seconds. If we can block it, we will have a chance. Sean's face was sweaty, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. Everyone tried their best. The dragon did not surrender but continued to release its power towards them. His eyes looked towards the door. Running to the door would take about 17 seconds. If he could close the door in 3 seconds, everyone would survive. Suddenly his eyes flashed. As if he thought of something. Look at the dragon's power becoming stronger and stronger. Then just like that it was about to invade inside, confusing him, the shield. Right when the match was at its most tense, either side gave in to the other. Then Elric shouted orders again, now. Right when the protective circle exploded and affected it, everyone quickly started running away. Just run, speed up, if it caught you, you would be crushed. As he ran, a smile appeared on his face. Very good, if it keeps going at this rate. But something appeared that made him stop. Something like lightning appeared, then it directly hit a person, causing that person to explode. Blood flying everywhere and Elric's surprise. His face was also covered in blood. He could only stand in place in horror. Another person was attacked. His whole body was suspended in the air. Blood splattered. His face darkened in surprise. It couldn't be. Another explosion rang out. Zombie-like creatures appeared, all of them baring their sharp teeth, looking very scary. They are legendary entities that protect dragons. It has a huge body that slowly moves towards you. Sparta. When he saw it, he could only stare in shock. Suddenly a huge fireball was shot out. Its entire body was burned by that fireball. It turned out that thanks to Sean, who was trying to destroy Elric alone, take it down with me. Having finished speaking, he quickly slashed another one. This made him think, I have to think of some way. The screams for help kept echoing everywhere, making his mind more confused. Help me. The only person who can do it is me. His face seriously told himself, because every problem has a solution. The necklace around his neck suddenly lit up. At the same time, his head also began to hurt so much that he had to close his eyes tightly and hold his head in his hands. His eyes slowly opened, feeling extremely confused. Looking at the scene in front of him covered in green filled him with confusion. Why, everything looked like this. I could see straight lines woven everywhere like a spider web. I saw Sean with a hasty look on his face and turned around to look at me, pointing and saying something, but for some reason he couldn't hear anything. It seemed like Sean was trying to say something. I couldn't hear anything. Someone's scream rang out. He dodged away. He suddenly turned around and asked, "What?" When he turned his head, he understood the meaning of that statement, because that thing was jumping up to attack him from behind. But Elric's skills were not average, so he quickly moved aside. Seeing that he could dodge it, it stood still in surprise. Even he was surprised by himself. He had dodged it. As soon as he finished thinking, it continued to attack him again. Those attacks made him wince and think, this isn't imagination, I can see them. Where he's going, how should I dodge? I can see where he will attack. The space emitted a gloomy blue light, and there were strange points of light around. If so, I would be safe as long as I followed those points of light. However, he was still a bit worried. What if this was a trap? On this side, even though there was a bleeding cut on his face, Sean still tried his best. The other members also fought without stopping even though they were injured. All three of them attacked him at the same time, but his body quickly dodged. No, I don't have time to think anymore. If things continue like this. Light emitted from the ground and dust flew. He couldn't just stand there dodging like that and decided to run away while they weren't paying attention. Everyone will die in vain. His body tensed and said loudly, "Everyone follow me." Sean's whole body was covered in blood. He heard that and told his injured teammates, "Hurry up, everyone." Riven ran after him in panic, letting me follow, but someone called him back. "Riven, wait." His breathing became faster. "Let's go where my eyes can see." Elric volunteered to lead everyone this way. Whenever they appeared, his body became flexible enough to dodge, duck, and jump. "Then I told you, Sean, drop a fireball on his left leg." You followed and burned his leg. As everyone got closer and closer to the door, everyone was happy to have found hope for life. We were almost to the exit, just a little more. One person gritted his teeth and ran quickly towards the door, escaping. When he saw him from the back, his heart felt completely relieved. Good, he was alive, he just needed to close that door. When Elric's trembling hand was about to touch forward, a scream appeared again. "Someone save me." The cry made him stop. Riven behind him was trembling and kneeling on the ground, begging, "Please." Looking behind them as they were approaching made him feel confused in his mind. Damn, if he wanted to close that door, he would have to leave him behind. What should I do? This guy is so annoying. His teeth clenched tightly. But still. Riven reached out towards him, trying to escape from the guy behind him. His kindness awakens. I can't let him die. Seeing it about to touch him made him scream in fear. Elric. Riven reached out towards him, trying to escape from the guy behind him. His kindness awakens. I can't let him die. Seeing it about to touch him made him scream in fear. Elric. After a while of not seeing anything, Riven opened his eyes in confusion. It turned out that before that thing could grab him, Elric was faster and was able to pull him through the door. At this time, he was tired and sitting on the ground panting. It seemed like they couldn't get out of there. Then he hugged his face and couldn't believe it. He was still alive. But Sean was so angry. "Elric, are you crazy?" Seeing him standing in front of him so mad that his whole body was shaking made him feel nervous, so he had to find an excuse to explain. It was the other guy's fault because his legs were too weak. Why did he scold me? Inside it was still staring at the people outside without looking away. But can't they go out? As soon as he thought about it, he suddenly left. His eyes kept focusing on looking inside even though it had disappeared. Now I think about this. Surrounded by bright lightning, there are traces of destruction. Above the cave, the intruders are right next to us. Suddenly, they broke something outside, causing rocks and soil to explode. Then it opened its mouth wide to show that it was now really mad. Looking at the skeleton, there was something stabbing straight into its body that made him pay attention. That is, before he could realize what it was, dirt and rocks were flying above his head. Riven saw this and became panicked. The Sparto were coming here. The scene at that time was extremely chaotic because rocks kept falling as if they were about to collapse. They had already penetrated and were standing in front of everyone, causing everyone to panic. Run somewhere. We were surrounded. Just run away. Only Elric remained calm. So. Suddenly Sean's eyes noticed something. He saw him silently walking closer to the door. That scene made him not understand what was going on and just hastily shouted, "Elric, what are you doing?" But he didn't explain. Instead he turned his head and flashed a bright smile, looking very lonely. "Let's go first." Sean stretched out his arms and tried his best to fly towards him. But the door closed faster and faster, making his face darken. It was all too late. The door slammed shut before he could run. so only his screams could be heard echoing Elric. His face was covered in sweat as he kept banging on the door hoping he would hear. "Hey, you damn bastard, why doesn't this thing open? Any more, Elric?" The other side was still silent, making him feel completely hopeless, and he could only stand there trembling. 7 years ago, after Elric was suspended, when Sean was still a young boy, he proactively walked up to him, smiled and started talking to him. "Are you Elric? Nice to meet you, I'm Nemister, let's make friends only." At that time, Elric was just a quiet boy. After hearing his words, his face remained dark and silent. After a while, he gave him a cruel sentence, making him gasp in surprise after hearing it. The scene changes to a dark room. Elric is still sitting at the table, diligently reading a book. Suddenly a hand reached out in front of him. That person was still Sean with a smiling face, wanting to get to know him and be friends, but his attitude was still cold as before, walking away. Even so, he still didn't give up and followed him everywhere, whatever he wanted to do, but he kept chasing him away. The two of them seemed to be playing tag. Whenever he opened his mouth to ask a question, he immediately shut it down and disappeared. He was hurt and could only stand there muttering, "I didn't have time to say anything." The sky was pitch black. The sky full of stars created an incredibly beautiful scene. You must be truly tenacious to become a true magician. A man is explaining the rules to them in detail. You will get points depending on the order in which you complete them, so work hard. However, if you use magic, you will be eliminated. After he finished speaking, he shouted loudly and started. Everyone quickly turned around and ran as fast as they could. Everyone's face was full of seriousness, trying their best to run forward. Because of that, rocks and dust also flew around on the ground. Sean's face looked very confident as he ran ahead of the group. He ran straight into the deep forest. After running there, he breathed heavily and nervously turned his head to look behind. Phew, maybe it was about halfway. Should I bring Elric with me? Suddenly, due to carelessness, his foot missed one. Then just like that the whole person started falling backwards. Huh! When there was a huge explosion on the ground, he was thrown far away. More and more explosions appeared in succession. While flying, his hand promptly caught a rock. However, the situation was not good at all because his whole body was hanging. He could only use his 2 hands to cling tightly to the rock to hope to survive. His face was covered in blood and looked very scary. He weakly said, "Is there someone help?" Just as he finished speaking, 3 people slowly walked over. Among them, Riven smiled contemptuously at him, using magic to climb up. Why was he moaning? But his breathing was getting weaker, so he didn't have the strength to open his mouth to argue. "I don't know how long it's been since your hand started shaking. How long has it been? I can't hold it anymore." At that time, he was extremely desperate, tears still remaining in the corners of his eyes, thinking, "I could die like this, even if I was eliminated. Should I use magic?" Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. Tears began to roll down his cheeks. "My hand is also starting to slide down. If I'm eliminated, how can I see my dad again?" In his heart he softly scolded, "Damn it." Just when he thought he had given up hope and would fall down and be buried under the cliff forever, a hand caught his hand like a flash of light. That person was Elric, who was trying his best to pull him. His appearance surprised him. Elric. His face was dripping with sweat. He gritted his teeth and told him, hold on. After a while, he finally pulled him up, both sitting on the ground panting continuously from fatigue. Sean's ankle was swollen, but he didn't want to bother him, so go ahead, because of me you'll be late. However, he just looked at him silently. His eyes focused on that purple ankle. Then in the end, he didn't say anything, but put his hand around his neck to help him stand up, making him panic. "Hey, what are you doing? I told you to go first." His words made you dumbfounded. "You said you wanted to be friends with me." Suddenly his cheeks turned red from embarrassment. "Elric, you," but his next words directly broke the atmosphere. "Forget it. Please give me some artifacts from your house." After hearing those words, he became angry. The childishness in him arose, so he smiled and teased him. "That's okay, right? We're friends." Then just like that, the two of them kept joking with each other. "This damn guy is trying to scam even your friend, so I saved your life. At least I have to repay the favor. But your hair looks messy yet handsome. Why don't you let your bangs down?" He immediately yelled at him, "Shut up, it's a matter of honor." Each memory kept appearing in Sean's head, so even though they were attacking behind him, he still stood there numbly. This bastard, even though he was weaker than me, still liked to get wind. The cry for help began to ring out. "Ah, help me, This made his body tremble again. He placed his hand on the door and said loudly, even though the man standing on the other side couldn't hear, "Elric, just wait a bit. I will call the elders, or at least your father." After saying that, he turned around and ran quickly to prepare to attack, silently begging in his heart, "Please don't die." On this side, Elric leaned his hand on the door and smiled, "Thank you, Sean, that's why. I can't let you get into danger." He started to gain momentum and jumped forward, and in front is a giant dragon, and a powerful Spartan army seemed to want to devour him. He braked suddenly, creating a long trail on the ground. "Who do you think I am?" His eyes opened wide and looked forward. He found it. The Spartans' bodies were suddenly severed. His body nimbly jumped to one side and then to the other, creating streams of power that shot out everywhere. Then those streams of power shot straight forward. His whole body was covered with light reaching out. It was it. A large explosion of light appeared. He quickly rushed out of that explosion, his whole body glowing, armed, trying to fight fire. His hand held tightly something he had just taken. "The pupils are red and full of death. You guys also want to taste our goods, right?" Elric clutched the object in his hand amid the burning flames. With cold eyes, it should have been mana to be able to use this artifact. The sound of unlocking rang out with a strong flame. "I used my own life to replace mana." The fire barrier became even more intense, burning even the undead alive. One by one they were burned in that fierce fire. All this is just a test for the dragon. A loud sound emitted and a monstrous dragon was spitting blue sparks at Elric. But he dodged in time. If I guessed correctly, there was the answer. He jumped high to avoid the dragon's power. The dragon still tried to chase, and it prepared to release a ball of power. In the middle of the dragon's head there was something deeply embedded in its bone. Elric was strong and had a fiery spirit. He moved forward. He walked towards the mirror. As the dragon continued to attack him, this spear was the key and the answer to the test. The undead became aggressive, but Elric continued to think, even though he was in danger, if my answer was wrong and this was just someone's prank, I would fail here. When Elric was about to touch the sword, the undead rushed at him like hungry tigers. But I will never give up. Because I'm a Melvingel. When Elric touched the sword, the undead approached him. A beam of blue light flashed. When he opened his eyes, he saw a surprising scene. He was surprised and wondered what had happened. A blue dragon was spitting lightning in the crimson sky. It rushed straight down to the ground as if welcoming someone. A figure stood below. It seemed to be the dragon's owner. The dragon suddenly turned blue and looked straight at him. Below is a mysterious back. Who was he surprised by? That person turned to look at him with a cruel smile and was none other than Memphis. His eyes suddenly changed. It clearly showed fear. When he saw the dragon opening its mouth to release a stream of power towards him, he uses a purple magic, created a spear and launched it towards him. At the same time as the dragon attacked towards Elric, that light flashed. The other demon held a spear and pointed it straight at the direction Elric was standing, creating a space. Then he held the spear and rushed forward with blood-red eyes. He smiled. A sinister smile. Then he directly took the spear and stabbed it straight into the dragon's mouth. Elric suddenly raised his hand to shield. This amount of mana is not a level 8 magician. The two rushed towards him vigorously while he was busy with chaotic thoughts. Elric looked at the war in surprise, much higher than that. The dragon's eyes began to become more chaotic. The ground began to shake violently. A flash of lightning flashed, two streams of power collided. Memphis bared his sharp teeth and rushed towards the dragon with an aggressive expression. The light covers the whole sky story. With his long, leafy hands and sharp iron claws, he stabbed the mirror down on the dragon. What the heck? The dragon could no longer move. It died on the spot. A black smoke came out of his mouth. This time everything changed when a quality container appeared before my eyes. It came out even harder, making Elric's mouth water. He tried to stop it but couldn't. This is not the dragon's test but the Demon King's trap. His body was taken over by that black smoke. Elric gradually lost consciousness with negative thoughts, wondering if he would die. That power destroyed all of Elric's bones. The laughter was loud as the energy was reaching a high level. Ha 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 ha, Shannock's mana was making the vessel's body become stronger. I'm slowly losing control, damn it. The vast galaxy with bright stars shows the image of two people lying with their faces covered on a boat with flowers. The woman is holding a sword in her hand, in the middle is an open book, and below are two children hugging each other. He and all members of his family sacrificed their lives to chase away the demons in the battle. After the demon war, both parents had to face death, leaving only my sister and me. The touching hands seemed to be comforting him, But in contrast to their actions were scary faces. The royal family of the Magic Tower and their vassal families had all revealed their rotten nature. The man stood and watched his sister hug Elric, the person he trusted and relied on the most. The man with a long mustache and a formal suit made him smile, trying to take over what belonged to his sisters. The power is becoming stronger, as we try to protect them. The little hand was touching the suit and pleading in a voice, please. That man turned his back and left the two children behind, interspersed with the power that was taking over his body. We were abandoned. Elric's blood flowed out more and more. A rock flew into the back of the man who was smoking the flute, confronting those who had betrayed and humiliated the family. His sister hugged him when he kept throwing stones at him. What can I do? The old gate gradually closed and ceased to exist. Returning to the present, Elric is still being taken over by that power and surrounding him. Damn it, no matter what, I will cure the magic blockage and restore the family. Then made the traitors regret. The black smoke gradually invaded his whole body. There was a continuous sound in the dark space, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to end it. Like this. Bright white space with golden flashing objects. Melviner, I won't let you devour me like this, you damn bastard. He floated in the air, surrounded by yellow light. The blue light from Elric's eyes lit up the crimson sky. I hope this voice will reach our descendants in the future. Memphis immediately jumped out of that blue smoke. He gritted his teeth. What kind of power was this? Elric turned his hand back down, and raised it as power began to flow. More and more blue smoke appeared. Here, according to the agreement, the first demon king will be devoured. He flew high and raised his arms, his face darkened. The source of power overwhelmed even Memphis. He was destroyed by that power. Memphis screamed that it couldn't be like this. It wasn't empty except for Elric alone and his powerful tattoo. And on his arms appeared blue lines filled with hidden power. Elric turned his hand back down, and raised it as power began to flow, where according to the agreement the first demon king would be devoured. It wasn't empty, just Elric alone there and his powerful tattoo. When everything was over, Elric lost consciousness. In a coma, Elric did not know where he was. When he opened his eyes, he saw his two translucent hands. In front was a bright sunset scene along with a vague figure that could not be seen clearly. He raised his voice in doubt. Who are you and why do you look so familiar? He raised his voice in doubt. Who are you and why do you look so familiar? The mysterious person turned around and answered Elric, we are the first scholars to pursue the pinnacle of magic. Elric wondered if this voice was the one he heard before. The mystic continued to explain, but those who fought for greater power brought misfortune to the world because they were corrupted by demons. We have come to the decision to correct this and atone for our past sins. We created a guild in this world. Elric listened to the voice as he looked up at the changed sky and saw a demon head with giant horns. What was that? A demon? Demon king? No, demon lord. A guild that can purge demons at their roots. Destroying all demons is our mission. However, the demons will never completely disappear, they will always reappear. Following the man's voice, thousands of demons begin to appear in the surrounding scene. You must continuously destroy them over and over again, until the whole guild cannot be disbanded. One day in the future. The man who said this suddenly raised his hand to the sky, revealing short golden hair, and inside his cloak was a galaxy, radiating magical light. The surrounding ground began to crack, the demons screamed loudly and the bright light covered everything. A pair of eyes flashed strangely red in the blazing fire. The giant hand of those eyes reached out to cover the mysterious man. Elric shouted in panic, "Watch out!" But when he opened his eyes, he saw that his hand had become clearly no longer transparent, making him suspicious. Each ray of warm sunlight coming in from the window made his still hazy mind awake a bit until Elric regained his composure and discovered Sean sitting next to him. You asked, Sean? Sean hesitantly replied, What? Are you crying? Sean coldly replied, Why am I crying? Elric already knew and said it on purpose. He was probably crying. Sean was now embarrassed and thought, Damn, why is he awake at this time? So stupid. Elric teased him even more. It's okay, he can cry. He also cried when he was in the cave. Sean glanced at Elric with a deadly look. Seeing that Sean was so tense, Elric immediately expressed an apologetic attitude. Oh, sorry. But then I heard a thud echoing throughout the room. Elric was beaten before he became obedient. He asked Sean, But did you bring a team to rescue me? Sean nodded yes, sick man. Elric applied a compress to his eyes and said aggrievedly, Can you use magic to heal this bruise instead of just giving me the egg? Sean coldly replied, You should be grateful. at least I can still give you something, slut. Elric was still itchy and started to tease Sean. You're the head of a family, you keep calling me this or that. Sean glared. What's wrong, you sick boy? Elric retracted his beak again. What? I didn't say anything. Sean glared at Elric, telling him if he ever plays stupid like that again. Suddenly he noticed something unusual about Elric. Sean ordered Elric, wait, stand up. Elric stood up and wondered what to do. Sean replied, shut up, and stood up. Elric followed. Closely, clearly. Sean stood facing Elric and was a bit surprised. He was taller. Sean told him to look in the mirror and see. Even Elric was surprised by his current appearance. Elric widened his eyes in surprise, wondering what had happened. Had his body changed? Sean curiously asked Elric, what happened? Tell me, what about the dragon? Elric thought to himself, sorry Sean, I can't tell you yet, and Elric shyly told Sean, well, I'll tell you first. When the time is right. Sean put his hand on Elric's shoulder and said, okay Elric, I believe you have an idea. Right after that Sean looked sulky, but seriously, this bastard kept it a secret even from me. Elric smiled and begged to comfort him. Don't be angry. Elric asked. Sean curiously, but what happened to that cave? Sean calmly peeled the egg and said, my family will take over that place. Elric didn't think much and nodded. He would probably be very busy excavating it. Sean immediately replied, no, they just guarded not allowing anyone to enter or leave that place. Elric shouted in shock, what, why? Sean chewed and said, because it belonged to him, the person who found it. They couldn't let anyone do whatever they wanted. According to the law, the dragon cave will belong to the person who finds it, but normally, large academies can take full advantage by asking for permission to excavate. Sean laughed and said, the magic tower and the academy will frantically try to touch that place. Sean was suddenly frightened by Elric's strangely affectionate eyes, looking at something. Elric sincerely said to Sean, thank you. He thought to himself, I believe the Nemester family also wants to be allowed to excavate, but they still do this for me. Sean shyly told Elric, that's disgusting, clown, please don't talk like that, household. Elric laughed. Sean laughed. What a damn bastard. Finally, the two clasped hands happily. Elric smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, sick guy. Suddenly a thought flashed in Elric's mind, wait, leave me alone. Now is not the time for this. That old man is trying every way to get the right to excavate. Elric suddenly smiled sinisterly. He dared to plot his end. Elric's cruel smile made Sean panic immediately. That guy was planning on doing some crazy trick again. Every time he smiled maliciously like that, something was about to happen. Elric affectionately called Sean. A chill ran down his spine. Sean's sweat dropped and asked, what are you going to do? Elric leaned closer and gently asked for help. I wanted to ask for something. Sean panicked and shouted, I didn't hear anything. Elric calmly continued, please inform me that I have been seriously injured, okay? Sean's expression immediately turned sour. Damn it, I accidentally heard it. Meanwhile, outside the Royal Magic Hospital, people from the Nemester family were guarding the hospital gate. They lined up neatly in front of the door. The academy principal came all the way here but was not allowed in. Can you repeat that? The doctor loudly announced that student Elric Melvinger is currently in a coma due to serious injuries after the trip to the dragon's cave, so I hope you will leave here. The people of the academy who were craving that dragon cave immediately protested. I've gone all the way here and yet you tell me to turn back. What about the right to excavate? You intend to leave that cave empty, The doctor turned around and went straight inside, ignoring the people shouting questions. Why did the Nemester family block the hospital gate, hey? Elric stood in the hospital room looking out and smiling contemptuously. You idiots. At this time, Nemester family spokesman Karl Dunitz came in and brought a tray of food. Please rest. After Karl left, Elric was alone in the room. He continued to look outside thoughtfully. Elric let out a breath and suddenly spoke to the air. By the way, why don't you stop staring and say something? How long are you planning on staring at me, Mephisto? Only Elric can see half of the Demon King's soul. He scowled and said, why don't you show some respect to the respected king standing right in front of you? The great Demon King once made the whole world tremble in danger and chaos. However, now he is just a lost soul who must depend on Elric. Elric looked at the Demon King with contempt and replied, perhaps I should call you Felice. Elric even calmly pulled out a piece of rust from his nose and shot it at the Demon King, making him boil and scream, you're dead. The Demon King tried hard to hit Elric's body, but it was just like scratching an itch. He looked disdainful and sarcastically said, alas, massaging cotton balls might be better than you. Currently, Elric was gradually feeling the inside of his body, in any case. Just as I thought, I never imagined, the dragon heart, the energy source containing the absolute power of the ancient dragon. The dragon clearly died. After being stabbed by the Demon King's spear, is it the dragon heart inside his body right now? That's not right, I still see something different. He thought back, he only had memories of when the Demon King tried to take over this body. At this time, Elric suddenly said, "Stop staring at me and say something. When are you planning on looking at me like that, Mephisto?" Mephisto frowned. "I believe I told you not to call me that. This is the powerful Demon King who plunged the world into fear and suffering, Mephistopheles." Elric thought, in ancient times, when gods ruled the world, the demon god representing darkness had 4 servants: exterminate, crazy, lustful, and the source of evil, the supreme and most powerful Demon King in legends. This name Mephistopheles is bound to me. He grumpily pointed at Elric's face and said, "I told you, my name was given to me by the great demon god. I swear I'll tear you to pieces." Elric complained, "Man, you're so noisy. Does the Demon King often act so stupid? I've told you many times, but you still don't understand. Are you hard of hearing due to old age?" Mephisto angrily thought, 1,000 years, I waited 1,000 years, yet my mana was taken away by someone like this. I am the Demon King, Mephistopheles. I once made the whole world fall under my feet. That is the reason we exist. Dragon King Shaunark, he got in my way. He told me, the Demon King Mephistopheles, you will be buried here with me. And so, for 1,000 years, we wait forever, you have finally come. The vessel will release me from the seal. The perfect container is excellently completed. All the tests are right before our eyes. I have almost succeeded in taking control of his body and soul. Yet all our plans have gone bankrupt. Now I only have a fragment of the demon's energy left, including my incarnation. What kind of power can absorb me?" Elric lay on the bed and laughed, and said, "Stop acting like you're noble and powerful." Mephisto grumpily spoke at length, "How dare a bastard like you? If it was me 1,000 years ago I would, you bastard, this could only have been caused by the Melvingers, they think they what the hell, before I was alone against the whole world." Elric did not pay attention to those words but thought to himself, hoping that our message would come through with my descendants in the future someday. "Is that voice yours?" He was startled when a word appeared in his thoughts. Here, following the contract, the first demon would be swallowed. Elric jumped up. Wait, could swallowing mean he had absorbed the Demon King's power? So this magical pendant is a tool to devour the Demon King? No, it's a tool to devour demons. Elric glanced at Mephisto next to him. Can it devour other demons like Mephisto? On the contrary, Mephisto looked at him with eyes full of hate. What is this? What are you looking at? The first demon, he thought. Which means there will be Monday and Tuesday. Elric suddenly smiled a creepy smile. Prepare to go to the Demon King, you will die soon. Mephisto saw that and immediately trembled. What kind of cold feeling is this? After that, the two of them went to a mountain. Mephisto asked, "Why are you suddenly wandering out here?" If an adult asks, you should know how to answer properly. Elric grumbled, "You're too noisy, please be quiet, go to this trash ghost." He immediately sat down and thought, before finding out how to use the power of this pendant, I have to confirm a few things. Elric immediately felt a new source of energy. He thought, there is a ladybug flapping its wings, the feeling of a gentle breeze passing by. I can see and feel everything. If your suspicions are correct. He clenched his fist, burn. Then a fire immediately broke out. Mephisto was amazed at the sight. This was, the dragon Dharma, a commoner, was using the magic of the star dragon species. Even if you have Melvinger blood, this is a bit too much. Elric laughed proudly. Now I can use magic. In the end, miserable magical congestion tormented me. He thought back to the scolding others had said about him in the past, the humiliation of the Melvinger family, how miserable such a prestigious magic family would be in the end. Someone like him, the grandson of our first principal, that's unacceptable. Could he be someone the principal picked up on his way home to raise? How could a magician not be able to create a circle, round? Trash people only know how to open their mouths without knowing their place. Elric is full of determination, all those who betrayed the Melvinger family and abandoned me. I will make them regret it. The camera started to turn on. The reporter asked Carl a lot of questions. Is it true that student Elric Melving is in a coma? And what about the right to excavate the dragon's cave? He immediately replied, the official announcement will be announced at the magic tower, so please confirm the announcement. A foot is entering the room. In the room, a person trembled and begged, Master, Please don't make me do something like this. Sean Nemister realized someone was coming and immediately asked, Are you here? Good job, Carl. He trembled, holding a stack of documents in his hand and replied, It's nothing, the noise you caused every time I was with Elric almost killed me. Sean Nemister heard that and turned around to look at him, laugh out loud. Carl asked, But if your fraud is exposed, the magic tower and the royal family will not support it, can you bear the consequences? Hearing that, Sean held out a towel and hesitated. Well. Carl took the towel. Elric said he had already figured it out so I would trust him. Sean was concerned. He was covered in cold sweat and wiped it away. Elric sat in the room with a sinister smile. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. Sean suddenly frowned and thought, Elric the bastard, does he know how much he has endured? Carl was holding a sweat towel in one hand and a stack of documents in the other. He asked, Where did Mr. Elric go? Sean suddenly frowned and answered, not knowing where he had gone. A paper appeared with a message. Sean, I'm leaving for a bit. I'm sick. What's the point of having friends? I'm relying on you. With his weak body, where can he go? Carl took the paper. Then he approached Sean, the young master. Sean looked at Carl. Suddenly Carl worriedly said, Yes, it's happened. Sean coldly asked, What's going on? Carl held out the letter. You hold the letter, that one. Suddenly there was a kick outside, causing the door to open and sparks to appear. A voice rang out, My little brother, are you planning something without telling me? Sean stammered, Sister, why are you here? Tasha gritted her teeth and asked, Why are you so surprised? She is, the Firebird Witch Tasha Naster. She calmly replied, Is it strange for an older sister to come to see her younger brother? The Royal Magic Tower and the Pious Alliance, each produced the great geniuses of the century in the same generation. They were the 3 stars that would lead the empire, and were called the new 3 stars. Tasha pinched Carl's ear. Won't you show him my letter? Carl replied painfully, I've been so absent-minded lately. Sean thought to himself, My sister, the youngest person in history to achieve the title of Great Magician, is one of those 3 people. Sean frowned and asked, So why did you come here? Tasha replied, I heard that your friend is sick, so as someone who also has a legal certificate, I can't leave it alone. Elric is not in the room. Is he somewhere else? Sean worriedly remembered the note left by Elric, leaving her, and if she came into the hospital room, his feet would get cold. He thought to himself, his sister was flirting too quickly, he had to chase her away before she knew. Sean immediately lied, Elric was inconvenient to meet other people right now. Tasha glanced at him, Is that so? He immediately chased Tasha away. So don't bother the doctor and go home. You can't even hold Sean's hand tightly, little brother. She angrily asked, Are you giving her orders? Accompanied by a loud explosion rang out in the room. Tasha grabbed Sean's wrist and calmly said, Let's continue our conversation. What happened to the right to excavate the dragon's den? Hearing her ask that, Sean was confused and thought, Dragon Cave, I forgot this witch is a dragon fanatic. Tasha stared at him as if wanting to receive a confirmation from him. No one had gotten it yet, right? Sean trembled and gritted his teeth, That one? His sweat dropped as he said the answer. It was Elric's decision. She frowned at him, then made a decision, then there was no way. She grabbed his wrist tightly as if she wanted to crush it. The surrounding atmosphere was extremely tense, emitting sparks. Tasha grabbed his wrist tightly, a blue aura emitted around his hand. Suddenly she let go of Sean's hand. Then turned around and left. When my friend wakes up, contact me. Sean rubbed his wrist after being held tightly by Tasha. Tasha left a message, If you don't contact her first. She raised her hand and made a threat, So prepare to be beaten, little brother. Sean was scared to the point of being tied up and beaten by Tasha. In his mind, a voice reminded him, Do something quickly, Elric. Suddenly, a voice full of fear rang out, Young master. Carl's whole body was bruised and bleeding in many places. He trembled as he held a stack of documents and asked, Is she gone yet? Sean saw him and suddenly called out in surprise, Carl. In a quiet village, a voice rang out. The heir to a famous magical family was unconscious. The newspaper seller announced, Here is the announcement. Who will have the right to excavate the dragon's cave? A person wearing a mask immediately exclaimed when he saw the newspaper. Sean was handling everything well for him, but suddenly there was news that caught his attention. That mysterious person saw the article and wondered, Wow, who is this? He picked up the newspaper and complimented me. Our director is very photogenic. Elric stared at the dean's picture in the article, smiling as long as he could. Dean. Then secretly sarcastically, Congratulations, Principal. Riven bowed before Barracks. Now you can do what you want, he coldly reminded. Don't be so hasty. He held a cup of tea in one hand and rubbed his chin in the other. The election hadn't started yet. Riven smiled and replied, I was too hasty. I cannot understand the feeling of wanting to protect the future of the academy and your students' principal. He laughed loudly. Honestly, I told you I haven't become principal yet. Barracks then asked, by the way, how is the condition of that Elric student? Riven still bent down and replied, I heard that he has to barely survive every day. Hearing these words, he laughed even more satisfied. Oh my god, how unlucky. Riven was still worried that when Elric calmed down, it would be dangerous for them. He immediately reminded them, but if he woke up, it would be a big problem and we should hire some assassins. His words made him angrily shout and shut up. Riven trembled before his anger. His eyes suddenly emitted a large light. His power scared Riven to the point of crying. He quickly apologized. Sorry. Barracks put down his teacup. There will be a vacant professor position after the election. He continued, I wonder who will sit in that position. Riven still doesn't understand what he means. Why? He said more clearly. I'm just the dean. I don't know what's going on outside the academy. Only then did Riven understand what he meant. Then he spoke up. Then kneel on the ground. I will not disappoint you. Hearing that, he was satisfied and drank tea. In the evening in the village, there are shadows of people still walking around every corner. Elric took off his hood. He looked up at the tall building. Come on, let's get started. His eyes gradually turned blue. He thought, with his mind's eye he could see the other side of the world. Behind him inside he saw a glowing green gem, if he found the hidden space. Elric seriously held out his hand, and infused the mana and the dragon's heart into it. Elric channeled streams of red and blue mana respectively. A powerful source of energy was released. He jumped into the air. Below, the mana energy he transmitted created a huge explosion. Elric gently landed. I can use magic without complicated spells. He let out a sigh. Then he looked up at the sky, around him constantly emitting streams of energy from mana. The first step was okay. Phew. I was finally at the starting line. He smiled sinisterly and looked ahead. Mephisto said with a disdainful tone, how pathetic, you can only use magic of that level even with my power, just a simple jump. Are you using a trick? Elric frowned and thought, he was right, I need to be faster and stronger. Then he turned around and walked away, causing him to angrily point his finger at him and scold him, you bastard, how dare you ignore me while I'm talking. In my time, the human race and the dragon race had to cower when I was talking. See me, every time I speak. Elric remembered the things he had seen. He thought to himself, there is something called the consciousness seal in the dragon's tongue magic. He put all the strength of his mana into his hand, then thought and took shape. After that, he continued to make up his mind, then said it out loud. At this moment, his surroundings were covered with a bright golden power, activating magic. Mephisto stood next to him, watching him. Elric muttered, jumping. He put strength into his legs to take the position. Then jump up. Mephisto couldn't believe he could do this. It couldn't be. Elric continued to chant the command, fly, then he flew up. His eyes emitted streams of blue air. He flew up to observe the village. Then fly even higher. Suddenly he realized he was flying too high and exclaimed, squeaking too high. He gritted his teeth in fear but felt that the feeling of flying above looked great, wonderful, simple but extremely effective. Elric shouted, okay, one more time, then freely flew in the sky. Mephisto also flew after him. He showed an incredulous expression when he saw him flying in the air, an ordinary kid who had just learned magic and was able to use consciousness seals and dual magic. Elric remembered behind him were countless people who died unjustly, eternal enemies of the Melvinger family's demon world. Elric remembered that the Melvingers, even the most terrible Melvingers, were not sure they could get away with this guy. Suddenly he remembered something. Oh no, yes, just one person. His body gradually smoked. Elric gave a sinister smile. Both Elric and Mephisto were flying in the sky. A thought echoed, oh my, I shouldn't think like that. Mephisto stared ahead and thought, no matter the cost, before he becomes even stronger, I must take over that body and stomp on this dangerous seed. He looked at Elric and thought, is there a way to defeat him? At this time, Elric was still focusing on flying in the sky. He thought to himself, the mind-boosting seal is wonderful, but it's still difficult to take advantage of it on your own. He clenched his fist. To become stronger I must understand the core of dragon magic. I need a teacher who can keep secrets. Elric remembered the scene of Barracks as a giant controlling the entire academy, in the academy that had been taken over by Barracks. There was no one qualified to teach him. Elric landed. He was in a deserted land, he thought to himself, at least someone of Hexagram's level, but there was no way they would accept me as a disciple. He remembered a man, if he was still alive. Then he suddenly extinguished that thought, not including his father or uncle. Suddenly something caught his attention. Mephisto stood from afar observing him. He was always thinking about how to handle him before he got stronger, trampled on the seeds. He didn't even have legs. When he saw Mephisto, Elric suddenly had a thought. Wait. He called out, "Hey Mephisto." He gave him a friendly smile, and asked him if he could teach me magic. He thought to himself, now that I think about it, Mephisto is probably the most suitable to be my teacher. Mephisto was surprised when he asked, what are you talking about? He then turned away, making Elric confused. He gave a sinister smile. Mephi. He held out his hand and asked, what good would that do for me? Elric opened his arms and smiled extremely affectionately. I will create an object for you using alchemy. Hearing that, he replied contemptuously, you think an ordinary person can create a vessel for me? You provoked him, then make me strong enough to do it. Mephisto replied, still not enough. Elric continued to provoke, what can you do if I am not stronger? Seeing that Mephisto was thinking, he quickly suggested that he propose different conditions. He said loudly, I refused. Mephisto asked in return, why should I enlighten you? But then he made another suggestion, I can consider it if you become one of my kind. His eyes gradually became sinister, as he glanced at him. He suddenly laughed, looking at that confused face with such satisfaction. You dare to play tricks on me just now? When he heard that, he panicked and pointed at himself as if he was innocent. Mephisto silently thought, even though I was still too weak to devour him, what if I secretly used evil magic on him while teaching him? Thinking of Elric gradually turning black makes Mephisto feel satisfied. He will become stronger and stronger. At the same time, his soul will also be invaded by evil magic. At that time, I will devour him. His eyes grew more and more expectant of Elric begging him, now kneel down and beg me to accept you as my disciple, know your place and obediently become my vessel. Elric angrily thought to himself, stupid Melvinger, then he shouted, oh fuck. Get rid of her. Mephisto was suddenly frightened by his reaction. Elric spoke up, listen Adjussi, he saw you like that and immediately pointed at you in panic, stammering, ha ha, you continue. Your words, there must be a limit to demands. Elric raised his hand to scratch his ear. He still didn't understand what situation he was in. He walked over and stared at him, scaring Mephisto. What? His eyes were somewhat fierce and the smile on his lips made him even more afraid of him. Mephisto stammered, you. Then he went crazy, his eyes emitted a red light, and the bastard died. Suddenly Elric muttered, speechless. Suddenly, Mephisto's mouth was taped shut, leaving him speechless. Elric was happy because he had just castrated Mephisto and immediately shut up. He shouted happily, oh, it was an unexpected success. Even though his mouth was covered with tape, he still kept yelling and cursing at him, making him hold his head in frustration. Oh my god, he was so noisy. He continued to curse, but in his heart he thought, there's no way I can be subdued with just the consciousness seal. Suddenly Elric used another spell, acting cute. Immediately Mephisto started acting cute again. Looking at this scene, Elric seemed to be in mental shock. His ears were bleeding and he was vomiting blood from his mouth. After that I vomited, my eyes went to God, and Mephisto couldn't help but feel disgusted with his actions just now. Elric felt regretful about his previous decision. Why did he ask him to do that disgusting thing? He felt like he would vomit if he looked any further, and Mephisto continued to do what he did, act cutely under Elric's spell. Elric looked at Mephisto with a feeling of disgust and then held out a notebook. Calm down. I don't want to see what happened just now. Okay, if you change your mind, write down all the explanations about consciousness magic here. I will resolve it for you after we finish reading the entire content. Mephisto refused to compromise. He thought, do you think I will compromise with just this much with me who has been sealed for 1,000 years? Elric shrugged and turned away. So should I take advantage of the time now? Is this for practice? At night, Elric was still engrossed in training while Mephisto continued to make cute gestures. He still insisted, I will generously forgive you if you admit your mistake. The next day, Elric still did not care about Mephisto. He continued to practice. He saw that and was upset. He should have begged me to teach him magic right now, right? The next day, he continued to practice and ignored him. Mephisto was so tired of this, he wondered, what's wrong with me? And the next day, constantly doing cute things has made him too tired. Anyway, I'll just teach him. Should I pretend to compromise? In his heart, Mephisto prevented himself from losing to Elric, but his actions were the opposite. In the end, he wrote down what Elric asked, otherwise he cannot lose, the basic principle of consciousness, to be. Elric laughed when he saw him act like that, and Mephisto kept complaining, "Did you have to do that, huh?" Mephisto's heart is full of resentment. "No, I am the Demon King Mephistopheles." The scream came from the bottom of his heart. There was no way I would hand it over to a human. But the reality was the opposite, making the station man surprised. What is this? He looked docile, like a puppy waiting for Elric to read all his notes. Why am I acting like his puppy? After reading it, he thought to himself, the basic principle of Madra consciousness, which is an ancient knowledge that I cannot find in any book. Elric looked at the notes again. Good, shouldn't you be happy to help me? Then he recited the spell, dispelling the cute action. Then he spoke. The information behind this. Elric smiled happily and pointed at that information and asked, "Could you write in a little more detail? Maybe I'll let you talk. Isn't it a bit frustrating not being able to talk?" At this moment Mephisto was furious. He cursed, You bastard." Elric took out his notes, and asked, "What the heck, don't you know you should write more than the day before?" He asked back, "Which bastard decided that?" Elric, lying on the grass, calmly replied, "So you can write many times a day, adding a little each time. I will cancel the speech ban for 3 days, how about it? Can you bear it?" Elric started to criticize. "Oh well, your handwriting is so bad, let's write better." I'm thinking again. Multiple times isn't enough. How about you just write it all out in one go? Have you ever thought about teaching me some special technique? Your complaints made Mephisto extremely upset. He thought to himself, just wait. The evil magic hidden in this note will completely tear apart the body and soul of someone who doesn't know how high and how thick your house is. Elric thought to himself, I've only learned the first part. He continued his train of thought, but only with, he stood up thinking, that much strength? Mephisto pondered. This is impossible. Why is there no sign of evil magic happening? I clearly remember that I put it in there. Seeing that he looked strange, Elric asked, his expression, what's wrong with you, Mephisto? He turned around and asked with a gloomy voice, it was clear on your face that you intended to do something shady with my body, right? But nothing happened, making you disappointed. Mephisto shook his head in denial. I don't understand what you're talking about, he questioned. Do you think I'm so stupid that I'll learn whatever you give me without even considering it? But then he happily thanked him. It's fine to thank him anyway. Thanks to him I've reached a new level, making him grit his teeth in frustration. Mephisto's face started to sweat. He knew, damn, all this shit. Elric read his note and asked, is there anything else? Then thought to himself, I'm becoming stronger and stronger, so I don't want to stop at all, he shouted in frustration. Are you dreaming, human, there? Elric raised his hand, so let's stop talking. Hearing that, Mephisto timidly replied, nothing more. He immediately asked again, what? Mephisto replied angrily, other than my true demon consciousness, there is nothing else I can teach you. Elric's face darkened. He thought to himself, that real consciousness spell, he means the highest level consciousness spell besides the divine voice, the spell consciousness. He crossed his arms. You can't fully understand it at your current level. You might get possessed. Elric scratched his head and realized, he wasn't lying. What now? Mephisto continued, magic could only be perfected on the battlefield. I was surprised to hear your words. That has been the fate of your Melvinger family up until now. He thought to himself about what Mephisto said, magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. Elric remembered his father's words, which were the motto of the Melvinger family, who would continuously protect the continent from evil. He remembered the time he spent with his father as a child, how his father taught his sister and him about the honor of the Melvinger family, in the territory destroyed in the war with the demons. He sat on his father's lap, even though he didn't say a word. My father, who was seriously injured from the effects of the post-war. The image of the flag fluttering, surely my father still remembers the days when he fought side by side as a magician beside him. Elric's father seemed to be harboring a confide, as he looked into the distance. The days when Elric happily played with you, father, when I go to war in the future, I will be able to use super cool magic like you, right? Here comes the great magician Elric. But he only stammered in response. About that, Elric's mother spoke up now. Elric, she happily asked, I already told you, what should I do if I want to become a powerful magician? While Elric's father was sitting trembling, as if he was afraid of something, Elric boldly replied, study. His mother replied, yes, study. She reminded him, you can't just have a cover of ridiculously powerful magic like your father. I'm not telling you that your grandfather became the greatest magician before he even became the strongest. Confident, huh? His father glanced at his mother and said, "Madam, I am still the head of the family to say that." Suddenly she spoke up, "Respected husband." She reminded them to stop bringing allusions to the children. Honestly, none of the Melvinger men know how to listen. Detective Lady R. Hayes has always been good at listening to her mother, and my father secretly whispered to me, "But magic should only be perfected on the battlefield, my son." Then suddenly he disappeared. It turned out that his mother had pushed his father to go somewhere else. She advised, "Elric, make sure you read the entire book summarizing the research on the relationship between the ancient magic array system and the modern language system. Era, at the end of the day, okay, Hayes, you can look after Elric." Then Elric was pulled away by Hayes's ears. He shouted, "Mom, please don't, I want to play with Dad today. Oh my ears are about to break off, let me go, damn it." At this time, when there were only 2 people left, Father Elric dared to speak up. "Ma'am, studying is good, but after all, they are just children." She resolutely replied that it was because he pampered the boy too much, causing him to have bad habits. It's true, like father, like son. He only dared to say, "Behold her." On a rainy night, at Elric's house, a cry rang out, "Father, mother." Elric remembered the bad things that had happened. His father's illness became more and more serious, and his mother, who took care of him day and night, also suddenly passed away. His father spent his last breaths beside her, and they were together. Go away in peace. He painfully spent the last moments of his life saying, "Sorry, I'm sorry, you always shine brighter than anyone in this world, it's all because of me." Elric's mother quickly apologized to him. "Don't say that, since meeting you and having good children, there hasn't been a day that I haven't been happy." The 2 of them held hands and walked through the last moments of their lives together. "Thank you, you who raised our children, you are truly a wonderful mother." Suddenly Elric's mother called, "Hayes, are you there?" Hayes sadly replied, "Yes." She advised, "Please take care of your little brother. I'm sorry and thank you." His father also turned to look at him and said, "Elric, I'm sorry. Your magic blockage is all because of me." Elric cried loudly, "Father!" His tears kept falling. "I was so scared, how could you leave like that?" He continuously sobbed. If his father was no longer there, what would he and his sister do? Suddenly his father put his hand on his cheek. He spoke from the bottom of his heart. "Looking back on my whole life, compared to the time I spent as a magician fighting on the battlefield, I was much happier during the days of being a father to my children." He told me, "You don't have to become a magician, I just..." Then gradually close your eyes and say the last words, hoping that you will live happily with the people around you. His hand gradually dropped. Seeing his father's purple hand on the bed, he called out, "Father!" His father and mother's hands were still clasped together. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He called out in panic, "Father!" Back to the present, Elric thought to himself, "But you were wrong when you told me I didn't need to become a magician. If I wasn't strong enough, I would be thrown away in this reality. I hold your hand tightly. That's why I have to become stronger, so that no one can turn their back on me again." He turned his back. Magic could only be perfected on the battlefield. That's right, what I needed most now was real combat experience. He gradually felt disoriented. Where should he go? The bloody ghost forest was full of ghost-like monsters. That place was too dangerous. He thought of another place, then the goblin cave. There were too many people there. Where to go? Finally he arrived at a place. Elric asked in a loud voice, "Listen, there are secret rooms scattered across the continent where our ancestors once lived." He thought to himself, "Yes, that is the place." He spoke up, "Let's go, Mephisto." He crossed his arms and asked him where to go. He slowly answered, "I will go to Yeti territory, Yeti plateau. The sky shines down on the tree canopy. Elric is bathing in a stream." He wiped his face and thought to himself, "That could be a problem if my identity is revealed. I have to change my appearance." Immediately he shouted loudly, releasing his will. The water rose according to his command. The water slowly rose, then slowly covering his face, he shouted loudly, "Cut." His hair was immediately cut, then mixed with water, then floating on the water's surface. He shouted loudly and transformed. "Elric now has a different face." He exclaimed, "It seems okay. Elric's face is now more handsome than before." "Winter begins in the kingdom," a voice rang out. "There is one preparing to depart. You're in luck, at the guidance branch." A man in a red shirt said, "Nowadays no one goes to the Yeti Plateau anymore. It's surprising that suddenly many people want to go there. The team I just talked about is over there." He applied a compress and said to the man in the black robe, "Ah, they're here, just in time." Manhwa happily walked over. "Wow, looks like we have someone new." Elric glanced at him. A fat man wearing a red scarf carrying a gun passed by. Elric thought, for herbalists. 2 other men passed each other. Elric silently observed. 3 demon hunters, and 5 people dressed in black. Elric sensed their energy. 5 people were hiding energy. Manhwa walked up to him and happily said, then I will introduce myself again. Our tribe has a tradition of naming people based on their date of birth. My name is Manhwa, which means Monday morning in week. You're wondering what's the point of this. Today is the 2nd morning this week. In common language it's Tuesday, so as long as you follow closely, you won't. How can you be in danger? Mephisto stood next to him, annoyed. This bastard talks so much, swearing that one day I will tear that snout off. Elric raised his hand. Oh yes, Manhwa. Can I buy a communication crystal? The bearded man wearing a scarf was carrying 2 heavy bags on his shoulders. Manhwa said, what's the point? Our village doesn't have crystals you can use. Something like pigeons or send letters. Manhwa happily pointed. Hey, suddenly I remembered something extremely funny that happened before related to the guy who sent that letter. That's really unlucky. Let's go. You happily walked away. What a pity. I'll tell you on the way. Let's go. Elric secretly worried. She will be very upset if I don't contact her soon. Things are getting more and more complicated. Anyway, I told Sean, he will handle this. He continued his train of thought, and then, the pigeon suddenly dove down the chimney. But before he knew it, with that information, the chimney must have belonged to the thief. Money from the person who lived next to the mistress of the oldest village elder's grandmother. Here, in the Yeti Plateau, a group of people were standing in the deep forest. Elric and Mephisto walked on the snow. Mephisto commented, I feel like this place is quite familiar. This is where the Yeti live. He turned and asked, do you know about Yeti? Have you been here before? Mephisto replied, of course, they are scum who dare to admire us. Elric was surprised when Mephisto said that. He asked again, are Yeti demons? He emphasized, don't put me on the same level as that trash. He thought to himself, they're just monsters. Who would have thought they were related to the demon world? It's amazing. Mephisto told him information regarding the Yeti. However, their previous king was really useful. He must have received the demon lord's blessing, although his fate was not lucky such. He worriedly thought to himself, did the Yeti have a ruler in the past? Mephisto sighed. His grave was probably still around here. He panicked and asked, what about the grave? Do you know where it is? He was helpless. Even if it was still here, it must have been stolen. Elric's eyes looked surprised at him and thought, if the Yeti were demons, surely their grave would have some connection to the family's secret chamber. Elric remembered the past. His father had once told him, the secret room was a cooking place for his ancestors, built to protect the family's heritage. His father's hand caressed his hair. He advised, Elric, later, when you grow up and become the clan leader, go to the Yeti Plateau first. He continued to entrust him to confirm the entire family heritage in that place, and pay respect to his ancestors. He held the pendant in his hand, stared at it, and thought to himself, I'm quite wondering what the family legacy could be, wondering if I could learn more about this magical pendant if I went there. Manhwa walked ahead and said, if you follow the legend passed down from generation to generation in the tribe, the first Yeti that ever appeared was abandoned by her husband, and left behind on this plateau. That woman died. After taking revenge, she met Yakiona, who suddenly appeared, and then that's how the story begins. Mephisto covered his ears and asked Elric in disgust, can't you use magic to shut that guy up? Look, my ears are bleeding. Elric replied calmly, just try to endure it. There's a kind of soul bleeding blood. Suddenly Elric frowned in thought, talking about the Yeti that guy kept mentioning. Why haven't they appeared yet? Suddenly Manhwa shouted, okay everyone. He excitedly reminded everyone that the road from here will be quite difficult. Before we continue to depart, what should we eat and drink? Firewood has been burned. Everyone divided into small groups and burned firewood to warm themselves in the forest. A person wearing a cloak came to the group of people sitting around the fire. Let us sit by the fire. Elric glanced at him. Elric could feel his power. He was as strong as a noble knight. Elric sat from afar watching them. After observing them, he came to the conclusion, they didn't seem to be targeting him. Were they carrying out some kind of secret mission? Elric looked at the man in the blue cloak. Was that the leader? He didn't look like him. Suddenly the man in the blue cloak took off his cape. Elric seemed surprised to see the blue-cloaked man's face. Even the others were equally surprised. It turned out that it was Isabel. She spoke up, thank you, we will respect her. Elric wondered in surprise, a woman? A bearded man quickly whistled. He gave a vile smile. Why are you hiding such a pretty face, young lady? The black-haired man next to you looked at you with lustful eyes. Oh my god, I didn't think I'd be so lucky to have. Where can I have such a wonderful experience here? Suddenly, a person with a sword rushed forward. He aimed straight at the bearded man's face. He rushed at the speed of light. The sword pointed straight at the bearded man's throat, causing him to panic. He asked the bearded man, "You have offended the lady by daring to speak like that. Atone for your crime with your life." Isabel, sitting on the other side, shouted, "Chen, put down your weapon." Elric also trembled when he witnessed that scene. He thought to himself, how dare he flirt with a noble? Does that head have brains? Elric and Mephisto then looked at each other. The surrounding space seemed to be filled with only two people. Elric's eyes seemed surprised. Chen still pointing his sword at the man, he spoke up, "But ladies, these bastards." Isabel angrily ordered, lowering her sword. Chen immediately retracted his sword. Another guy stood up and shouted. Everyone ran away. Chen puzzled and turned around to look at him. Both men who had intended to tease Isabel earlier were also surprised. What? Chen suddenly raised his sword to block. Following that were weapons continuously flying towards Chen. Manhwa was startled when he saw this scene. Behind there were people injured by weapons. Chen shouted, "Protecting the lady?" Everyone stood around Isabel to protect her, their faces looking very tense. Elric glared ahead and spoke, "This reminds me of the nest." He flew down, looking at the arrows falling from above. He silently exclaimed, "Why is it so crowded?" The arrows rushed towards him as fast as lightning. Closer and closer to you. Elric held out his hand. He cast the spell. Blocking. Invisible shields were created, after blocking those arrows. He immediately remembered. The others, how were the others? On this side, everyone is trying hard to fight the arrows being shot. Several other people were hit by arrows, injuring them. Those who don't have the strength to fight can only sit there and cry for help, "Save me." Elric looked at Mephisto. He also looked back at Elric. A bright red sky appeared. Seeing that, Mephisto immediately realized that they were idiots from the Blood-Eye tribe. Elric used all his strength to fly up. He saw in the night with his blue eyes. He thought to himself, "I heard that Yetis often come in groups of 10. He saw in the night with his blue eyes. He thought to himself, "I heard that Yetis often come in groups of 10. He saw orange lights appearing in the darkness. He saw orange lights appearing in the darkness. Then the Yetis appeared before him. Seeing their number, he silently exclaimed, "But this was too much." Chen shouted loudly, sweeping them away. The Yetis also began to attack. They frantically attacked Chen. Mephisto spoke up, "The first match was a bit difficult, wasn't it?" Elric suddenly called out, Mephisto provoked me. You started to feel scared when the time to fight came, you humans." Elric was quick, used the spell quickly, "Shut up." Mephisto's mouth was now taped. He just mumbled but could not say a word. He spoke coldly, "This is not the time to talk nonsense. I guess the Demon King is a bit unconscious." When observing above, Elric had to admire and admit that they were extremely surprised. Chin's eyes lit up. He continuously used attacks against the Yeti. Elric was surprised to see Chin attack the Yeti. This is how a knight optimizes his stellar aura. Chin's eyes lit up. He continuously used attacks against the Yeti. Elric was surprised to see Chin attack the Yeti. This is how a knight optimizes his stellar aura. Elric finally made a decision. I want to see more, but this is not the right time. The Yeti carrying out a raid is really a problem. But this is not all of them. Elric observed that the Yetis were still behind. He thought to himself, there is another pack of Yeti waiting for an opportunity to ambush us. We could all be in danger if we make the wrong decision at this time, however so. The rocks start to crumble. During the fight, the story changes if we preempt them. Elric began chanting the spell, removing the transformation. He jumped up armed. After escaping from the siege of the Yeti herd, he silently exclaimed, it seemed that using memorization to record some strengthening spells had proved useful. The Yeti herd continued moving forward. They attack everything. It seemed like Elric intended to attack them, though I wasn't sure if my attack would work. The Yeti suddenly received an attack. Elric jumped up and stomped on each Yeti's head. They looked up bewildered. Elric smiled. At least I can slow them down. He then jumped down and launched another explosive attack. A huge explosion rang out. Everything flew into the air. Elric glanced. The Yetis were now completely attracted to him and burned. As soon as he finished speaking, fire broke out everywhere. Some time later, everything has returned to normal. The swords were now frozen. The Yetis looked up at the sky. He looked at them with bullet-shaped eyes and read the spell, absorbing them. He stretched out his arms, creating rays of ice. His ice beams seemed to be able to freeze Yetis. Suddenly the Yetis were defeated by him. Now there were only 2 Yetis left. They looked at him trembling. He breathed a sigh of relief, while there were only 2 left. After that, they tried to run away but were discovered by me. We were wondering where to go. Elric turned his head to look at them and gave a sinister smile. He gestured with his hand, binding them. Elric stood in the middle of the desolation and said, "Oh me, that's great. Isn't it?" He stood on the snowman and said, "By the way, let's talk Mephi. The next second Mephisto also appeared, his face full of anger looking at him, but seeing him he smiled. "Hey, he's still here, let's talk a little." Somehow, as soon as he opened his mouth, he rushed to curse you, "You son of a bitch. You really are." But it was just one sentence from Elric. Even though he was dissatisfied, he still had to keep his mouth shut and not say another word. I asked him that there was no time, so quickly translate for me. But he didn't seem to want to do it. "What are you talking about?" He continued, telling him that if he told me where his tribe was, I would forgive him, so he could only communicate with the Yeti. After a while of talking, Mephisto told him again. He said, "Untie it, you doubt, I believe whatever you think." He glared up at him, reminding Elric that in this situation, he should negotiate through dialogue, instead of threats. So he had to agree. With just a snap of his fingers, the rope quickly disappeared. Then, I released it, and told him to hurry up and say it, so he whispered to the snowman again. "Listen to what he says." The snowman turned around and looked at him dangerously. At this point, I immediately asked him to speak, to translate, but I didn't expect that he was talking to the snowman. "Now, we will pretend to cooperate with this rotten guy, okay? Make me dumbfounded, dear sir." Who would have thought that the snowman would then scream at him again? In this moment, he quickly used his strength to shoot out a small ice ball, which only lightly grazed the bear's ear. Then he also stopped. His face was full of panic. He almost made a big deal out of it. Although the ice ball only grazed lightly, it was enough to make Mephisto and the snowman both speechless and tremble. They no longer had any intention of resisting. Then he smiled sinisterly and asked again, "So, let's talk again. Until the sun goes down on the mountain." The snowman was also released. He left trembling. Elric even warned him, "That gullible snowman almost died because of you, sir. Thank you for showing me the way." In addition to Mephisto happy, but when the words are interpreted, you all die. Suddenly he touched himself. He secretly felt that the dragon's heart contained the dragon's magic and that the demon king could only exert 3% of his magic power from here. If all that strange magic power were released, the body would not be able to bear it, and burst. At my current level, it was dangerous to keep fighting like before, and I soon followed the Yetis to their base. He tightened his grip, but I couldn't back down. He silently promised himself that if that was all he had given up, how would he be able to build a family? His eyes glanced slightly back, reaching back. Looking at the clear blue sky, he asked if that noble lady would be safe and sound. On the other side, blood suddenly splattered. It turned out that Jin and his teammates had arrived at the place where Elric had been. Isabel came running. From behind them, she asked loudly, "Chen, did you see someone who was just here?" Although Chen secretly thought to himself, he must have died while running away alone, or was hiding somewhere. But he only showed a happy expression on the outside. Maybe he escaped safely. Looking at this scene, she also prayed as he said, "That's probably it." Her eyes showed no sadness or worry for him. Returned to Elric's side. "You are also facing many bigger snowmen, please stay safe." He looked at them and told them, "Don't look so bloodthirsty. Let me see the clan leader." The snowman growled at him again. But somehow he didn't wait long, but passed them right away. A larger snowman appeared. Seeing that, he was a bit stunned, because of the size of the snowman in front of him. Then he cautiously said, "I have something to ask." The leader of the snowman clan then growled at him. "Just in case of danger, I've made some paper tape behind my hand. It would be better if we didn't go to this extent, but if talking doesn't work, that's the fastest way to defeat this clan leader." Then he spoke curiously about his eyes green. This snowman asked him, "What is your name?" He replied, "Elric Melvinger." After listening, he was silent for a while before saying, "Follow me." Even though he didn't understand, he still followed it. At one point it was like, "Our tribe has a legend." When you wonder, what legend is that? It told him that a long time ago, there was a great king who ruled this mountain, making his eyes widen. Elric quickly turned back to look at Mephisto, who also nodded in agreement with what the Yeti said. It continued, "The king said that there was only one person he recognized as his friend. The one with the blue eyes. And Melvinger was that person's name." The more he listened, the more surprised he became, thinking to himself, "Are our family's ancestors and the king of the snowmen friends?" Now he said, "Our clan leaders continue to manage their house according to their wishes of the king." So he was curious, where was that house? The snowman looked at him. Then he pointed ahead there. The direction it pointed back was at the bottom of the cliff. Makes me not believe it, under this cliff, there is a house. Didn't let him doubt for long. Looking down there, he was sure, crazy, there really was a house down there. Suddenly he saw too much air escaping, so he wondered, the flow of air increased. The snowman said sadly, once a year, when the wind weakens, we go down there. But no one has been able to come back. Mephisto just leaned up close to him and whispered, with so much magic, he couldn't get rid of his muscles at all, he just pondered. Then he stood in front of the stone lion and asked it how. The snowman said, no one is skilled enough yet. After listening, he said, yes, it is really reckless with my skills right now, but if I just stand here now, I won't be able to take another step forward. Besides, it seemed that the ancestors wanted to see the skills of their descendants, so he slowly stepped closer to the wall, making it really ask, what are you planning to do? Without speaking, without struggling, he jumped down. Elric even looked up at them and smiled. I had no choice but to respond to them. This surprised them greatly, this crazy guy. As for him, he still threw himself down below, he clearly heard them shouting. Just jump down like that. Then feeling the wind with his face, he found it somewhat unbelievable. Damn, the wind here is stronger than we thought. Mephisto suddenly appeared next to him, he angrily shouted, this crazy guy, concentrate, or you will die. He felt the wind pass through his clothes, thinking, okay, just one more step, it can be touched. When he saw the ground below, he immediately used his strength to land and get down. Right in front of the house. He had gained momentum. Jump yourself into steps going down. Elric landed with rocks and dirt. Flying up, smoke filled with smoke from the strong impact. He glared at the side of the house. Then suddenly he fell backwards, he breathed a sigh of relief, he really thought he was dead. Then he happily told Mephisto, I did it, right, great, do you admit it? Yes, I admit, making him very helpless, yes. At that time, he stood up, looked closely at the house in front of him, and said, anyway, it looked normal, it looked like a hut made of leaves. When he raised his hand to open the door, it was brought into existence by magic. To his surprise, it seemed to be locked with ancient magic. So he turned to tell him, try entering the spell mana. Mephisto called his name again, Melvinger. He immediately used all kinds of spells in the world to try to open the door, famous demon, demon king, demon hunter, trust, squirrel eating cake, story plus, dinosaur DJ. But it doesn't make him very uncomfortable. Is the mana okay? Something similar to a key. Suddenly he had an idea, maybe. Then use an item. Gently placed on the magic of the door. Very quickly the item was sucked in. The door also opened slightly in front of him, truly deceiving people. When Elric went inside, he was shocked at how big and massive the place was. It was so different from the appearance of a normal house. He gently picked up a book on the shelf. Just as he was about to ask what, hey, his eyes widened in surprise. Then happily ran around looking for book after book, the basic teachings of magical doctrine, all practical books. Oh, there was also the magic of goblins and beasts. There was also dark magic also, all kinds of books are here. Mephisto looked around and said that this seemed to be the residence of the great man. Making him wonder, he suddenly opened his head and startled him. Was he standing in front of a great man? But he didn't answer. Making me curious, that person in the King of the Snowmen knew our ancestors, and it seemed like there was a story behind that. At this moment my eyes fell on another book. This book. Its outer cover was inscribed with the history of his family, making him skeptical, the history of Melvinger. I just opened it. The mission of our family is to destroy demons. Then he remembered his dream, which was identical to the content he had seen in the dream. The book seems to have been stored for a long time, so some parts can no longer be seen clearly. What is it? This is the problem. There must be some conditions. The mission that God has given to the family can be accomplished. Looking at the words flying off the page, he silently asked, swallowing ghosts, and then swallowing demons again if he could digest them properly. Will there be harmony between the new orbits or not? Suddenly the text appeared large and clear in front of him. It asked him to eat demons. Swallow the devil, drink the devil. The item he left outside the door earlier also had a blue crack. But then it becomes brighter again. Eat, swallow, drink the devil. Suddenly, the item emitted a green light from the gem in the middle. This light brought up a bunch of Elric's previous images. Looking at them, a voice rang in his ear. If so, all the demons will be contained within you. Just like that, a new magician will appear who will be the first descendant to swallow demons and save peace. The lesson is like a devil's test. From now on it will completely begin. Suddenly the second after waking up, Elric was in another place. He opened his eyes wide and Wondered, where is this? A voice rang in his ear again. It seemed like you were a descendant in the distant future who was promised to receive our arrangements. A man slowly walked up behind him. When he turned back to look, this man had a beard that made him remember. He stood up and wanted to ask for information about this person, who he was. He immediately introduced himself. Otto von Melvinger. The one who guides and checks the descendants is my guide. The story must go back a bit. Otto von Melvinger, hundreds of years ago, established the Melvinger family's demonic system. In many past years, only a few ancestors could glorify the family. Among the descendants are the ancestors who make the family famous. He looked at him and smiled. It seemed like you knew me. Elric asked him blankly. Could it be that the ancestors were the great men of the East? You don't understand this story. None of my descendants know about this anonymity. Where did you hear it? I just told him that it was the demon king Mephisto who said that, but when he went next door, he was nowhere to be seen. Where did this guy go? He blankly asked if he, Mephisto, was the demon king of original sin. He shyly replied, ah yes, just a stupid devil. Unexpectedly, he put his hand on his shoulder and said, so the first demon to be swallowed by me is Mephisto. He laughed loudly. The talented queen is truly here. Should we increase the difficulty of the arrangement? At that time, on Mephistopheles' side, he was still in that house, constantly cursing. Who would curse this king like that? Cutting off all 4 limbs. This guy here just wondered to you, what about the arrangement? Did the speaker give any instructions? He gently patted his head. He was also curious about many things. You can write it down comfortably and leave the rest for later. Why do you want to write so quickly about complicated things? Makes him a little embarrassed. Why are he so shy? He held out his hand, revealing the source of his power. He said, we have transferred a device, similar to a magic wheel. If we start spinning them once, we won't be able to stop, and then project the power forward, so we can't arbitrarily leave it to anyone, no matter how long it takes. We must verify the next step, only in a thorough way. Then he turned his head to look at me. Because you passed my test and from now on it will be your choice. He showed him a magic circle, stopping the magic wheel, or letting it spin. At this time, Elric thought to himself, I don't know what the family's arrangements are. If I step on the wrong path, then my life could disappear. He immediately raised his hand to choose, so this was his last chance to escape. He did not object to his choice, he just said, okay, I respect your choice, you will build the family. Then a look of sadness appeared on his face. I will continue the wishes of my grandparents, the ancestors of the great heroes, to be able to leave my name on this land as a great magician. A moment later he was in another place, standing looking at the giant image of his ancestor in front of him. He was determined. It was a dream he had cherished for a long time. So he immediately rolled the wheel. It rotated in a long circle, with extremely fast speed, then crashed into the wall, making him look dumbfounded. Then he laughed loudly, slapped him hard on the shoulder. Very good. Oh, this audacity. If it was our descendant, he would be able to do it. You have to say it louder. It hurts. I hope you can stop looking at the majestic mountains and hills around Ego. Then he was originally in a green, natural place. After the touch of his hand, his surroundings were once again an icy place, filled with ice and snow mountains. Snow is falling a lot. Looking at everything changing, he blankly asked, this is? His whole body suddenly trembled from the cold. This is, where is it? He didn't feel cold at all, told him. This is the place to check for the first arrangement. He bit down hard, thinking to himself, so in this place, I will have to take the test here, if that's the case, compared to now. He immediately laughed with excitement, not knowing that he would become much stronger. Seeing him like this makes him happy too. Are you smiling, for someone who is about to take a test? This mood is very good. Then he continued, then look at that place, look at everything in front of me. I don't understand what he's saying. Sir, tell me what to look at, he replied. Further, look deeper. According to him, he also saw it. A black source of power lies ahead. There is also a mysterious appearance of someone, something that is. What is that? He answered him. Happy Snow Mountain. He is the first and last character to unite the snowman tribes and is also the king who rules this snowy mountain. He is the character with the ambition to bring the snowmen who were kicked out of the demon race back to the devil again, clan. But in the end, he was swallowed whole by that heart and left behind like a fallen demon. He told me it's the second demon you have to swallow. Making him startled, so does that mean you have to confront that? He calmly replied, no, rather you have to swallow it. Are you scared? Now I will have to swallow demons and get their roots, which are seals, so you don't understand what you mean. Hidden why? He immediately explained that the primitive and dark emotions like fear, depression and resentment emitted by the creature were in existence created from the ego derived from dark thoughts and fantasies of themselves linked together to form, that is the demon race. That's why each demon has its own dark thoughts, that is their nature, class and symbol. The heart where those dark thoughts are stored is called the seal, the mark of the origin, the Mephisto. Palish clan can be seen. His hand then showed the demon king's mark, making him surprised in his heart. This was the demon king's mark. He ordered me, from now on I will hunt the demon race and take away their original mark. Aduhan put his hand on his shoulder. He said loudly, if he could swallow the devil, all their power will belong to you. After that, the black power kept surrounding them. He thought to himself, how strong would he become if he received the power of a formidable monster? You have to try it first to know. He immediately used his strength to fly up. Before leaving, he told him to remember this. Elric rushed towards the demon, opened his weapon, and glared at it. He told me from behind, not to knock it down, but to swallow it. After listening, I was skeptical. No, but what do you mean by eating and swallowing something like that? Look at the source of magical power ahead. The demon suddenly opened his head and stammered and asked, this ghost, this magic power, is it me? Fies, Cho, Mel, Vin, Ger, prove it. He then called him to stop. The demon then said, Marshal of us. He stopped. That source of power then transferred the attack with words, killed them, was shouted loudly. He walked to the ground. Elric ran into this source of magic. He immediately saw the demon he needed to swallow, and its subordinates, the warriors protecting the king. He looked around and observed, then thought to himself, he had seen dozens of them. To some extent they were different from the snowmen he had faced before. Especially that guy. With my current ability, can I win? If I only use the hidden remains of the original sin with the power of the demon king, I think I can capture the king of the snowy mountains. Hell, if you don't know how to use it, it's no different than drawing random graffiti. The demon suddenly screamed again. The demon warriors immediately rushed towards him, while he was still thinking, but this was the first test, so with the demon king's ability, it wouldn't be called cheating. Elric then used his power, explosively, creating a fire. He launched them at the demons in front of him, creating a huge explosion. This explosion caused him to move away. Suddenly he was stunned, his eyes opened wide. A sword suddenly appeared pointing towards him, this one. The demons were unharmed and jumped over the fire, an explosion, and rushed towards him. Seeing that, he used both hands to have more powerful uses, erect and stab. Immediately a dozen blocks of ice appeared, knocking the demons away. There are demons that cannot avoid being stabbed by ice. Everything immediately became chaos. He looked at the demon king in front of him, and asked him softly, I heard that you guys used to belong to the demon race, but were abandoned. You speak directly to the devil, so I'm sure you already know that when you are incompetent, you will be thrown away. The demon gritted his teeth and looked at him. He said again, I have to be stronger. If I could be stronger than this kind of challenge, at the same time the remaining demons would rush towards him. He immediately raised his hand. Affirmed to myself, I will destroy it 100 times if necessary. Then Elric used a huge source of power, making the demons retreat. He threw it straight at the demons. Makes everything more chaotic. A demon that refused to lose jumped out of the chaos. It hit him face first, causing him to step back. This surprised him somewhat. Then the whole person fell backwards. At that moment, the demon grasped his weakness. If you take out your sword and slash him once, he won't be able to carry you in time, damn it. The whole person kept rolling around. He lay on the ground and looked up at the demon, who was looking at him seriously, making him want to try harder. At this rate he would lose. How can this make him admit defeat? Easily, no, I can't give up on the first challenge. Even though his body couldn't bear it anymore, he still tried to stand up. All around him, magic exists. He jumped up. Jump in front of this demon. He clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, I will draw more energy. The demon looked at him for a moment. Then the two rushed at each other. He opened his eyes wide. Now he came up with another plan from the dragon's heart. He ran back towards the demon. Then he opened it and threw a jack, and ice immediately appeared on the demon's whole body. The black magic power continued to exist around him. When he opened his mouth, it even crawled in from there. He sat down motionless. Then he took a deep breath. Looked up at the vast sky and asked, is this real? He looked back and couldn't help but shout. No matter how you look at it, the first round was already too harsh. He felt his body thinking, damn, my heart feels like it's about to explode. The soldiers are starting to form again. What should I do? He looked at the pile of black magic power behind him. Then he reached out his hand to grab them. Huh! At this moment, the mark in his body appeared. Clearly. He looked at his arm, somewhat dumbfounded, not understanding. This is a seal. Elric just sat down. He gently observed his hand, thinking in his heart, although it was fainter than the seal of Sin Torch, a new seal was definitely created. I'm not sure what happened, but the heart's energy that was about to explode just now has stabilized, and that's why the demons call their seals by their real names. Otto Hahn explained to him quietly. He also pointed out to me, so if you want to use their power, you must know their real names. I asked again, how did you find out? There is no way they will tell you if your name is. Where are they? He comforted him. Don't worry. When the time is right, you will naturally feel it. At this time, he stabilized his body. Then he used his power to cast spells. Now he knew their names. The real name of these snowmen was evil. He reached out his hand to feel the falling snow, unable to explain why he knew, even though I couldn't explain it. I just know he frowned slightly. How do you seals? And what are their real names? I hope you will be cold and heartless. Finished, he decisively unleashed his power on the demons. The demons stood there watching. They looked like they were eating something and glared at him. A big incident suddenly happened. After this explosion, his whole body seemed to be exhausted, using up a lot of energy. But then he was still confident, but still. This is the power of the Star Seal. Around where he stood, a giant snowflake appeared on the ground. Suddenly the demons burst out laughing among themselves. Then suddenly he couldn't move and collapsed. Now only you were left before he could finish his sentence. He fell down. This makes me confused a lot. Huh? Why? At this time, he slowly woke up, his hands clutching his neck, his expression of fear unspeakable. He looked extremely struggling as he collapsed under a pile of rocks and soil. He wondered what just happened. Suddenly, old Mephisto appeared from nowhere and looked at him, looking like he had passed a pretty tough challenge. Rick immediately recognized Mephi. Mephisto continued, I was hoping that the quest would be activated since you fell asleep when your pendant glowed. It doesn't seem that easy. Hearing that, he realized that everything just now was just a mission, so he didn't really die. He raised his hand to check the tattoo on his right hand because he was so quick to believe in the seal that he must have passed out after absorbing all the monobot. Its power is much stronger than I thought. If the incomplete seal of evil is so strong, then how powerful is the seal of original sin? But how should I use them? Suddenly Mephisto speculated, maybe it was a seal of evil. It seems that the Winter Solstice Sage has come up with a rather strange plot. Rick wanted to ask for his opinion. Mephi, how should I use the seal of evil? Mephisto replied. I guess he told you my real name. Did you think I would tell you? As he spoke, his eyes glowed red with murderous intent. No matter how much you insult me, you will never get anything from me. Rick raised his hand to rub his head. I was just asking, there was no need to be so cruel. Actually, he knew that he would say that the seals were the most important thing to the demons. If Mephisto accepts the original sin seal, it means that his most important thing has been taken away, which is unfortunate, but I won't touch it now. Out of habit, he still raised his hand to touch the seal tattoo and thought to himself, if the original sin seal is the Demon King's seal and now I can't control the power of the snowman, then there's no way I can control it. Gain the power of the Demon King. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Mephi, you said you know the Snow Mountain King, right? Mephisto was confused. Why did you suddenly ask all that? Rick has a plan. This place is his grave, and it seems I have to capture him. Mephisto was surprised. He felt that Rick had mental problems. I knew you were crazy, but how dare he send something like you to capture an entity recognized by me? Rick looked at his expression, and immediately knew he was lying. So do you know how to do that? Mephisto trembled. He avoided and firmly refused. No, but Rick still tried to advise him. Come on, he's not a member of the demon race anymore. At least you can tell me that much, right? Mephisto couldn't bear to scream. What are you talking about? Revealing the secret of the seal includes the secrets and weaknesses of their clan. While speaking, Rick suddenly raised his hand and held up 3 fingers, 3 days free from cat games. This statement is indeed effective, but it is not enough for him to agree. Do you think you can subdue my pride that way? Rick just had to raise his whole hand. 5 days. Mephi gritted her teeth and endured it. You continued to despise me, then Rick said, that's it. As soon as he finished speaking, He turned around faster than flipping rice paper, contemptuously. But because my tolerance is greater than the ocean, this time I will let it go. Just because of 5 days of exemption from doing cat tricks, he was forced to accept the request. Mephisto began to narrate. Listen carefully with the seal you have in your hand right now. Forget about completing the mission. You can't even get close to the Snow Mountain King. Rick was a bit confused. You mean? Mephi continued, but doesn't mean there's no way. Scene change. Rick is now standing in the middle of a landscape of ice mountains and white snow. He saw the silhouette of a ghost in the distance. It seemed like he had to use the hint that Mephisto gave him. He immediately jumped out of his position in just a moment. Mephisto's voice rang in his head. Enhancer achievement seals can be divided into common, enhanced, precious, unique, and legendary based on their rarity. There is also something called tier achievements can result in different power levels even of the same type. Rick now rushed to attack. The ghost also continuously emitted a thick, murderous aura, causing him to have to move continuously to avoid being attacked. The evil seal is precious. It must be mediocre. But the your achievements are only 1 star. On the other hand, the seal that the Snow King has cultivated is 10 stars. Rick finally reached the ghost's place and did not hesitate to attack continuously. Mephi showed him the way to conquer the Snow Mountain King, which is to increase your achievement level to 10 stars or more, is to promote your rank to unique. Rick thought to himself, my achievement level is only 1 star. He smiled slightly and quickly made the final move to send the ghost away. A moment later, the snowstorm still showed no signs of stopping, causing the snow to become so dense it reached up to his knees. Rick walked step by step towards the cold, which did not make him exhausted but also became more excited when he met his opponent. We finally met the Snow Mountain King. It's really not easy to get to this place. No matter how many warriors I defeat, my achievement level is always stuck at 2 stars. In other words, I have to confront you to increase my achievement level. What was waiting for him in front of him was a demon with a huge body that was truly a demon with a level of 10 stars, making Rick wonder. It was not a shadow but the entire energy of the demon. What kind of entity was he when he was alive that he could be this strong? Thinking about it made him sweat. He told me to defeat that thing. Is he really the revered ancestor of our family? Is he not our sworn enemy? Even between the coldness of the snow and the sound of the wind did not make him give up. I will try it though. It will be difficult, but if I keep trying. Rick smiled, filled with determination, certain he could win. Scene changes. Mephisto suddenly had a worried look on his face. While Rick was still wondering who he was, it wasn't until a while later that he realized he had ascended to heaven. After collecting all the seals, he died instantly without even moving his pants to win here. Mephisto hovered in the air, teasing him. Now you understand, just give up that mission. Rick put his hand on his stomach. But if I win the seal of that entity. After saying that, he sat up and looked at Mephisto with eyes so loving that he trembled. That bastard did it again. Rick wondered, yes, this is a bit sudden considering the Snow Mountain King is a woman. Right? He stared at the old man. But Mephisto's eyes looked away. Mephisto looked at Rick's confused expression and screamed, "Why are you looking at me like that? What are your eyes like?" Rick immediately had a guess. I understand that there is something between the Snow Mountain King and Mephisto, and I will slowly track it down. Then he took out a badge shaped like a 4-leaf clover with a sparkling ball in the middle. Right now, the more important thing was to swallow the Snow Mountain King. Even though I don't know how, but I'll find out if I beat him up. Rick still did not give up. He returned to fight the Snow Mountain King once again. From above, he jumped down, his hands radiating golden lightning, and died. Just before I could do anything, a stream of cold air came from somewhere, immediately causing him to freeze and faint on the spot. Just like that, he kept failing. His head was so painful, his head was about to explode. Rick appeared again and used his fist to blow everything away. Gradually I got closer little by little, and finally I saw her face. Snow Mountain King was not inferior to her and used all his strength to fight back. And Rick wants to take this opportunity to seal the Snow Mountain King. Now I see the Snow Mountain King's cruel use of the seal. Even though a person who has just won the seal can hardly surpass the person who used it so skillfully. Practice. But I will get over it. As soon as the distance between the two became closer and closer. And it ends with 2 hands touching each other. Habits, actions, ways, theories. A miracle happened. A powerful source of energy radiated from the touch of 2 people's hands. Rick thought to himself, even if I have to take everything from her. And then the 2 were sent flying away. Up above there is someone who is always watching the match. Old Otto von Merbinger raised his voice. It wouldn't be strange if his ego would collapse if he continued to slowly die. Like this. But he was smiling. He not only had natural talent, he had an unyielding will and an endless desire to improve himself. That's right. That child is someone who will never appear even in our family. Snow Mountain King was not lightly injured. His hand was severed. Rick revealed the seal on his hand that emitted a blue aura. He smiled like a lunatic. Rick said, "I got 3 stars. But the fun didn't last long when an axe suddenly came flying by. Fortunately, he dodged in time, or he would have been sent away by the Snow Mountain King early. He quickly counterattacked. She didn't even give him time to breathe. Suddenly, the Snow Mountain King took out his sword, spun it around and pushed it forward strongly. Rick could only put his hands in front of his chest to form a protective circle. But that doesn't reduce the attack power. Rick gritted his teeth. Damn, this is my limit. Why is robbery not enough to defeat Snow Mountain King? We must understand her, or else we must become her. Suddenly, the tattoo on his hand flashed, causing him to scream in pain. Am I going to die? Suddenly, Mephisto's voice rang out. Proving it to me. Rick looked at the old man who was smiling contemptuously. Why was Mephisto here? Mephisto gives you a problem to prove you are worthy to become a part of our race. The Snow Mountain King. Rick now understands that he is in a different form. He is the Snow Mountain King. The tattoo on his hand lit up again. Take me to a new world where it's all gray. Rick opened his eyes and saw a strange skull, wondering what was going on. I saw a strange person ahead shouting, "The devil has given us a prophet. Our queen is the leader of the highlands. This mountain range will be ours." Immediately followed by cheers. I was born as a king who will rule the Snow Mountain. Rick finally understood this was the past of the Snow Mountain King. She spoke up. The first 3 people in the history of Snow Mountain to unite the tribes could not be satisfied with just Snow Mountain. We must regain our former glory. She called everyone to join this plan. Listen to me, because we were once part of the almighty demon race. Once again, we will return to our correct position. Countless bloody wars have taken place beyond the snowy mountains. We have made countless humans and demons kneel before us. And we ended up becoming part of the demon race. And more than that, I tried to become a demon king. But Demon King, Mephistopheles, the almighty Demon King's wall is too high, and I can only taste the bitter fruit of defeat. Yet I never stopped, and did everything just to burnish my true name and strengthen my seal. I have taken the first step, just a little more, and we can get the recognition of Mephistopheles. But in front of her was a tall citadel, and a voice said, "Stop. It's just that life is not like a dream. We have been stopped by a wall steeper than anything I faced before." Snow Mountain King, of course, was not willing all her energy shot. She ordered her subordinates to attack, but that guy disappeared in just a few seconds, making her confused. What a knight holding a sword and wearing armor walked over and quickly destroyed the entire group of demons. King Snow Mountain heard the cries for help. "Help me. I don't want to die. I want to live." The subordinates thought they were going to die when the Snow Mountain King appeared holding an axe and shouted, "Calm down. We belong to the proud demon race, and there is nothing we cannot accomplish to show the enemies that stand in our way our awesomeness. It's just that she underestimated the enemy. In less than 3 seconds, all the soldiers standing next to her simultaneously disappeared into smoke. Looking at the enemy before us, Otto von Merbinger, we lost the war against the humans he commanded and were chased back to the snowy mountains. That made her feel extremely miserable. Why? You humans already have what you want. What do you mean you won't let us have any of it? The tattoo on her hand once again glowed, bringing Rick back to reality. His expression showed a bit of sympathy. This is your duty, even if you are desperate and endure countless hardships. To regain glory for your clan. A great mission. Rick understood her heart, and the two of them gradually moved closer to each other without hatred but only tears of sympathy. After that day, Otto Hahn stayed at Snow Mountain to watch over Snow Mountain King, and the two, after countless battles, have gained mutual respect, and have been together for quite a long time. But even so, Snow Mountain King still has an intention. We must reclaim our former glory. She could not completely escape the temptation of her ambitions and eventually became a monster, and died in his arms, Otto von Merbinger. Rick felt a little sad, which was sympathy and pity. Suddenly the voice of Snow Mountain King rang out, "You must be a descendant in the very distant future." He said like that, she no longer looked like a cruel demon but was just someone who wanted to bring glory to her family, she also praised him, seeing that he destroyed a part of his mana, me, and even cut off one of my arms to see if he wasn't boasting. Rick pointed at the Snow Mountain King's hand. I'm sorry about your arm. She smiled strangely. The Snow Mountain King said, even though I became like this in the end and could not give up my ambitions, I am a king and also a warrior commanding a race. I don't need any pity from my enemies. Speaking of which, the black auras are gradually entering her body. Now seems to be the time to end this long battle so I can apologize to my people and honor their sacrifices there. She wondered why I was so greedy and wanted to join the demon race. Just being happy with the people we love is enough, Rick heard, his hands shaking. In the end, she was possessed by demonic energy. Rick is a bit worried. What should I do now? If you don't stay awake, your opponent is Snow Mountain King. The king unified this giant snow mountain, but he knew that she was the greatest warrior of the snow people and is the enemy I must devour. He raised his hand and created a blue aura. If I don't use all my strength to defeat her, I will be disrespectful to her, so I will show her. Rick revealed his tattoo, his eyes flashing as he wanted to show her the great mission she had set up. The battle once again took place with both men rushing towards each other, giving each other loving blows. But it seems that in the second round, Snow Mountain King is no longer as strong as before. Rick gritted his teeth and determined he wanted to become her. He kept hitting each other, but it was strange. This is clearly a life and death battle for me. After the blow, the Snow King and Rick both used their feet to try to keep their balance on the snow. The two people's eyes flashed, making Rick think, why is he so happy? Immediately afterward, an explosion occurred that caused heaven and earth to shake. The match still shows no signs of ending. I can feel it. Days filled with happiness that she had with Otto. The Snow Mountain King used his axe to attack, but Rick was one step faster. We were both knocked away as if we had both reached our limits. The battle will be decided by this final attack. With a move that made countless races kneel at their knees, the Snow Mountain King and Rick simultaneously jumped so that the distance between them was close to each other. The secret magic of the Snow Mountain King. A touch between two people, immediately causing the surrounding scene to crumble. Smoke slowly spread out until the silhouettes of two people gradually appeared. The snow is still falling. Rick looked at her body missing in one piece. But strangely, she didn't feel any pain or sadness, but felt liberated. Finally, thank you. Rick's body trembled upon hearing these words. He looked up to see the Snow Mountain King transform into a woman with a gentle smile. The sunlight gradually emerged from the clouds. That was also the moment when the Snow Mountain King knelt down and disappeared. And I turned into a black cloud and entered the tattoo on your hand. In the distance, a blade of grass began to rise from the ground. Then, rising high, two purple flowers bloomed as if signaling the coming of spring. Or rest. Rick knew that his first mission was over. The scene here was suddenly filled with the green of trees and flowers. Otto von Merbinger appeared and clapped his hands to congratulate him. He really devoured the Snow Mountain King. That was amazing. Rick looked disdainfully. It seemed like this first test was too difficult from the beginning. He said, our family is invincible and we can't overcome all these things, so you can't call yourself a Melvinger family. Rick heard that and cursed in his heart. This is that why Sean calls the Melvingers egotistical. The old man continued, but it's true that I find it very surprising that even if you have talent, it would take you at least 1 to 3 years, like a kid who has only learned magic for a few years and then defeats him, became Snow Mountain King in just 1 month. Rick confirmed, it was a month. Otto von Merbinger looked at him. Yes, a month. That's not what you mean. I've only been learning magic for about a month or so. The old man heard that and thought he was joking. It was such a bad joke. But seeing him stay silent and say nothing, really. Isn't this some Melvinger-style egotistical joke? Then he smiled. His eye for people is really good. Rick sighed. He finished speaking. I'll repeat exactly this, asking me to have talent too. Suddenly he hugged him tightly. This brat, Rick shouted in pain, somewhere is your grandfather's daughter-in-law. The two of them looked towards the mountain in the distance, and asked him how she was in those last moments of her life. She smiled, Rick said. Otto von Merbinger also felt happy when he heard that. He was really happy. He suddenly stood up and bowed his head, thanking him for everything so far. Otto von Merbinger also sent him off. Take care on the way home. Rick teased, I probably won't be able to visit often. He knows that, I understand, but after all, the position of family head is an extremely busy position. After saying that, Rick walked forward and suddenly he turned around and asked, oh, how did I get out? How can I go out? So he just said you've been out? Countless times, don't you remember? He waved his hand. Suddenly a ball hit him right in the face. Rick was brought back to the present world. That's a goddamn ancestor. He held his head and rolled a few times on the ground screaming, his face his handsome face. Mephisto looked at his expression and immediately knew, it looks like that crazy guy Otto killed you, right? Rick held his swollen head with an angry expression. Who wouldn't say something that killed someone like that? Mephisto asked the main issue, have you devoured the Snow Mountain King yet? Rick held up his sleeve to reveal the tattoo, which had just been completed. Mephisto's face swelled with joy, asking for my help. Rick was speechless and followed him. Yes, our Demon King is number one. This guy really likes to turn black and white upside down. Mephisto was also extremely surprised, but for a long time I only told him a few things that this guy had surpassed the level of a genius. And he was truly a monster. Rick still has a question. I'm also curious about this. Didn't you previously have a rather special relationship with the Snow Mountain King? Why didn't you let her be a demon anymore? Mephisto didn't expect the secret to be exposed. After finishing you, Rick said, at the end I took a look at the Snow Mountain King's memories. Why did you do that? Mephisto replied, I am the Demon King. She is the demon race's face, no more and no less. At that time I was just a little bored. And I heard someone in Snow Mountain King say that he would definitely become a demon, so I decided to see what kind of person he was. Well, if she wants to become a devil, she's a bit lacking, but her ambition and skills are commendable. He thought to himself that if the person she met was not me, the Demon King's true, good, and beautiful person, but someone like Azazel or Lilith, she would have been scattered to dust. But anyway, I told her to come find me again when she was stronger, and then left her there. Rick was a bit disdainful, that's all, so I'll never meet her again. Mephisto crossed his arms and shouted, why would I ever meet her again? Suddenly a memory appeared in his mind. That was when the Snow Mountain King laughed happily with a Duhan Merbinger. Thinking of this, he pursed his lips and looked a little sad. Rick suddenly spoke up, I understand. I don't understand what you mean, okay? He said. Do you know how to reform? But those dirty-nosed scoundrels bullied my girl unilaterally. Mephisto felt like he had been stepped on a thorn. But his nose was still not clean unilaterally. He teased, that's why after 1,000 years you're still F.A., he scolded, you bastard. How dare you mock me? Rick of course did not miss this joke. Mephi is a F.A. dog. He was angry and shouted, die. On Aduhan Merbinger's side, he raised his hand to the sky, filled with air. He is truly an interesting junior. A wind blew past him, making him remember that time. Don't you think so? I'm not angry at you. To its Sun King's trembling hands held the bodies of his loved ones, not with my own hands like this. He then called her, Snow Mountain King. She raised her face to the sky and shouted plaintive screams. She held out her hands, begging, Adu, please, please, kill me. Aduhan said sorry. And then fulfill a friend's wish. And now I want to say, thank you. Throw away your regrets and responsibilities for that child and rest in peace until we meet again in the next life. Saying this, tears fell from his eyes. The sky in the distance is a bright ray of sunlight as if signaling a new beginning. I hope it will be better than now. Elric was sitting and composing something. He suddenly raised his voice. I have to find some things. Mephisto lay down and replied, looking for what? Just something that makes you search all over the library. He looked at Elric and then slowly continued, wait, that's not it. Elric held up a shining crystal ball. Mephisto suddenly exclaimed, ice crystal. A voice suddenly said, hold this ice crystal and go find the god Camellia. At that moment, the needy soldier asked Adu, what did he just say? Give Camellia. He meant Camellia. Adu put his hands in his pockets and replied, yes, that person will become his new instructor. Elric scratched his head and asked, is this a mission? Adu seriously replied, yes. Elric picked up the crystal and thought, at this rate I will become an old man with something wrong. Then he asked Adu how long I had to do this mission. Adu narrowed his eyes at him and said, until you reach the level of our ancestors. Elric widened his eyes in surprise and said, predecessor? After listening, he put his hands in his pockets and continued, you must have a lot of questions, but they will all be willing to answer within a certain period of time. The predecessors have already completed it and left behind many things on this land. We have prepared many quests to guide you to him, so all you need to do is diligently walk on that path. Elric looked down and said, okay. He looked at him and said, I'll just want to make sure I take this egg with me. I'm sorry to put this burden on you, but this path only you, Elric Merbinger, Lord Merbinger, can go. He said decisively, let's go. His face showed a serious expression. He continued, go and finish winter. He picked up the ice crystal and said, well, it's just that, I was told to bring this ice crystal to the god Camellia. After hearing that, Mephisto burst out laughing. He put his hand on his chin and said, Camellia, I guess he's trying to create winter. After listening, Elric slowly asked again, winter, do you know what it means? Mephisto immediately replied, of course, those disgusting four-season people. He narrowed his eyes and continued, haunting demon kings like me. Hearing that, Elric immediately felt curious. He sat up and said, please tell me more details. Mephisto refused to tell. Why should I tell? Hearing that, Elric raised his hand and said, 4 days off. Mephisto felt it was unreasonable, so he said, what do you think those 4 days off will do? Elric begged and begged him, okay. Then it's okay to say no more, nothing more. Mephisto laughed happily, very good, listen carefully. There were 4 subordinates who assisted their predecessor to create the Merbinger Foundation, spring, summer, autumn, winter, because the guild's personalities and characteristics match each season, so we demons often call them the 4 seasons. One of them, Aduhan, corresponds to winter. Mephisto continued thoughtfully, in any case, the truth is that someone stays behind to direct such missions. It means he is trying to pass on the power he possesses to you. Hearing that, Elric immediately thought to himself, then, if this quest is completed, I can also receive quests from other people of the 4 seasons. Having the power of the 4 seasons also means that I can have the same power as a predecessor who they will support. If I can continue devouring, the seals are as strong as the seal of cruelty, or even stronger than that. Elric thought about this and happily continued, it was very possible to rebuild his family. He bent down to pick up the ice crystal and asked, then how important is this ice crystal to the god Camellia that he needs it so much? Mephisto slowly replied, the ice crystal. He then went on to answer the question that the essence of winter is only formed from the depths of snowy mountains covered in permanent snow. Or in other words, it is an egg of the gods. Since Camellia is a winter-blooming flower, there isn't any better flower pot than ice crystal. After listening, Elric immediately asked, so where do we have to go to meet the god Camellia? Mephisto smiled and replied, probably in the flower temple, it's somewhere in the south. Elric said in surprise, the flower temple, I've only heard about it in legends, but does it really exist? After hearing that, Mephisto immediately replied, yes, that noisy bastard must be in charge of the temple. Elric glared and thought, from this moment on, I can guarantee that after I look through the records in the royal library. Then he suddenly thought, but isn't he becoming too friendly? What plan is he planning this time? Looking at Mephisto's appearance, Elric thought to himself. His terrifying appearance, he must become stronger. He seemed to have noticed that his power had returned a bit. However, even if he noticed my power, there was nothing you could do. You will have no choice but to perform quests to become stronger. He lowered his head and thought, performing missions to become stronger, and at the same time that could also make Mephisto stronger. I can receive a great demon king, which is capable of bringing this entire world into misery. Seeing his appearance, Mephisto silently said, what a face full of pain, you must be afraid. Mephisto crossed his arms and said, I feel uncomfortable with having to leave a Merbinger just to become stronger, but it can't be helped. My recovery needs to be a priority. Seeing his smile, Mephisto immediately thought uncomfortably, is this bastard smiling again? Mephisto then read Elric's mind, so that means I can even absorb Mephisto's power. After all, for him to regain his strength and escape from me, I need to become stronger. Hearing that, Mephisto shuddered and said, what's wrong with that son of a bitch? Has he gone from being scared to losing his mind? On the other side, Elric got on the crystal and laughed. I'm losing my mind, let's just stop thinking. Then Elric suddenly said, okay, by the time we get out, we've completed everything we need, should we come back here? He immediately stood up and said, just a month ago it was very difficult to go back there, but now it is easy as pie. Mephisto standing next to replied, you are really too arrogant. Hearing that, he immediately replied, now that we have a guide, should we go straight to the Red-Eyed tribe? He smiled slightly and thought, I'm not sure if it was because I had a war with the snowmen for a long time, or maybe it was because I swallowed the Demon King's seal, but I want to see them. Then he opened his eyes wide. Looking at the bloody scene before his eyes, he suddenly exclaimed, what? He stammered, what happened to the world here? Mephisto looked for a moment then replied, it looked like they were killed slowly, and while they could have been killed instantly, they were probably used for entertainment purposes. Mephisto's face wrinkled, I don't know who the killer is, but they have a much more cruel nature than most demons. Elric replied quietly, I felt a bit uncomfortable. As he walked, He was immersed in his own thoughts, because snowmen are monsters so they can die at any time, even if he kills many snowmen, but I would never consider them as toys. His teeth were clenched, his whole body was shaking. This uncomfortable feeling was probably because he had swallowed the Snow Mountain King's mission. However, he tried to calm himself down by breathing evenly and calmly. He was not the Snow Mountain King, he had no right to pity the snowmen. Suddenly his eyes opened wide. In front of him was a white landscape. His footsteps slowly walked forward on the snow. Then his hands started digging for something. His teeth were clenched. With difficulty. Something is buried under the snow. As soon as he saw it, his mouth opened in horror. Snow continued to fall. The image of Manhwa with tears streaming down suddenly appeared. Remember when he smiled innocently and spoke up, it looked like someone had come. He happily suggested, from now on the road will become more difficult. So let's eat something before we depart. Mephisto stood behind him silently looking at him. He looked at the frozen people in front of him and asked, "This is what that bastard from before did, right?" He replied, "That's right." His face suddenly became lifeless as he sat there blankly. "Aren't they making me feel more uncomfortable?" The war ended, everyone fled, some people were bleeding so much that they had to run and cover their wounds with their hands. Isabel's face was panicked, she ran quickly in the other direction. Suddenly she fell to her knees, everyone around panicked. "Mistress, are you okay?" Isabel tried to reassure everyone, her voice was weak. "I'm fine, don't worry about me," she continued. "We don't know when the assassins will return. So let's focus on finding that cemetery." The warrior ran to help her and brushed it off, but for now she should rest. She said with a tough voice, "I am the child of the Blue Lion, I don't want to be everyone's burden again. I tried to stop you again, mistress." She thought to herself, feeling even more determined to overcome it. The assassins chasing behind her had killed many people. With their sacrifice, she couldn't give up here. She picked up the map, calmly looked at it. "It's been a month. We've been searching the cemetery for a month, but where in the world is it?" She looked up at the deep blue sky, silently remembering her respected father, the only daughter of the Blue Lion. She can't even swing her sword properly anymore. The scene returns to the castle of the Blue Lion Vile family. There were whispers and gossip about Isabel. If we consider it based on the announced rule that lions only follow the strong, then mistress, are you planning on letting her here? She was angry, screamed loudly and swung her sword into the air. Everything around, except for her scream, was dead silent. "You stabbed your sword deep into the ground. Why? Why can't I have any talent at all?" Whispers and discussions echoed in her mind. The only daughter of the Blue Lion could not even swing a sword properly anymore. The future of the Vile family was so unclear. It was so unlucky to the Blue Lion has such a child. The family's beloved child is a daughter. What are we expecting from a woman? Because she is the daughter of the Blue Lion, that's why. Be treated well. Lions only follow strong people. At least make an effort. A flower without fragrance calls itself the child of the Green Lion. Herman Vile, Isabel's father, stepped forward, looking at his daughter with kind eyes. She raised her head. Her father confided that he was sorry for letting you carry the burden on your shoulders, she sadly replied. "No, I'm just not good enough. The Green Lion is majestic on the battlefield, but very gentle with his only daughter. You don't have to follow in my father's footsteps and become the Green Lion." He continued, "You are not a gifted person, but you are still a proud member of the Vile family." Isabel still can't escape the chaos of emotions, but father. Herman tried to soothe his daughter, doing all kinds of things to make her laugh. And Dad was still as strong as an ox. Try touching these hard muscles. As for her, she mostly just kept quiet and looked at her father. "That was her armor, Dad. Sorry, Dad." "Don't worry about the Green Lion, Herman Vile," he said. "As always, I will continue to pursue my dream of becoming the best swordsman in the continent." Isabel finally smiled brightly. Her teary eyes were almost gone. She reminisced about the past. Why didn't her father wake up? Her hands and her father's held each other tightly. The doctor, after examining her father, concluded that the symptoms were similar to those of obstructive disease. His health had deteriorated due to the careless use of too much spiritual energy. He added, "If we don't treat him soon, his muscles will atrophy. The problem will be solved if we can restore his vitality. But that is almost impossible with human ability simply because he has lost so much vitality in his body." The doctor's voice sounded more and more hopeless. "At this point, I wouldn't have any other choice but to depend on some magic to help, if any." She thought to herself, "I have to save my father." She decided to set out. Since normal items were completely useless to treat her father, she would risk her life to get the advanced magic tool that had been possessed by the magic tower or the academy. She reminisced sadly, but their magic tools were also useless. I can't find anything that can treat my father's illness. In a house in the snowy mountains, someone's voice rang out, "Hey, did you know there is a cemetery ruled by the Snow Mountain King in the snowy mountains?" His friend, while eating, said, "Really, if that was the king's cemetery, that place would definitely be filled with treasures, and there would be many magic tools that humans could not have." He continued, "If we had one of those things we would be rich. Should we try to get it?" The other guy replied, "Moron, do you want to be eaten by snowmen just for that legendary item? Don't waste your life and keep drinking." Isabel recalled, after trying her best to find that cemetery, "I also learned that that cemetery existed, and where I could find it." She continued her thoughts, but there was a problem because this plan reached my ears. The battle appeared in her mind. "Ah, runaway mistress, save me." She thought, my Uncle Paul Vile, who had been waiting for the opportunity to usurp the throne of the Blue Lion, sent assassins to kill me because I was the heir. The scene flashed back to when she was examining the map. It's just how great his cruelty is. Her loyal bodyguard suddenly rushed out. "Mistress, please hide." She was surprised. "Why?" He pulled her in. Someone's voice rang out, "We had to search everywhere to find you. We were wondering which corner you were hiding in, but you appeared. Anyway." She recognized the sixth blue wolf. That person's voice rang out, "Since you are still members of the Vile family, so at least I will let you go peacefully." She continued, "The elite knight was secretly sent by Paul Vile. The assassin threatened, since you are here, the mistress must also be nearby, right?" Her bodyguard growled, "Nonsense, Hanel, you will pay for the deaths of Isaac and Zur with your own life." He shouted, "Mistress, run and don't look back." She was about to go out to fight, but the loyal old bodyguard tried to stop her. "Don't go out there, we alone cannot stop them." She tried to struggle. "We have to go, otherwise Chin will die." He was determined. "Chin is risking his own life in exchange for time for us to run. Are you trying to let him die in vain?" She was speechless, but the assassin's voice rang out, "Mistress, your loyal servant is about to die. Will you just leave him here?" Chin was dying and said, "Young master's idiot has gone a long way." Without a moment's hesitation, he stabbed the sword straight down Chen's neck. Blood flowed out, splashing everywhere. He gave a sinister smile. She must have abandoned her loyal knight. She was quite cruel. "So now I will cut your head off." Isabel's voice rang out. She did not choose to run away and stopped. The remaining bodyguard tried to stop her, but failed. She cried and said, "Are you aiming for me? Then just kill me and let Chin go." But he said in a sinister voice, "I'm sorry, but we won't do that." She asked again in surprise, "What?" He continued, "We have decided to kill everyone involved or who witnessed this incident." She was surprised. "It couldn't be you." He kept saying, "If you hadn't run away, everyone would have survived and lived happily with their families." The assassin growled loudly, "Truly a pity." She was stunned. Everyone, innocent people, died because of someone like her. "Let's end this matter." Someone's voice rang out, "I understand." The assassin shouted, while Isabel fell to her knees. The person said, teleporting. He calmed himself down. It was just a passing Satan. It seemed he realized who it was, the bastard. Memories go back to the past. Before, Eric's figure appeared with the blue jade gem. Eric, who was given a mission to make winter perfect. After the first mission completed, he was about to leave the snowy mountain to carry out his mission, but the bloody scene appeared poignantly with bodies piled on top of each other like straw. He learned that the Yetis, and humans, had been brutally murdered. Everything was like a movie slipping through another time. On the other hand, Isabel, who was looking for the Snow Mountain King to cure her father's illness, was the image of a resilient girl without any weakness, riding the horse leading the way. The group of people running quickly appeared clearly. She was being chased by a group of assassins, blue wolves. But they were sent by her uncle. The sight of cold-blooded evil smiles holding bloody swords in their hands also appeared from memory, making people feel disgusted. And right at that dangerous moment, a sharp line swept through the assassins, shocking everyone. "I see," they shouted in confusion and looked in all directions. "Someone?" The surroundings were still strangely quiet, shifting. In just a blink of an eye, the lonely branch in the snow began to crack. The man leading the group of assassins couldn't help but be confused by the mysterious force trying to attack them. He was just a passing Satan. The bright light emanating from the man residing on the tree branch proudly looked down at them with an overwhelming demeanor. This caused the leader of the assassins to speak with a groan. The bastard, looking at the other person, made him extremely angry. "Satan, what kind of idiot are you to dare to interfere in my affairs? Are you a devil worshipper? If you hadn't passed by here, maybe you could have lived already." That sharp figure didn't say much. In the blink of an eye, the snow that had accumulated on the canopy of the tree shook slightly. The next second the assassins appeared before the eyes of the assassins, looking at the moving green light. They shouted in panic, "Magic!" His footsteps were as fast as lightning, causing the mixed snow to fly up into the sky. The man, trying to steady himself with his sword, raised his eyes and asked indignantly, "Who the hell are you?" The bewildering sound from the blizzard that had just swept through made Isabel and the neighbors widen their eyes. "Is everyone okay?" She hesitated, and quickly replied, "It's okay, but..." Looking at the teenager still falling on the snowy ground, he was also okay. Facing the sincere and confused questioning, the other person could only answer helplessly, "Of course." While they were still struggling with the slight pain from the impact just now, a sarcastic sound rang out nearby. "Do magicians usually land like that?" The surrounding area could not avoid curious gossip. "Didn't he just fall? Why didn't he get up? How humiliating." He tried to stand up to suppress the trembling because of the pain that was transmitting, thinking regretfully, "Without the slippery snow, I would have been able to make an impression on them." The shadow nearby was confusing. However, at this moment, Isabel's eyes suddenly widened in suspicion. Her mind scanned this familiar figure. Wasn't that the person who had gone missing? The memory opened up to the image of her screaming helplessly, "Chun, there's a person missing." Her expression couldn't have been any better when she remembered everything. "I can't let him fight on his own like that," she quickly shouted. "Run away. He can't win." But interrupting that reminder was a playful sound coming from the crowd opposite. "Miss, didn't I tell you that we won't leave any witnesses?" The eyes hidden inside the cloak could not hide their bloodlust. The cold voice rang out as if cutting off all the opponents. "Retreat, destroying that Satan." As soon as the command ended, the massive murderers rushed towards the target without hesitation, their voice helplessly shouting, "No." Standing before the cold-blooded crowd, the mysterious person was not afraid at all, slowly speaking, "Yes, mercy is given. Damn bastards like you are truly wasteful." The voice became sharp and stormy, as if summoning an infinite source of power. A hurricane arose around it to replace the body's owner's angry attitude, directly knocking everyone several meters away. The blinding light made them all grimace. Unpredictably, this battle from the beginning seemed to be won or lost as one wind arose and another wind swept the game away. Seeing everything made Isabel and her comrades couldn't help but gasp. "Nearby opponents are no different from them, what the heck?" He angrily shouted at his subordinates, "What are you doing? Kill him quickly, don't give him a chance to make a move." The assassin who was just knocked down is absolutely loyal when he hears the command. Once again rushed forward and shouted, "Die." He easily dodged the attack, looking straight at the weak and despicable figure of the murderer. Who would allow that? Before the opponent had time to stabilize, his sensitive body struck again, penetrating. The giant hand summoned giant electric rays that covered the surrounding space, making them bewildered. Each blow landed on the mortal body. The assassin screamed in pain. Mixed in with the screams was the command. "Destroy it." But it couldn't hide his fear when facing that supernatural power. One of them turned towards the leader, his hand raised as if to grasp the hope of survival and rescue. Before the words finished, they stopped coming out, because the body had been torn apart and blown into pieces. Fresh blood dyed the sky red. The pieces of black cloth were also torn and falling to pieces. The electric light had not completely stopped, leaving no one behind. At this time, the commander was completely confused and stammered, But who the hell is that? You already know who we are, right?" He just smiled triumphantly. "I don't care who you are, so why don't you kneel first?" He gritted his teeth in indignation when his pride was trampled on. "I will kill you." Behind a small tree nearby, Isabel still couldn't stop admiring and being surprised by that magical power. Who was that man? He defeated the group of green wolves so easily. No, that's not it now, is the problem. Surely he is a powerful magician, but he looks very dangerous if I get close. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted and her eyes tensed as she watched the battle progress. The man raised his sword high towards him. "At least I have to kill you." Standing before that indignation, he was startled. He was so fast. The sound detected nearby shouted loudly, "Keep your distance from him." The young man opened his eyes wide and summoned his strength urgently, strengthening his weapon. The opponent reluctantly only took a few steps back. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he hit the snow on the ground hard, freezing the wind. The billowing power rebounded from that position and hit him, completely wanting to capture the opponent alive. "But those bloodthirsty eyes are strangely proud. You really think you can stop me with this kind of magic?" The light before my eyes exploded very quickly. Said a loud roar, echoing through the forest, "You're done, you son of a bitch." Immediately after that, the dark figure rushed forward with all his might. The sword crashed straight into the jade-green cylinder nearby. The next second, a strong bright light emitted, but the object remained motionless, making him extremely confused. "Why doesn't it break?" A small sarcastic laugh rang out. "Do you know what's more important than that?" He raised his hand to hold your hair and said, "That's your head that's about to be buried underground." He exclaimed in fear, "What?" "That guy, the dog. He summons incredibly powerful energy ready to bury enemies underground." Hundreds of large, heavy stones fell one after another onto the snowy ground. The next moment actually buried the mysterious villain. Looking at that sturdy back, Isabel's comrades couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievably, he defeated the group of green wolves in an instant. He didn't think there would be such a strong mage on the hill." She admired this mysterious young man. Surprisingly, he didn't seem to be around her age. But still, how could he be so strong? His majestic figure walking in the wind of snow and white dust left behind after the battle made him even more lonely but no less majestic. As young as he was, so strong, he can be completely comparable to Tasha Naresta, a person in the Tantam constellation. So why don't I know who he is? He is truly a mysterious person. After walking a few steps, the young man's breathing became a bit uneven. His mouth slightly opened to try to take in some air. Seconds later, tired eyes closed. "Let your body be gently swayed by the wind and snow." Images of Manhwa innocently laughing and running towards him. And even bodies thousands of meters larger than themselves. Eyes slightly opened and looked up at the sky with thousands of regrets, as if asking the gods, "Please rest in peace." While Rick was still wallowing in loss, Mephisto spoke up, "Hey, they keep looking at you. Why don't you say anything to them? They look so much that it gives me chills." At this point, he was confused and spoke up, "Hello." But just witnessing a bloody explosion just now made them a bit scared when standing in front of Rick, only daring to say a cautious hum. He smiled shyly. "It's been a while, huh?" Mephisto spoke up, interrupting Rick's thoughts, "Hey, they keep looking at you. Why don't you say anything to them? They look so much that it gives me chills." At this point, he was confused and spoke up, "Hello." But just witnessing a bloody explosion just now made them a bit scared when standing in front of Rick, only daring to say a cautious hum. He smiled shyly. "It's been a while, huh?" Chen and Ed vigilantly clutched their swords in their hands. "Even if he helps us, he is still a complete stranger. We should not let our guard down so soon, if he has a motive, otherwise he would be just as dangerous as them." But Isabel's actions startled them all. She knelt down softly and said solemnly, "Thanking our Savior." This made everyone startled. "Mistress, why are you kneeling, mistress?" And Rick was no exception. His arms and legs were all in a panic. He didn't know what to do, so he quickly said, "Don't, it's not necessary to do that." But she was still serious with her actions. Chen, Ed, facing their master's orders, the two of them quickly knelt down, thanking our Savior. This action made Rick's hands and feet sweat even more, completely different from the scary appearance just now. "No matter who it was, they would have done the same as me, so please stand up." Mephisto stood next to him with his arms crossed, curiously whispering to him, "Ha, looks like she knows how to behave, unlike those two bastards from before." Isabel moved closer to him, her eyes resolutely looking at her benefactor. "Seriously speaking, it may sound rude, but can I ask my Savior a favor?" Finally seeing her stand up, Rick, still a bit panicked, and replied, Where do I have to go?" She held his hand tightly in request and said loudly, "No, I want to delegate to you." Rick confusedly stammered in response, "Yes, my hand." He sighed softly and secretly looked down at the shorter person. This is. Night falls, covering the quiet space around the mountain. The sound of horse hooves dragging the carriage through the quiet night. Inside the carriage, Rick sat opposite the two of them in deep thought. Every breath made the other person impatient. Even though no one but me could see Mephisto, he still couldn't help but secretly whisper, "I can see you smirking, bastard, cover it up now if you're preparing." I still tried to use my hand, hiding my expression, as I expected, because we were given something of great value. The previous scene appeared clearly again. The young girl's face worriedly looked up at Rick. "This is gold," looking at the valuable object in his hand and exclaiming, "Not only that, but it is also a lion, purple stars." Gently lowered her eyes to Isabel, who was waiting nervously, and asked, "Are you the young lady of the whale family?" The girl bowed her head and replied, "Oh yes, how embarrassing." Looking closely at the face before his eyes, Rick secretly wondered, that's why she's so beautiful. Isabel Whale, the scentless flower, her soft and graceful figure appears in my mind. Even though her stunning beauty made the prince fall in love with her and propose to her, she was still abandoned because she was a scentless flower. A person born without any talent. If the flesh and blood of a lion does not have fangs and sharp teeth, then they deserve such an end. Rick's eyes turned towards Isabel again. I heard that after her marriage broke up she lived alone in her land. Look at her desperate look. He ignored everything and reached forward. My name is Rick. It's an honor to meet the only daughter of the Blue Lion. Looking at the other person's happy expression, Isabel couldn't help but be surprised. Why is it an honor to meet someone like me? However, Rick denied. You should be proud of yourself. Continued with a gentle attitude. From what I see, your perseverance is not something to be ashamed of, for the name of the Green Lion. Isabel bowed her head to hide the pink blush on her cheeks. Thank you. Rick returned to the main topic. Oh right, you said something about delegation, right? Mentioning this important matter, the other person immediately nodded. Oh yes, I don't have anything right now, but can you escort us to the capital? This made Chen panicked and reminded Mistress, we haven't found that place yet. But was immediately interrupted. Chen, I don't want to lose you all just because of my greed. First I have to go see my uncle to negotiate. The helplessness evident in his voice. Subordinate Mistress. Rick listened to the conversation and couldn't help but think, Uncle, these knights are probably also part of the Whale family. Is there something hidden in their family? I also heard that the Green Lion is suffering from a disease that is quite difficult to treat. She is looking for a cure. I forgot, Chen also told me before. But right then his eyes widened. Wait, can I make the Blue Lion be grateful to me, if the Merbengar family is rebuilt and is grateful to the Blue Lion? Thinking about articles with my name printed on it along with the Merbengar family and the Green Lion. Making him even more excited, Rick couldn't help but grin. He was really smart, always kept a cool head. This in her eyes turned out to be extremely stupid. Isabella sighed deeply, thinking that she had been refused. It is true that we can hardly have your help, then I will give you twice as much as what I just gave you, as if it were reward after you complete the commission. Rick looked thoughtful and confused as he looked at the gold coin in his hand. This made her worried. I guess it's impossible, right? Isabella's hand gently placed another gold coin on his hand, so embarrassed. Then, looking at the metallic light in his hand, he chuckled softly. Mom. Rick grabbed your hand tightly. I will escort you safely, my lady. Just like that, they were on the same carriage ride, returning to reality. Both sides looked thoughtfully at the sparkling stars outside. Mephisto's voice rang out. There was a pile of treasure inside, Shining's ancestors, so why do you need money anymore? He replied softly, I've already figured it all out. Besides, don't say that if you've been hungry and cold before. This silenced him immediately. The voice inside the telepathy rang out again. What should I do now that I don't have a single penny on me? Maybe it's not important to you because you're a trash ghost, but humans need money to eat and sleep. Do you think you understand the feeling of deprivation? Mephisto still hung upside down and replied, This is a human problem. Rick covered his mouth and smiled. But this telepathy is quite convenient. With just a little energy, I can talk to the person I want. Mephisto smiled softly. I only taught you because I felt uncomfortable every time someone was around. You became speechless. You two are like a bunch of children constantly teasing each other. I know why you hate being told off. You really talk a lot. Even when he's hanging upside down, he's so angry that he's smoking. How dare you? Forget it. Are you going to sit still like that for the rest of the journey? You look more hideous than you thought. Rick replied blandly, What should I do now? I'm so bored. Looking at him constantly looking east and west as if he was talking to some invisible force made her timid and did not dare to speak. Isabel looked at the young man with his chin resting on his chin and looking outside worriedly. He didn't say anything. No, is it because I commissioned him? But now I need his help. She pursed her lips slightly and her heart was scratching frantically. If he sent even stronger assassins, the sound of horse hooves would still be on the road and her feelings would not stop. There is no way the three of us can bypass them. Inside the magnificent castle, a powerful figure sat on a throne contemplating something. His hand clenched tightly on the armrest of the chair and asked, Has Team 6 been destroyed? The subordinate bowed his head and begged, I beg you. The cold voice above continued to cut off his weak voice, If you're sorry. The figure in the blink of an eye got closer to him. So in the first place you shouldn't have done anything, and now you're apologizing. As soon as he finished speaking, red blood splattered everywhere, staining the nearby space red. Hilton, where do you think Isabel is going? Looking at the headless corpse at her feet, she continued leisurely, because the traces of her leaving the snowy mountain had been confirmed. She's most likely returning to the capital. If she is returning to the capital, does that mean she wants to negotiate with me? Hilton replied, most likely. Paul Whale grabbed the hilt of the sword and laughed. What a stupid child. How could such a talentless girl dare to negotiate with me? The cold voice rang out again as if about to make a cruel decision, Hilton. The sound of standing up and rubbing against iron armor rang out as the leader's name was called. You only have one chance. The sound of the horse's feet echoed with the sound of hooves stepping on the ground. On the carriage Isabel was dozing off. Chin turned around and called out to her, We have arrived at Lausanne, miss. From the car, looking across the mountain is the whole citadel surrounding the city with houses everywhere. Isabel sat in the car next to Ed. She rubbed her shoulders and smiled. We got here in just 2 days of non-stop travel, so tired. Mephisto was so sore that he was shaking. My whole body was in pain. Rick looked at him and smiled happily. Huh, a flying ghost like you. He raised his eyebrows sarcastically. Don't you know that correct posture helps relax your nerves? Why are you upside down? Suddenly he stopped and glanced out of the car. The entrance to the city gate is now filled with priests standing guard for people entering. They are inside. Were 2 guys kneeling down to receive orders, summoning the Blue Wolf team too, one guy suddenly replied, What? He had an apprehensive look on his face. Was it necessary to mobilize the strongest team to handle that small matter? The ladies returned to the capo men accepting surrender, making the leader impatient and suddenly making a slashing sound at that guy. The hunting dog must behave according to his position. The remaining guys all looked shocked. His face was surrounded by bright red blood and a disdainful smile. She would definitely have to pass Lausanne if she wanted to go from the snowy mountains to the imperial capital. He had a worried, intense look in his eyes. The crowd in the darkness had dark faces, but their sharp eyes gave off a heavy feeling, turning the place into their grave. In the car, Isabel was unexpectedly worried. I expected the trip would not be easy because of the Lord ruling here, but I didn't expect it to come to this extent. Everyone seemed restless. Shin immediately asked, Again, should we turn back, miss? Isabel hesitantly looked down at these guys who were checking each passerby. No. Having a name like paying attention to them shows others. We have already attracted their attention. Doing so will only make them more suspicious. Isabel looked like she was getting ready, left this car behind, secretly escaped, found another place. Before Rick finished speaking, he said, No need. She was confused. What did you say? His surroundings suddenly lit up with the same sentence, disguise. When the car comes to these guys, go to the person riding the horse. Each man's eyes were sharp, staring at the car. Isabel sat still with a tense expression. The car drove past and entered the city. She got out of the car and was extremely surprised and asked Rick, Sir, what magic did you just use? He smiled politely. It was just a simple illusion magic that made our appearance different. It wasn't. It's like a type of hypnosis that can be broken with just a slight shock, so we need to be careful. Isabel stood with Chan and Ed on the sidewalk next to the house. She was grateful. Thanks to Mr. Rick, we were safely in the city. I truly thank you from the bottom of my heart. Rick walked away, spending the night at here. I'll come back after taking care of some things. Okay, come back safely. Rick walked on the street where many people passed by. Mephiston immediately wondered, why do you have to use genjutsu when you can completely kill them all? Rick said carefully, I don't want to start a war when I don't know anything about it, enemy. Moreover, we need to save mana in case of emergency. Next to the food stall, he calmly asked him, What do you think oaths and soul contracts are for? Isn't it because you're lazy? Rick looked at him and didn't answer. He still turned around and asked, Anyway, you need to quickly go to the academy or something. Right, but I need to find out something. Rick raised one side of his mouth and smiled. A while has passed, but surely you still remember, right? He put on a conspiratorial face and smiled, thinking of the old headmaster barracks. We need to know Dean's situation to prepare to eliminate him. Mephiston hummed, I don't know who it is, but it's unlucky. A guy like you is aiming for. He looked next to him, and noticed a group of children playing. Each child was holding a wooden sword and laughing and teasing each other. I have a question. I sensed something like mana from those knights. What was it? Rick also looked over. Oh, I guess in your time the aura chain hadn't appeared yet, he asked. Aura chain? He raised his hand to explain that, very simply, mana was originally a blessing for magicians, but over time, even martial artists could develop methods of applying mana to their bodies. He imagined the image of the magician and her counterpart, the knight or the child just now, if the magician used magic by creating a magic circle in the heart. Martial arts masters will strengthen the body by accumulating spiritual energy chains around the dandine. The dandine is the part of the body where energy converges. Similar to the division of ranks of magicians, 6 rounds of magic are magicians, 7 rounds are great magicians and 8 rounds are sages. Martial arts masters are divided into 1 beginner series, 2 beginner series, 3 master series, 4 powerhouse series and 5 martial arts series. To make it easier for you to understand, Lady Isabel's knight is around the beginner level. The two of them walked together, one in front and one back. He asked, "There are only 5 levels." "That's usually the case, but there are exceptions. Only one person can rotate more than 5 chains." Mephisto asked, "Who?" Rick replied, "Golden Lion." A man turned away with an armor with a fierce lion face on his left arm. He was recognized as the strongest man on the continent. After he heard it, he didn't seem to take it seriously. It was an arrogant nickname by human standards. He immediately said, "This time is no different. He can fight on par with my grandfather. One of the strongest people in history, Merbinger history." He thought about it, understood. Rick didn't care, he was there. Mephisto had an amused face. "I look forward to meeting him." He thought, "This old man is stubborn again, don't pay attention to him. The matter is more important." Was to find out what had happened in his absence. He smiled and asked the seller, "Can I buy all the newspapers within a month?" "In a beautiful building, in the director's office?" he asked. The matter was still not resolved. Riven knelt down and replied, apologizing to the Narristers who were guarding the hospital like an unassailable fortress. He cursed, "Sean Narrister, ungrateful bastard." He continued, "But thanks to your achievements in discovering that the lair was being raised by the Academy's high rises in the press, you had an advantage over other candidates in the competition for the principal position. But there's no telling what will happen if we don't win the right to excavate the lair. We want an overwhelming victory." His glasses lit up as if he understood the problem, and then smiled. "Please give orders." Director Barracks ordered, putting more pressure on the Narristers. In the room, Sean sat with his hands on his head, extremely tired. His hands were trembling on the table. Next to him, Leslie tried to calmly explain, "Young master, the transfer of the right to open the lair of high-ranking academy and press was under too much pressure. Not only that, the situation was too great. This situation is no different from when you stabbed your senior professors in the back, and the academy's high-ups were very angry." Sean sat down with a shaky laugh. He asked cautiously, "Young master?" Sean raised his head. His face was bearded and tears were streaming down his cheeks. "My sister tortured me every day, and that bastard Elric didn't contact me even once. Readers must have forgotten. Yes, I want to appear more." He placed his hand on the messy papers on the table, but I was already aware of myself. Immediately he stood up from the table full of notes and smiled. "I will continue to endure until Elric returns." In the room, Rick and Mr. Mephisto were also reading each newspaper. Dean was still cunning as always, and Sean was facing hell because of me. He smirked again and said, "The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. You know how to use public opinion, don't you, old Dean?" He crossed his arms and looked at Rick smiling and thought, "I'm getting more and more used to that expression." He clenched his fists on the table with hatred, continuing to climb higher will only make our debut more flashy. He rested his chin and thought, "After all, I feel a little sorry for Sean. What can I do for him?" Outside the window a light flashed. A loud explosion echoed throughout the sky. The two people looked stunned. Outside there were loud cries from the people in the area. "Fire! Fire! Quickly bring water here." "It's a scream, Mom! Cry for help! Someone save us!" Rick ran and opened the door to look outside. The whole neighborhood was bright red and full of miserable cries. What the hell?" "In the room?" Chen asked the owner incredulously. "Do you really trust Rick?" Isabel replied calmly, "He was the one who saved us." Chen continued to explain and voice his thoughts, even though he was not Paul Whale's subordinate. But maybe he was an assassin sent by the other 7 masters to take over the main estate. Chen continued to say, "I'm not sure about this, but we should still take precautions first." Isabel thought to herself, "I understand Chen's worry, but it seems like since Tuat's son he's been overprotective of me." After thinking silently in her heart, she slowly turned around and said, "Chen, I understand what you're trying to say." Before he finished speaking, Chen immediately said, "Yes, mistress, then." Isabel continued, "But don't say that anymore. You doubting Rick also means doubting my decision." Chen widened his eyes in surprise at that statement. She thought to herself, "I believe in him, that expression, only upright people can show." Chen hesitated before her explanation, hesitated and then said, "I understand, but isn't he just a mercenary spirit hungry for money?" She smiled slightly and affirmed that, no, he really wanted to help us. He continued asking his mistress what she meant. Isabel looked with bright eyes and said, "Even though he wasn't paid, he still helped us, which proved that even if we asked, he wouldn't help." But his expression changed as soon as he found out we were Whale family. He considered that our family's reputation might decline, so he intentionally lowered himself like that. Mr. Hayes Melvinger laughed loudly and said, I understand, he did it to maintain the reputation of the Blue Lion. Chen also understood the problem himself, so that's it. In a sea of burning fire. The Blue Wolf team of the third team, Simonum was interested, the fire looked so bright. Didn't it? Fourth round magic healing magic scroll primitive heat line, the Blue Wolf captain of the second team, Beskov said coldly and calmly with a stern face, if it's like this, you can still laugh, Simonum. Even though he said that, he still maintained his arrogant face and a laughing tone as he said to the other person, Hey Beskov, didn't you agree with my decision just now? Why are you suddenly saying this? But seriously, you know how much I spent on this, right? His words actually made him think again, you idiot, but I really can't think of a better way. With the owner's personality, no matter what happens she will try her best, just go through it to help people. Simonum continued to ask, what should we do now, should we burn more? Beskov looked steadily at the burning area and continued to say, Team 6 has been wiped out. According to Hilton's calculations, at least our enemy still has 3 or more people left, he said among them. There might be a magician there, so we have to be careful. After listening to what he said, he still kept showing his arrogant expression and said, Come on, even if it was Team 6, I could just close my eyes and burn them all. You and Hilton don't worry too far. It's taken a lot of effort to get here, so I hope they will be strong enough for me to play with. He heard that and immediately said, Then let's start. Under the castle of flames, a pack of blue wolves gathered to obey their master, looking for her. Except for the daughter in charge, the rest were killed. During this time, Chen struggled to lie on the ground and silently prayed in his heart, Mistress, you should quickly go and hide. If it was done by the blue wolves then their target would be you. From afar, Isabel stood up helplessly with her trembling body and called out, Chen, are you two okay, the heck? From far away in the sea of fire came the voices of poor people. It's on fire, save me, my store, run away. She saw Paul Whale's body lying motionless and couldn't believe her eyes, is this real? What do you want? She didn't have to wait long, she heard the voice of her neighbor shouting. Be careful. A huge explosion sent her whole body flying into the air. Then knocked down but she was still aware enough to hear the weak voice but still wanted to protect her, please run. Away. Her teeth clenched together. The whole body is filled with helplessness. Her hands trembled as she held the sword at her feet. I want to do my best to confront this to save everyone, but I don't have enough strength, nor enough talent to stop them. But her will was still boiling. I didn't want to run away. I didn't want to live such a humiliating life. She remembered Rick's smiling image when he was encouraging her. In my opinion, her perseverance did not bring shame to the name of the Green Lion at all. Isabel closed her eyes and told herself, I want to become someone like him. Confidence and strength combined with will, she rose up and slashed her sword straight into the air. I am a member of the family that protects the Empire, Whale, even if I have to die. We are still determined to fight to the end. Right at the most desperate moment, at the most helpless moment, she closed her eyes tightly because there was a noise and a strange change happening around her. When she opened her eyes, Isabel was surprised. Because everything around her was now covered by a layer of ice. She hesitated, not believing her eyes. What happened? When looking straight ahead, the silhouette of a tall man stands firmly with a steadfast back standing in front of the deep hole. He causes everything around him to freeze, stopping the burning fire. Isabel was surprised. The fire pearl is being extinguished. We are saved. What's going on? Then, when she calmly looked back at that man's back more clearly, tears began to well up in her eyes. It's Rick. She thought to herself, I don't know how long it will take. But if possible, I hope one day I can stand next to him. In that moment, Rick quickly rushed forward and gradually disappeared in front of Isabel. Right in a desolate place filled with broken houses and people struggling to lie on the ground, as a knight, he kills innocent civilians. Mephisto calmly said, Strong people are often very good at suppressing their anger, but once it flares up, it is very difficult to extinguish. This is something I know very well, because I have faced them in the past, unlike normal people who always make mistakes when they lose their reason. They are calmer, more ruthless, and stronger. He crossed his arms. It seems that compared to the last time they met, they are more numerous and stronger. Do you think you can win? The other person hesitates to answer. It will probably be difficult. I don't know how long I can maintain my energy, and right now I can't comfortably use magic in front of civilians like this. He wondered again and asked, So why don't you run away? The towering man stood from above, looked down at the place where civilians were standing calmly, and replied, My family has a saying like this. People with power must have obligations, carry out their responsibilities. That's why the strong are always the leaders in every battle. The blue wolf soldier stood below silently looking at Elric. Simone and Sweat dropped looking at the immense magical power radiating from him. The scroll that I bought with my hard-earned money. It should have been the 7th magic circle. Where did a guy like that come from? Did he come from the magic tower? Beskov, what should we do? We can't touch the magic tower. Hearing that, he just silently looked at Elric standing high above. After a while he replied, I know all the magicians in the magic tower, but I don't recognize him. No matter what, I have to be careful. His eyes turned cold. We just need to kill the lady and retreat. Hearing that, Simone was still a bit shy. What if that magician intervened? Following Beskov's orders, the two quickly rushed forward. Walking towards Isabel, she was sitting exhausted on the ground. When she saw the two of them and was surprised. While the two rushed up, Beskov coldly answered Simone's previous question, killing him? At this moment, she glared in panic at the two of them. Her legs, with no strength at all. Luckily, Elric arrived in time. He called her in a low voice. Isabel, she said in surprise. Rick? He tilted his head to look as if he wanted to confirm if she was okay. He wanted to take her away from this place. Feeling the will in his eyes, she looked at him to show that she was okay. He quickly took her and ran away. The blue wolf soldiers saw them running away and screamed in panic. They are running away. Formation, Team 3, come with me. He hugged her and silently looked at the blue wolves. There were more than 40 of them. A plan quickly appeared in his mind. I had to lure them to a place where there were no people. At this time, the blue wolf soldier blocking the front saw them and whistled to attract the attention of the other soldiers. He held Isabel and appeared before their eyes. Then he quickly urged the magic in his body to quickly move through them. Several soldiers seemed to have guessed his direction and appeared at the turn and wanted to attack him. He did not flinch but flexibly moved through them. At this point he stopped running away. He did not expect that the blue wolf soldiers would surround him. Simonon came out from the soldiers and said excitedly, I saw you. He held the sword on his shoulder and looked at him with interest. The first time he hunted a magician, he was a bit excited, but when he saw him, he was startled. He was startled when he couldn't see Isabel anywhere. Where did you hide the young lady? He looked at him mockingly. Do you think I will answer you? You guys are really idiots. He looked at him with contempt and continued to insult him. Of course you wouldn't know because all of you just chased after me like a pack of dogs. Being humiliated like that, he glared at him angrily. You guys are looking for death. He ordered the soldiers to take his head from me. Faced with the blinding light created by the spirits, he had to raise his hand to cover his eyes. He spent a lot of mana to extinguish the fires throughout the city. Feeling that the strength in his body was somewhat depleted, he thought a little hesitantly. The dragon heart's mana had increased a lot after absorbing the seal. But my body would not be able to withstand it like last time, if I crossed the limit again. Thinking back to the situation at that time, I was a little scared. At that time, I could still restart, but now, everything will be lost if I die even once. Elric looked at the soldiers and silently assessed. There were 30, no, 40 of them. I heard they would all go out even if they only dealt with one person, just like Isabel said. He tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. Looking towards Simonon, he rushed forward and wanted to attack him. First, he would immediately kill their commander. Just as he was about to rush forward, the blue wolf soldiers quickly reacted. 2 soldiers standing next to Simonon stabbed straight at him to protect him. Luckily he was able to avoid that attack. He was horrified to feel that his body was no longer as flexible as before. What was that? I can't move as well as I did when I fought the Snow Mountain King. Mephisto now appeared and taunted him. Are you sure you defeated the Snow Mountain King? While dodging the attacks from them replied, No, I'm sure my body moved as I wanted back then. Me. He laughed and said, You idiot. At this moment a ray of light flashed, causing him to stop. The blue wolf soldier's attack hit the wall behind him, causing dirt and rocks to fly out. His eyes were now shining like a dangerous wolf looking at him. Mephisto still did not stop and insulted him. Do you think the game on the chessboard that Otto showed you would be similar to reality? Looking at the tip of the sword that almost pierced him, he sweated and replied, If you don't help is dumb. At this time Simonon stood behind the soldiers shouting, All of you, go away. He moved quickly through his soldiers towards Elric. Simonon swung his sword powerfully and slashed down to attack him. Elric reacted in time and raised his axe to block it. He approached to provoke. What magician is stupid enough to fight in close combat? Why don't you use your almighty magic? He gritted his teeth and said, in a low voice, Pierce. He quickly slashed down and broke the ice shield he created. Simonon waved his sword and taunted, That's all you can do, brat. Looking at the ice shield being broken by him, he gritted his teeth. He continued to slash down and attack him. Simon waved his sword and said loudly, to entertain me a little more. He continuously attacked him. His sword slashed the ground, causing the ground to crack and rocks to scatter in all directions. He smirked, looking at his weak resistance. Looking at him continuing to attack him, he opened his mouth and gasped. Once again he used magic to attack him. A beam of blinding light emitted, creating a huge explosion. He seemed unharmed from the attack just now and slowly walked forward. Looking at his figure covered in smoke, he laughed mockingly and said, "You run away like a mouse." At this time, he was surrounded by green wolf soldiers. Now he was a trapped mouse. A ray of light flashed high, and his voice replied hoarsely, "It's over." Rays of light flew into the sky. Then it exploded like a dharma flower behind the blue wolf soldiers. He turned his head in confusion to look. What the hell was that fire? While he wasn't paying attention, he urged the remaining magic in his body. He grinned smugly. The formation at his feet was now emitting a blinding yellow light. "You guys are all here, right?" The blue wolf soldier standing in the formation said in horror. "Magic circle." Simon looked at him, and turned his head to look at him. "Stop playing tricks." But when I saw him, my eyes widened in fear, huh? His eyes at this moment were just like a fierce beast looking at its prey. He thought in amazement, how could a human have those eyes? Without further hesitation he ordered the soldiers to kill him before he activated it. Hearing that, he smiled. Simon rushed forward with his sword, wanting to attack him. Elric activated the formation at his feet and said, "Do you want to kill me?" Back when Elric was carrying Isabel and running away, he looked at the blue wolf soldiers and asked her how they fought. She quickly replied, "They always fight in groups even if they only kill one person." Feeling their movements, he had to admit that, as their name suggests, they were like a pack of wolves. He hugged her and moved quickly through the soldiers. "I just have to lure them to the square and kill them all." Isabel was hugged and mumbled that it would be better if a trap was set. "When you hear that, say softly it's a trap." He stopped moving. She confusedly called him Rick. He said in a low voice, "Isabel, I'm sorry, but can I ask you a favor?" So at that moment there was a stream of light shooting into the sky. That was the signal that the people had been successfully evacuated from the square. At that time, the thing he asked her for was this: after she evacuated the civilians from the square, "Tear out this magic scroll, the signal, I will kill them all." People in the square. But the blue wolf spirit was frozen at this time. After successfully activating the formation, he let out a breath. "Ha, the magic circle really holds mana very well." Simona's whole body was frozen, revealing only one head, stuttering in disbelief. "Impossible." He slowly walked towards him and laughed at him. "How stupid are you to not see me draw a magic circle like that?" Feeling the magic source coming from his palm, he said in fear, moving away, he cursed, "You will not die in peace." Right at this moment, Beskov appeared and slashed down to prevent him from killing him. The guy looked at him coldly. "Not bad. But your luck is running out." He didn't seem surprised by his appearance but tilted his head to look straight at him. Looking at the remaining blue wolf soldiers in front of him, he said in a low voice, "Formation B." Beskov silently assessed at a distance from him. "He had lured us closer to kill us all with a magic circle. You had to be confident and have a thorough calculation to do it." Looking at his brother smile, he was scared. Was he smiling? Did he know we were secretly watching him? But then he shook that thought away. No, there's no way he knew we were here. If he knew, he wouldn't have used the magic circle. He looked at him threateningly. "I will spare your life if you hand over the young lady." He didn't care and replied, "Is that so? But the problem is, I don't intend to let you live." When he heard that, his eyes widened in surprise. His magical blue light flared up. Elric narrowed his eyes at him. "You shouldn't have done that. Corrupt knights will not be lenient." He put his hand firmly on the sword. "Then rush up and shout loudly, protect your body with your spirit, and maintain the formation." Looking at the incoming sword, he reached out and cast a spell, blunting the blade. He ducked down to avoid the slash from the incomprehensible man. The rust curse didn't work. He turned his head and looked at him like a wolf. He did not hesitate and continued to use magic, blowing away. But these magic moves seemed to have no effect on him. He swung his sword to slash at him. Elric dodged the attack incredibly, and the hurricane was much weaker. He thought doubtfully, "Is it because of the sealing curse? All non-ice magic is weaker. I have to get a seal of the same type to use them." Assuming that, would it be easy to use the sealing curse? No. It would be extremely difficult. Different from the ice mountain filled with ice energy, it couldn't release its full power while in the middle of the city, and consume too much mana. But he raised his hand to stimulate the magic in his body. Then attacking Beskov, he raised his sword to block. The magic immediately adhered to his sword. With both his hands together. It's not impossible. He waved his hand and said loudly, running, magic radiating towards Beskov's group. Beskov's group saw this and took a stance ready to block. He waved his sword and ordered the soldiers to stop them. His blade slashed down on the incoming block of ice. The ice blocks were quickly knocked out by him. He slashed his sword downward. Elric at this moment did not stop but stimulated the magic in his body. Beskov's hand was quickly cut open and covered in wounds. There was also a wound on his face. He raised his hand and pointed towards him. Elric's magic radiated from his body. The guy jumped up and moved quickly, cutting away the obstacles to move towards him, and said impatiently, "Enough playing, I don't have time to play with you guys, so I'll end it here." He said in annoyance, "Kill all of you," but the soldiers behind him were turned into ice. He turned his head in disbelief. Why? Seeing the disbelief in the guy's voice, he now spoke up to explain, "Just lightly touching the ice poison will freeze immediately. Your mistake was to block them instead of rushing in to fight." His body was quickly covered by ice, his eyes were filled with blood and he couldn't believe it. He said with difficulty, "I've never heard of such a curse." His voice contained a smile and replied, "You're surprised? What?" He looked at the guy and smiled, "I just added a curse to the ice magic." Hearing that, he laughed loudly, "Haha, the captain of Team 1 is really the stupidest guy in the group, he shouldn't have only sent us." He looked at his smile and said with hatred, "I admit that you are very good, but you will soon regret daring to touch us, you will soon die at the hands of the captain. Look at the arrogant brother, so what is he?" He waved his hand to release the magic that had plotted this. Looking at the completely frozen man, he said in a low voice, "On the way to hell, you will not be alone." His eyes radiated a dangerous light and said, "I will soon send him down to you." At this time, some distance away from the square, Simonin, because Beskov had escaped, said to two people from the Blue Wolf team, "Took it." The two guys stammered in confusion and asked, "What is this?" He knelt on the ground and explained that it was a scroll containing a level 6 fire-type magic circle. "We escaped him thanks to Beskov holding him back, but..." He bowed his head in an unwilling tone, "Our Blue Wolf team is Lord Paul Whale Swordsman, who will be the next Green Lion. We can't just run away with our tails between our legs like that. We can." He seemed to have lost his mind, lit a fire, and if that wasn't enough, "Burn yourself and run, run, run until your feet blister." Simonin now became crazy. He activated the scroll in his hand. "It doesn't matter if the lady dies, use your life to burn this city to ashes." In the suburbs some distance from the city square, Simonin shouted in hatred, "We are the Green Wolves, Mr. Paul Whale's trump card. We will become the Green Lions. How can we bend our tails? But run away like that?" He said frantically, "Run away, run until my feet are red, light a fire, if necessary use yourself as bait." His frantic voice aimed straight towards the two humans Elric and Mephisto were standing in the city square. He no longer cared about anything anymore. It didn't matter if she died, even if he sacrificed his life, he would turn this place into ashes. Mephisto seemed to feel that hatred and turned around, evil smile. He was full of malice and said, He, it seems they are planning to do some crazy things again." Hearing that, I didn't understand why and asked again, "What, why?" Feeling a large magical fluctuation appear, his eyes immediately changed to become cold. He jumped up and cursed loudly, "You bastards." Mephisto laughed loudly in a mocking tone, "Haha, in this world, the only species that can be more corrupt than demons are humans." The closer he got to the city center, he looked at the surrounding barrier and said contemptuously, "No matter how civilized they pretended to be, in the end, their true face was just like that." Elric breathed heavily, urging the magic to move. At this moment, his mind was moving quickly, wanting to find a solution. Currently, the Blue Wolf only had 3 people left. He didn't see anyone. What was more dangerous was the secret. The magical team is in their hands. Thinking about that scroll, he immediately felt worried. It must be at least a 6-circle magic. Just one small mistake, this whole city will turn into ash. Simona now smiled happily and whispered, "Let's see how you will prevent this." He held the scroll and stood on the roof of the building looking down at him. At the same time, he also noticed him. He held the burning scroll in his hand and looked down at him. It was all too late. Realizing that he had activated the scroll in his hand, he quickly wanted to perform magic pie. Isabel now appeared with a sword in her hand. She cut off his arm. Simona looked at his severed arm in disbelief. He also appeared on the roof of the building where He was standing. I thought a little and was afraid to look at him. I was already suspicious on the mountain. Who would have thought that you really don't know how to be afraid? Looking at Isabel, who appeared just in time, he continued, How dare you steal the things I gave you and run away like that? It seems like my A+ secret recipe-making profession is worth it. That silent recipe book is recognized for its effectiveness, indeed. At this moment, a ray of light flashed. She frowned and raised her head to look. Simona used his remaining arm to hold his weapon and shouted, loudly, dying. Elric cast magic to freeze him, freezing him. He slowly walked over and said, somewhat annoyed, it seemed like he was trying, but he wouldn't die anyway. Why bother trying so hard? Don't forget to insult him. You're already ugly, now you're even more ugly. He walked up to him and raised his hand. I'm tired, let's end it. He sneered without fear. Do you think that's the end? Elric frowned at him. What? He reminded me, did you forget the other two, right before he arrived? Stay in the city center. He excitedly recounted the process. While you were still here. With me, my subordinates were already preparing. Simona laughed at him. Even though I lost to you, but we, the Blue Wolf, the Lord's trump card, will never lose. He was excited when he thought he had tricked him. You witches are too careless. This place will soon become a hell full of resentment. After hearing that, Elric smiled brightly and told him, I have stopped them. Simona couldn't believe it. His whole body trembled. What? He replied slowly, just now. You told me to use magic that I'm always proud of. Back to when I discovered him. At that time he chanted the spell, Pi, then smiled crookedly. He quickly finished chanting the spell again. Airs, the magic stream split into 3 and shot out in 3 directions. His voice is filled with laughter. You see, one guy was hit right in the middle of his forehead. And one guy was stabbed through the chest. He looked at his wide eyes as he laughed in disbelief. Even your trump card was gone. Even after hearing that, he still couldn't believe it. And muttered, no way, a farce, definitely a farce. He turned around without paying attention and left him with Isabel. At this moment he was afraid of death and begged you, ma'am, please, listen to me. If you let me live, I will definitely speak well of you to Sir Paul Whale. Looking at the sword in her hand, he said in fear, we were just planning to scare you a little and then accompany you to him. I am the captain of the 3rd team of the Blue Wolf. Surely he will listen to me. Without letting him say more, she swung her sword and slashed straight down. Don't tarnish the reputation of the Whale family again. Simonon's head was severed, his blood splashing into the air. She looked at him shyly and said, sorry, I was too impatient. He didn't pay attention and replied, it's okay. I originally intended to give him to you. Are you hurt anywhere? Even though her body was trembling, she still tried to say, I'm fine. He looked at her trembling but still tried to comfort her. Her body was probably in shock. Just wait a bit. Healed by his magic, she pursed her lips and called out, Rick. He stopped and answered me. She made a request to him. Could he spare the life of a blue wolf? At this moment, Isabel pondered, I never expected that the knights from the family would never want to have anything to do with an incompetent person like me. Even if they respect me, that respect is only because I am the daughter of the Blue Lion, that's all. As for the Blue Wolves, sometimes they still respect me, other times they don't. They always stared at me, with cold eyes, and those eyes there was only contempt, however. The Blue Wolf soldier looked at Isabel and Elric in front of him in confusion and asked, why did you let me live? She looked down at him and replied, because we wanted to leave one child behind as a message. Now they, those green wolves, are afraid of me. She looked at him coldly, and told him that he would never be able to become a green lion. Elric stood behind her, his eyes shining in the darkness like a wild beast, staring at the Blue Wolf soldier. Of course, to be more precise, they are afraid of Rick. She watched him perform magic and the green wolf soldier running in front of her thought enviously. If I also had power and capacity, he raised 2 thumbs up to show that he had done a good job. Thinking about this, her hands tightened to the point of trembling. No, I have to be strong. What's the use of complaining about my fate? To gain strength, I have to get rid of this weak nature. Elric looked at her questioningly. Where was she going now? She smiled and replied, I will go to Karnoi. My father is planning his future there. He heard that and asked curiously, do you want to expand your power? She replied, yes, I will ask the old people who once owed my father for help. Hearing her plan, he smiled and praised it. It was a wise decision. No one dared to go to the place of the Blue Lion. Where? She pursed her lips and replied, yes, because there is a green lion there. But if Dad doesn't wake up, it will be a tough battle. If Rick helps us, then we'll be lucky. But lions can't get involved with witches. She thought a little sadly. Besides, I already owe Rick too much. I don't want to rely on him anymore. It's time to say goodbye. At this moment Elric took out a stack of papers and gave it to her. Take this. She held a stack of papers covered in words in her hand and asked him, what is this? A document. He explained to her, apologizing for being so sudden, but I heard that the illness the Blue Lion was suffering from seemed similar to congestion, wondering if that would help. He smiled happily and said, but it's a cure. Hearing that, she looked at him bewildered and then suddenly shouted loudly, what? Isabel looked at him performing healing magic on the man and asked in confusion, what do you mean? Chin, squatting next to him, also looked at him in confusion. Obstructive disease? He didn't answer them right away but focused on treating the man's arm first. When he finished the treatment, he slowly said, let me introduce you, she asked in confusion. Introduction. He cast magic to break the cover on his body and solemnly introduced himself again. My name is Elric Melvinger. Looking at the halo of light surrounding her brother, she was surprised, a member of the Melvinger clan. His true appearance was now revealed. He said slowly, Starlight Duke. Starlight, that was the title given to Euston Melvinger, the Starlight King, the title given after his great victory over the nobles. Symbolizes his shining heroism in battle. Although his title is just a title, his name alone is enough to create a title that symbolizes glory, Star, King of Light. Isabel still had difficulty believing this. She looked at him questioningly. You mean the person who is still in a coma in the Royal Magic Hospital? But I heard that person was. He looked at her and explained, I can't tell the whole story, but it's true that I once had a blockage, and now, she backed away in fear. Now, he said slowly, what she was holding in her hand was the medicine that helped me recover. The Blue Lion's illness seemed similar to this illness. Maybe it would help, somewhat. He was afraid that she wouldn't accept it, so he said, didn't she want to repay the old grudge? If the Blue Lion couldn't witness that scene, it would be a pity. Isabel was stunned when she heard him say that. She opened her mouth as if to say something but couldn't get the words out. Feeling his sincere kindness, she was moved to tears. Isabel sobbed, and said, how can I repay this kindness? He raised his hand to pat her head to comfort her. It's okay. Elric smiled gently and said, later, I will ask you to return the favor again. Hearing that, she immediately stopped crying. He gently looked at her. She also responded to him, with a grateful smile. Suddenly Isabel smiled mysteriously, so, in order to repay her, this time I will ask Mr. Rick, no Mr. Elric. The smile on her lips gradually became mischievous. Do you want me to help you become a hero? The houses had become dilapidated. The doctors hurriedly shouted, quickly get out of the way of the patients, hey, come here and help. Mephisto looked at the people trying to clean up and asked him if it was okay to reveal his identity like this. Looking at the people trying to repair their houses, he did not answer him but thought to himself, that guy named Paul will use every means to find me. I have killed many of his blue wolves. He is definitely a murderer. I absolutely hate losing. Furthermore, my magic is very special. Once I turn the academy upside down, my identity will definitely be revealed. Mephisto turned around to look at him and asked with interest, so you should prepare the scene, because it will be exposed anyway. The people standing from afar called out to him. He turned his head to look at the people who were greeting him in a friendly manner, his mind quickly thinking, because he had contributed to helping the Blue Lion, that would be a good step for the recovery of the Melvinger clan in the future. Looking at him raising his hand to greet the people, Mephisto admired his thinking. Not only did you create an excessive reputation, but you also created a solid path in the future. I thought you were only good at magic. Whoa, I also thought about it somewhere. The woman held her child in her arms and said regretfully, you have to go, why don't you stay longer? He smiled and refused. Okay, I've bothered everyone for too long. It's time for me to return to life, your life. Holding the child in her arms, the woman looked at him gratefully, thanking you. If it weren't for you destroying those bad guys, maybe we would have. Chen now stepped forward with an apologetic tone. You have worked hard. I don't know how to repay you. Looking at his expression, he frowned in confusion. Why did his face look so guilty? I told you, I was just doing my duty. Chen put his hand on his chest and solemnly replied, I, Chen, Wales Knight, will never forget this kindness. He looked at him awkwardly. He told him there was no need to do that. Mephisto stood next to him and smirked at him. This guy only did that for money in the future. When he heard that, he immediately yelled at him. Please stop it. I don't want to continue this topic anymore but talk about something else. What are you going to do from now on, Chen? You heard me ask and immediately replied, even though the wrongdoer is Paul Whale, it is still the family's sin, Whale clan. He continued seriously, so I vow to help the people here until the end. And then I will go to Karnoi to meet the mistress. Mephisto stood behind Chin and spoke in a mocking tone, so they wanted to gain public sympathy and at the same time amplify Paul Whale's reputation. She looks so innocent, but her tricks are boundless. When he heard that, he spoke softly and responsibly. When he heard it, he frowned. His voice became low. That was the responsibility of a noble. The people who came to see him off kept thanking him. Thank you, Mr. Magician, please come by next time, thank you very much. A child stood in the crowd looking at him admiringly. When he grows up I also want to be a magician like you. Mephisto looked at the people with a grateful expression as they watched him thoughtfully. He looked at Chin, smiled and waved goodbye to Elric, cursing silently, blaming that monkey. He looked at him walking towards the sunlight and mocked him, just making excuses. He walked forward with a gentle tone. Now, let's go see Dean. At Euston Academy right now. In Barrack's room, he looked at Riven, who was crouching and trembling in fear in front of him. You! He pointed at him and shouted, I told you to go and get the right to excavate for me. But even if the Nemister family got in the way, what the hell did you do? He could only bow and stammer in reply, I'm sorry. He still didn't calm down and shouted, Sean Nemister, why did he dare to block the guide's way? I will never let him step forward. Enter the academy again. He gritted his teeth and said in a loud voice, we must win at all costs, even if we have to bribe the press or bribe our superiors, we must find a way for us. Hearing that, he quickly went out and did as he said. He looked towards the door, still angry. Looking at the pile of newspapers on the table made him even angrier. Damn it! Looking at the newspapers on the table gradually being burned by the magical fire, his heart became worried. There were 3 days left until the principal election. If we didn't have the right to exhume at that time, we would be dead, sure. The newspapers were gradually swallowed by the fire. Ashes flew in the air past Barracks. He turned his back and said to Lazuli, who was sitting cross-legged on the chair behind him, could you repeat what you just said? When he heard him ask that, he immediately knew the fish had taken the bait and smiled smugly. Not hearing an answer, he turned his head and glared at Lazuli. He sat on the chair and smiled proudly at him. You finally want to cooperate? Barracks looked at Lazuli and asked in a low voice, you intend to make me the principal? How do you plan to help me promote? He leisurely replied, all the preparations have been completed. I just need your consent. Have you made the final decision to cooperate with us yet? Even so, he still had doubts. How could you do something that even we couldn't do? Hearing his doubts, he smiled coldly and replied, because you don't trust us, it seems we don't need to negotiate with you anymore, Dean. Lazuli looked at him sarcastically. You are not the only candidate for principal. Seeing his attitude like that, he quickly said, I trust you, so what do you want? Lazuli replied frankly, simply, support us, siesta, ah? He looked at him coldly and emphasized. Isn't that much simpler than what you want, sir principal? He looked at you incredulously. That's all. Lazuli's image gradually blurred, and that was enough. And then his image gradually disappeared. In the capital, people were noisily talking about the stories they heard. Have you heard them? What did you hear? The man was chatting with his friend. You know the little city of Lezan. I heard that the Blue Lion family has caused quite a mess recently. The friend was puzzled to hear that. Just because it's just internal fighting or what, it's not uncommon for those lions to openly use violence without caring about us civilians. Gradually going into the alley where the bar was operating, the sound of their conversation became clearer. You didn't know, this time there were many people dead and houses burned down. The friend sighed when hearing that. That's so cruel. The other customers in the bar also seemed to be listening to this story. But then, a magician appeared and killed all those bastards. Curious friend. There's another amazing magician like that. Who is it? The man smiled and replied, according to rumors, he is a quite handsome young man. I heard that from now on he will be called the hero of Lezan. And the hero you two are talking about, coming to sit next to them without knowing it. Elric, the main character in this story, became stiff when he heard the two talk. Mephisto looked at him and did not forget to mock. Since we entered the capital, we have only heard about you. You guys are really crazy about those 3 heroes. He smiled wryly and replied, I also want to fill my stomach because it's been a long time since I've been back to the capital. But why are you talking like that, Mephisto? I've also told her to push this down. But she just keeps talking, make a fuss. Back at that time Isabel asked him, do you want me to turn you into a hero? He didn't understand and asked again. She had an idea. Isabel smiled mysteriously and replied, there's nothing better than have a heroic story to increase the sympathy of the whole people. She smiled and continued, I'm sure this will help you, that fame will help you a lot in the future. She smiled and explained further, of course, thanks to that I will also create a solid foothold to put pressure on my uncle, Paul Whale as well. Looking at the group of people sitting at the table with him, chatting excitedly about his heroic story. He secretly felt worried. Will he help me? After drinking a few beers, I became excited and then divided into two groups to gossip. Group 1 discussed Isabel. I heard that she even rescued that scentless flower, the Blue Lion's daughter. Almost she's already become a crown princess. Oh my, are those two dating? What will happen next? I heard the crown prince still likes her. Whoa, is it a love triangle? The second group discussed Elric. Have you heard of the hero of Lazan? I heard he is going to the capital. I wonder who it is. I heard he is a disgrace of a family of prestigious magicians. Listening to them discuss, he was amazed at their imagination. They were turning a heroic story into a love story. Sitting here, he felt a bit embarrassed, so he wanted to go somewhere else. We should go somewhere else to eat. But he was still impressed by her ability to write stories. But she really was extremely good at watching. Consider the opportunity and create a stage. Whether it's a hero story or a love story, it's all good for promoting your name. He stood up, stretched and walked towards the door, his mind still thinking, it would be great if I were as talented as Isabel in reviving the family. Wondering if she had reached Carnoy safely or not. Well, then Sean appeared behind him. Without knowing it, Elric turned around and called out to the Demon King. Wake up, Mephisto, let's go somewhere else. He quickly reminded him that he was coming, but there was no time left. Sean had already advanced and attacked Elric. It seemed that he had blocked his attack. The collision of two streams of power caused fine dust to shoot up. The customers in the restaurant all became scared when they saw that. What's going on? They all looked at where Sean and Elric were standing. Was there a fight going on? But the dust and smoke made it impossible for them to see who was fighting. They shouted in fear. No way. Does that guy Paulwell even dare to cause trouble in the capital? Everyone stepped back. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed to reveal the silhouettes of the two of them. He was surprised to feel that this power was familiar, this smell of mana. Sean saw that he could avoid it and got angry. You dare to avoid it? He looked down at his fist and replied a bit guilty. It's been a long time since I've seen him, but it seems like he's pushing the joke a bit too far. Hearing that, he became even angrier and concentrated his magic in his hand. He questioned him angrily. Do you know how many miserable things I had to go through for you? If you still had a salary, mind, you should go to the capital to reconcile and get punched at least once. Sean's eyes turned cold as he looked at him. Don't you think so, you so-called wretched traitor? Because of anger, the blue veins on his forehead appeared. Sean said in a harsh voice, You are the third son of the Nemister family, the one who punished Elric's ingratitude, Sean Nemister. The last crowd, I also saw the two people clearly. They were surprised and exclaimed, Oh my God, look who is there. Elric raised his hand to stop the approaching crowd and then approached him with a coaxing tone. My wonderful, lovely friend, Sean, you're still angry and cursing at me, you fucking son of a bitch. The crowd heard it. The conversation between them was unbelievable. Nothing, just greetings between friends. Seeing that he had calmed down, the two of them sat down at a nearby table. He grumbled uncomfortably. Please, after having to wipe the ass of a guy like me, what can you expect from someone with such morals? There's nothing left that can be saved like me. Elric shamelessly replied, If I can't save it anymore, why don't you buy me a beer? He couldn't believe his shamelessness. Wow, now there is even if you have a decent family background. You're still a freeloader. Mephisto seemed quite satisfied with Sean. He told him, I like this friend of yours. Even though he was still quite upset, he still treated me to beer. Sigh, this is the last time, this damn guy. When I saw you treating me, I wanted to stop him. It's okay. He replied, It's okay, calculate for me. Then you asked me curiously, what is your relationship with the Blue Lion's daughter? I saw that you misunderstood and tried to explain, and we are not that kind of relationship. Sean, don't seem to believe it, I'm not easily fooled. Elric smiled shyly as he watched him order with the waiter. We wanted an iced tea and raw knife beer, a caprese spaghetti, and Rhea bacon. Seeing that he didn't ask about his different mana flow, he smiled happily and thought to himself, Bastard, he must have felt my different mana breath. But he didn't ask any questions. Probably waiting for me to declare myself. While he was thinking, the dish was brought up. Sean looked at him and said angrily, Why are you making such a serious face? It's not like you at all. It's so disgusting. Can you stop doing that? The food is out, eat it before it gets cold. Mephisto, floating next to him, also commented, He's right. Your expression looks really disgusting. He raised his beer cup and clinked it with him, then arrogantly replied, What do you mean by disgusting? I don't know how often I've been complimented lately. Handsome, very handsome. He heard that and immediately said, I still haven't paid you my debt somewhere. Looking at Elric drinking water, he was a bit worried. Well, other than that, the play, which is being prepared according to your instructions in the letter. Is it really okay, in case you lose everything? So what if it's all because of this? Seeing that he was worried, he immediately reassured him, don't worry, there are only two things that are important to him now, dragging that barracks who tried to kill him into hell, and the strong revival of the Melvinger family, and I'll make both happen at the same time. Looking at the glass of water on the table, he replied, okay, I will continue to prepare what you asked for. Suddenly his eyes became sharp, and hey, Carl was also extremely miserable because of that. Speaking of this, he seemed to remember something. Looking around the pub, his tone became scared. Damn, that's bad. Your witch family must have heard about those rumors too, he asked. Confusedly, the witch, Miss Tasha. Thinking about her made him shiver. That's right, after hearing the rumors, that dragon-crazed bastard must have gone crazy. He inexplicably raised his eyebrows at him. It was dark now. At the Nasta mansion, Tasha immediately became worried after hearing the announcement that our plan would be ruined. She ran quickly down the hallway, her voice filled with worry. Had the promotion order been transferred to the academy? Hanabi ran behind and mumbled, yes, transferred to Dean Barracks of the Institute of Elemental Magic. Tasha was only wearing a thin shirt. She angrily shouted, how could he let this happen? Prepare, go to the hospital immediately. She turned around to talk to Hanabi, and Hanabi, brief report, yesterday in the newspaper there was nothing but insults to that crazy guy, but now it's different. Hanabi stammered in response, all of you, why does the newspaper write like this? She recounted the headlines of the articles written to Tasha. Dean Barracks, who had received a promotion, had regained his wings, the postponement of the appointment of academy principal, the family statement Nasta about the promotion order, the pressure is expected to fall on the hexagram family. Hearing that, she thoughtfully said, even if the hexagram family puts pressure on us, father will not ignore it, so what about Sean? Hanabi replied. The young master did not have any specific response. She stopped when she heard that. Nothing. The dark eye spoke in confusion, after making so much noise about how he was his friend. Now that guy was silent. At this time you use magic to change into the outfit you usually wear. I will change our destination a bit. Hanabi stammered and asked again, yes? She stretched and explained to Hanabi, you still don't understand. The promotion order is neither ours nor the academy's. Her voice gradually became angry. How dare they lie to me? Should I go meet those cunning and scheming bastards? The two people in the tavern, Elric and Sean, also seemed to feel it. The two people's faces became worried. Tasha said, I changed my destination here. Hanabi heard that a bit confusing. You, huh? Tasha walked forward and asked again, you still don't understand. The right to excavate the lair does not belong to our family or the academy. On this side, Sean suddenly got angry. How dare they trick me? Should I go see those dogs? At Euston Academy, the principal of Euston Academy. Everyone was gathering in the academy, even though it seemed like just a normal head position of a magic academy. That position held great significance and power. Not only is it on the same level as a marquis, this title also has great influence in the academic and political world, being able to compete with the Master of the Hexagram Tower, Chief of the Magic Empire, and many other titles. The door opened, a person was entering, the Wizard of the Stars, the place of honor for the descendant of Used and Merbinger. Today is Principal Selection Day. In a hall with the participation of many people, a voice rang out, thanking everyone for coming here so far for the future of our academy. Barracks stood on the podium and spoke, as you all know, the discovery of the Jade Dragon's lair will likely not happen again, and I, Barracks, was present at the center of this historic event. He was still enthusiastically speaking, if you choose me, I will establish a system that can allow us to continue to discover such extraordinary things. Sean sat above observing. He commented contemptuously. He thought the academy was in his hands. The other candidates had not yet arrived but had already started. He crossed his arms and called out, Elric, he can do this alone. Sean remembered the conversation between the two of them. Sean told Elric. Elric's approval rate of the barracks director is far exceeding. He continued, I know you have a meticulous plan, but the supporters they are bribed so it won't work for them. Sean intended to dissuade Elric, so tomorrow, but it seemed Elric had already planned well. They could do whatever they wanted. Lazuli passed by Barracks. He complimented him. The principal's great speech. He laughed loudly and replied, I haven't been voted yet, so why are you raising me up like that? I will follow Siesta's wishes even if you don't behave like this, so don't worry. Barracks continued, the other candidates are speaking, so let's talk later, Lazuli replied. Then I will believe you. He was filled with determination and thought, yes, I will become the principal. There is nothing to worry about. I didn't even intend to help you from the beginning. He seemed to be planning something. I will soon be rubbing shoulders with the owner of the hexagram tower. Why do you think I would help a group with no background like Siesta? While Barracks was deep in thought, crushing you guys would be easy when I became principal. Lazuli had a smile on her face. His smile became more and more sinister. Reverend of the conference spoke up, the speeches of the 7 candidates who finished. Voting will begin soon, so please settle down. At this moment, Sean thought to himself, Elric. The names of the candidates appear in the center of the hall. Sean focused his eyes forward. Suddenly a figure passed by us. Sean immediately realized it was Tasha. He suddenly stood up and asked, "Why are you here?" The silver-haired man was equally surprised to see her. He reminded her, "Don't you know where this is, Mrs. Nerister? This is not an insane asylum. Voting seats are only for people, only the top of the hexagram." Tasha calmly replied, "Why do you think I don't know? I know because I'm participating on behalf of the Nerister family. I believe I'm the one." Tasha took in every word, understanding best what was going to happen. Sean frowned nervously when he heard her say that. He thought to himself, "How does she feel about me? It can't be that she knows anything." Riverne saw that there was a bit of commotion, and immediately reminded everyone to pay attention. "You make an announcement. I want to announce the election before the election begins." Sean glanced at Tasha while Riverne continued to suggest, "I asked everyone to sit down and keep quiet." Riverne explained about the magic stone that was given out before. Everyone must have received this magic stone. You can see the information of the candidates. With this stone, Riverne announced how to vote, and voted for one of the 7 people. The results will be announced as soon as everyone has voted. Elric stood and observed everything. He thought to himself, "I have been waiting for this day." He observed the participants in the conference. His promise could attract the attention of anyone related to the academy, and could also give him the opportunity to cooperate with the magic tower and the royal family. Each participant has a magic ball to vote on, and not only that, I've already talked to all the casting representatives, so it's all set. A hand was about to touch the ball to vote for Barracks when his image appeared, determined. Riverne announced, "Now I will announce the results, excluding the votes of the Merbinger family not present. The person with the most votes is." Barracks waited anxiously. In his heart he secretly hoped, "Called my name." Riverne started reading the results. Bara. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Wait." A person entered the hall. And so she attracted everyone's attention. They started talking. What? The noise became louder and louder. No one dared to interrupt the sacred selection ceremony. Tasha was content to sit and watch a good show. Sean was equally pleased. He cheered, "Go ahead, Elric." Elric walked in, wearing the Merbinger family pendant on his person. He spoke up, "The owner of the Merbinger family, Elric Merbinger." He continued, "As the Duke's star, and a representative of the selection." Barracks' sweat dropped, his expression nervous when he saw him. Elric confidently looked into the hall and said, "The purpose of his coming today. I came here to exercise my small but important right to vote." Everyone was surprised to hear Elric's class, Elric Merbinger. Some people reacted harshly, pointing at him and insulting him. A disgrace to the noble magic family. Some other people were confused. What was going on? They were surprised. Wasn't he in a coma? Riverne was equally surprised to see him. Elric. He slowly walked to the stands, with a confident expression. Barracks thought in fear, "How did this bastard get here?" The nobles sitting below began to question Barracks. What was the matter with the Elric trainee? How could an ordinary trainee dare to cause trouble at the principal selection ceremony? He stepped forward to question, "You guys are disregarding the imperial law. At this moment I am not an intern at the academy." Then confidently raised the sign in his hand, which was an imperial duke and selection representative. The empty seat in the middle was Merbinger's seat. Wasn't Merbinger's owner allowed to congratulate the new principal? Barracks pretended to say congratulations, although I was happy that Master Merbinger's health had improved, but I wondered why he acted like that when the election was over. He crossed his arms and announced, "Unfortunately the election had ended." Announcement, used in Academy selection law is about 2 Article 2. Elric also did not hesitate to remind, when in doubt, about the candidate who was accepted. Before the end of the selection ceremony, he walked towards Barracks and confidently said, "The re-election could take place if the majority of members agreed." Barracks frowned at him. He placed his hand on Riverne's shoulder. "I, the Starlight Duke Merbinger." Then something happened that surprised all the nobles present, exposing the Barracks principal candidate. He smiled happily, not qualified to be a candidate due to suspicions that he had fabricated important documents. Barracks stared at him, and plotted to kill Duke Starlight. Barracks spoke up, "It seems you don't understand the seriousness of the matter just now. Can you prove that I am a criminal?" He continued, since you are participating in the election as a representative of a prestigious magic family, we must follow the procedure as you said. Then he used arguments to make everyone believe that he was worthy of the principal's position. My beloved elected members, everyone listened to his words without evidence. Everyone was surprised by Elric's new identity. Elric is not the head of the Merbinger family. Everyone now has a different view of Elric. Elric Merbinger, he seems to have something to hide. But no matter what you do, the result will not change. Barracks thought to himself, how dare you touch me? Looking at the nobles, he provoked, Brad, I will show you what real politics is like. He then firmly asked, then I don't think anyone agrees with you. What will you do now? Elric still calmly replied, why are you so hasty? Why is it not too late to decide when you hear me say? Barracks sarcastically, you keep insisting on spouting those mocking words in the middle of a sacred election. Another person in the stands was observing the two people's conversation. Are you saying there really is a dragon nest there? Elric confidently held the magic ball in his hand. A voice came from the ball. No way, then deal with Elric as planned, keep his magic necklace as a souvenir. Everyone heard that voice, suddenly thought to himself, that voice was. The image of Barracks appeared. In the magic ball in his hand, a thought appeared, from that moment. At this time, Elric spoke up, unlike what the public knows, Headmaster Barracks did not help the great discovery of Headmaster Nerister and me, on the contrary, he wanted to destroy me and steal my family heirloom. Our family? Barracks began to worry when he heard Elric's words, who still thought. Elric glanced at him, my words were still baseless fallacies. Barracks was now completely scared, he trembled in denial. No, he was blaming me. How dare you deceive everyone with deceitful magic? Elric questioned, what is the meaning of deceit? It's okay to deceive you as a 7th circumference mage. You mean I'm in the 8th circumference? Elric then continued to emphasize, yes, how could a common deceitful magic trick everyone here? A patient with a ceiling disease who could belong to the 8th magic circle was even more ridiculous. His words made everyone backstage feel confused. So did the Dean really try to kill the Duke? He thought to himself, that crystal ball is what I gave Riverne when I ordered him to kill this guy in the lair. How could he keep this? At this point, it seemed that Barracks had realized that Riverne had betrayed him. He looked towards Riverne and silently cursed. You bastard. Riverne spoke up a bit nervously. Now he was speechless, because the election board members were having an important conversation. Please ask the guests to keep quiet, and hiccuped. He was even more indignant. Damn Riverne, how dare you betray me? Back in the past, at dinner, Sean held out his hand and said, oh, yeah, we caught a suspicious person wandering around the hospital last night. It's Riverne. Elric exclaimed, really, must be the bastard. Barracks ordered him to do something again, poor thing. But Sean denied it again. No, this time it seemed like he had something to say. He said he had something he wanted to give you, so he would wait until you woke up. Elric didn't seem to believe it. Really? At a mansion, a voice rang out, trying to get it back, even if it meant using the press or bribing high-ranking people. Barracks fiercely barked orders, trying to find a way to go. Riverne finally escaped his room. He seemed tired. Those bastards kept bothering me. Even that bastard Riverne was really useless. He angrily thought about what Barracks had insulted him, then run away quickly. Returning to the present, Elric was also secretly grateful to Riverne. Luckily, Riverne kept the evidence safe. Of course, the evidence he had was enough to destroy Barracks. But this makes it easier, he said, waved goodbye to Riverne. He also waved back to him, but Elric was confused. But why did Riverne record the conversation? Just in case, maybe saving him in the lair was worth it. Elric continued to speak. This is not all. According to the law, the ownership of a dungeon like a dragon's lair belongs to the person who found it first. However, Headmaster Barracks took over the right to exploit it without consent. My idea. Hearing this, he was really scared. So not only was he accused of plotting to assassinate Duke Tinquang, he also tried to take away the Merbinger family's heirloom, and the right to exploit the lair. Elric confidently stated his proposal. Not only did I request that Headmaster Barracks be removed as a candidate, I also asked that he be punished for his crimes. One noble began to panic. He worriedly asked, what should we do? Another replied, why, if he doesn't have the right to exploit it, then Abbot Barracks has no value anymore. An old silver-haired noble asked him, but Elric, I can sense mana from within you. Are you not suffering from the seal anymore? The others also followed suit. I heard that you were in a coma, but you seem to be okay. Representative of the Nerister family, you seem to know something about what was going on. Tasha smiled happily and said, I didn't know that the person related to the Merbinger family representative was my younger brother, and that's not important, is it? Barracks is constantly justifying his wrongdoing. I am sure that the crystal ball has been tampered with. I believe that when we analyze it, it will be revealed. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, damn this, the principal's chair will disappear along with my head, just deny it, and ask Siesta for help. Suddenly 2 people appeared in front of him. It was Lazuli and Sean. When he saw Lazuli, he was surprised and wondered, Lazuli, why is he standing next to Sean? Barracks stared at the 2 of them. Seeing the smile on Lazuli's sister made him even angrier. That bastard. Then Barracks fully realized Sean's accomplice. Returning to the conversation between Sean and Elric, Sean calmly said, after all, Carl is very miserable because of it. He relieves stress by playing with Barracks. Elric explained, calling me clever. Why yes, and that Siesta guy isn't that bad. He looked at Elric. Did you plan everything from the beginning? Their faces had 2 different expressions, one was happy and the other was very angry. He thought to himself, Barracks, I was once again attacked. What a deceitful bastard like that. Elric turned to tell everyone, esteemed elected members, it seems like everything has been taken care of. Elric happily announced that we had re-election. Then he asked if anyone wanted to buy the principal position. A person standing in the stand said, thank you for entrusting me with the noble job of principal of Euston Academy. Mephisto stood next to Elric and exclaimed, I'm speechless. I didn't expect you to cheat so blatantly. Are you brave or crazy? Elric communicated with him by radio. I didn't expect at times like this. How can I get my share? I have to postpone the academy patrol and my scholarship. So what do you know? Mephisto asked in confusion. Are you still going to leave that human like that? He looked so humiliated. Elric replied, oh, that bald old man. He laughed, and walked away. It seemed that Barrack had heard the conversation between Mephisto and Elric. Seeing his expression, he immediately realized, oh, I'm sorry, did you receive my transmission? I didn't mean to send it to you, sorry. Elric happily looked at him and smiled. You're still in the 7th magic circle even though you're bald. It's always great to hear my radio. But why didn't you say anything? You can use radio, right? Barrack's face became more and more angry as he glanced at him. Well, he must have been very good at hearing it. Oh. I see you heard it not because of talent. But Elric continued sarcastically, it hit your head. Because you don't have hair, right? Suddenly Elric's seat glowed purple. Barracks was now extremely angry. He shouted, you brazen brat, how dare you mock me? Everyone in the hall was surprised to see his reaction like that. What's wrong with Principal Barracks? One person shouted and ran away. He gritted his teeth and said, die. Elric stared at him. Elric smiled because he had successfully provoked him. He held it out and read the spell. Bang! Suddenly a loud explosion rang out. Everyone in the hall was scared. Everyone was covered with the magic circle. When they saw it, everyone wondered, the 5-star level magic circle, who blocked it? Barracks has now gone crazy. He is rushing to attack Elric. Elric's power is also coming. He then launched an attack that knocked Barrack back. The silver-haired old man was surprised when he saw the attack of Elric, who was from Lazan. He was able to block the 6th level lightning magic circle. The other nobles also hurriedly stopped. Wait, another person raised his hand above his head. This person. They shouted incredulously. They were the trash of the magic clan. How could a disabled person like him use magic? Elric smiled bitterly, thinking he was old so it would be easier to deal with. But after all, he was a level 7 mage. It would take a bit of time to deal with him. Then he thought to himself, however. Then I snapped my fingers and I think you forgot where you were, Dean. Suddenly there was a stream of red power that blocked Barrack's power for him. A voice rang out, if this old man keeps making others uncomfortable like this. The red flames are fluttering, and there will be people who will be offended and kill him. Tasha, along with her magical phoenix, blocked the attack for Elric. Everyone around seemed to realize that the phoenix was a magical firebird. Elric's eyes gradually became determined. He looked at her and thought, the youngest level 7 mage has the ability to summon phoenixes. Tasha also glanced at him. He thought to himself, I don't know if Tasha's sister is involved in this or not, but the fight will start now. All the nobles stood in front of him. One announced, from now on all your actions will be considered terrorist acts, and will be punished, Dean Barracks. Another shouted loudly, stop quickly. Barracks was now very scared because he was completely surrounded. A voice rang out, 6 great families and everyone. Deverne looked worriedly at the scene before him. Everyone shouted in panic, Merbinger's owner was attacked, quickly capture Barracks. Mephisto saw Elric lying down. He was speechless and even doubted himself. I didn't know if it was right to call myself the Demon King. Looking at Elric's realistic acting, he could only admire his talented acting skills. Really, if you were born as a demon, you would definitely become the new Demon King. Elric smiled, broadcasting, Don't you guys realize? Barracks was now tied up. Elric was proud. This was the end for those who dared to stand in my way. After that day, in a mansion, someone asked, "Have you heard anything about the incident at Usen Academy? About the commotion of Elric Erbinger who is in a coma? Or the illegitimate son of the clan? What's wrong?" The other person immediately denied. "No, you idiot. Do you understand who Elric Merbinger really is? What the hell are you talking about?" Everyone continued to talk. "I heard that he was the one who saved Leizan." People couldn't help but be surprised after hearing that. Huh? The bulletin board announced that Dean Barracks was expelled from the academy and then arrested and charged with murder. Reporters were surrounding him aiming to get valuable information from him. The message board continues. Elric Merbinger is the grandson of Usen Merbinger, a magician who is protecting the Demon King. How could he cure diseases that were considered impossible? Could it be that he found out some secret when he entered the dragon's den? A bystander observed Elric Merbinger causes the Nerister family to receive appropriate punishment. Sean read the article aloud. The Merbinger family was gradually regaining its honor. A hero had appeared even though many people had laughed at him. Then he asked, "But why do I have to read these things to you?" Elric replied, "I'm a patient. The place where Mr. Barracks hit me still hurts a lot." Outside the mansion, reporters from the newsroom stood as crowded as ants hoping to meet Elric. "Please let us see Mr. Elric Merbinger. Nerister, please open the gate. We have the right to know. Damn it, you're just a guy who's good at pretending to be a hero. Can't you see my guards are suffering so much?" Sean saw that he looked healthy like that, so he sarcastically said those journalists should know the truth about this scammer. He was just playing a few tricks, but now he has become a legend in people's mouths. He has learned. Where are those things? Elric replied, "Do you think I was just playing around these past few months? In Leizan, the great lion's lady?" Saying this, he suddenly blushed. Then he stopped. He didn't need to know, making Sean a little uncomfortable. Sean glanced at him and asked, "You don't intend to cause any more trouble, do you?" Elric calmly replied, "I don't know." Sean replied, "I don't know what you're planning to do." Then he continued, "But let's leave it later. My father wants." Elric suddenly looked at him. Sean insisted, "Have dinner with him." Elric thought to himself, Sean's father, Guy Nerister, he was one of the 9th level mages. A great magician with great magic power. Also the master of the magic family. Even his grandfather wanted to accept him as a disciple. This person is a genius among geniuses, and this place is. Elric followed Sean to meet his father. He suddenly looked forward. What the heck, he really is a terrible bastard. Sean still didn't know why he was scolded. He stammered. "Huh, what?" Elric said his feelings. "I know he's very rich, but if I knew it was this big." He looked at the tower in front of him and emphasized, "I stole all your money a long time ago. This is the guy with the golden spoon in his mouth. This is a house. It must be a whole citadel. This place is home, the Nerister family itself." Elric looked inside. Inside was a red space. He thought to himself, "So this is the Nerister family and the magic tower, where I am supposed to be." He smiled excitedly. Then move on, get through one day. Earlier in the day, the academy principal was elected. Elric has returned in glory. He has destroyed Barracks who wanted to kill him, and debuted lavishly under the name Merbinger. Not only that, he also received an invitation from the Nerister family, a family representing the hexagram 6 families leads the magical tower. Sean went first and took out a piece of paper from his shirt and said, "Oh yes, your sister is here too." Elric ran after him. "Why are you only telling me this now?" Sean handed the paper to Elric. "Do you know how busy I've been lately because of you? You should have contacted her sooner." Elric took it and read it. "My dear brother Elric, I heard you were planning to go to Nerister territory. Don't cause trouble for them until I get there and prepare yourself. If you run, you'll die." After Elric read it, his face was gloomy. He was dead. He was dead. Mephi was also there and said, "It seems that among the Merbinger members there is a demon king that I don't know about, because that person makes you, worse than Satan, tremble in fear." Sean told Elric, "If you didn't cause trouble, she would be like an angel. Have you forgotten that she worked herself to death just to let him enter the academy?" Elric replied to him, "Of course I'm very grateful to her, but if you saw her true nature you wouldn't dare say such things." Sean turned away and said, "Come on, your sister is better than my sister. You think the damn old woman is suddenly called a witch? Haha, her personality completely turned to shit after everyone hailed her as a genius. You can't even consider her a human being." Suddenly there was a voice. It was Tasha's voice, the person he was talking about. "I believe I said I would give you a good beating, right? If you wanted to be beaten that much, you should have told me." Elric walked up to Tasha and said, thanking her for her help in the principal election. Tasha replied, "It's nothing, you should be able to take care of yourself too. See if everything I say is true." Sean frowned and asked, But why would a stubborn ant like you do such a thing, if you were ever interested in Elric? She asked him softly. Was the blow just now too light? He replied, Are you really planning on behaving like this in front of my friends? Oh my God, who lied to you first? Tasha told Elric, Once we go through this palace, we can go to where our father is staying. There are traps set up, so don't let down your guard and be careful to follow us. This place is very difficult to escape, even facing a magician who has reached the 6th magic circle. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and could no longer see Elric. Elric was now confused and didn't know what had happened. He called Sean and Tasha. What is it, Sean? Tasha, where are you two? That weird Mephi guy ran off somewhere, and surely in times like these he is of no use. What is this? The scene before Elric's eyes now surprised him. Where am I? Magic that reaches this level is how strong the Naristar clan is, are all the elements filling this void. Some places are strong, others are soft, some are sharp, and others are so thick it hurts. They may all seem to be different magical elements because they have nothing in common, but they blend together at one point thanks to the wind element. I don't know where this place is, but I feel like as long as I do research I can make it my own. Suddenly there was a strange voice of an old man coming from somewhere right now. You're looking at something quite interesting, kid. He was stunned. Was someone watching him? The voice continued to say, Do you know what you are looking at, or do you not know what it is but still look? Elric thought to himself, It's true that he's lost his way, but peeping on someone's magic without permission is a crime worthy of death. If that person is controlling this space, he must be at least a great magician who has achieved what should I do with the 7th magic circle. That old man's voice still said, Ha ha, you didn't hear what I said. I'm sure you reacted, but you didn't hear me. Kid. Elric suddenly had a thought. Let's be objective and say this is the Naristar sisters' fault for not showing me the way carefully, so I have no reason to be questioned, so I will pretend that I don't know anything, run out of and get out of this maze. The old man said to him, Are you planning on ignoring this old man and running away now? I can hear the gears in your head turning a word. Can I see inside the labyrinth that he used my own fog to hide himself? Ustin, you passed away so early, but it seems like you left behind a pretty interesting child. Elric, right now, if it weren't for that elder, I would have decoded it, but unfortunately I might get into big trouble if I stay here any longer. The old man continued to tell Elric, things were just starting to get interesting, and you were already planning to leave. Since you covet something that doesn't belong to you, you have to pay the price, right? As for Sean, he's worried about Elric right now. What should we do now, sister? We have to tell Dad. Guy, the head of the Naristar family, stepped forward and said, The Blue Mist True Palace has opened. What the hell happened? Sean quickly replied, No, Lord, he said, don't you guys lead the way to sacrifice him. He disappeared before we even walked through the entrance. He knew he was gone before even entering the palace. It seems like the boss has a hand in this matter. Why did he try again? His illness must have gotten worse. Sean is even more worried about Elric. We can't just stand here watching like that. He is a guest to the Naristar family in the name of Lord Merbinger. If something bad happens, Tasha interrupted his words, You're so cute. Yet he made my younger brother, who is even indifferent to his own family members, worried to this extent. The Starlight Duke of this generation is even more curious now. Guy, he also has the same thoughts as Tasha. I'm also curious that the new Lord of Merbinger, the prestigious mage family whose position was equivalent to the Magic Tower, was just how good he was. Elric Melvinger looked surprised when he heard Augustine Naristar's words, Blue Mist True Palace is the result of my long research process. But he not only decoded it, but also destroyed the magic circle and reused it. Houston, you died too soon. But it seems you left behind a rather interesting child. New Merbinger, go as crazy as you want. He turned around in fear. Everything collapsed, Mephi, Ottoman and that old man. His face was filled with anger. While casting magic he thought, why are all the old people around him? It's all crazy. Then, Elric Melvinger created a barrier to try to defend. I thought to myself, calm down, determine the situation first. The mana here does not have just one attribute, but the Naristar family's characteristic is the wind attribute. He widened his eyes. In other words, he was just using the wind attribute to shape other attributes. The hot wind carrying the fire attribute was turning the moisture into steam, and the light wind brought them to one place to create mist. And when the cold wind brought with it the ice attribute that froze the fog, the strong wind crept in to stop the movement of the fog. He tried to resist, trying to analyze the situation. If that old man was so strong that he could control the wind to that extent, creating a storm would be nothing to him. He frowned and his face became even more determined. Even though he didn't mean to hurt me, because he provoked me first, I had to decipher what I hadn't finished before. Elric Melvinger tried to think and analyze to find a solution. I also felt it in Lazan, but other than ice magic, all my other magics were very weak. I will use the method he used. To alter the flow of mana and wind in this place, with my own mana and ice magic. And if I go even deeper to rearrange the connecting mana flow, soul speed, and sealing to reduce mana waste. Shouldn't I be able to use other attributes with my ice magic? Just thinking about this, everything around him was blown away. Mana gradually condensed in his heart. Then a white tiger pattern appeared on his hand. Then a large amount of mana burst out. A moment later Elric Melvinger went out. Tasha Nastor and Sean Nemister saw him come out with extremely surprised faces. They were so surprised that their voices trembled. Elric. The two of them continued. A sixth magic circle magician needs at least 2 hours to escape. Even I need 4 hours and 5 to 2 minutes. But you only need 4 or 6 minutes. Mephistopheles saw this. His face turned pale, and he thought to himself, not only that, the level of his cruel seal had increased to 5 stars. His eyes widened, becoming more and more terrifying. It was such a high-level magic that even I was impressed, but he not only decoded it, but also stole it and developed it to that extent. Elric Melvinger's voice came. What's wrong with everyone? Why didn't anyone ask if I was okay when I almost died? Guy Nerister came from afar. Amazing! He was extremely surprised. I should have gone to the principal election. I just heard a few days ago that your congestion has cured. But you are already the 6th magic circle. Elric Melvinger looked calm and walked out. The trembling voices of Sean Nemister and Tasha Nastor came. The 6th magic circle. Really, Elric, wow, my record was broken by my brother. Hearing them say that, Elric Melvinger's eyes drooped slightly. He smiled and shook Guy Nerister's hand and said, sorry for the late introduction, I am the owner of the Merbinger family, Elric Merbinger. Guy Nerister immediately replied, I am the owner of the Nerister family, Guy Nerister. He continued with a calm face, asking for forgiveness for what you just had to go through. I'm sorry that you suddenly encountered such an unfortunate incident. He still smiled and replied, no need to apologize, it was a good experience for me, thank you for understanding, even though it was a bit messy. Welcome to the Nerister family's residence. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them smiled brightly, and led him to the large and luxurious building in front. Let's go, Elric, your mother and brother are waiting. He heard that, his lips smiled slightly, yes, let's go. Then, the corners of his mouth turned down again. What about the family? As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled gently, then answered, yes, I'm coming. Over here. Isabel opened the door, father. As soon as she saw Herman Weil sitting on the bed in the room, she immediately rushed into his arms, shouting with great joy, Father! He smiled gently and hugged her. Ha ha, oh, how could a grown lady like me acting like a child, ha? She then looked up and looked down at her head and asked, why did you wake me up? Doctors can't cure my illness. Isabel was so happy that her tears kept falling. She wiped her tears with her hand and said, Mr. Elric would have helped me, if it weren't for him. As soon as she said this, he was surprised, Elric. After that, she was kicked out, then he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, what a prestigious magic family, yes, the Merbinger family has always been the light that illuminates the darkness. She looked in from the outside and said, Dad, you have to rest more? He changed his clothes and said, how can I prioritize my health at this time? If I have such talent, I must find him, even if I have to go to the end of the continent. Because in this broken world, there is such a righteous child. After putting on the armor, he turned back to look at her and smiled gently. Isn't that even more of a reason why I have to go? On this side, a man wearing a blue robe was kneeling on one knee, bowing his head and bowing to Paul Whale. Paul Whale looked at him and said, Blue Lang Death, Isabel's escape. He grabbed the armrest of the chair and continued, you were cured, and the blue wolf came back alive and exploded right before my eyes. Was it all caused by that magician? In front of Paul Whale were pieces of glass scattered all over the floor above which was blue mana. That guy in the blue cloak continued, he must have cast a spell on his body. Paul Whale immediately interrupted, what about him? That guy immediately answered him, he was traveling with the Blue Eagle, and it seemed like he was trying to contact Elric Merbinger, who was currently at the Nerister family's residence. Hearing that, he was a little shaken. He continued, Blue Eagle, he didn't come to attack me immediately, but summoned his sworn brother first. Paul Whale looked disdainful. Blue Eagle must have become weak. He ordered Hilton again. He and that damned Merbinger must not meet. kill him as soon as he left Narister's house. When Hilton heard that, he was a little disturbed. Paul Wales saw him like that and continued, don't forget the reason I didn't kill you was because of the trick you possessed. In his hand are red wings. Hilton tightly grasps the red mana surrounding his hand. I will remember it well. Sean Nemister urged Elric Melbinger, let's go, Elric, your mother and brother are waiting. He quietly replied, okay. Mephisto's legs are shaking, that bastard. He showed an angry expression. Is he human? Elric asked again, his voice full of surprise. What do you mean, is he a devil? Mephisto replied, no. He continued to explain, but if he was just a normal person and not a Merbinger, how could he reach that level, without involving any non-human being? He breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. You thought humans would just sit around for the thousands of years you were sealed. He continued to explain, the other lords of the Magic Tower, the lions of the Great Lion family, the royal family's intelligence department, the Revolutionary Army, the Beast Men, the Resistance Alliance, hey, there were many. He waved his hand in the air and said, so why do you think people say this era is full of monsters? Mephisto replied, so you're saying that not only is there a Golden Master, who is said to be the strongest in the continent, but there are also many people as strong as that guy and even stronger. He showed a sinister smile, so it seemed like there was another reason for me, the great Mephisto, to awaken in this era. He continued with a tone full of amusement, the wildlife where countless beasts devoured each other to become the king, and the chaos and stuffiness that comes from them. He said as he imagined standing next to him at the top, the joy of defeating everyone and walking in victory. Mephistopheles will have to push you as much as possible to regain your strength as soon as possible. Good for me. Elric replied. Hey, adults are talking to you. The three people entered a large dining room. On the dining table arranged in European style, there were 6 sets of plates, 6 glasses, and in the middle were 2 candles to create a luxurious look. Except for the mother sitting far away, the 2 children were surprised when they saw the 3 people. The younger sister loudly told her mother, Mother, this idiot dropped his food again because he looked at Elric. The older brother was not to be outdone, responding immediately, What, stupid, how dare you call your brother stupid in front of Elric? Sean Nemister reminded boredly, could you 2 be quiet? The woman sitting there, who was also their mother, immediately reminded them, why are you 2 making so much noise in front of Hero Lacent? Didn't your mother tell good children to be quiet when eating? The children responded. Elric's face also relaxed a bit. Mom said I will be good, I will be good too. He recalls the past. Grumpy little sister, why do you keep parodying me? You want to be scolded, Elric. My older brother is no match either. Mom, this stupid girl keeps wanting to hit me. The mother reminded her child one more time. Didn't she say not to argue while eating? Father Elric spoke softly. Children have to be a little naughty, wife. During the meal, everyone chatted. You will be the first person I teach when I become a great mage. Little sister Elric, today you have to read the 100 thoughts a mage must have, right? Today I will play with Father Hayes. Today I will also leave Elric with you. The woman gently asked him, did the food not suit your taste? Elric stammered in reply. What's wrong? He quickly corrected himself. No, it was delicious. I was just a little stunned because the taste was so delicious. She gave a friendly smile, while the man remained silent. I'm glad he liked it, she continued. I was worried that we weren't hospitable enough. Because you look so sad. Elric replied, of course not. He thought to himself, having dinner with others is a very fun thing. The sunlight gently shines through the window. A cup of hot tea has just been brewed and the host pours it into a cup for the guests. Guy Narister spoke up. I heard you're transferring the right to explore the lair to us. Elric replied, yes, I have been in debt to Sean for a long time. Guy Narister leisurely took a sip of tea, wondering, don't you hate me? Tasha Nesta turned to ask, sir? Elric thought to himself, the fall of Merbinger. It's impossible for a family with thousands of years of experience leading troops to victory. Many times to become like that overnight. The oppression of the royal family, the political manipulation of the 6 hexagram families, and the betrayal of those who trusted, the collapse happened in the name of politics. And if he asks if I hate it, I don't know. He replied to the previous question, I don't, everyone has their own situation. He thought to himself, the Narister family did not contribute to the downfall of their family. They simply could not help to political reasons. I can blame them for just standing by and watching, but would I have the courage to do something if I were in their position? Mephisto stood with his arms crossed, wondering why a Merbinger would be careful in front of an ordinary Narister. Thousands of years ago, the 6 hexagram families were no different from flies buzzing around Merbinger's tail. Elric just gently replied, well, pride won't keep me alive. It's not his fault. Mephisto sarcastically said, surprisingly for someone who lives for power like you, is there any reason for you to go this long? Still in that calm tone, he replied, even though it is my friend's house, this will also be a place I will surpass one day. I must confirm the rank of the magicians. And their household type, person. Guy Nerister said, tell me what you want. The Nerister family will support the Merbinger family wholeheartedly. Elric was very surprised. Why? He continued, don't be too upset about it, it's for the right to explore and also as a gift for my son's friend. Mephisto calmly commented, he is also a terrible guy. Is he trying to take advantage of this opportunity to get close to you, or help the Merbinger family who is in trouble? Elric thought, it would be good for me. My foundation would be stronger if the Nerister family wanted to back me, but I'm sure the other members of the Hexagram and others will try to reform the Nerister family if they support me. I also wonder why he wants to help the weak Merbinger family even though he may lose. I don't know what he is thinking. Tasha said, homeowner, so? Before she could finish speaking, a loud explosion rang out, aimed straight at the room where 4 people were sitting. All were very surprised. Elric was no exception. What the hell? What crazy person would do that to the Nerister family's house? Elric has realized something. You can't be that person. The mysterious person appeared. The first sentence he said was surprising, become my disciple. The mysterious person pointed at Elric and said with a firm voice, become my disciple. He continued, I once heard Sean say that his father was so greedy that there were hundreds of people living in the main house as guests, not vassals. The bodyguards ran out to protect 4 important figures. The mysterious person continued, and the true power of the Nerister family lay in the Senate that fought with those monsters. It turned out that it was the elder. Someone's voice rang out, Elder, this is the homeowner's study. This action is very disrespectful. Please step back immediately. And the leader of the Senate is the great master who taught all the magicians of the Nerister family. Back to Augustine Nerister, Elric thought to himself, he is very strong. Perhaps even stronger than Guy Nerister. Augustine Nerister said slowly, oh my God. My old man is too hasty, please forgive me, landlord. Guy Nerister replied, no, it's fine. He wondered what brought him here. Augustine pointed at Elric, like I said, I came here to make that thick-faced brat become my disciple. Guy replied, are you talking about the guy standing next to Sean? He is one of the 4 dukes of the empire, Duke Merbinger. I think it would be quite difficult to make him become. He turned around and called out to Elric, Duke Merbinger, Elric Merbinger. Elric stepped forward and bowed to Augustine Nerister, greeting the head of Nerister's Senate, Master Augustine. Mephisto is surprised, you? Tasha and Sean were equally surprised. Elric, what are you doing? Augustine looked amused. Do you recognize this old man? Elric replied, how could I not recognize the great elder of the Nerister family? And continued, my late father often mentioned you before he passed away. He said that if our family had a pillar like you, it would not collapse so easily. He asked in surprise. His face remained unchanged from beginning to end. But your father has nothing to do with me, he answered immediately. It's not strange, he's very famous. He said, while Tasha and Sean were still surprised from beginning to end. You have a sharp tongue, you cunning brat, he said firmly. Isn't that why you want me to become your disciple? I'll take it as a compliment, thank you. Augustine replied. Cunning boy, because you know who I am, it's easier to talk, he asked straight to the point. So will you become my disciple? Elric was half joking, half serious. How could the head of Merbinger become a disciple of the great master of the Nerister family? I really don't deserve that offer, please take it back. Augustine persistently persuaded you, weren't you taught by my lamb Vuchan Kung? Elric defended, it was just something I accidentally learned while escaping, so please understand. Augustine sarcastically said, after taking away my magic without permission. Elric continued, not letting Augustine continue, also, weren't you the one who caused trouble for me first, Senator, so please. Augustine was starting to get angry. Arg, shut up. He performed the skill, a large light appeared. You must listen to your elders, he is angry, you talk too much. Elric's face changed. The night sky was starry, he answered himself, no, it was too white to be the night sky. Suddenly, Elric was hit in the neck. The main striker was Augustine. Elric was very surprised. Why didn't he teleport? He reassured himself, it was just physical movement, this was not the speed a magician could achieve. But no, Augustine grabbed his shirt. Pohaha, you are mine. Tasha grabbed Sean's hand. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you just standing there when you're kidnapped? Sean replied, sister, you still don't understand what kind of person Elric is. He thought to himself, that bastard will make you die soon. Tasha was surprised. What? Sean replied, He was pretending. Mephisto slightly smirked. You've left me speechless again. It seems like there's another victim to succeed me. You're so brave to choose that old monster as your master. The sinister Mephisto, no, plays the card. Elric, having woken up from his fainting spell. In front of him was old Augustine stroking his beard. Look closely. His hands have strange-looking stripes. You're awake. Elric panicked and ran away. What the hell? He suddenly slipped. I was there. Luckily for him, Augustine grabbed his collar in time, saving his life. His feet rested on the edge of a mountain peak. He warned, be careful, I almost lost my first disciple in my 90 years of life. Elric calculated. I was about to bet to fully exploit him because he was the great master of the Narrister family. But I couldn't believe that he kidnapped me while I was doing him a favor, by making he had to find a reason for himself to become a disciple. He wondered if he was teasing the wrong person. You have to calm yourself down. Calm down first, mobilize your mana. Unexpectedly, my mana didn't move at all, he reminisced, as if he had returned to the time of his obstructive disease. Augustine smiled. It seems like you figured it out. Your senses are really sensitive. Elric asked with a searching look, what did you do to me? Augustine tried to appease Elric's anger, replying, okay, I'll tell you the details as I go. Don't be sorry. Do you see anything down there? He replied, I don't see anything. Suddenly, Augustine let Elric fall freely into the abyss. So, go see for yourself. Elric resented this hateful old man. Before continuing the story, let's go back a bit. At that time, Elric visited the Narrister family and was enlightened at the Blue Mist Palace with the image of him standing in front of a mysterious light ball like an eye. Meanwhile, Paul Whale lost his chance to become a Blue Master due to Elric's intervention. Sent the Blue Wolf Captain Hilton to prevent the awakened Blue Wolf from meeting Elric, whose hand was tattooed with red wings. And Elric was kidnapped by a crazy old man. Standing on the cliff, he pushed him down the abyss and into a dangerous place with sealed mana. At this moment, he was falling freely, unable to hold on to anything. Augustine Narrister was still standing there watching him fall and wished him a happy trip. He was frightened and surprised. His eyes opened wide and he screamed and cursed. This old man deserved to die. While falling, Memphis appeared with him with a joking face. You finally met a worthy opponent. He was surprised by his appearance. Mephi, how did you come here? He didn't answer, he just said, finding you was as easy as turning your hand on me. So do you realize how important I am? I can't worry too much right now, forget about it. Save me and I'll die. You will die too. He still leisurely acted with him and continued asking, I guess, how can I help you? Hearing that, he quickly said, to seal the true sin, you must teach me that so we can escape from here. He crossed his arms and smiled. Who do you think you're fooling? Your mana is blocked but you can use mana in the air. He was frustrated when the plan didn't work out. Quickly transport mana around his body. The pattern on the hand also shines brightly. He cast a magic spell and shouted. Flow landed on the ground. A tornado appeared below his feet to reduce the gravity of the fall. He shouted to Memphis, can't you be fooled just once? The aftershock of the landing caused pieces of rock and soil to fall. When he landed, it created an explosion that dented a deep hole. Although he was successful in saving his life, it seemed that Elric was still seriously injured, his whole body in pain, his fist hitting the ground and screaming, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, I really almost died because of the feeling of being sealed with mana, when I had a blockage. He breathed heavily and tiredly, his face darkened. Putting that aside, where are we? I know the terrain of the entire continent, but there is no place like this, similar to the Blue Cloud True Palace. The man above seemed to know the voice transmitter's question. This is the Blue Mist Labyrinth. The Blue Mist True Palace is only a part of this place. The answer surprised him. Augustine Narrister stood above, looking at the landscape of towering mountains surrounded by mist-like clouds in the distance where the sun was gradually setting, creating a majestic and hazy picture. He commented, clasping his hands behind his back, I already sealed your mana but you took mana from the air to cast magic. Looks like I picked a pretty talented guy. The guy below was puzzled by his actions. I almost lost my life. Why did he do that? He said he wanted me to be his disciple. He replied, and I still want to do that but I will not teach you Narrister things like you said I cannot teach you Narrister family magic. He looked up warily. So what the hell are you trying to teach me? He said, even though I am the leader of the Narrister family senate, I am also the principal of a school called Grassland. Its magic is only passed down to one person and has nothing to do with Narrister. I guess you won't have any opinion on learning it. Hearing the new term, Elric was confused and asked Memphis, what is grass? Why have we never seen it in any history books? Memphis next to him noticed. Grassland felt emotional after hearing that word. He couldn't believe it was still active. Those bastards were really steadfast. Seeing that he seemed to understand, Elric asked, "Have you heard about it?" "Never heard of it?" He smiled and explained, "They come from the West and is a place that bothers me a lot when I'm still active. They use martial arts instead of magic." He transmitted the sound. They were active 1,000 years ago in the West. But what is martial magic? Is it similar to the martial arts of martial arts masters? He replied, similar to the art of fighting using the flow of mana as a basis, nails to strengthen the body. Then Memphis concluded with a sentence, "In short, it teaches what you need the most right now." An image appeared in a series of 8 trigrams. Grassland is a school that specializes in harmonizing many types of magic, so it's perfect for harmonizing the chaotic mana in you. A light appeared in his chest. He touched his hand to the center of my chest. "I don't know what to do with all the chaotic mana in my body, but this is true." Memphis kept talking, "You're lucky even to find your master. The world is truly unfair, so this is why that old man sealed his mana." The image of a heart with chaotic streams of mana flowing through his body. Everything went so smoothly that it made him a little unbelievable, unable to believe that he could learn perfect knowledge for himself, not be caught out because the Nerister family has no better chance. He asked Augustine, "So you will teach me Grassland's martial magic?" He was quite surprised that you seemed to know about it without knowing that Memphis was on the side teaching you, who also knew about martial magic, and when there is no record of it, you continue to amaze me. Seeing that he seemed to understand clearly, he didn't say anything more. "If so, let's start right away." His eyes gradually became alert at those words. He introduced some information about this place. "You are in the area of the Hawklang. They are 3 times stronger and bigger than normal wolves." He raised his hands and prepared to fight. "I'm sure you know that Grassland's martial arts and magic are taught through practical experience, right? So stay alive." Standing in front of a dark opening, you can't see anything inside. Suddenly, a wolf-shaped monster with a purple body and red eyes rushed out and pounced on him. Surprised by its appearance, he scolded him, "Crazy old man. You are sealing my mana, what are you telling me to do?" Augustine Nerister above didn't say anything, just stood still and looked down. Behind him, a figure stepped forward and asked, "Boss, if you continue to see if it's okay, from what I heard, he's a new soldier who's only been learning magic for half a year." He chatted with the person behind, "You're here. He's a newbie in terms of experience but not skills. Oh, thank you for letting me borrow the wolves." The guy below was struggling to absorb each attack and flew back. The black shadow behind him said there would be a big problem if they got a taste of that human. At this time, his whole body was covered with wounds, his face was stained with blood, and his mouth was also covered in blood because of the impact. Seeing him struggling like that, the person behind reminded him, "Isn't your disciple in trouble? If so, he will die." At this time, while he was lying down on the ground, the gnat rushed forward with terrible speed and attacked him. The guy above has no intention of helping to believe, just watch. At the exact moment of death, his hand lit up with mana. Immediately he stood up and punched the wolf with a broken tooth, and his mouth was covered in blood. His attack made the people above him surprised. "Huh?" With just that one blow, the wolf collapsed and blood splattered everywhere. "Didn't I tell you that?" Holding its crystal nucleus in his hand, he commented that he was very different. The image of him standing in a pool of blood defeated him. He said, "I'm sure he can pass my test and fulfill Grassland's wish for 1,000 years." His old face stood against the light thoughtfully, but because he was still weak, he said to the person behind him with a cigarette in his mouth, "Gilly, you will have to step out as the person who develops the Revolutionary Army." A little introduction to the Revolutionary Army. It is an army that is so secret that even the Empire's reconnaissance department cannot find out their identity. Their actions go hand in hand with the Magic Tower owners and the Lions. A map image representing the Empire appeared. And they exist only to liberate the mainland from the tyranny of the Empire. The broken glass in front of them symbolizes that action. They call it the most notorious terrorist gang, with their characteristic image being a tattoo that looks like a red dragon. The person Augustine Nerister was talking to was the former leader of the Revolutionary Army. The image of a white tiger appeared next to him, and replied to Augustine, "I will do it because it is your request." The image of an eagle's long black wings both symbolized the Beast King, but he was excited to gain a new disciple. He sat on the back of a white tiger with a 2-headed eagle perched behind him like a pet. The image that looked a bit cool and terrorized him was Gilly Tan's. He smiled excitedly and said, "Are you okay with losing him?" Elric now looks very tired. His whole body is bloody. A voice in his head rang out, "Last time you defeated one, it was just because you were lucky, but this time it will be difficult for you, especially in your current state, and they will Be more cautious after seeing their fellows killed. Now they can't rely on luck anymore. Seeing the wolf coming in front of him, he thought to himself that he was right. I can only absorb the surrounding energy once or twice. That crazy old man. How can I kill these things with my bare hands? Then he seriously thought about how he wished he could have the weapon he used on the snowy mountains again, if he had known in advance. He would have trained himself a bit more physically. Then suddenly he realized something about physical training. Yes, the body strengthening technique he was learning about was physical training. So I just need to imitate him, right? Thinking of this, his excitement couldn't hide the sly, confident smile on his face. The type of body technique passed down by the descendants of the Tiger King, strong body technique. It is a fighting technique that makes human bones as hard as steel, increases strength many times over, and also teaches learners how to fight and use those abilities. Tiger Man, the king of all monsters, once said that the body is a miniature version of the world created by God. Just like the way water flows in nature and the breath of blood flows to every corner of the body, the human body changes based on the way it breathes and thinks. And from the thoughts always circling in the mind, countless subconscious minds will be opened, including one subconsciously chosen by instinct. The transformed body will act intuitively. Eric thought while imitating that kind of skill, I don't expect anything. Just accept this world. Instinct and intuition, a fighting skill based on the line between the two. It was surprising when he intuitively dodged that beast's moves. Then he continued to think that he had no plan or reason. I just know that this choice is the right one. It was the Tiger Man's fighting skills. After thinking about it, he immediately threw a punch containing a huge amount of power at the fierce beast. When Mephisto saw this scene, he was surprised as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Looking at the scene of Elric throwing his fist quickly at that beast, he just thought, this crazy bastard. Why would a human want to fight like a monster? Wait, but how could he do that? The end of his train of thought was also the end of the battle between Elric and that beast in one final fist. Look at him panting after defeating the wolf. Another voice rang out, just as my disciple expected. You have defeated two. It seems I should increase the difficulty of this game. But seeing that you're working so hard, I'll give you a hint, and you'll see the moss growing on the shady side of the cliff. Hearing these words, Mephisto was next to him, so he got angry and said that the old man was also crazy. He must have been very excited when he saw your condition now. Elric panted to show his fatigue because he had exhausted himself so much. But I couldn't suppress my discomfort, and said, don't consider me in the same boat as that old man. Then he stepped up and said, damn it. He wants us to hunt down all the wolves, right? Eric said seriously, to see who would win. As he spoke, he tightened his shirt to show his strength and was ready to face the challenges that the old man created. In the following days, every second and every minute he had to fight with the wolves. Even though he was tired, he still had to fight to survive. Just like that, 10 long and short days passed one after another. Then he arrived at the cliff where the old man directed. Elric asked if this was a flower containing magical energy. Mephisto answered yes. I don't know why it's here. It's so beautiful, red moss. It's the demon world's plants revive the herb. Elric then asked if it contained magical energy. Would eating it restore energy? He replied that for humans, it has no effect other than some medicinal properties, but for you, I'm not sure. You are the owner of the seal. There's no way it will help you increase the resistance of that seal. I bet that old man didn't make you come here for nothing, but why did he appear here? Maybe this place has something to do with that devil. After hearing it, Eric immediately thought it was a rare opportunity, but I was still angry that he put me in such danger. But thanks to him, I was able to increase the resistance of the energy seal and recover a lot. I also practiced strengthening my body, and then he walked past the corpses of the wolf he had killed. Now looking at him like a winner in a game of life and death, stepping forward, he said before this farce was finally over, looking at the wolf in front of him, he asked if you were the last one looking at Eric. The wolf immediately thought of something and said, human feet. Suddenly a voice rang out and, you surprised me again. Next to him, a white tiger suddenly appeared. I heard Big Brother say you are the strongest person that used an academy, but I didn't think he would show such terrible behavior. A person jumped down from above, surprising him. He was guilty tense. He walked up to his brother with a serious but interested expression and continued, I have decided that if you can defeat this fierce wolf, I will accept you as a disciple. Elric's bloody body watched as he landed on the ground. Blood flowed down the side of his face. His eyes widened in surprise when he heard Gilady say, I have decided. He put his foot on the ground and said, "If you manage to defeat this fierce wolf," his eyes lit up, his cigarette mouth curled up and he spoke, "then I will accept you as my disciple," he said angrily. "Crazy bastard." The old man gently landed on the ground. Suddenly there was an explosion emitting a lot of smoke. He turned slightly to look at the old man. The white tiger and the wolf didn't understand what had just happened. The old man jumped up and said, "You know how hard I worked to find that kid and yet you still try to win over me. When you see someone appearing, call out master." He and Mephisto stood watching the other two talk. The old man was silent, listening to him speak. "Those words should have been said by me. Do you know how hard I will have to work to raise a few dragons for you?" But was massacred. He continued, "We will have to find some young wolves from the south of the Dragonland within 5 years, only to be able to eat the revived herbs and then." Mephisto frowned, crossed his arms and spoke, "I'm not that unsightly, right?" He closed his eyes and thought, "I can't say you're not like that." Elric looked at them coldly and then spoke, complaining, "It wasn't you guys who should have asked my opinion." He hadn't finished speaking. He came closer to him. He put his hand on his shoulder. He spoke so that the cigarette in his mouth was stuck, fell out. "Sorry. I saw a bright potential, so I was a bit hasty looking at the one it notices. You probably know who I am, right? Do you want to become the beast's disciple?" This king does not. He made a surprised face when he heard him say no. He thought coldly, what's wrong with him? The old man covered his mouth with teary eyes when he heard him speak. "Although the master was a bit rude, I am already a disciple of Mr. Augustine." The blood on his face dried. "He spoke so I can't become a thing." He was talking but stopped when he heard him speak. "I will teach you the eye." His eyes lit up. He held a cigarette in his mouth before speaking. "The technique allows you to control magical beasts at will, and is also the one that allows me to take the title of Beast King. You saw me control the white tiger, and it's cruel, isn't it?" He and the old man stood still watching him change 180 degrees on this side. He happily laughed loudly. He smiled slightly and spoke up, realizing that a single master is nothing but an empty social rule. "I would like to accept your guidance if you don't mind." He laughed with satisfaction. "The Merbinger people are really straightforward. I am very satisfied." The old man trembled angrily and said, "That guy, that bastard." He sighed and patted the old man's shoulder to comfort him, and said, "I know. No, there's no way he knows what respect is. I pity you." He closed his eyes and smiled and said, "So now please teach me photos." Before he finished speaking, he raised his index finger, and shook it back and forth, and said, "No, no." The giant wolf walked up to him. He reached out to touch its head and said, "Didn't I already tell you that I will accept you as a disciple if you can defeat the wolf?" This. Its eyes lit up. He turned his head slightly to look at him, and smiled. The ability to control mana proficiently is essential for those with the shadow eye. Martial magic effectively utilizes the flow of mana to amplify the shadow's ability. Label. He closed his eyes and laughed loudly. It looked like he was supplementing his mana by eating resurrection herbs. But this was the final test. If he could defeat this guy using only magic martial arts. He was laughing when tiny fibers grazed his face. Those fibers attacked the wolf. Elric threw something at it to break it. He was surprised to see the scene in front of him. The old man raised his hands in excitement and joy. The Ox Demon King frowned and looked at the lying white tiger, obediently raising his paw. He closed his eyes and smiled and said, "It's done." He stopped when he saw something. He spoke up and stood there. One person landed on the ground. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, looked ahead and spoke. The person who was enjoying my suffering had finally appeared. He walked towards him and said, "Are you satisfied now?" He looked at him coldly. Augustine looked at him silently. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Good job." His hand that was placed on his shoulder suddenly appeared light. He spoke. "It seems like we can finally." Elric lowered his gaze. Bright lights appeared. He spoke, "Teaching you about the hatred of the Dark Chronicles. The flowers bloom in the light." He followed him forward. In front of everyone was an entrance. Above there were flower trees growing down. He asked, "Where are we?" He guided the way and answered him. "The Temple of the Night Chronicles." He looked at the door and said, "Why?" Around the temple there were many red auras hovering in front of the door. He thought to himself, a gloomy and dreary aura of mana. Isn't this something evil energy? He looked at the whole scene and said, "Why is there such a demon domain here?" He heard Mephisto say that and thought to himself, demon domain. Isn't that a domain that only the Demon King can create? The Ox Demon King spoke nervously. How come the grass that only grows in the demon world appears here? This energy. Is this that guy's territory? Mephisto continued. But as far as I know, he mainly occupies the east. He looked at him in surprise when he asked, can you feel it? He walked towards the door and spoke. I'm sure a descendant of the Mervinder clan. Demon hunters could sense it. He followed behind him and quietly replied yes. But why is the temple of the Night Chronicles is a demon realm? When he entered the temple, he walked close to the wall and put his hand on it, and he said, you may know, but the Night Chronicles pass by here from the far east. The walls were full of historical paintings here. He pointed to the wall, the white tiger standing behind him. The demon king next to him. He thought to himself, Eastern architecture. Isn't that the language? Eastern stars. He looked around in surprise. He turned back to look at him and said the founder of the Night Chronicles was originally an alchemist, searching for herbs in the east. He led everyone forward, telling the story on the painting as he walked. One day he lost his wife and daughter to some demon king and ended up chasing that bastard. He came all the way to the west to take revenge. Going to the next painting, he spoke up because the demon king was very strong. The founder changed his plan. He not only combined Eastern knowledge and Western magical knowledge, but even they don't differentiate but combine the powers of the demons to become stronger. When he heard his story, he asked, so are you talking about the founder's hatred that has continued to this day? He answered, yes, it's been nearly 1,000 years. He looked at his back and said, since you have accepted me as your disciple, that means the revenge is not over yet. The man leading the way said, no, the revenge has ended already. There was a path ahead with light shining in. He asked, is it over? Who could do that? He looked at him. He said softly, isn't it obvious already? He opened his eyes wide. 3 people walked into a room. There were many talismans attached to a long string across. A voice rang out. It was me. He stood with his back to the 2 people. Elric looked at his back. Mephisto said, maybe his background is ordinary, but he is still quite strong. I can't believe he was able to capture him. Strange guy. This guy must be extremely talented. He thought in surprise. If even Mephisto recognized the Demon King, he must be extremely strong. So how strong was the master who defeated him? He calmly said, well, this is not something I should brag about to my disciples. The battle that day had too many possibilities, so it was difficult to determine who was the winner. Okay, you didn't understand what he said, so like our founder, I created a new goal. Augustine walked closer to where the amulets were attached to the rope and spoke. I will decide the winner of that day's battle through a disciple who will one day take my place. He frowned when he heard him speak. My disciple, you will be the one to decide victory or defeat. He looked at the monster trapped inside and asked if he was stronger. He opened one eye and continued, maybe this old man's teachings will be stronger. A giant monster appeared around it with chains wrapping around to suppress its power. Elric and the other 2 looked up. You mean I have to fight that thing? Elric looked apprehensive. Yes. Augustine Narister immediately replied to him. To be exact, I want you to fight its seal. He said with a calm expression, because you can take the seal of a monster, even a human. Suddenly Elric and Mephisto turned to look at him. They were both surprised and trembling. What happened to him? Augustine calmly raised his hand to stop. I know what you are worried about. There is no need to worry. Why would the master reveal his disciple's secret? Elric gritted his teeth in anger. He was still on guard and then remained silent for a while. Mephisto suddenly glanced back and was silent for a long moment. He sat down, bandaged his hand, and said, okay, because disciples must have faith in each other. Let's take a look. Gilly next to him. Panicked boss. That's it. His hands clearly revealed very strange characters. Every magician has a secret technique that cannot be revealed to others. So do I. Augustine took off his cloak. I have at this time. He revealed his arm full of marks and terrifyingly sharp claws. The symbols on his hand exuded mystery. A dark elf's arm. Dark elves do not live with the elves living in the light field. They live in the dark underground and are followers of the devil. Because they were considered evil, they became extinct due to the Empire's destruction. Augustine held out his arm and said, you know that transplanting another creature's body part is forbidden black magic. Right. It's even harsher when you're a devil. Elric and Mephisto looked at his arm with surprise. He continued. Besides Augustine, no one including the Nerester family knows this secret. We now know each other's weaknesses. Can you rest assured? Augustine glanced at the 2 of them. I discovered your secret when I searched your body when you fainted. It was for the convenience of teaching. But if you don't like it, then I'm sorry. Elric's face frowned as he listened to him. But now that I know that you can absorb demonic seals and activate them, I can't let you go even more due to this hatred. Don't face each other. That's just this old man's greed. So from now on just do as you wish. The White Tiger and Gilly turned to look at the two of them nervously. Even Mephisto stood there watching. At this moment Elric thought to himself, greed. That's right. Could just be his greed to be satisfied with something that had disappeared. He looked towards Augustine. But his greed is sin. No. It must have a goal. Just like him. His master also has his own goals. How can you refuse someone who is pursuing a goal? Elric gradually understood. He suddenly walked over. Elric clasped his hands forward. He bowed to Augustine and said, I, the master of Merbinger. Elric Merbinger. Greet the heir of the annals. Mr. Augustine Nerester as a disciple. Elric stood up and smiled brightly. Hearing that, Augustine also smiled and agreed. Thank you, my disciple. The two suddenly came close to chatting. Elric continued. So I just need to absorb the Demon King seal. Right. What is its name? He turned back to look at the monster. I don't know exactly. During its journey from the west coast to its empire, every time it appeared it had a new name. But we call it, he continued, the Crazy Beast. You, a giant monster that seemed to contain immense power. Hearing that, Elric also read its name again. Furious with the beast, he stomped his feet on the ground. Augustine also looked down sadly. Elric stood tall, had a confident aura. He radiated great power, and said strongly, Then let's begin looking at the crazy beast. Its eyes glowing red. He thought to himself. You, as a demon king recognized by even Mephisto. If I could absorb the seal of such a creature, I would do it. You stand in front of the monster. I will do it. But, Elric suddenly asked Mephisto in his mind. Mephi, how to absorb the seal? Mephisto looked at him, and shouted, saying, all this time but you don't know how to do it. Elric frowned, gritted his teeth and looked forward. He asked, how dare I refuse? You said demons become stronger by stealing each other's seals. So how do you do that? Mephisto began to explain. Before eating, did you learn to eat? Stealing the seal is like eating with us. How do I know how to teach? Elric started to get nervous. He was sweating. It was bad. The magic locket didn't react at all. In the cruel sealing it happened naturally because suddenly he opened his eyes wide as if thinking of something. Could it be then? Elric looked straight ahead. He began to use his power, absorbing it. The crazy beast suddenly let out a loud cry. Its face glowing scarlet red as if it could detect everything around it. Suddenly it screamed even louder, affecting everything around it. Blood spurted out. Both Augustine and Gilly, standing on the other side, also looked up with extremely panicked expressions. Everything seemed to be turned upside down, flying everywhere. The gloomy atmosphere gradually surrounded Elric as if wanting to surround and destroy him. Elric smiled and looked up, thinking to himself, the thing I prioritized to learn during the training week was not only martial arts or body-strengthening techniques, but also regulating many forms of mana in the body. His face showed an aggressive look, determined to absorb the crazy beast. I tested it by connecting my seal and the spiritual magic, just as I thought. It worked, and the monster's entire body seemed to crack into many pieces, covered in black. In another place, Elric suddenly looked around. He was shocked. The world of his mind. Did he have to complete the test and be recognized like the Snow Mountain King's case? He struggled to think, is there anything here? The swamp should have insects or birds. But there is nothing here. Looking up at the trees covering the sky, I don't think it's just because this is the world of the mind. It's so quiet, like everything has been swallowed by something. Elric stepped on the swamp. There was the sound of wind and rustling of the swamp. Leaves rubbed against each other, and something unusual, gloomy but fierce. Elric ran quickly through the deserted forest. In this place, there was a predator that was difficult to approach. Suddenly he felt like he felt something. He suddenly turned around, his face serious. Everything around seemed to shake. Elric continued running, the forest turning a deep blood red. He ran and thought to himself, something just moved, in the forest, or in the sky. No. His face was panicked, extremely scared. I couldn't feel it anywhere. Suddenly a giant monster appeared from behind that Elric could not predict. The monster exclaimed, there is an interesting person here. Before that, Elric, with great strength and eager to fight, became a student of Augustine and Gilly after passing their test, and was assigned the task of absorbing the Demon King. The crazy beast was huge. It seemed like its power was terrible, surrounded by many spells used to restrain it, after learning the martial arts of the Night Chronicle. But the Demon King's sharp teeth and giant monster also appeared from behind, making Elric extremely panicked, aiming for Elric's neck. Elric now turned around, looking at the giant monster in front of him. It stood in front of him as if it wanted to swallow him. Its shadow and teeth appeared dimly through the rays of sunlight through the leaves. The rest was endless darkness. He made up his mind, ready to confront the monster. He had to fight, the same way he defeated the Snow Mountain King. No, I still don't know how to absorb you, seal. I should observe the situation first. Maybe there is another way. I'm not sure I can win. The monster's red eyes suddenly looked at him in a terrifying way. Mirbinger usually strikes first. People seem unusually patient. Elric clenched his fist. He looked up at the monster very defensively. That's not the only strange thing about you, the monster continued. There's something wrong with you. It looked up at his hand, an ordinary human with a seal, and wasn't that the seal of Mephistopheles? Elric gritted his teeth and thought. I could feel his hunger right from his voice, like a predator to him. I was just a prey, the monster continued, and even if lower level but you still have one. More seal, it is a dragon heart. Do you still know how to use myths? Elric planned, okay, go ahead, I'll attack right after him, but was interrupted by the monster. Good, as a normal human I wouldn't care but. The ground began to shake. Elric stood unsteadily and looked down. The monster began baring its teeth. It screamed. Everything around it was swallowed up and completely destroyed. You seemed valuable. Mirbinger child, keep wishing. Elric was surprised to hear that. Please continue to crave more. So full of your greed and ambition, he looked behind in panic, his body unable to move. Before the monster's teeth, Elric remained calm. If you do, you will. At this moment, the mark suddenly appeared, flashed. The monster said loudly, see me again. Elric's face was tense. He looked at the seal on his arm and wondered what had happened. His face was bewildered, looking around. Either Augustine nor Gillidy knew what was going on. Is it over, I think? Mephisto angrily leaned closer to his brother. The name Dean. He actually said his real name. Elric also suddenly looked at his arm. Seals are usually this easy to take. It can't be right. Mephisto continued to say, he only had that choice left. Because he had to keep the seal from dying for a long time, so he had reached his limit. He paralyzed your body to return to your previous form. Well, he even gave you a seal that was much lower than the original. He continued to look at the seal on his hand that had used mark on it. He said I would see him again if I continued to yearn. What he meant was that I should upgrade the seal back to its original form. Elric said to Mephisto again, you have a new family member, Mephi. Can you tell me his real name as a gift? Mephisto replied, I won't help the bastard humble himself to survive. Suddenly took a step the foot approaches. Use real name as evil god. The two of you turned to look at Augustine. His rank must have decreased after losing to me, so it was probably quite intense. Mephisto heard him say that and immediately complained, this person is crazy, no one asked to interfere, he even knows the value of his real name, someone must have possessed him. Elric pondered. He was about to ask his master if Mephi refused to speak, but why did he suddenly say so? Augustine suddenly spoke loudly and viciously. Elric's eyes narrowed at him. He stood before him, speaking frankly, the seal of cruelty. You was originally a demon named Ghoul. They are demons at the bottom of the food chain, and are always scared because they can die at any time, but are always greedy due to their hungry nature. That's why you can sense danger like a ghoul when you have used seal, and can find out the enemy's strength and weakness faster, and fight them. Elric heard these things without hesitation. Same surprise. Tears began to flow from his eyes, the awakening of a sixth sense through mana circulation, something that martial magic always wanted to emulate. Feeling his heart pounding, and all his senses tingling, he listened attentively to what his master said. Augustine said with tears streaming down his face, I call it the hungry ghost sense. The Night Chronicle has finally achieved you seal and the hungry ghost sense. Now you just need to upgrade the seal and confront just with you. Elric finished the exam and was silent for a while. The importance and usage of this seal is detailed information that you cannot find in any book. I don't know how the ancestors of the Chronicle and the Master had to work hard, and how to get this knowledge. The knowledge and dreams of thousands of years ago, to achieve this single goal. Augustine's tears were probably tears of happiness. Immediately afterwards, Elric initiated the seal on his arm, ferociously. The darkness behind him was gradually appearing, covering his feet. A huge stream of power lurks behind Elric. You look extremely strong. It's my turn to shoulder this goal. Suddenly attacks appeared from nowhere. They came from the same direction. Elric suddenly turned around. He was worried. Master, you said the demon bending senses when the heart is pounding, and the senses nauseated. Why was it suddenly activated? Another person suddenly walked up and called out his name. Elric. He turned to look. Elric spoke. Sean, how did you get here? Sean stood in front of them with an extremely tired posture. He breathed heavily and replied, It doesn't matter, there is big trouble. While Augustine and Gilady were crying, he continued, out there. Hearing that, Elric suddenly froze. He was silent for a moment. Then bewildered, huh? At a citadel, a soldier came and told Tasha, Lady Tasha, you have to go out to see this. Tasha sat solemnly and replied, What's going on? Is the Duke finished training yet? Her body stiffened, her expression extremely uncomfortable. She frowned. There seems to be a maid in front of Tasha. Tell them to leave her a message first. That girl was holding a very large suitcase in her hand. Tan himself came to see her. With her golden hair, charming smile and polite dress, she softly said, Excuse me, is my younger brother, Elric Merbinger, here? The spots of light were dim and dim. Something was rushing so fast that it was hard to see. Sean and Elric rushed at incredible speed. He should have tried to stop Tasha before that. Sean quickly responded, How could I stop that crazy witch? And moreover, why did you blame everything on me when it was your fault? His face was contorted until he was sweating. The situation was so bad, her aggressiveness was breaking out like this because of him. On the other side, a person was also quickly rushing towards the castle. It was Tasha. She glided quickly between the houses. I thought to myself, I hope nothing happens. She smiled. Sean said that the Duke's sister Ting Kuang sacrificed her life for him. In other words, the older sister was not as gifted in magic as her younger brother, who was suffering from an obstructive disease, congested. After all, it is possible to form a talented person from a collapsed family. Her face showed a terrifying expression. The person the Duke's aura feared the most was his older sister. It probably wasn't just because she was his older sister. That girl walked over. I don't understand what kind of person she is. The girl was carrying a very large suitcase that also seemed very heavy. It's Hayes, she said softly. Excuse me. Is my little brother Elric Merbinger here? The soldier standing outside the gate saw her and talked about it. The Duke's star was here, but she couldn't participate because she didn't have an invitation. Hayes didn't seem to understand anything. She replied, Sorry. Why, can you call the third young master, Sean? I'm sure he knows I'm here. Two soldiers still stood resolutely blocking the gate. No way. Besides, we received a request from the owner not to let her in. Hayes was surprised. Sean's sister. Why is she? Suddenly a voice said, Happy to meet you. Hayes turned to look at the call. Tasha walked over with a strong attitude. I am the daughter of the Nerister family, Tasha Nerister. Hayes bowed politely. My name is Hayes Merbinger. I have heard many things about you from Elric and your younger brother. Hearing that, Tasha was suddenly surprised. Hayes came closer to Tasha. She smiled brightly, making Tasha freeze. I heard that she was a person full of grace and strength like a bright flame, but it seemed like those rumors were quite true for her. Miss, it's an honor to meet you, Tasha also stiffly responded, thanking her. Hayes's eyes seemed to contain many secrets, but I took the liberty of asking why she blocked me. I couldn't think of any explanation for her blocking me. Hearing that, Tasha also opened her eyes wide and replied, This is the main residence of the Nemister family, the head of the 6 families that manage the magic tower. This is not a place where anyone can enter and exit at will, right? Blonde hair and blue eyes are both identifying characteristics of the Merbinger family. But she could be in disguise, and moreover, if she really is the sister of Duke Tinluang, there are still some formalities to follow. Hayes hearing that, he quietly looked down. She continued to respond, So in this case, what do you want me to do to prove it? Tasha frowned. If you are really the sister of Duke Starlight, that means you are also a member of the magic clan, so I will believe you only if you defeat me in a magic duel. She quickly cast her magic at once. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to use magic then. So what about the aura? She said while looking at the large bag Hayes carried in her hand. She was curious about what was inside. Both of them showed aggressive faces. Hayes confidently reminded, You will get hurt, but Tasha won't fit either. I wonder about that. With just a snap of the fingers, this is simple. Hayes gently dropped his big tray. A tremendous power burst out, the procedure to verify her identity. The two fought fiercely. Tasha smiled smugly. She looked at the large hammer Hayes held in her hand. It was so strange, she was sure she could stand up against that big thing. Hayes also answered quickly, Did she ever play tag when she was a child? Then she gave a smack. Big and small rocks flew towards Tasha. Tasha also quickly used her powers. Burning everything. It's been a long time since I last played, But Sean and I played together a lot in our childhood. Tasha suddenly recited a spell to summon something. She also jumped up and threw many moves at the Hayes style, showing that her strength is also impossible to lose. I have never lost track of it. What about you? You are proficient in this game. Hayes held a huge hammer in his hand. I had never admitted defeat before, however, that was because the desire to win inside me was constantly flowing. She smiled with confidence, raising the hammer high, then she used all her strength to throw the hammer forward. I always caught Elric. Over and over again. Tasha saw that. Her eyes were extremely surprised. Then she raised her face to the sky, looking pleased. The huge hammer was coming towards her at quite a fast speed. Tasha chuckled. It was surprising that a member of the necromancer family was a martial artist, but it was unimaginable that she could use a sledgehammer weighing 100 kilograms as light as silk. Do not use spiritual energy. The hammer still rushed forward. That was indeed a member of the Merbinger family. That sign was the Black Skull. Duke Tinkwang's older sister is a member of a very powerful mercenary army. The hammer hit somewhere, making a very loud noise. The two of them became more and more aggressive. Hayes laughed with a light voice. With this result, the score is 1:0, right? Tasha also fiercely replied, I will not hold back this time. Pushing back, a voice rang out to summon knowledge. A huge wind appeared, lifting the two people into the air. Both of them were surprised and confused. What was going on? Hayes' eyes stared. Things only gradually got better. Suddenly she grabbed someone's neck. Even Sean, who came later, also surprised the two of them. Elric immediately fell silent. After seeing Hayes, he forced himself to say first, You still look as healthy as ever, sister. His whole body trembled but his face smiled loudly. It looked like you and Tasha were having a good time together. Will you come between the two of you? It will be a problem when we receive the repair fee there. Now, calm down and let me go. Hayes suddenly spoke up. Elric. She suddenly stopped. Hayes' face now becomes extremely scary and dangerous. Let's talk for a while, eh? Tasha frowned thoughtfully. She squinted her eyes and looked closely at the paper in her hand, and continued thinking. Hanabi pointed at that paper and said, Is it true? The paper said, Hayes Merbinger cannot be identified. She continued to be confused. I'm sorry. According to the intelligence collector, the information is classified very tight. Tasha crossed her arms regretfully. Well, just as I expected. After all, the Black Castle is also the strongest underground mercenary organization. Their number of enemies is proportional to the number of completed missions, city, so I'm sure their identities are also ranked. Hanabi looked at her with an incomprehensible attitude. Tasha continued, Very well, I will seize this opportunity to become friends of the same age. She thought to herself, it was difficult to meet even a single member of the Black Castle because they had no relationship with anyone other than the Grey Lion family. And what if the young lady of the Merbinger family was a member of the Black Castle? Tasha suddenly smiled. This is enough reason to have a close relationship with the Merbinger family just because of the Radiant Star Duke. But with that, Neristor certainly has nothing to lose. It seems we made the right move, huh? Hayes ran quickly and said, Okay. She raised her heavy hammer. Everyone was talking. Were those two still playing tag? Hayes was about to hit Elric with the hammer, and Elric ran quickly in panic and shouted, Sister, please, let's talk. Hayes suddenly spoke. You seem to live very well with that fame. Talking about this, her face darkened. Now you can use magic. And I've learned how to resist. Elric was startled when he heard that. Hayes suddenly delivered a fatal blow from above. Her huge hammer hit the ground and Elric trembled in fear. He shouted loudly, Sister, seriously. Elric continued to think, if it weren't for Preda, I really would have died. He looked towards Hayes. She's been like this since she was little. She would break my legs every time I caused trouble, so I wouldn't do it again. The two of them were just like that, causing everything around them to be very chaotic. Mephisto standing outside also felt, I have never seen you struggling like this. She is worthy of being a member of the Merbinger family. But I think I also sensed a rather different aura from a member of the Merbinger family. Suddenly Elric felt something. He looked up. The first time we witnessed an interesting incident like this, Hayes was standing high up, preparing to smash the big hammer straight into the ground. She said, My shallow sister, let's see if you can avoid this trick. Elric quickly reached out and blocked. He used his power to create a protective membrane around him, making it impossible for the hammer to penetrate. He gritted his teeth and sweated all over and asked, Sister, are you serious? Elric is still trying to resist. How can you expect me to avoid such a move? I still try. Suddenly everything stopped. He also looked bewildered, not understanding what happened. Hayes brought the hammer straight to his face. He looked up at his sister. She replied, when I heard that you had some basic achievements, I felt a bit relieved. Elric struggled to sit on the ground. I know you've had a hard time due to mana congestion, but you still tried your best, so I want to support you as best I can. But what now? I was in danger and couldn't control myself. I lost consciousness for several days, and after waking up, I disappeared for months without saying a word about where I was going. I think when was the last time I contacted you? Half a year. You lost contact with me for half a year. As Hayes spoke, her tears kept flowing. Do you know how worried I was? Elric's face was also sad at this time, thinking to himself, she always protects me too much, she blames me for everything I do, that it's dangerous, she thinks my side. I don't like that overprotectiveness. But I understand why she acts like that. After my parents passed away, to take care of a troublemaker like me, she had to grow up when she was so young. It's gotten to the point where his personality is a bit excessive. Elric now said loudly, I have found out our family's mission, both when I lost consciousness in the dragon's cave and when I disappeared after regaining consciousness. It was all because of the family mission. Hayes continues to cry. To be honest, sometimes I think that I don't need to revive our fallen family, it's already collapsed. And I wonder what it means to try so hard. What does it mean? I became even more determined, but after going through so many things, a thought crossed my mind, this world will be filled with disaster again at any time. To hide as a Merbinger is disrespectful to our mothers, fathers, and ancestors who fought for our lives. I will go to the north, where there is a mission that my ancestors left behind. No matter what the mission is, or how dangerous the path I take, I will still pursue it. Just like our ancestors did. Until my family learns about this world and everywhere you go. All shining like stars, Elric put all his determination, will and faith to say those things. After hearing her brother's words, Hayes stopped crying. She was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled, as if showing pride. The two of them stood facing each other, talking directly. Hayes replied, if you keep quiet and leave again, I will really crush these legs of yours. Do you understand? I'm scared to hear that. What, sir? Elric continued. Aren't you emotional? Yes, Elric, you've grown up. I won't interfere in your business anymore. Shouldn't I say things like this? Mephisto stood and watched the conversation. The two of them were also silent for a while. Then he spoke. What a shame, she should have beaten him a few more times instead of me. I'm still hoping that this day next year will be the anniversary of that guy's death. Luckily, she still has a way to escape my control. You said some nice things this time, but how can I trust you after everything you've done? Putting that aside, humans are truly moved by things smallest. At another time, on a moonlit night, in a vast field, a strange person wearing a black crow's shirt holding something that looked like wings, he approached the riverbank with suspicion. In his hand was a strange box with the appearance of a pair of crimson wings. In that box, a statue was placed inside, very gloomy. That guy suddenly raised his voice. Because of the resurrection of Lord Azazel. Black bird flying in the sky. A big black bird is spreading its wings and flying high in the sky. 3 months later, among the deserted valleys and rocky mountains, Elric was sitting and practicing on a rock. Suddenly the black bird rushed forward. It rushed at a very fast speed. The message went straight to Elric, who was sitting blindfolded practicing. Elric sat calmly. His whole body suddenly appeared with a strange light. That light surrounded the black bird, causing it to stop walking. Elric raised his hand to catch the bird. He smiled. Dility stood looking at him and said, you learn quickly. The black bird landed on Elric's hand. It looked bewildered. Dility continued in surprise. I didn't think you could perfect your photo eye so quickly. Suddenly something passed by him. Dility was stunned. Suddenly, Elric encountered a man. The two exchanged very tense moves. Augustine was about to raise his fist but was caught by Elric. He said, it seems you have also acquired the hungry ghost sense. You have learned everything you can hear. From now on, actual combat will help you become enlightened faster, Elric pondered. Elric sat down, holding his head and laughing. Ha, so it's finally over. We'll never see each other again, right? Augustine and Gility came in front of him. The two of them looked at him. As if just yesterday you were begging to be worshipped. I must say you are truly an insolent disciple. Elric slowly stood up and replied, you guys have forgotten about torturing me in the name of practice. Anyway, I've learned a lot of things if you guys. Thank you, master. The two of them laughed happily. Are you planning on us? My god, didn't you say you were going to head north right away? Remember to bring us gifts, okay? Elric looked regretful. What a gift. Let's never see each other again. He smiled, though. He looked at the two of them again. Augustine and Gilady still had smiles on their faces. Then Elric flew forward quickly, saying loudly, "Remember to take care of your health, both of you." Gilady stood there, looking in Elric's direction and said, "Does this make you feel nostalgic, leader, about the days when I roamed everywhere with Set?" Augustine folded his arms and watched. "Every day was full of joy, when I was still strong. And now I spend the short remaining days clinging to this place." Gilady continued asking, "What would Set say if he were still here?" Augustine replied, "He would grumble about us sitting here, waiting to die like old men. We are not even 100 years old." "God, we're not as old as him." "That's right, compared to him we're just middle-aged guys," the two of them chatted. Regardless, how could he leave these wonderful teachers? Augustine seemed regretful. Gilady continued, "To go to the north alone, that disciple needed to be taught how to behave." Elsewhere, Tasha and Elric were sitting and discussing work. Tasha said, "You entrusted the job of excavating the lair directly to me." Thank you very much," Elric replied. "I'll leave it to you. Why are you suddenly speaking so politely?" Tasha held the agreement in her hand, looking at Elric's reluctantly smiling face. "I have prepared a carriage to take you to the north. It's right at the entrance. I will arrange your studies at the academy. So remember to go carefully." Tasha's eyes became scary, revealing her ferocious, ambitious look. "Finally, I was able to touch some real dragon things, all good things," he thought to himself. "She is famous for her love of dragons, so I handed it over for her. But I didn't think she would be this happy." Suddenly Elric had a thought. "After all, I think our relationship with the Nemister family is getting stronger, so maybe everyone will benefit. Thinking about it, one person still owes me. Lady Isabel said she would contact me after arriving at Carnoy. Could it be that she forgot about her debt? Anyway, I got on the carriage first. Herman holds the sword in his hand. That bastard Paul really hurt me. Bodies pile up, covered in blood, no matter how weak we are." Herman stood in front of a pile of corpses and calmly said, "I can't believe he thought this was enough to kill me." Another person immediately said, "Maybe he was impatient. He was weak after losing so many blue wolves." Herman looked at them. That person walked up to him and continued, "And he knew that if he joined the Merbinger family's force, he would be in danger." Herman turned around and looked back. It was Labelle and the others. One of them suddenly patted her head. "Wow, our niece is really smart. She's right, brother. Why don't we stop this game and go to Paul and kill him right?" Isabel looked annoyed. "I told her to stop treating me like a child." The person next to her also said, "That's right. The three of us will go together." She walked towards Herman. He saw her and laughed. "I told you, the Whale family's problem will be solved by me. The three of you just need to protect Isabel." His eyes suddenly became scary. "I will meet this duke myself to feel my feelings." The others frowned at him. They looked toward the village, then decided how to deal with Paul later. The man in the black coat mysteriously said, "Why hasn't Paul been appointed Blue Master yet?" Another person stepped forward. "There is a small problem. Don't worry, there are no problems with the plan yet." The black-clothed man continued, "I thought it would be easy to destroy a mono-congested blue monk, but thinking about the decline of the Merbinger family might get in the way. Anyway, it's not the time to deal with the Merbinger family. Quickly appoint Paul Whale as Blue Master, captain of Blue Wolf Team 1, Hilton. As soon as he becomes a Blue Tiger, both his body and power will be taken away. In order to contribute even a little to Lord Azazel Albiet's efforts." One of them's eyes suddenly flashed red. At this time, flocks of crows flew across the sky. "I told you not to worry." On the grassy bank outside the city, there was a horse-drawn carriage waiting there. A loud scream suddenly rang out. No, it couldn't be. Elric sat in the car, his whole body trembling. He covered his face with his hands and said, "I had planned to go to the north quietly. I am very grateful to be prepared for such a large carriage, but I don't need a coachman." The coachman in front turned around and said to you, "My name is not the coachman, but Carl." Elric continued to complain. "Sean too, that's it, going out with friends once in a while isn't bad," Sean sitting next to him said angrily. "He only went along because his father asked him to, okay." He hugged his face and said to Hayes, who was sitting on his left, "Sister, you should go home and rest." "Why?" She smiled and replied, "Why, don't you want your sister to come with you?" "No, you want to." "Not yet. I was so happy I wanted to jump because I was with you." He said to the people sitting in front, "Master, old people should sit still." Augustine immediately replied, "Well, you don't allow old people to go out and play." Augustine and Gilady sat with their arms crossed and continued, "I should teach you how to behave while you were still on your way to breathe some of the north wind. You hurt our feelings by leaving us behind." Mephisto also angrily grumbled, "It looks like it's going to be a noisy trip. I hate being inconvenienced the most." Elric sat laughing and trembling. Wow, what fun, ha ha ha, 7 people. What a perfect number to go exploring. He suddenly looked up, thinking this was a family trip or something. Everyone started talking to each other. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Augustine, Elric's master. I'm Hayes. Thank you for taking care of my little brother. He's so weak, to the point of needing a cute monster like this to help it. Do you think the Monster King species is cute? That's interesting. Can you stop frowning, Elric? I don't want to go anywhere. Sean propped his chin up and looked away. Hayes sat down and looked at the eagle and the huge tiger. Gilady burst out laughing. Augustine also looked at the people and smiled happily. Only Elric was bewildered. Everyone. His eyes also lit up with hope. Their carriage has begun to depart. Meanwhile, Elric held in his hand a strange blue gem, a gem full of cracks but with an unusual light. He smiled looking at it. Elric looked up at the distant sky, his eyes happy. Perhaps, a family like this isn't bad at all. At the office, Guy Narister was sitting calmly, drinking tea. He put the teacup on the table. That's it. Have you all gone north? He glanced at the butler standing next to him. The butler heard that and immediately replied, That's right. Guy suddenly chuckled. The butler continued asking if there was anything good going on with the staff. Guy sat with a cup of hot tea in his hand, looking out the window. He looked at the sky outside, smiled and said, Isn't that interesting? Look. That's a ridiculous combination there. Carriage is walking down the road. In the car, Hay smiled and said, Elric, I told you to pay attention to etiquette in front of adults. She pointed towards Sean and saw that he was smiling. With a polite attitude, Look at Sean, that is the exemplary man. Elric heard that and immediately pouted. He sighed and said with a disdainful attitude, Exemplary of a monkey. Hay saw him and was also very angry. Then Hay smiled and said to the people in front, I'm planning to teach this damn little brother, do you mind? Augustine and Gilady looked at the two of them and burst out laughing. No, just leave us alone. That's right, discipline must be taught by family. Hayes politely replied, Thank you for your understanding. Elric grumbled and said, Really, at this age you still have to learn discipline. But he didn't notice her sister's hand behind her, squeezing extremely strongly. Her eyes became scary. Looking at Elric red, she said, Elric, come walk with me for a moment. Elric saw that and also sweat dropped. He looked up, his face looked extremely scared. Tasha, if only for a walk. He looked towards the giant hammer his sister was holding in her hand, and she put that scary thing away. Hayes pulled his ear away. Quickly, Elric cried out, Tasha, let me go. He was admonished by her sister to stand up and sit down. Mephisto stood and looked at Elric and smiled and said he did not expect that one day he would see Elric being dragged away. In his heart, he felt very happy, so happy. The sky was clear and high, the rays of sunlight gently shone down. Their carriage had gone to a remote forest area. Suddenly the bus manager saw something. He stopped. The wool stopped. Suddenly. Seeing that, Elric leaned his head out the window and asked, What's wrong, Carl? It seemed they were in danger. The 3 people in front were probably robbers. They laughed with a tone as if they had caught a delicious prey. He. Those 3 guys said with evil faces, You guys are very brave to dare step into our territory. They were holding knives in their hands. Those guys walked up and said loudly, Hand it all over here. Driver Carl. And Elric looked at them silently, not knowing what to say. The robbers also did not understand what was going on. He looked at Elric without wavering. Suddenly he shouted, Bastard, do you want to shed blood? Elric heard that and had to get out of the car, thinking to himself, This is really annoying. Suddenly there was a hand on your shoulder, Elric. Gilady also walked down. He smiled and said, Just leave it to me. You and your tiger behind you are extremely aggressive. This is my chance to prove to Elric how talented his master is. His eyes were full of determination. The 3 robbers were extremely surprised when they saw the huge tiger. They did not dare to act rashly. The tiger was huge, growling scary sounds. Standing in front of it was Gilady. They were startled. What a tiger. They prepared to attack. Gilady said, Elric, look carefully. From now on I will show you why they call me the Beast King. Suddenly there was a voice, Ice. Elric quickly used his power. A large block of ice appeared on the ground, separating Gilady from the group of people. They cried loudly, Those 3 guys trembled, not knowing what was happening in front of them. They sat down on the ground in fear. Gilady and the tiger stood in front of Elric, looking pitiful. Elric, I can handle them, why should you interfere? Elric looked at him and replied, Are you planning on turning this place into a sea of blood? He walked up and said those people were definitely not bandits, just some poor wanderers in the nearby village. Gilady and the tiger stood silently behind. Suddenly someone knelt down on the ground. The remaining 2 men also followed suit. The 3 of them shouted together, begging for our lives. We still have family at home. Please spare us. Elric reminds them, if by chance we are just powerless good people with no resistance, would you guys beg like this? Elric looked at them coldly. They looked at each other, then remained silent for a moment, not knowing what to protest. Elric still looked at them with sharp eyes. The guy in the middle suddenly put his head down and begged, Mr. Magician, you are right. The other 2 guys saw that and wanted to stop it, the village chief. He continued to say, his forehead was bleeding, but they came here because I forced them. So you should only punish me. The remaining 2 guys looked at him worriedly. The village chief, why did you say that? You were just doing it for this village. That's right, it wasn't because of you. Those 2 guys also cried out, please punish us too. At this moment, Elric smiled brightly. He raised his hand to refuse. Okay, let's see if what you said is true. The sky is still blue. They went to a village. The village was full of poverty. The ground was cracked from lack of water. The village chief began to introduce the people. Due to the drought and famine, our lives have been extremely difficult in recent years. We thought that if we were hungry ghosts, we would turn into bandits. They looked at us. Around, poverty is everywhere. Many children have to live on the streets. Suddenly Mephisto felt something. Wait, this energy. The village chief continued, not only did it take 5 consecutive days on horseback to reach another line, we also couldn't leave the village to find work, because the livestock will starve to death. The village chief covered his face and cried, it was all my fault. Elric and Augustine suddenly looked at him. Augustine suddenly thought and said, unfortunately the laws of the country do not reach this place, Elric, whether these people committed a crime, or I let them go. They are for good purposes. Elric was silent for a long moment. He looked at him. Augustine continued to tell him, isn't it the responsibility of our nobles to take care of the people? Yes, this was not entirely their fault. Hearing that, the village chief suddenly turned his head to look at them. He bowed down and thanked him profusely, but Elric humbly refused to accept. Mephisto now looked everywhere. The village chief held Elric's hand. We will never steal again. Elric smiled reluctantly. It's okay. He angrily looked towards Mephisto and said, Mephi, why do you keep hanging around like that? Mephisto saw that and turned back to look at him. Without saying anything, he replied, although very faintly, I can feel demonic energy around here. Elric suddenly asked again, demonic energy? He looked into the distance. There was a stream of dark power spreading from that direction. Elric seemed to sense something, his eyes steady. The weather today is quite sunny, someone's voice exclaimed. A group of people including Augustine, Elric and a few others came here to survey the land. Augustine commented, this land was so desolate. Before them was a dry, cracked plain stretching to the foot of the mountain, without a single river or water source, and the harsh, blazing sun that covered it made it even more harsh. Augustine then asked Elric, disciple, I don't feel anything, is there anything here? Elric seemed a bit confused. This was the place, but Mephisto grumbled and reminded, I'm sure I buried it somewhere nearby. Because I helped you, you must give me the magic medicine as soon as you find it. Elric mumbled uncomfortably in his mouth. I knew right away, you tricked me. He got to work, started signaling to everyone, I have to dig the ground first. Everyone stepped back. Elric cast a spell, a blue light flashed in his hand. He naturally frowned and said, penetrating. From nowhere suddenly appeared a giant block of rock spiraling into the ground. Elric's power was formidable. The ground shook with an alarming rumbling sound. The people accompanying him had to cover their faces with their hands to avoid debris. They marveled, oh my god, in just a blink of an eye he dug such a big hole. Right after that, without wasting a second, he jumped down to the spot he had just drilled. Elric landed easily and without any confusion. He saw hidden under a thin layer of soil a hidden wooden chest. Elric asked, what a box. Following him was Augustine, who also slid down the gentle rocky slope. He called out, what did you find, disciple? Elric honestly, yes. A box buried deep underground. Elric dug into the ground and picked up the box. He opened it, and a dark purple-black aura flew out. That box was only as small as the palm of a hand. Under the surprised eyes of Elric and Mephisto, that purple-black aura continued to escape. Augustine could not hide the confusion on his face. He immediately recognized the demonic weapon. The flow of dark energy has also gradually dissipated, revealing that inside the box is a statue of a small goat head with folded wings. Both hands are making some kind of sign, the right hand is raised with 2 thumbs, and the middle pressed together pointing to the sky, similar to the left hand but in the opposite direction. Mephisto frowned in surprise. Why was it here? This world is a bit different. The 4 great demon kings, the descendants of the demon gods and also the rulers of the demon world, their world is a cruel place with a blood-red moon, illuminating a mountain of corpses, deaths pile up on each other. The 3 most powerful people are Mephistopheles, original sin, Satan, Apocalypse, Lilith, the revolutionist, and the tyrant possess the largest demon army among the demon lords. The demon of madness Azazel. His eyes were bloodshot and full of evil intent, and his appearance was thorny and ferocious. There was a time when humanity had to shed blood at his hands, an extremely cruel scene. Azazel was very greedy and wanted to get the human world. During his invasion of the human world, he not only destroyed 2 villages. Elric held the tiny goat statue in his hand. He wondered, was this a symbol created by Azazel's disciples? Mephisto sarcastically replied, it was specifically created for human sacrifice. After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. Wait, how do you know about Azazel? Elric didn't pay any attention to Mephisto's eagerness. He replied without even looking at it, I read it in a book in Otto's warehouse. Elric wondered about what Mephisto had just said. All human sacrifices, meaning everyone in those villages had to be sacrificed to summon Azazel. Mephisto crossed his arms over his chest and looked around, examining the condition of this village. That seems like the most reasonable guess. Elric frowned and wondered. He really didn't understand what the demons were hiding in the human world and what they were planning. Mephisto was next to urge, now absorb the magic and pass it on to me like you did. Promise. Suddenly Augustine interrupted, making Mephisto look uncomfortable. Augustine said, Disciple, discovering traces of demons that were destroyed 30 years ago is a very dangerous thing. He suggested, I think we should give it to the members of the Magic Council. Mephisto clicked his tongue and exhaled, nonsense. Elric smiled and agreed, that's a good idea. Mephisto saw that and was all upset. He shouted, Hey, didn't you promise to tell me? Elric pretended to sigh helplessly. He said he would give it to the Magic Council. But if I absorb this demonic weapon, how should I tell them? He said as he passed the box back to me. The opponent, Mephisto, struggled. This. Elric took advantage of Mephisto, who was frowning. He teased and challenged, If you tell me how to use Mephi's seal, then maybe I will try. Mephisto roared, Not long. Then the box was taken away before his dismayed eyes. Augustine gave the box back to the person accompanying him and ordered, Shaun, send this to the Magic Council immediately. Shaun nodded to obey. Mephisto hastily begged Elric, who was laughing at other people's pain, Don't you have any other requests, except for how to use the seal? Anything is fine, Augustine said, as quickly as possible. Suddenly there was a voice whispering, It looks so delicious. That voice was accompanied by a dark blue-black aura. It rushed towards Elric and past him, going straight to the location of the box. Elric suddenly had no time to react. It snatched the box from Augustine's hand, startling him. Then it appeared in its true form as a monster shaped like a dragon, with huge sharp teeth as if ready to devour anyone who dared to get in its way. It swallowed the box in 1 second. Mephisto could only scream regretfully, It's impossible, my magic. The beast's black aura suddenly appeared around everyone. Augustine asked in confusion, Disciple, what's going on? Elric seemed calm. He scratched his head and replied, It seems this thing has tricked me. The evidence I worked so hard to find has disappeared. Behind is a fallen Mephisto. He was furious. His bullet-shaped eyes were screaming, You bastard, how dare you take away what belongs to me? Poor thing. No one paid attention because they were busy discussing the current problem. Elric analyzed. It seemed that this village would not be turned into a desert just because of a totem. To prevent it, let's find something else. Elsewhere, in a dark cave with only a few flickering candles as the only source of light, a group of disciples kneeling at the foot of Azazel's statue. While everyone was quietly performing the ritual, the leader suddenly realized something. The guy behind also saw his unusual attitude, so he asked, What's wrong, priest? He replied, There are a few heretics who dared to disrupt his lordship's summoning ceremony. Everyone was suddenly in an uproar. What heretic would dare to do such a thing? The great priest eye suddenly became sharp. The disciples behind him looked at his gesture of raising his arms and shouted in unison, Great priest, we will deal with those heretics. Please don't venture anger on us. They continued in unison, We will definitely carry out your great intentions on this continent. We will reincarnate you. Then the high priest ordered a disciple to convey my orders to Joda. His eyes lit up with determination. Before heading north, Meat came and performed the summoning ceremony. Returning to Elric's group, everyone had moved to another place to scout. By now the afternoon sun was pouring on everything. The sun slowly disappeared behind the mountains, creating a vaguely romantic scene. The group stopped in front of a clear stream. The surrounding trees were bare with dry branches and not a single leaf. Elric casually asked, "Why hasn't anyone noticed what the demons have been doing for so long?" A group of people nearby still maintained optimism and smiles on their experienced faces. "Haha, now we can grow crops. The water level is rising rapidly. But besides that, there are still people whose lives are struggling and miserable just because of Azazel's war. They cannot hold back their tears and greet." Elric shows his sympathy. "They have taken the lives of many innocent people." Augustine stepped forward and placed his hand on Elric's shoulder. He reassured, "Since we have given the evidence to the Magic Council, they will conduct an investigation soon, not to mention that everything that happened will be blamed, responsibilities of the lords of this region. Augustine also hates the enemy very much, and I also want to behead the bastards who created all of this. But it seems that this is beyond our reach." Elric pondered. He thought to himself, the master was right. Since the council would intervene, those bastards would act quickly. Then the first thing to do was to find the unclean totem throughout this area. Elric was determined to take revenge. And then crush them, the bastards who did this. The village chief emotionally bowed to Elric's group and thank you very much. Elric carefully advised, "The drought is over, you take good care of everyone in the village, let's go." Not only the village chief, but everyone else is also very grateful. Elric had just turned to leave when the old man called back, "Wait. Sincerely, can you at least give me the name of the magician?" Elric shouted loudly. "Elric Melvinger, you seem proud." There was a reason. Everyone was shocked when they heard that name, the Bright Star Duke, the hero of Marcent, as expected. The village chief's gaze was far away, as if he had faith in something. "Melvinger, the stars of the Empire were shining again." The group got on the carriage and left. They sat quietly. Everyone probably wanted to rest. Suddenly the coachman called out, "Elric, I think you should go out for a bit." Elric stuck his head out the window. What was it this time? The coachman hesitated. This. A group of people wearing suits and masks stood in front of the carriage, looking extremely mysterious. They were from the Royal Inspection Council. Elric got out of the car and came face to face with the inspection group. The chief inspector tilted his head condescendingly and asked, "Was that Elric Melvinger?" Elric couldn't hide the bitterness on his face. "Look how lying he is." A little introduction about this group of inspectors. The Intelligence Department is the intelligence department of the Emperor and the Royal Family, by the Emperor and the Royal Family and for the Emperor and the Royal Family. Everyone knows that they are monsters wearing disguised as a human being, will stop at nothing from kidnapping, giving in to murder to complete the mission. True demons on the battlefield, not afraid to let their hands be stained with blood. Their fighting ability is on par with those of the Magic Tower and the Great Lion family. But because even in a place like that, we don't know the demons' movements, so no wonder we haven't had time to analyze anything. And before we can send a report to Totem, they've already gone quite a long way, ran here to find it. Elric sighed, however. Then he grinned confidently. Even if they had the Emperor's back, starting the story like this was a bit too polite. Elric raised his face and replied in a very gruff voice, "Yes." The inspector paused slightly, perhaps because he didn't believe that someone would dare to behave like that towards him. "Yes, there." He growled angrily. "How dare you say such a meaningless thing?" He threatened by showing off a bit of strength. "We are agents of the Royal Intelligence Department. Civilians like you should know how to show us proper courtesy." Elric continued. He pouted. "So what?" The inspector was so angry that he was shaking, just waiting to rush in and cause trouble. "What did you just say?" Elric then turned on his serious and scary mode. He also showed off his strength and gave the other guy a fiery look. He growled, "Even if you are a member of that great intelligence department, besides, you alone are at most as strong as a viscount." Elric's power put an invisible pressure on the shoulders of the inspection team, causing them to each take turns holding their heads and kneeling down. "What is that? Since when do officials have the right to disrespect a duke?" Elric still did not stop threatening the inspectors. His power revealed its true form as a dragon with huge teeth. It growled. The chief inspector couldn't stand it either. He trembled in fear. How the hell could he do such a thing? He was surprised. His level was so close to that of a magician. A moment later, Elric also withdrew his strength and relaxed the inspectors. The chief inspector glanced at the person behind him. The two of them lightly exchanged glances. Then he nodded. He immediately changed his attitude, he said as he took off the mask. "We're sorry, sir." The inspector bowed his head politely, and greeting as if there had never been a confrontation. "Please forgive us for treating you inappropriately." Mephisto suddenly appeared out of nowhere as fast as the wind. He sarcastically said, "You really always know how to let others know how to be polite." Elric simply replied, "I only did that because if it's nothing, they will treat me like a joke and then the country will do it to me, baring their claws and fangs at me." Elric waved his hands and warned, "Next time, if you make the same mistake again, I will talk directly to the noble house." The inspector replied, "I will take that to heart, sir." Inspector Patron felt unconvinced in his heart at this moment. He was angry. Just a guy with a duke title to show off dared to treat me condescendingly. "Damn you bastard brat." Suddenly a voice interrupted my thoughts. "Consider yourself lucky." Augustine appeared. He exclaimed. He did not expect that someone would dare to disrespect my disciple. His appearance made Patron's face pale. Augustine said every word. "If it were me, your head would be rolling on the ground right now." Patron was so scared that his heart skipped a beat. He stammered in shock, "No, no, Augustine Nemister." Seeing the closeness and laughter of Augustine and Elric, Patron couldn't believe his eyes. He was the disciple of the strongest person in the magic tower. How unreasonable. Patron gritted his teeth until the veins on his cheeks appeared. He grumpily told himself that as soon as he returned, he had to replace all the intelligence agents. A moment later, Patron and Elric temporarily reconciled. The two sat down to talk. Patron opened his mouth. "Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Patron of the 4th Intelligence Department." Elric secretly wondered, the 4th Intelligence Department, was they on the Crown Prince's side in the heated battle for power in the palace? Had the Crown Prince already smelled what had happened recently? Patron continued, "It seems like I'm wasting your time, so let me get straight to the point." Elric waved his hand in annoyance. "Instead of wasting time saying that, let's just say it." Patron was turned red. "This damn brat," he tried to control his anger. "We have been secretly tracking the corpses of demons for a long time, and recently we found a group of demons with unknown information, believe." Elric looked indifferent. "Oh, Gregory, right?" Patron was surprised. "How did you know that?" Elric looked serious. "You Intelligence Department have forgotten what family I come from." Patron grimaced. "Melvinger." He was reluctant. The natural enemy of demons. Elric did not hide his pride. He raised his face to the sky and smiled. Patron was not happy but still had to continue reporting. "Next, in the report it was written that 9 totems have been found but only 1 have been handed over. So where are the remaining 8 now?" "Arrogant Elric, I'm holding them." Patron immediately roared, "What? That's illegal." Patron cautiously reminded that, according to Article 11, second paragraph of the Royal Code, the royal family will keep all items related to the demon race as evidence. Article number 8, first paragraph of the Property Code, if the administrative department allows, a person can possess items related to the demon race for research purposes. Elric seemed like he was hearing this for the first time because he looked quite surprised. But he immediately regained his composure. He crossed his arms over his chest and wriggled. "We already have a permit from the administrative department, but the intelligence department still doesn't know yet." Patron was once again angry. "So allow me to ask one last sentence." Patron questioned how he knew the exact location of the totems. Elric complained. "Didn't I tell you, I'm from the Melvinger family, really?" Patron refused. The answer alone was too vague. Elric's face turned serious again. He frowned menacingly. "So you want me to reveal family secrets to the intelligence department?" Speaking of this, Patron seemed to be about to lose his nerve control. He gritted his teeth. "This sly guy, he really doesn't know up from down. He keeps using the family's ancient name to make excuses." Elric refused right after that. "I think I've answered enough, let's stop here." Patron's appearance was calm, but his hands on his thighs were tightly restrained. "Thank you for your cooperation." After that, the inspection team stopped questioning and left. Sean came up from behind to start a conversation. "Wow, your guts are big. Even the all-powerful intelligence agency dares to backfire." Elric's older sister, Hayes, did not hesitate to praise. "You did a great job, Elric. If you had just stood still and let them get their way, I would have chopped off each of their heads." Sean wrings his hands. He raised his head and lamented, "Oh my God, these sisters really do look exactly alike." Gillidy looked worried. "Elric, the intelligence department is very stubborn. Once bitten, it will never let go. Is it okay to just leave things like that?" "No, it's not okay." Elric smiled triumphantly. "You know, I'm not the type of person who will let things end so easily." Sean saw that and was a bit wary. This time he was planning on causing another problem. Augustine smiled wryly. He supported Elric. I'm not the type of person who will let someone who is hostile towards me without a good reason go away so easily. At night, the bright moon illuminates the entire forest. The wind blew and the leaves fluttered in the air. Patron was bowing his head before someone. He admitted his mistake. I am truly a disgrace. I'm sorry. The Crown Prince said, Raise your head, Agent Patron. The ring on the prince's index finger sparkled. He said, Shame on you, it's not you. His face was indifferent. His voice was as cold as ice. His whole body exuded a noble aristocratic demeanor. And this was my Crown Prince. On a nearby tree branch, a bat was quietly observing. It carefully recorded every image in its bright eyes. Turns out it was Elric incarnated. He was complacent. The big fish is here. The Crown Prince sat on the ledge and said to Agent Patron. Raising his head, I said the person who should feel ashamed is not you, but me, the current prince. I'm the one who wanted you to meet the Merbinger family. I'm also the one who was blinded by jealousy and underestimated my enemy. The one who acted carelessly was me. Patron knelt on the ground with his hand on his left chest, confused, raised his head and said, Sir. The Crown Prince's voice was heavy. I have made you suffer humiliation because of your incompetence. Those words sounded like a sigh, containing deep regret. Patron was startled and quickly told His Highness, Please don't say that. He gently waved his hand calmly but firmly said, however, everything that has happened so far is personal. Our priority goal is to eliminate the hidden remnants of the demons. Patron heard the Crown Prince's words and silently bowed his head deeper, his face hidden in shadow, but his eyes shining with understanding. Understand and respectfully. Answer yes, Your Highness? The Crown Prince asked, and you said that Viscount Garrad is one of Grigory's subordinates, right? Patron replied, yes, we have confirmed it. They are all demons and everything related to the totems is related to them. In order to have the upper hand in the battle for the throne, I need to succeed in defeating the demons in this war. His eyes were cold and determined that there was no room for error here. Without hesitation, he calmly replied, Yes, Your Highness. After that, the prince did not look back. His figure gradually approached the carriage, blending into the darkness of the forest, his long black cloak gently rising with each majestic step. As if blending with him, the night wind was whistling through the trees. The image of Lady Isabel appeared in Patron's mind like a distant but still clear memory. With her elegant and gentle beauty, he could not forget his ex-fiancée, Lady Isabel. She has no other choice but to choose politics over love for her so she can take the throne. He thought about the Crown Prince's actions, the reason he hid his identity, and decided to reveal it now, probably because he wanted to see for himself Elric Merbinger, the person who saved Lady Isabel. What kind of person are you? This was probably to give him some peace of mind, but now they gave him a reason to be able to do what he always wanted, which was to completely destroy the demons, the feathers. The prince's eyebrows slightly frowned, in his eyes, light flared like fire, showing strength and strong will. Patron's heart was filled with the belief that he was the son that would lead the empire to good things. He secretly thought that we must avoid getting involved with Elric Merbinger any longer. This trouble will not continue. In other words, Patron's eyes shone with determination. He gritted his teeth. We need to completely eliminate Elric Merbinger. Patron stood quietly in the middle of the deep forest, surrounded by the dense darkness of the trees. Jet black masks completely hid the faces of a group of people. When Patron spoke, his voice rang out strongly in the quiet space. Listen to the Royal Intelligence Department. This is a demon's territory where the floods take place. Demons flooded the entire forest land. Patron ordered us to search every corner of this place, not leaving a single inch, so we could destroy them all. The Garrett territory at this time looked like a disaster picture, where fire and smoke erupted from the ruins, creating a terrible scene. Sean, Elric, Mephisto, and Hayes stood on a high ledge, where they could see far away, watching the chaotic scene taking place below. Elric smirked contemptuously, breaking the silence. Looks like they've already started. Now we should get moving. A strong foot stepped forward. They crouched, gaining momentum, and at the same time, 4 bodies simultaneously rushed down from the ledge. Elric smiled smugly, thinking that sending someone to spy on the intelligence department was the right choice. Thanks to that, I was able to get more information than expected. A series of thoughts arose in his mind about the valuable information he had just gathered. Well, although knowing that the prince was also currently hiding in the intelligence department was also quite interesting information. But knowing the demon's base is the most valuable information. Fighting until the land was stained with blood, the intelligence department and the Viscount's family were 2 opposing forces. 4 people stood in front of a large mansion. The surrounding scenery was silent. Only the sound of the wind gently rustling the leaves was like background music for the heavy atmosphere. Elric's thoughts passed by like arrows. Sharp guy, calculating every next step. I will take this opportunity to fish in muddy water. While the remnants of the demons and the intelligence agency are gradually approaching each other, I will take the totem and run away. From there. He took out his mask and thought to himself that his teachers would open a way for us to escape. Everyone in the group wore masks, making the atmosphere more mysterious and tense. Elric said, "Mephi, let's go find food. The Garrett territory is now engulfed in flames." His group ran through the streets filled with ashes and flames. Elric said it was only a matter of time before the intelligence agency attacked. We needed to infiltrate the mansion as fast as possible. Ken. Sean turned his head, his eyes scanning the crowd rushing to escape the chaos. He nodded and replied that he understood. Having finished speaking, he followed Elric's every step. He shouted, "Break this wall and get over it." Arrows of light rushed away. They soared towards the mansion like a flash of lightning in the dark night. Elric spoke surgingly. A loud explosion rang out, shaking the whole space. Like a lightning strike across the sky, the wall of the mansion was torn apart, debris flew in all directions, and smoke and dust rose up, covering the sky. The soldiers stood inside the mansion with surprised and scared faces, asking what, the wall had been punctured, had the intelligence department come all the way here? Elric told Sean, "Look closely." Immediately sharp arrows flew high, forming brilliant straight lines, like shooting stars tearing through the night sky. The arrows cut through the wind and rushed away, then they attacked the group of people in the mansion. The soldier and another guy nodded to each other. They started to change. From his back, the demon's black wings stretched out, carrying the breath of darkness. Elric suddenly remembered. What he said was true. My teachers will protect the kind people here. The demon stretched out his hand, his fingers as sharp as blades, pointing straight at Elric. His voice rang out, "Die, human. So, don't hesitate to unleash all your strength." These words aroused the power hidden inside Elric. The whole group rushed forward simultaneously. Sean said, "Wind blade." Immediately, a powerful stream of power began to form from his hand. The pent-up energy emitted a brilliant blue light. Wind blades flew out like the wind, streaking into the air and aiming straight at the approaching demons. Upon contact, the wind blades not only caused wounds, but also activated a powerful blast of wind power, blowing the demons far away. A group of demons flew and shouted, "They're stopping those humans." A foot jumped up, crossed the void, forming a graceful curve in space. Hayes lifted the hammer and asked, "No matter what, just smash the head of whoever appears in sight, right? She is like a storm, destroying everything that stands in her way." When Elric and the group standing nearby witnessed Hayes' brutal power, they were all terrified. She told Elric, "Just leave this place here for me and everyone else." Hayes rested her hammer on her shoulder, her strong and confident appearance standing out in the chaotic scene. Hayes turned her back, her voice echoing through the space like an irresistible command to go away. Elric heard that and rushed away. They shouted to stop him. At this time, in another place, there are two demons moving the totem. Another demon shouted to be careful with that thing. He thought to himself that even the intelligence agency would have a hard time finding this place. The demon crossed his arms and nodded while they were busy looking for this place. "We will take the artifacts out through a secret room." Suddenly a cracking sound rang out. He raised his head suspiciously and looked up. A large piece of the wall broke off, falling straight on top of it. Blood splashed everywhere, staining the ground and surrounding debris. In the middle of the thick fog, Elric suddenly appeared and asked, "See, Memphis, I'm not so bad, right?" The two demons holding the totem trembled like leaves and asked how he found this place. Bright light suddenly radiated around Elric, like a magical halo revealing the dark night. He said, "We were lucky enough to fall into a sumptuous party." The fire broke out fiercely, covering the entire mansion, spreading quickly like a firestorm. Viscount Garrett's fist slammed heavily on the table, creating a harsh sound that echoed throughout the room. He shouted, "What did you just say?" "The Royal Intelligence Bureau has found the underground museum," the subordinate said. "Sir, I think we need to get out of here quickly." Garrett angrily asked, "Only my closest people knew about that place. How did they find it?" He glared, confusion mixed with anger clearly visible on his face. It couldn't be. There were spies in our army. Behind him, through the window, the scene outside was engulfed in flames. A loud explosion rang out. The stone wall shook, the window shattered into pieces. Splashing everywhere, Garrett lay motionless on the ground. A person came up and said I was curious about who Viscount Garrett was. Patron spoke coldly, His voice was like a knife. Sharp and decisive. So it was you. He curled his lips, his sharp eyes looked straight at Garrett. His voice said Kaya. Garrett slowly stood up, his face contorted in pain, his hand clutching the injured arm. Suddenly, behind him, a pair of giant black wings appeared. Patron takes out his sword and says, "Bastard, you always escaped, finally we caught you." Garrett gritted his teeth and said, "That you not only planted spies on our side, but also robbed my museum. Who is the bastard here?" Patron pointed the tip of his sword at the museum guy and asked, "What the hell are you talking about?" Garrett exclaimed, "Don't pretend to be stupid." His nails began to grow longer and sharper like the claws of a predator. Garrett said, "I'm sure you'll spit it all out after I cut you in half." Patron spread his legs wide, maintained his fighting stance, both hands clasped the hilt of his sword, his eyes shining with determination and coldness. "From now on, I will punish the traitor Kaya, in the name of royalty." Garrett and Patron rushed towards each other at the same time, each with a fierce determination, like two arrows shot from powerful bows. The distance between the two gradually narrowed, the atmosphere seemed to become more oppressive. As if time had stopped in this dramatic moment. A loud explosion rang out. Hayes and Sean turned their heads to look towards the mansion. Sean asked if Elric was causing trouble again. Suddenly someone called out, "Sister." Elric rushed out from inside the gate. He stopped and urgently said now was the time to act. Sean wondered how she could laugh at this time. Hayes stood straight, legs wide open, rotating the hammer clockwise, each movement filled with power and confidence. She roared, emotions surging, creating an intense fighting atmosphere. Hayes threw his hammer towards the oncoming demons. The demons rushed out of the mansion. In panic, screaming miserably, "The mansion is collapsing, we need to run quickly." Elric and the others rushed inside the mansion, Elric leading the way, his eyes filled with determination, each step steady and strong, towards the professor. Hayes and Sean followed closely behind him. Suddenly 2 people appeared in front of them. Elric called out to the professor. Augustine said he didn't expect that a student would ask a professor to do this. The person next to him crossed his arms and said, "I don't know who said it was fun to play with the intelligence department, while pretending to be a hero." Augustine asked Elric, "All the residents have evacuated, what do we do now?" Elric put his hand on the door and said what else should he do. He said it was time to get out of here. The fire burned fiercely behind him, red and billowing, radiating a heat that made the air stifling. The next morning, the scene outside the ruined mansion brought a scene of desolation and sadness. The sky was blue, the warm sunlight filtered through the clouds, but could not dispel the heavy atmosphere that remained, again from last night. Patron gritted his teeth and thought, "You crazy, Kaya, I didn't think he would drag everyone to die with him. Who would have thought he had an accomplice outside his territory, that rat?" A person stepped forward and said, "Deputy Commander, we have seen the museum you mentioned." Patron walked towards them. The castle had collapsed, making everything confusing. His mission was to find traces of the demon race and report back to the prince. This can help him take over the position, then I can become the head of the intelligence department. And if I can find the fake trail Elric left behind that connects this event. Patron smiled, his eyes shining with determination and cruelty. I can put an end to the Merbinger family. One person shouted to the deputy commander, "Please come here." He walked over and asked what that was. He pointed forward and said, "Sir, its treasure is empty." Patron asked, "Damn it, did that demon clean up this place?" The subordinate hesitantly replied, "I'm not sure." He felt like there was a thick layer of fog covering his mind. It couldn't be. Kaya didn't know about the ambush. He only discovered there were spies midway when he arrived. As if remembering something, Patron suddenly said, "Wait." Thoughts were forming in his mind. Like puzzle pieces gradually completing, Patron said, "Yes, clearly, there were demonic spies in the intelligence department." At this moment Elric was laughing happily. Augustine asked what was so funny. He replied that it was funny to imagine the intelligence officer seeing the empty museum. When he heard that, he laughed and said that the people from the intelligence department were messing with the wrong person. They were indeed my students. Mephisto crossed his arms and turned away angrily. Elric asked Mephi, "Are you angry?" Elric shook his head in frustration. "I let you absorb magic power as promised. How can a demon king like you be so petty?" Mephisto clenched his fists angrily, said, "Wouldn't it be better if you told me how much stronger you became after absorbing the demon power?" Elric held a pile of magic power in his hands and asked how many were here. He hummed happily. "Mephisto reminded me that if you don't keep your word, there will be no more transactions in the future." Elric sighed and replied, "I know." A pile of magic bars burst into space, radiating bright, shimmering light like sparkling precious gems. These magic bars rotated and twisted in the air, creating magical curves, sharp. He reached out his hand. Elric spoke absorbingly, his voice echoing in the space like a command. Mephisto happily cried at the end, magic power. I don't know if it's Azazel's, so delicious. He angrily questioned why did you take it back? Elric said, come on, this is not the first time you have done business with me, there must be a quid pro quo. He smiled and said, the switch? To start the original sin seal, give it here, with that, I can give you more magic power. Mephisto gritted his teeth and trembled as he said you. Even now when I think about it, he is still extremely angry. Mephisto scolded you for being a bastard. Elric sighed and told himself that it was a good deal. An exploitation. He thought to himself that to use the seal, one must prove ability, and to prove ability, one must understand the seal. Elric thought that if he wanted to understand the original sin, he would need to receive a seal of the same lower level. The problem was that Mephisto didn't know anyone with a lower level than him. There was no other way, he had to find it himself. How to use it? He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Elric turned his head to look towards the window. A footstep forward, around, the air seemed to condense, bringing with it a heavy and gloomy feeling. Garrett looked towards the direction the carriage was going. Garrett was angry, his eyes lit up like fire, an expression of indignation that could not be hidden. Seeing you, you thief, the sound seemed to roar from the bottom of his heart, harsh and full of indignation. Garrett rushed out from the forest. He said, Intelligence Department, patron. Garrett told himself that he would never give up so easily, determination boiling in his veins. A feeling of anger welled up in my heart. The totem they stole had a scent that only I could smell. Once I absorbed the totem and strengthened the seal. His eyes were filled with madness and heat like fire burning everything around. I will tear you to pieces. Augustine crossed his arms and said a demon could walk in sunlight. It looked like he was angry at someone. Hayes stood up and said I would go check, sir. He said sternly, sit down, little girl, there's nothing for you to get involved in. She didn't understand what he meant by asking sorry. Elric held the totem tightly in his hand, his eyes shining. Wouldn't it be best for the person who sent the invitation to that guy to go? Yes, Hayes, I was the one who called him here. I think it's still many things to take advantage of from him. Hayes turned around and said, don't tell me you're aiming for the seal. His tone was gentle but also full of confidence, as if nothing could shake his determination. If he refused, it would be very rude. Is that what you said? Garrett stared at the royal carriage, incredulous in his heart. A royal carriage without any guards. I can't believe they tried to trick me with this, you idiots. He smiled and thought to himself that I will get the totem back. Suddenly a voice spoke up. I was worried that you wouldn't come there. But you really came here. Elric held the totem and asked you to come here for this. Right. Garrett wondered who you were. What did you tell me? Elric took off his mask. He laughed and said Tata. He silently evaluated that cheap mask, as if remembering something. Garrett said it was impossible. He gritted his teeth and said to you. Garrett burst into anger and loudly dared to deceive us. He stretched out his hand and rushed forward, saying I will tear you to pieces. Mephisto crossed his arms and asked if he was sure it would be okay to anger him like that. Even though he lost an arm, he was still a demon with a pretty strong seal. Garrett rushed in front of Elric, his eyes flashed madly. He raised his arms, preparing for a fatal attack, and died. Elric quickly dodged and said, great, I've always wanted to know how much stronger I've become since I left. He jumped up to avoid the man's attack, and we have decided on a few things to do. Elric gently landed on the ground. Elric stood firm, his eyes full of determination, looking straight at Garrett. A bright light began to surround him, as if a halo rose from within. Magical symbols appeared on his arm. I will exterminate demons. Elric smiled confidently, his eyes shining with determination. He said it through and through. Elric pointed forward. The magical energy from his hand began to roll up, forming bright ice spikes, radiating light as strong as the sun. Garrett's eyes reflected the image of sharp ice arrows flying like a death tornado. He stretched out his nails, sharp nails sticking out like dagger blades, emitting a pale and cold light. Garrett broke through the ice arrow and roared, you think such magic can stop me? The sound was filled with arrogance and contempt. He mocks a magician like you for daring to let me approach. The magical light from Elric was dazzling, but Garrett was not afraid at all. Ha! Your life is over, bastard. The two fists collided strongly with each other, creating a powerful shock wave that spread throughout the surroundings. Streams of energy flowed from Elric's hands, combining with his strength, creating an intense energy explosion. Garrett used his sharp nails to grip the ground, trying to maintain his position. He stared at Elric, his eyes filled with suspicion and anger. How could a magician be so strong? Elric's shadowy figure appeared amidst the thick smoke, like a mysterious image escaping from the darkness. He looked at the black liquid on his hand. Suspicion appeared in his eyes. When fighting him, this could be very dangerous. The fluid is like a poisonous snake, silently penetrating every cell and every blood vessel of his. The poison in his demonic weapon will penetrate every small hole in his body. Elric concentrates his magical power, trying to create a protective layer of ice, surrounding the source of the poison that is harassing inside. As this is sealing power, I will freeze it so that the poison does not spread, anyway. But this is only a temporary solution. We have to be careful not to be exposed to more toxins. Garrett stood there, a mocking smile on his mouth when he saw Elric trying to stop the poison from spreading. He stopped the poison from spreading by freezing his hand. What a joke. His eyes were red like fire. He shouted loudly. His voice echoed throughout the space, carrying overwhelming confidence. How can you help this? Garrett smirked. His voice sounded full of sarcasm. Let's see how you freeze a poisonous wind. The toxic gas spreads. Each dark wind carries destructive power, creeping throughout space as if wanting to cover everything. The air became stuffy with the wind filled with magic power, making Elric feel like he was facing an invisible force that was difficult to stop. Elric raised his hand, shielding his face from the rushing poisonous gas. In his head only a silent scream rang out. Damn it, his poison is creeping into my body. This is not something I can stop. Bandage to restrain toxic gases. He thought to himself, but I can still do something to break this attack of his. Elric said freeze, reverse. Ice and snow swirled around, rolling in cold waves that cut through the toxic gas. Elric's eyes shone brightly. His voice rang out from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself, I will blow this poisonous wind back towards you. Each wave of poisonous wind turned to ice, rotated and bounced back at terrifying speed, heading straight towards Garrett. He said, that's stupid. Do you think the magic I use can affect me? Garrett was startled and said something. Where is he? Elric's figure has disappeared. Elric suddenly appeared right behind Garrett. An icy breath radiated from him, causing the surrounding air to freeze. He was startled and turned around. Elric said, binding. Immediately, chains rushed out like ice snakes, tightly wrapping around Garrett. He shouted, wait. Elric laughed. Come on, if you end up here there's nothing interesting. I think it's been a while since I used this attack. His hand stretched towards Garrett's chest. Magical light began to gather, waiting for the final explosion. Elric uses the secret technique of snow without frost. Garrett fell to his knees. He held his chest and breathed heavily, saying, how could a human being use the power of snow without frost? He placed his hand on the man's head. Elric's eyes flashed. His sharp gaze seemed to penetrate everything. You don't need to know what to do, he said absorbingly. The surrounding air seemed to be sucked dry, carrying Garrett's breath with it, making him feel wobbly. Finally he collapsed to the ground. At Elric's feet, Garrett was left with only an image of the once violent man, now a defeated man, falling into the darkness. Mephisto crossed his arms and thought about exterminating demons. How dare he say that in front of him? He feels the storm is slowly forming, just waiting for the right moment to explode, meaning we now have no choice but to work together. We will eventually become enemies that we must fight in the future. Mephisto thinks to himself that this is great. That's what I think, too. Elric looked at Garrett at his feet. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Elric fell to his knees, vomiting blood. Hayes and Augustine worriedly ran to call Elric, who told himself that the poison was accumulating in his body. A strong hand was gently placed on Elric's back. A warm feeling spread from the fingertips. Like a healing wave, a gentle light surrounded the hand. A positive energy flowed into his body. Augustine asked Elric, are you okay? He replied, yes, you feel better. Elric wondered if the demons were still this strong. He retracted his hand and replied, yes, of course it was. Augustine said if he was in the best condition just now. He put his hands behind his back and his eyes fell into space. Then I probably lost to him. He confidently said, no, I think I will still win. When Augustine heard that, he reluctantly thought that the boy had boundless confidence. His eyes followed Elric. Well, I guess the boy would find a way to defeat his opponent no matter how unfavorable the situation was. He stretched, stretching his muscles after an intense battle. Augustine thought, however. He reminded me, didn't I tell you not to let pride take over? You need to change. Elric said, but Augustine? He asked why he made that face. He couldn't hide his smile filled with pride as expected of his disciple. The moon was cool and the wind was cool. There were 2 men standing in the ruins. One asked the captain what he wanted us to find here. The other replied, I don't know. Why did he keep telling us? Find traces of a third party here. He sighed and said he'd been searching all day but couldn't find any trace if this wasn't an order. Before he could finish his sentence, a hand suddenly stabbed through his body. Blood immediately splashed onto the other guy's body. A man stood there, his eyes red as fire, exuding cruelty and coldness. He asked, what happened to that guy here? The subordinate stepped back in fear and stammered, who is that? He said, show yourself, and as soon as he finished speaking, a large hand grabbed his face. The subordinate screamed in horror, his feet wobbled in the air. The man spoke in a voice that sounded extremely unpleasant. I will find out for myself. A strange magical mark appeared on his hand. The man stood in the quiet space. He began to perform the assimilation ritual, a cruel and powerful process. The subordinate's hand slowly slid down, his skin gradually turning a mysterious black color, as if swallowed by darkness. The mark on the man's hand also lit up. He said Kia failed. The images and memories flashed like a movie in his head. He said a third party, not the intelligence agency or his own kind, was also involved in this. The man smiled and said it was an unbelievable harvest. His eyes glowed like burning flames, his ears slowly lengthened, becoming sharper, reflecting the monstrous nature that was gradually emerging, thinking about the prince's personal participation. At this time in the garage mansion, a group of people were kneeling. The crown prince said enough. He stood straight, his eyes as sharp as a blade. Remember the wounds you suffered today for the rest of your life and reflect on yourself. Patron slammed his head down and replied that God would remember that. The crown prince looked down, his eyes heavy and thoughtful. The conquest plan that had been planned for many years has now completely collapsed. What are you planning to do now? Patron didn't dare raise his head to answer. According to my report, Viscount Garad is not the only follower of Gregory. Luckily the agents we sent to other branches were able to gather information about the main camp yours. He said that meant the plan for this place had not completely failed. He replied yes, Viscount Garrett's plan was simply a mistake by us at Team 4. The crown prince turned and walked away saying, okay, patron, clean up this mess and then go to the gathering point. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Someone shouted ambush. Demons! Patron held his sword and shouted to everyone, get into formation. As the demons rushed forward, the group of masked men without hesitation slashed, stabbed, and attacked them with precision. Patron stood in front of the prince and shouted at these idiots, protecting the prince first. They ran towards him and called out to protect His Highness, running back to His Highness. Patron realized the situation was becoming urgent, too quickly. He quickly blocked an attack. The mysterious demon said, it's not bad, human. Patron swung his sword, looking straight at the flying demon. You trash, how dare you? The demon pointed down and said it was you. He said it was certain that you were the crown prince. The demons looked at each other, their eyes briefly exchanging a secret signal. They simultaneously surrounded him and said that he was the crown prince. Patron firmly told me to stop him and protect His Highness. The surrounding subordinates, although worried, still raised their heads high and said in unison, please follow us. He coldly said that I, Arthur Patron, would begin to execute the enemies who dared to harm your highness. His eyes were cold. Without a trace of hesitation, his hand gently grasped the hilt of his sword as if ready to rush into battle at any time. When the devil's eyes sparkled with excitement, that guy looks delicious, let's start taking action. Patron, and he did not say another word. In just a split second, the two rushed at each other like bloodthirsty beasts. A loud explosion rang out. At this time, the masked group was fighting the remaining demons. The demons asked if we could get the seal if we brought the crown prince's head back to the messenger. I wondered if we could get a few more seals if we brought the messenger a few more body parts of the crown prince. No. A subordinate rushed towards the demon with a sword in hand, roaring, how dare you lowly demons insult the one who will become the ruler of our empire. He called out to your highness, I will open the way for you. Blood splattered everywhere. His body collapsed to the ground. The demon laughed and said, hee, it's best you leave the crown prince to me. The demon's eyes were as red as hell, rushing forward with terrifying speed. The seal was mine. The crown prince stood firmly, his eyes sharp as knives, not flinching at the horrifying scene. A person suddenly spoke up and said, who would dare to get in the way of the messenger? A sudden icy rain poured down, forming ice blocks as sharp as knives. At that moment, from the middle of the icy storm, the lion's head appears, stretching out as an embodiment of strength and power. The demon held a severed human arm, licked his lips and said, "You guys are lucky." A subordinate told Lam Su, the Lamb Lion was here. A powerful army appeared, flags fluttering in the wind. The flag was embroidered with a large lion head, symbolizing strength and courage, making the whole battlefield suddenly brighten up. Hermann shouted, "My soldiers, destroy the enemy." Immediately afterwards, soldiers rushed forward and slashed the demons to death. Everyone cheered that we were saved. The prince's eyes suddenly stopped. When he saw Isabel, his ex-fiancée, her image appeared in the crowd, like a sparkling light in the darkness. In the dim light of the sky, two groups of people stood facing each other. Patron said, "Even though we were able to destroy most of the demons with the help of the Blue Master." Patron, with a missing arm, bowed his head to the Crown Prince. He took a deep breath, then slowly told us that we were unable to destroy the leader of the demons. The Crown Prince nodded and said thank you. Hermann bowed his head respectfully and told me that I was happy to see you safe, Your Majesty. I will escort you back to the palace. But you already have the intelligence department with you, so I will ask permission to retire here. He said he must be very busy, so go ahead, he replied, thanking him for his understanding. The Crown Prince asked, "But can I ask where you are going?" Hermann honestly replied that he was looking for Elric Merbinger. He looked at Isabel and said, "I knew." Isabel smiled silently. The prince turned away and said, "Okay, goodbye." Feelings of hatred and indignation welled up in his heart. Elric Merbinger, that guy again. The carriage rolled through the jungle, each wheel grinding against the white snow, emitting a gentle rustling sound. Elric poked his head out to look at the scene outside. The last carriage stopped in front of the wall gate. He said this was even louder than what we heard. Elric thought to himself that the flower power was somewhere behind this wall. The group of soldiers guarding the city gate, standing firmly like pillars in the middle of a snowstorm. One of them, with a strong and stern voice, shouted loudly to please stop. Leslie said, "You guys must be border guards. We want to cross the border." The soldier said, "Sorry, but you may not be able to pass." The soldier suggested, "I'm sorry, but you can't come over here." Elric was about to get in the car when he asked if something had happened on the other side of the wall. The new soldier said that the monsters outside the city walls had been rioting recently. An unexplainable phenomena had begun to appear. So the guards are in a critical situation. Hearing that, I suddenly felt strangely excited. I immediately knew that the energy I felt on the other side of the wall was extremely suspicious. Even so, I still have no intention of giving up. Then Elric said, "Carl, give them their travel papers," he replied. "Understood." He immediately did as he was told, got down from the carriage and gave it to the soldier. Carl gave it immediately. "Here." He opened it. "What is this?" He was shocked. "The Nerister family and the Merbinger family." He said, "Ahem, I'm sorry, I didn't know you came from such important families. Normally, people wouldn't be able to pass through even if they had a passport, but I will give you special treatment because you come from the Nerister and Merbinger families. In return, please run to the highest shelter possible if anything goes wrong," Elric said. "If I hide there, will anyone come to save me?" He replied bluntly, "No. If that's the case, finding your body will be easier for us." At that time, whatever happened would happen. Each giant python seemed to swallow the whole planet and attacked one after another. All of them challenged humans. It did not hesitate to charge at humanity, its mouth elongated and protruded like a man-eating plant monster. At that moment, Elric prepared to fight it. Its python rushed forward like a storm at a speed that made it impossible to breathe. So with his bare hands, Elric easily caught the python's weak point using magic on his hand. Ha! It was it that made him use momentum to jump straight over its head. The powerful kick made the python spit blood crazily. He wondered these worms kept rushing here like crazy. Even though he was attacked like that, it kept coming up behind him. Elric obviously recognized it, just in time to turn around and launch a kick. I know. After the last battle with the demon, I felt like I couldn't use what I had achieved skillfully. If I gain more future impressions, my mana will be a hindering factor, and I won't be able to use them to their full power. Elric continued to bounce and erupt, making it as bloody as imaginable. As a result, the giant python collapsed. The magic is just for me. I need to create a completely new magic. Only then will I be strong enough to no longer be able to despise myself. Sean comes and asks, "Are you done yet?" He was shaking. Even though he had covered his body with mana, he was still cold. I was about to run out of mana. Elric is reconsidering. This place is supposed to be a hot place like a desert, but I didn't expect it to be this cold with strong winds like this. I wonder if this is one of those strange phenomena they mentioned, or not. This place is called the Black Snowfield. The name Snowfield is simply an association. Because of that, the belt here is poison and pitch black. This place seems like a black snowfield, that is the meaning behind that name. This place is also completely filled with monsters, and even the Empire has given up on taking over this place. This is a restricted area where even magicians level 8 or higher are not necessarily safe. Suddenly Sean touched Elric's shoulder. Hey Elric, is the Flower Shrine really a place where gods fall from grace? He said. In the fairy tale, the Flower Shrine is a peaceful garden where the god of flowers lives happily with humans. So does it look like a flower garden? He said. The Flower Shrine exists. I can confirm its existence based on the records of my ancestors and the royal family. Guy asked. So you know its exact location? I don't believe you can find that with just the information in the notes. Elric was about to say, I was thinking about finding the half-spirits guarding the flower altar. Guy, the demi-beast guardian has a deep hatred for humanity. Are you sure it will be okay? He replied, we will be okay, I have a way. He's looking forward to it. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm looking forward to it. Ho ho, if I know what you're planning, I'll be even happier. But what kind of half-beast are you planning on finding in such a large place? He said. That's something I'm still thinking about. Hayes appeared and said, are there any maps or road signs? We can't search this whole snowfield. Elric said, no, we don't have anything, if at least we have one compass. Suddenly Mephisto said, the jelly is glowing? Hearing that, he looked inside and pulled out the glowing stone. I don't understand why it suddenly glows like that. Then it flew up high. What? The light from the ice stone is opening a path for us, he said brightly. I think we have found the way. They shook hands and walked to the carriage and to the alley as Elric instructed. Carl, stop. Yes, Mr. Elric. Sean asked, what's going on? Elric said, the ice jelly stopped shining after we entered the forest. I think we need to look around here. 5 people went to explore that place together. Sean still doesn't understand. Can we really find anything here? I don't see anything. But Golidi said, I'm looking from above with my spirit beast, but I don't see anything either. Elric replied, is that so? He looked at the jelly again but realized it and clenched his fist. Let's go back to the carriage. The ice jelly will probably continue to show us the way. Before they could figure it out, they heard a scream. Kia! With fighting instinct. Sean, Golidi and Elric quickly followed the sound. They tried to move quickly. Something was there. They hid behind the bushes and realized, a half-beast girl. She had white hair. Scared by the threat of the beasts, Mephisto noticed that she was a female cat beast. Then the ferocious beasts rushed forward. They screamed and threatened her. She closed her eyes and screamed for help. Is there anyone? Please help. Elric used it. Suddenly appeared and froze all those beasts. One touch easily saved her in danger, he asked. Are you okay? You must have been very shocked. Mephisto secretly praised him. You have no acting talent at all, he said. If you are injured anywhere, I will restore it for you. Can you stand up by yourself? She immediately became wary and ignored it. I don't need help from a human. Unexpectedly, they were surrounded by tribes of beast men. The arrows on the tree and the arrows below were all holding spears and bows. She angrily said, stupid human, if you don't surrender after I count to 3, I will kill you all. 1, 2, Hayes doesn't know Elric's. What are you planning? Not only was Elric not afraid, but he immediately smiled with his fangs. Ready to raise his hand, I surrendered. All of Elric's teammates were helpless. He still said, I surrendered. Mephisto laughed. He really is very cunning. Going back to the past a while ago. Elric once said, this situation is clearly a trap. Some old trick. Recently there have been soldiers too, Guy asked. Elric, what are you going to do now? He laughed. What else can we do? If you want to play, we'll let you. And we'll let them let us into their own lair. Monster Kingdom. He and the others were captured on carriages. All of them, some sleeping and some silent. Then Mephisto spoke up. Hey, do you have to do it to this extent? Elric was madly tied up, saying, you're so stupid. You have to be willing to sacrifice this much to be able to fool him. Well, he doesn't understand. He didn't expect these stupid monsters to be fooled by such bad acting. As they left, they were cursed by the beast men. Damn humans. Why did the search team bring humans back? Surely they didn't have any good intentions. Just kill them right now. Elric said, actually I already predicted it, but their anger towards humans is really great. Mephisto said, you humans stole their habitat and drove them here, so isn't that very normal? It won't be that easy to appease the anger passed down from our ancestors. He suddenly became thoughtful. Then the person they saved came down, introduced. I am Irina, royal guard of the Anthropomorph Kingdom. If you value your life, you better behave obediently, because our great king will interrogate you. Hearing that, Elric couldn't stop thinking. Irina brought the 5 of them to meet the king. Mephisto said, you must have something in mind, that's why you entered the center of the enemy's battlefield, right? Elric said, of course, the monsters won't refuse me. Because I have the power they have desired for centuries, the fighting skills of the previous Tiger King and Monster King, and strong body techniques. He also said that the Tiger clan has held the position of king for many generations, but now they are all extinct. What if the body strengthening technique, which represents the authority of the king, appears? He is still immersed. Just think how much it would be worth. Mephisto said, you're really excited to sell it for a sky-high price. Irina bowed respectfully to the great king of Anthropomorph. I have brought the criminals here. The king said, well done, those humans. Why did you enter our territory? Elric looked at it, and thought, is he a tiger man? If you dare to lie, it's impossible. The king of monsters, the Tiger King. The guy sitting on the throne is only small but possesses the characteristic golden pupils of a lake species. He won't be able to get out of here alive. I didn't expect it, just a kid. Hayes blushed, feeling so cute. He was so cute. Mephisto said, as a young Tiger King, you probably won't get as much out of this as you think. Elric was still in shock. It was good that the Tiger King was still a descendant, but he was still too young. Let's try it first. After all, we can escape. If everything goes wrong. He approached and asked, are you the king? The surrounding clans reacted. That rude bastard, how dare you ask our great king like that? He said, hey old man, don't interfere. The old man shouted, you old brat, where are the soldiers? Drag that prisoner out immediately. He pinched his ears. The mouse is too noisy. The king called out, stop. He said. But the king threatened, are you going to disobey my orders? So he was innocent but in a frustrated mood. Then, he asked, what do you want to say? Elric thought to himself, I thought he was just a senseless boy. It seems that the blood of the tiger still flows in his body. Perhaps it will be easier to convince him than I thought. He asked, do you know body strengthening techniques? He doesn't understand. What? He courageously said, if I told you that I wanted to sell it, how much would you offer to buy it? Another fight? What nonsense, you bastard. How dare a small human like you mention body strengthening? Where are the soldiers? Behead this shameless person. I tried to stop you, calm down. In the midst of that noise, Elric immediately broke the bridge. You guys are really making too much noise. The soldiers immediately turned on the king's protection mode. The prisoner broke his chains and protected the king. They were surrounded by them and had no way to escape. The cuffs fell off. Guy whispered to him, monsters are not the easy type to deal with. Do you want me to help? He replied, no need sir. I will handle them myself. Elric alone radiates more murderous aura than others. Go ahead, you need to show them your abilities, so they can trust you. They said, what are you doing? The royal guards quickly. Take down those evil humans. They all rushed forward, but Sean was helpless. On the way here, he was very quiet, so I was suspicious. Hayes said, Elric, if you dare touch my dear tiger cub, I will kill you. Golody said, I really like seeing these chaotic wings. Those guard soldiers spread out in many directions to attack and surround Elric. But I'm not afraid of them. I just burst out with my bare hands. Power comparable to a helicopter. Strong body technique, fierce tiger attack. He voluntarily launched the move. They panicked. It was impossible. How could one I know how to strengthen the body? Royal Guard, quickly transform into a beast. They obeyed and gradually took on wild shapes with bodies many times more muscular than humans. They scream, attack, one after another rush up to challenge you. Your life is over. So Elric taught them a lesson. He turned around and used a series of attacks, body strengthening techniques, and tiger claws. With one move, he defeated all the enemies in the blink of an eye. Causing the guard commander to be stunned, he trembled. Under pressure called body strength technique, black tiger hunting. That move, with Elric's current fury, took down the guardian commander in one fell swoop. It was at that moment that Irina was truly scared. But she still bravely attacked. How dare you? Before he could touch his body, the voice commanded him to stop. Elric leisurely watched the sword stop at his throat. Both of them turned their heads in two separate extremes. Irina was surprised when the king stood up, His Majesty. Elric lowered his sword and said, I think I've shown you that the power I have is real, right? He threatened, do you believe me now? The king seemed to have come to his senses and reconsidered that suggestion. Valenka stood on the podium and listened to the person below, Your Majesty. The one who spoke was Elric. He held the sword in his hand. I think I showed you that I also have some strength. Valenka pursed his lips when he saw Elric asking with a joking face. Do you believe me now? A silence passed in the room. Valenka gritted his teeth and angrily asked, How do you know about physical strength magic? something that even we cannot know. A stream of power appeared, causing everyone to be caught off guard. Blue lines appeared on Elric's hand. Around him was that green source of power. He raised his voice, that was magic. He sweat dropped and asked again, magic? Valenka stands controlling the different streams of magic and explains, magic flows in all things, it is always present in this world, it reveals the mystery of nature, and it unites all principles within it harmoniously. Valenka looked up. So, physical strength magic had always been preserved by magic? He smiled triumphantly and replied, yes. At the same time the magic in his hand also radiated. He stood motionless, watching those magic beams down. Valenka opened his eyes wide, his mouth opened in surprise. Mephisto appeared behind Elric and spoke, what magic, you hang a goat's head to sell dog meat again? He said casually, after all, the monster race also has a little affinity with magic. If we present this in an enticing and mysterious way, they'll take the bait. The others were talking about something. Look, it's not just the king, the others have started to believe it too, the monsters are too naive. He breathed out a happy breath and said that's why they're perfect to take advantage of, it's time to close the game. At this moment Elric bowed his head to Valenka who was standing on the dais. He bowed and spoke, physical strength magic is a secret treasure of the royal family, even if I have achieved it through magic, its true brilliant power always lies in the hands of the master, genuine. His face was no longer angry like before, instead he seemed shaken. Elric continued to speak, and so, we wanted to use this agreement to build a new foundation for the royal family, and though suddenly a voice interrupted him, enough was enough. He looked to his right and saw a man walking towards him. That person was the finance minister Norris. He spoke as he walked, simply put, you want to sell physical strength magic to us at a high price. Right? He squinted and thought, I can't believe he saw my true motives, this old man is no joke. Elric replied, yes, what I need is information. He frowned slightly when he heard him say, I want to know the path leading to the flower temple. A person who heard it was suddenly startled, the temple of star flowers, why would a person want to go there? The person next to him let out a long breath, besides, where it was right now, it was that voice that interrupted. Stop. He walked past each person and said, we understand your wishes in this agreement. But we need to discuss more, so please leave temporarily. He ordered, captain of the royal guard, to escort them to the mansion outside to rest. The guard immediately obeyed, yes sir. Elric turned around and looked in Norris' direction, thinking, it was almost a successful deal just because of that old man. Mephisto gritted his teeth thoughtfully, seemingly thinking about something. Suddenly Norris' body glowed, that old man. He turned around with bloodshot eyes, a demon. At this time, Valensa stood and looked at the people below who were talking. The man raised his fist and said, of course we should accept the deal. This is the opportunity to restore the Tiger King's bloodline and thereby bring glory to our people like before. The bearded man also responded aggressively, right now, those bastards are quite cunning and are a bigger threat to us than the humans out there. If we can get our minds together, the Tiger King's will and deterrence will make them obediently obedient. Someone's footsteps stepped forward to speak, they were right. The brown-haired man continued, physical strength is a symbol of unification of the monster clan. Its loss has caused many clans to be divided, many species are no longer unanimous. This is an opportunity to have it back. Having it would eliminate the Rage clan's reason for not recognizing a Tiger King because he doesn't have physical strength. Valensa now closed his eyes and said, okay, if that's what everyone thinks. Norris sitting below protested, we can't do that. The other man loudly retorted, Finance Minister Norris, if we lose the symbol of the royal family like this, we won't be able to. He glared with murderous intent, looking down at the other man. He spoke up, I understand the utmost importance of physical strength to the clan and the emperor. His eyes became more dangerous, but suddenly he shouted loudly, the reason we, the monsters, have to exist in this cursed place. Have you forgotten the suffering we went through? Humans used sweet bait to lure us, then cowardly stabbed us in the back to bring us to this situation. Valensa is sitting on the chair. My king, if we accept this agreement, then we will once again become puppets in the hands of humans, and those painful historical days will repeat. Norris said, that's why we shouldn't shake hands with humans, we need to be careful with them. Valensa could only stay silent and not respond. The other subordinates still stood there convincing Valensa, the king, that we must not miss this opportunity. This is the only chance to have physical strength again. He just stood silently looking at the statue in front of him. Rebuilding the royal family. At this moment he spoke up, if we want to fulfill the previous king's wish to unify the clans, then we will need physical strength magic. That subordinate immediately became happy, then, I will quickly call those people here, and make an agreement. He turned around. But we can't do that according to Mr. Norris's argument, because I think he has a good reason to say that. Humans have also deceived us too much. This guy, Your Majesty quickly explained. I know it's true that the Finance Minister Norris is quite wise in running the kingdom as well as it is now. The people have called him the wise black sage, but he is old and that his assessment may be wrong in this situation. He became angry and threatened. Be careful with your words. He is someone who has devoted his life to the kingdom since the time of the previous king. I do not doubt his judgment. We need to be careful with humans. The subordinate immediately bowed and apologized for saying the wrong thing, Your Majesty. After saying that, the guy turned and left. He just stood there looking at the other person's back thinking, Norris, I believe that your judgment is correct. In front of a gloomy castle illuminated by white light there was the Anthropomorphan X. Someone is walking along the hallway. Someone opened the door for Norris. Elric, who had been waiting inside, spoke up. Oh my, what do we have here? What wind brought you here? Finance Minister Norris. He raised his voice. I'm here to make a deal with you guys. He made a motion to invite him to sit down and said, Oh my God, so you are a customer, huh? Please sit down here. He waited for him to sit down and then said, It seems you have chosen to accept the deal I proposed. How do you plan to repay us? He replied, I will give you what you want, and I will open the way to the flower temple for you. Elric smiled and gave a thumbs up. Great, you are so generous, just as I predicted you would be. Norris laughed savagely. Physical magic, sell it to me. Elric collapsed tiredly on the table and lamented, Sigh, I guess no one is coming anymore. Do they really think they can take over the throne and unite the clans just because of physical strength? Why do the finance minister and other officials all say the same thing? Augustine sat facing him, spoke up. I heard that the Tiger King's lineage has collapsed for a long time. They need physical strength to revive this kingdom. But I didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. Then, you plan to sell it to someone? He replied, the finance minister still offers the highest price. Is that a rigid finance minister? He spoke as he emitted a golden light. In this case here, there are too many customers pursuing physical strength, so it has become very expensive. Can I ask what the royal family plans to do with it, and how they intend to pay me? Valence's appearance gradually appeared. Dear Tiger King, a jet-black figure hidden behind a layer of golden light appeared. It seemed to be about a middle-aged boy, with small ears, wearing a feather coat, staring at someone sharply, scary. A voice rang out and the identity was revealed, Tiger King. Ooh, that was Valence. He was surrounded by a source of dark power. His cold and emotionless face stood still. Mephisto, who was secretly observing his sudden appearance, was not happy at all. He crossed his arms and clicked his tongue, then said, The power held by the king is gradually deteriorating. If it were me, I would have beheaded those people. Those vassals, after all, I'm not stupid like them. It seemed like he couldn't believe those words. His whole body trembled. His eyes showed a bit of fear and wondered why the finance minister did that. There must be something wrong. Then from afar Elric Melvinger was approaching him and said, I told you before, making Valence a bit startled. You turned around, eyes full of confidence and radiant hope, said, You will witness very interesting things. Standing next to her, Hayes Melvinger felt that what had just happened was very damaging. She wrinkled her eyes and reminded, Elric, how could you say those words in front of a really hurtful person? Then she raised her hand, Your shoulder. But he seemed a bit careless and immediately said the opposite, but his eyes did not dare to look straight. Hayes, politics is not child's play. Sister, soothing his heart can change the current situation. Then suddenly both she and he were quite surprised and turned their heads to the left. Then Elric immediately continued, You know that, no matter how flashy and beautiful the throne is, it would soon be overlooked if there wasn't a solid force behind it. Then his eyes also lit up. The space around him also became darker. Seeing that there was no way to speak, she could only stay silent, but her worry and sadness were clearly visible on her face as she looked towards her younger brother, Elric. It wasn't because of disappointment, but what she said earlier made her worry about the past, which was called the Clan of Trust. At that time everyone from commoners to high positions had to bow to the two sisters. Looking at them, they were really fun. Then suddenly one day it was no longer the same. The world around them was darker. The two sisters themselves were very shabby, wearing old, faded clothes. Hayes looked very pitiful. Her eyes were helpless, sadness was evident, and Elric looked terrified, his eyes wide and round. Two lonely, lost children who could only hold hands in front of the society of older people out there. That obsession was expressed, but after losing their power, all the gods, nobles, and kings, the clan, and even the magic tower abandoned us. How could a 3 or 4-year-old child's psychology be able to bear it at this time? He burst into tears, 2 streams of tears flowed out helplessly, in extreme pain, and because of that, it became a psychological wound that would never last. Escape. Returning to reality, someone's screams rang out. It was the hero of Licenti. He was the son of the news story family. That was the sound of the people cheering happily as he passed by. Some people still begged, "Please look at me, Woe Merbinger, Merbinger." But Elric was not happy or proud at all. His face was still tense and serious. Suddenly he turned his eyes to the side, seeing the crowd of people dressed in green. Everyone was so happy and excited, clapping their hands to cover their mouths, celebrating and smiling from ear to ear. That's why I said that it was only when you became Licenti's hero that those who looked down on you and called you a disgrace to the family completely changed their attitude towards you. After all, power is still what runs the world. His words made him stronger, clenching his fists full of self-blame and gritting his teeth. Feeling that Valença was not okay, Hayes immediately asked, gently rubbing his hand and worriedly asking, "King?" Then his words rang out again. He must sharpen his claws. Hearing that, he was bewildered, not understanding. He opened his eyes wide and stammered, asking again, "My claws?" Then Elric immediately raised his hand to his chest to show respect and gave advice. He must silently hone it, then at the last moment, use it to regain everything he wants. What he did next was so adorable. He knelt down in front of the boy. Now it wasn't like there was a distinction between the king and his subjects. This was simply him telling me, I will help him, during this long journey, like great hope. The surrounding scenery seemed to be filled with warm light. Valença now felt understood. His eyes filled with tears of emotion about to burst, his cheeks turned pink. But who would have thought that it was just his plan? Elric was quite satisfied and thought with a rather devious smile, "Look at those angel eyes." I guess he was completely touched. Then Mephisto in his form, a little demon hovering next to him, crossed his arms rather shyly and said, looking like he was willing to sell his soul to you. Then he thought to himself with great satisfaction, "We have to do this to go further." As if he understood all his intentions, he curled his lips into a smug smile. "Don't think I don't know, you just want to stimulate his will to fight, right? Even if you help him, only he can solve the current situation." After that, Mephisto's eyes glowed red with murderous intent. While grimacing dangerously, he said, "I love you." Wonder if he can be as majestic as his predecessors. Then back to Valença's part, rubbing his hand while asking for more information. "Do you know anything about Tiger King Yule?" Hearing that, he immediately repeated that name again with shock, his eyes wide and round. "Tiger King Yule is the strongest Tiger King who has ever led the beast men to the pinnacle." Then, when remembering his image along with the treasures and valuable wealth he had conquered, Valença was full of determination. Without any regret or hesitation, he affirmed that, "I am willing to trade all the assets left by Tiger King Yule, including the documents we used to restore physical magic." Hearing this was so wonderful, the delicious food appearing in front of him made his eyes open. His mouth couldn't close tightly. Next he had to say that, however, the flower temple was occupied by the Eastern general, close. Then he immediately reached out his hand, showing his sharp brown padded claw, and said the solution. "If you want to open that door, you must need me. I will lead you there myself." With will and determination, he immediately placed his hand in front of Elric's face and requested, "So please give me your strength to tell me." Seeing that he had shown signs of trusting him 100%, he did not hesitate, and quickly grabbed his arm, placing the other on his chest to show his honor, and clearly responded and obeyed. Slowly standing up, he said, "Let's sit down to discuss further." Then he turned around and walked forward to lead the way, while Valença followed behind but did not feel secure and kept wondering if this decision was really right. But after struggling for a while he decided, "No, I must not doubt my own decisions. I am the king, just like he said. As long as I sharpen my claws, everything will return to its rightful place." Because he was immersed in his thoughts, he didn't pay attention to his steps. He accidentally stumbled and fell, leaning forward. He could only scream, "Oh no!" But fortunately, Hayes quickly rushed up from behind, his left hand holding his shoulder and his right hand hugging Valença's waist in surprise. The rescued boy slowly turned around, looked up at her and replied, "Thank you, I tripped over my own feet." Without answering or nodding, she rushed forward and hugged his entire body, making him so confused that his pupils became rounder. Feeling a bit sudden and shy, he was confused by the surprise and quickly said, Impertinence. I look young but I'm still the king." For someone who knows how to care and understand the psychology of people around her, she gently patted his head and comforted him. If he wanted to cry, he would cry comfortably. Bending slightly, Hayes gently continued, "Suffering like this is not good for children." Even though he was shy on the outside, he didn't try to struggle, he just stood still and felt it. At this moment, the words she said all had a familiar feeling. When she was happy she kept smiling, when she was sad she cried, as if Valenza was lying in the arms of her tiger mother, no pressure, no sadness. Then her words seemed to appear in her shadow and asked, "Okay, Valenza." This familiar feeling seemed to give him a space where he could clearly express his emotions, not hide them. Each drop of his tears also spread down his cheeks, falling on her shoulder sobbing and sniffle. Then he grabbed one hand tightly onto his vest, only hearing the sound, hic, hic, then he couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears, closing both eyes tightly. Each tear was the emotions he had suppressed for so long and couldn't release. But now they were lighter, witnessing such an incident. Elric felt quite funny. Just now he looked like a real king, but now he has turned into a crybaby. Mephisto can also understand and explain to Valenza. After all, he is still too young to shoulder the responsibility of sitting on the throne. A moment later, they arrived in the living room, and White Knight Augustine Nerister appeared also sitting there. Elric coughed and started the discussion, then he asked, "Since you said you would take me there yourself, does that mean you plan to leave Anthropomorph?" With a slightly worried voice. But when he didn't get a response, he had to ask again, Tiger King. But it turned out he was distracted, curled up in Haze's lap, stroking her hair very comfortably, happily looking at her. Seeing that, he had to raise his voice and increase the volume as much as possible to speak. "If what I guess is correct, then we should depart now. Hey, did you hear me? If there is any more waste during our time here, we cannot know what the finance minister and other ministries will do. We must quickly summon the royal guard and leave the palace immediately." But it seemed like he was quite the opposite. Elric replied, "No need for the royal guard." Valenza's eyes were now filled with confidence. "Because there are reasons," he explained, "especially Irina, the captain of the royal guard and the adopted daughter of the finance minister. He let her be a guard just because he wanted to monitor me." Hearing that, he frowned in disbelief and said, "Does that mean the finance minister already knows you are here? The calmer person right now is Valenza. Don't panic." I quietly left the castle. "But they probably already know by now." From outside suddenly came a clicking sound. Sean Nemister opened the window to let in the sunlight with a bang. His face quickly panicked and warned urgently, "Elric, the beast men were gathering outside the palace, in large numbers." The bad news was announced so quickly, he could only ponder for a moment and calculate. So he couldn't leave here quietly. Then he suddenly had an idea. His eyes lit up with hope. "Wait, do we really need to leave quietly?" When looking at everyone from White Knight Augustine, Dilly Tens, Sean, the current Tiger King and his sister Haze one by one, he guessed that, with the current members, we could easily overpower them all and go straight out. From the main door, he immediately touched his fingertips close together, smiled coolly and said, "Okay everyone." From one surprise to another, the sound of the alarm sounded so loud that everyone in the room didn't understand what it meant. They were quite shocked. Only Valenza knew what was going on. He rushed out of Haze's arms, warning everyone, signaling an emergency. As he hurriedly ran to the door, he wondered, the angry clan had already sent troops here, and he still didn't understand much and had a hard time understanding the name, the angry clan. Valenza had already reached the balcony. Elric slowly remembered in his mind and understood that the beast tribe was having a major conflict with the Anthropomorph. If they were present, they would certainly find a way to prevent King Valenza from leaving Anthropomorph, and he was extremely angry, gritting his teeth, his eyes full of indignation. The palace and village were now engulfed in smoke and fire. Everywhere was exploding and destroying everywhere. Elric could not accept it. It was not the right time at all. Suddenly Valenza seemed to see something surprising. In the midst of that deadly red glow, there were two jet-black figures wearing cloaks overcoming thousands of thorns approaching them. Seeing that something had happened, the Tiger King immediately pointed his finger to announce that the enemy was attacking, quickly preparing to fight. Everyone was ready to fight. Looking towards Elric, who had more health, he activated the power in his hand to fill it. A woman called his name. Elric, hearing a familiar voice, he also recognized it. No longer resisting, he immediately turned around and asked everyone to wait, everyone to stop quickly, making them bewildered. Each step of a man and a woman appeared. It seemed like the identities of those people shocked them quite a bit. The one who was most exposed was Sean. It was Herman Vile, and he shouted, "Isabel!" Suddenly two people appeared in front of him. Elric was surprised. "Isabel, what is she doing here?" He looked at them blankly with surprise. Herman approached Elric. Next to him was Mephisto, looking at him angrily. Mephisto then transformed into human form and asked Elric who this monster was. He remained silent without saying a word. Then he bowed his head and said, "It was an honor to meet you, the Blue Lion Herman Vile." He also replied that he was just an ordinary warrior given the title of Earl. "You don't need to be so formal, Duke Starlight." Then Elric invited them to come inside first. He took his daughter in and said thank you. Isabel very gently said, Father, please come down slowly. This action caught his attention. Elric suddenly stopped and asked them how he knew I was here. Herman smiled and replied that I wanted to personally thank our benefactor. You not only saved my daughter but also cured my illness. Then he turned around and looked at him. He happily looked at you. So I went to the capital but found out that you were gone. Elric confusedly scratched his head. Oh God, I should have left a message about where we were going. It seems we missed each other. He saw that and immediately said no, we should send a letter first. I wanted to surprise you, so I went looking for you without warning. It was our fault. Then he turned his head back, but still, we see some familiar faces here. They all looked at Herman in confusion. He said I didn't expect a gray lion's hunting dog to be in a place like this. The girl spoke up. I'm sure I told you many times that I'm not their hunting dog. Elric saw that and asked him if he knew my sister. He was surprised and said she was his blood relative. Herman stroked his beard and said I had a friend who wasn't very nice. When I met that friend, I ran into her a few times, but I didn't expect that she was the daughter of the Melbinger family. This world is really small. Then he glanced away, looking with a serious expression. His eyes fell on an old man standing behind him. It was rare to see the Nerster family's strange old man appear outside like this. The old man looked expressionless and said I remember telling him to stop calling me that. Herman smiled and replied that there was nothing wrong with calling an old monster like him a weird old man. What else could I call him? The two people faced each other, and then looked at each other hostilely. Elric was scared when he saw them emitting murderous aura. He thought he saw that at this rate, they would rush into fighting. He stammered Suddenly they shook hands in a friendly manner. They became more comfortable now. And Herman shook his hand and said that every member of this group was amazing. Then he looked behind. There was the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a monster. Elric stood up and said, everyone calm down. Herman looked at him with lustful eyes and thought to himself, so now I want to have you even more. He looked at their group talking happily to each other and thought that those who can attract talented people will one day take off and fly to the blue sky. Then he looked back at Isaba. Ignoring the crown prince he hated and coming here was the right choice. At this point Elric asked how the two of you got here. Isaba replied that I heard you were able to get over the wall, so we did the same. A knight who was exploring the forest said he saw you being dragged away, so we came here to help you. Then she looked out the window. There was a fire outside. She said people on our side were causing a ruckus to distract the monsters. If we want to leave, now is the best time. Outside, the fire spread more and more. He looked at the boy and thought that if he wanted to escape from here smoothly, this was his chance. Luckily, he said, it wasn't an angry clan invading. Then he fell to his knees and knelt on the ground. He raised his face and asked if his determination to leave this place had changed. Seeing this, Valencia hesitated and wanted to leave. But if I abandon the kingdom during the crisis, my subordinates would consider me a traitor and cause the city to fall into chaos. Then he stood up and put his hand on the boy's shoulder, and with a dark face he said, you don't need to worry about that. I just came up with a great solution. Outside, the fire spread more and more widely. At that moment, a foot stepped in front of the fire. Those were all beast men's subjects gathering together and taking up arms. A young man nervously stepped up and asked, Captain, shouldn't we protect the castle? Marina replied, no. The purpose of the royal guard is to protect the king. She turned around and pointed towards the castle and said loudly that our king is currently with those disgusting humans. You're serious? Once we ensure his safety, destroy. Saying this, her face darkened, her eyes became angry, and she continued talking about all those people. At this moment Elric's group of people came out. A beast man saw and shouted loudly that those people were coming outside. Seeing that, Marina immediately blocked their path. Then he frowned and asked those bastards, where is our king? Sean scratched his face and replied, who knows? Marina said, who knows? Then she got angry and exploded with power, threatening that you were trying to attack us. Then she ordered everyone to quickly transform into animal form. Immediately those people turned into the appearance of animals, their red eyes roaring. A sharp sword was pointed at Sean's neck, making him unable to do anything. Her face darkened. I don't know what trick you want to play, but if you don't return the king to us immediately. Saying this, a voice rang out and stopped at the top of the castle. Someone was standing there looking down. The beast men looked out and shouted loudly, Your Majesty. Elric held the boy in one arm and said that if anyone dared to act recklessly, your king would surely die. All the beast men's subjects were angry and scolded His Majesty. What is that crazy guy doing? You bastard, get your filthy hands off our king. Velan so worriedly asked him if he was sure this method would work. He replied that now everyone had seen the scene where the boy with strong body techniques kidnapped their king. He smiled triumphantly and looked down. Then I saw an old beast man who said none of us could do anything reckless. Then he raised his hand as if ordering something. Elric shouted loudly, if you want to save your king, Quickly get out of our way and let us pass. A black monster appeared, looked at them, and opened its mouth wide to threaten them. She was extremely angry. But the other man called Irina, then whispers something into her ear. She trembled and clenched her hands, seemingly unwilling, but still ordered everyone to make way for them to go. Immediately after that, they lined up in 2 rows to create a path for them to go. Their group was all extremely confused and passed by the beast men one by one. Everyone around them looked at them with anger, making them very scared. Irina shouted loudly, "That we have opened a road according to your request. Release our king immediately." Elric smiled lightly, then jumped up. He stood in the sky and said loudly, "How can I trust you? I will release his majesty after safely leaving the city. If you chase us, then you know what will happen to him. But isn't it?" He then immediately flew away, leaving his beastmen subjects behind. They really wanted to chase after them, but they couldn't, so they let them leave. Irina then ordered everyone to come here and help us. We have to put out the fire first. Elric and Mephisto flew in the sky. Valence's expression seemed unhappy at this time. Seeing the boy's tears, Elric asked him if he wanted to go back. If he refused right away, "I'm the one who said I want to leave here. I have to open the way to the flower temple for you." Elric replied, "Let's put that aside. What I want to ask is," he seriously asked him if he wanted to go back or leave here. He hesitated. "Now just thinking about the castle makes me feel suffocated. But it's different with my people. They are all good people who trust and cheer for me. If we abandon them, the whole city will be in chaos, especially if we are invaded." Mephisto also said, "I don't think you have time for such leisurely chatting." Elric immediately asked Mephi what you saw. Immediately he opened his eyes wide. Something seemed to surprise him. An extremely powerful tornado was rushing straight towards them. A black sandstorm. Valence worries not. He looked at it with fear and shouted loudly that it was a general. An extremely powerful tornado was moving towards them. Elric stood in front of the tornado thinking that it was a disaster that had destroyed the north. If he was caught in it, he would be torn to pieces. He frowned and looked worried. Mephisto spoke up and said, "Elric is not over yet." He smirked and told me he thought there were some troublesome people accompanying that tornado. Hearing that, he was even more surprised. After seeing him, he was so worried that his face turned blue. Below the tornado were thousands of black foxes running towards it. That is, the flags of those foxes fluttered. Elric thought to himself, the 9-tailed fox. There were many different animals gathered. They were holding fox flags and riding a ferocious wolf. They laughed loudly and ran away at full speed. I was surprised that they were angry people. The Noi clan is the eternal rival of Anthropomorph, led by the Tiger King. An alliance of monsters has turned its back on the Tiger King family, and has lost its powerful body technique. While the angry clan craves Anthropomorph's rule, so far only small conflicts have broken out. They have never launched any large-scale war. Valence was scared and asked what the angry people were doing here. Elric replied with a straight face. It seemed like some traders in the castle had given them information about body-strengthening techniques. He was still very naive even though he had been stabbed in the back many times. The boy screamed so loudly it was ridiculous. Then he turned down to look at him, and said, "Otherwise why would they suddenly want to invade Anthropomorph and come to where I, the possessor of enhanced body magic, was?" At this point, after listening, Valence lowered his head and said nothing, probably feeling very sad. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide as if something shocked him. Elric lifted him up to face him. Valence said, "What are you doing?" He asked if he could answer the question I just asked him just now. He seriously reminded me whether he would return to the city or leave this place behind. His face darkened and he hesitated. He remembered the fearful subjects waiting for him. Then he raised his face and nodded and said, "I will return to the city and protect my people." Hearing that, Elric sighed and told me he would say that Valence is worried, but I'm weak and I have nothing to give you. I can't ask for anything more. As soon as he finished speaking, Elric gave him a painful blow with the tip of the cup, causing him to scream. He held his head and cried in pain. Elric leaned close to Valence's face and said that His Majesty and his friends don't care about such things. He surprised his friends. Then he told him to just ask, which made him bewildered for a moment. Elric smiled and asked for help, at which point Sean also flew over. The two of them were still talking to each other. He said that if he did that his friends would go to the ends of the earth to help him. Then he turned back and asked if he was right. Sean looked uncomfortable but still said it wasn't wrong. Valence touched her chest and asked with a cute face if I could become your friend. Elric smiled happily and replied that being friends is not difficult. You can be my friend as long as you enjoy my presence. At that time even Sean smiled happily as if agreeing with that question. Hearing that Valence was extremely happy, his eyes showed excitement. Then they looked at the tornado and the angry clan approaching. Because my friend needed Help, so how could I turn a blind eye, right? Elric smirked as if he had a new plan and told Sean to tell everyone to change the plan. The angry clan was running towards the city at an extremely terrifying speed. A bear screamed loudly and sped away. It was Mount, the leader of the ferocious beast team. He took the lead to go to the city. Anthropomorph was ahead. A bird flew close and asked the leader of the Anthropomorph's physical strength. Really, he was Hugo, the assistant of the ferocious beast team. Mount said loudly that you suspect this is all because of an ordinary human being. Strong physical skills. Huge replied yes. It was quite hard to believe that such a lowly race possessed such a wonderful secret technique. They rushed to the city and talked to each other. Even if the information is wrong, we can't miss the opportunity to invade Anthropomorph, especially with the current defeat situation, right? Huge answer yes. Mount looked at the city with lustful eyes. If the news is correct, we cannot allow the Tiger King family that has lost its heavenly decree to put their hands on body enhancement techniques. In another place, thousands of wolves are kneeling on the ground. One of the pack leaders grabbed the arm of the chair and said that 40 years ago, if it wasn't for the blonde-haired, blue-eyed magician who got in our way, we would have built a great empire on the corpses of the Tiger Kings. It reveals many tales. But if we have the power body technique in our hands, we will be able to restore the tail we have lost, and we can finally return to the nine-tailed form we once longed for. The red-eyed fox stuck out its tongue. No one can stop me. Then he ordered a subordinate soldier to bring me body-strengthening techniques. Rebuild our honor and glory. The animals under its tent all obeyed. He shouted loudly that once he did it, he would make the whole world kneel before him. Seeing that, his subordinates quickly went to get him body-strengthening techniques. Mount also walked and shouted that the person who inherited the divine decree was our king, the Blood Wolf King. He remembered the image of that fox and told me he would protect the tail's blessing given to us. Mount held his sword and ordered his brothers to go forward and cut off the Tiger King's head. Immediately, the others also rushed forward. He said that because of the Blood Wolf King, they became even more ferocious. Their red eyes running towards the city, he shouted loudly, "Go and drink the blood of your enemies." They were rushing forward when suddenly a freezing magic blocked their way. They were sent flying away without being able to do anything. The subordinates, who were blown away, opened their eyes to look. Then it suddenly discovered something and immediately raised its head to look towards its companions. He shouted loudly to stop, surprising the guys behind him. Then they widened their eyes and stood there looking. A sound rang out and blood splattered everywhere. Several subordinates were knocked to the back. Some of them flew away. All of them couldn't do anything. They could only be beaten. Mount also arrived at this time. He braked suddenly. Then he stood in front of his accomplice's corpse and asked what had just happened. At this time, a person with an arm full of blue shapes said, "Oh, there are so many." Sean comes over and complains that we're the only ones who have to fight. A yellow and black hammer also appeared, accompanied by a voice that I found fun. Elric, Sean, and his sister appear before the castle to defend it. At the main gate of Anthropomorph, there were two people standing looking outside. Gillidy stood with the old man and asked him if he was going to stay outside like that. He looked at the enemies and said there weren't that many enemies. Augustine stroked his beard and said Elric was the one who asked us not to interfere. The two of them stood from afar looking at the approaching enemy army. He said not to worry too much and see what he could do. At this moment Elric was smiling smugly as if he knew he would win. Under each piece of ice, the three of them gradually walked towards the angry clan. On this side, what are Mount and his teammates talking about? Has God abandoned us? Huge heard that and immediately turned around and shouted to gather the idiots. God has not abandoned us. This is just human magic. Huge spoke up. Yes, I heard that the people of Anthropomorph used magic. I can't believe they joined hands with the people that got us stuck in this place. Those damn traitors. The others hearing that, he roared even more enthusiastically. Huge said while pointing at the three of them, "Yes, they are our enemies." Elric stood over there and heard him say that we will destroy the entire damn human race and take over the Anthropomorph. He laughed lightly and contemptuously and scratched his ear. The angry clan seemed to be encouraged. They raised their swords and flags and roared. While the other guys were holding flags and swords, Mount looked at the other side and said nothing. He stared and thought of a wizard with blonde hair and emerald eyes. He remembered their battle scene. There was one survivor still holding a sword and fighting hard. I still haven't forgotten the appearance of that bastard 40 years ago, the human monster who single-handedly destroyed our entire army was Elric. Mount kept looking at Elric and thinking, but he was better than that human from 40 years ago. Is it a coincidence or is he trying to tease us? He seems angry now. He shouted loudly, "Huge, bring their heads to me," and the other guy quickly responded that he understood the commander. Then he ordered the rest of the demon army to advance to show those lowly humans the greatness of the beast men. Those birds let out a majestic scream. Elric stood there, watching them fly, and every minute, The huge guy shouted loudly to use iron weapons and immediately turned them into honeycombs. Immediately these birds flapped their wings up and down, causing each feather to fly out. The sharp feathers flew straight towards Elric, but he still stood there and watched. Those feathers were aimed right at him. At this moment, Elric frowned, then he used storm magic. Around him was a tornado that blew away all those feathers. Even the other guys were blown away by the wind of the tornado and fell down. They fell from the sky and suffered the same fate as their previous accomplices. Huge flew above watching his comrades being killed. The survivors were all surprised that it was magic. Elric smirked and said, "Yo Sean, you did so well." Sean was now standing with a majestic posture and replied that although he was nothing compared to him, he was also the third son of the Narrister family. Mephisto stood next to Elric, crossed his arms and said, "I didn't understand why you brought along someone who can't do much, but it turns out he also has skills." He smiled brightly and replied that's why his family considered the strongest in the magic tower. Then he looked at the birds flying and said that more importantly, the Narrister family's ghost element was wind, and birds like them were no different than Sean's prey. Then he clenched his hand and told me to let me relax a bit. You used magic while shouting. Do you understand the pain of being a supporting character? Then he flew directly high and delivered a fatal blow to those birds. Seeing his teammate being blown away, Huge immediately shouted and ran away. Sean couldn't chase after that fast. Wind-slashing magic was used. Suddenly, a large hammer flew quickly towards Sean. Luckily he dodged in time, or this face would have been lost. He stood from above looking down at a beast man who had just thrown a hammer. He said, "That weak thing has no effect on us demon cows." Then he ordered the remaining guys to kill them, and a whole army ran up with weapons. Suddenly someone poked him and said, "Oh my God. It's Hayes," she said, laughing. "The first time I've seen a cow use a hammer. You sent a challenge to him to play with me?" He suddenly turned giant and looked at you with his red eyes. He smiled contemptuously. How dare a lowly human speak to him? Before he could finish speaking, he took a hit from Hayes' hammer. With just one blow, he and his hammer were thrown far away. This scene made all the others gasp in surprise. That guy flew once and crashed his head into a rock, causing blood to splatter. Seeing him like that, the other guys all opened their eyes and looked at her with fear. But on Hayes' side, she laughed happily and said, "Oh my God, I accidentally lost it." Immediately after that, they took up their weapons and rushed straight to her. "We human bastards will avenge the commander." The hammer rushed towards her, but she turned around and dodged it smoothly. Then she took out the hammer and hit them so that they couldn't resist but just lay down. Each of her blows was fatal, causing them to gradually die. She played with them happily. Elric and Mephisto stood on the side looking helplessly. He said, "I know why you're afraid of her. I can't believe she broke someone's skull while still laughing like that. She has the potential to be a demon king." Elric's face showed a bored look. The other guys also held swords and rushed straight towards him. That guy slashed once, causing the ice layer to be destroyed. The people below shouted to break the ice and attack. Elric saw that and said it was a good time. "I was tired of waiting." The angry clan just rushed forward. His hand glowed, then he laughed and said, "I will kill all of you." The other guy shouted loudly, "There are only 3 people. Kill them all." He used vortex ice magic. Immediately, a blue light emitted from Elric's body, causing them to be dazzled and stop. They said, "Damn it, where did the ice and snow come from? We can't move forward anymore." At this moment the wolf opened his eyes and saw something that scared him. Elric flies in the sky and controls ice arrows. He looked down and said, "Ice dance." Then he lowered his hand down to them, causing ice arrows to follow and shoot down. There were many people who were pierced by ice and died on the spot. Elric stood looking down from above and thought, "Wow, so many people have survived." Then he landed and stood in a small hole. He laughed savagely, raised his hand to his face and said, "I will show you the magic I have created." Elric's face darkened. He raised his hands to both sides and summoned his power, thinking that he would combine the seal of brutality and ferocity, and cover his body with the magic of the dragon's heart. "I'll bend over and use all my internal energy. Then I'll freeze everything I touch, and destroy them." Then he raised his hand and gritted his teeth. The rhinos were worried and told him to stop and put up their magic shields. He flew at extremely fast speed towards them, forming a protective barrier. Immediately after that, he used magic to slash many times at that fence. The pieces of ice gradually fell out, and his powerful body magic attacked fiercely. After many slashes, he went through the fence and sent them flying away. He smiled contentedly and looked at them thinking how wonderful they were. He stomped his foot hard on the ground and spoke about body strengthening techniques and magic. A black monster appeared behind him. It reminded him that it was dangerous. Elric frowned at the damn thing with that much aura. The strongest guy on the other side appeared. A red aura radiated around him. He secretly thought he was level 4. A monster master, that name was Mount. He smiled and looked at him as an interesting person. The bare-faced man looked sharply at Elric Melvinger and said that you are the one responsible for this mess. Elric Melvinger looked at that guy and thought, calm down, he's not an opponent that I can easily defeat. The fish-eye just caught ran away. What a pity, I can't waste any more time here. The other guy shouted, how dare you run away from me? Then he jumped up and pointed the sword at him. Because he had good and sharp skills, he was able to react in time to avoid the fatal sword attack just now. In his mind, he couldn't help but exclaim that he was too fast, then changed to excited, but still, there was nothing I couldn't block. Elric Melvinger rushed towards the bare-faced man, swinging his fist full of murderous intent. Blocking the sword attack caused the sword to bend and crack a few parts. But the punch just now also pushed him back. He continued to think that his speed and strength were both amazing. If that was the case, the guy from earlier looked down at the sword and saw it was cracked and bent. Then he looked back at me with murderous intent and said, it seems like I can't let you go. Elric Melvinger realized there was something surrounding him. He thought to himself, damn it, now I'm in his territory and it will be difficult to escape using non-magic. The bear ordered his accomplice Hugo to lead the army to Anthropomorph. I will cut off his head and then chase after him. The other guy heard the order and immediately commanded the army of monsters to head straight towards Anthropomorph. Elric Melvinger looked at the moving army of monsters and worriedly said, damn, thanks to that bear, things are complicated. Mephisto continued, Cookie, you underestimate monsters a bit. There were times when even the demons wouldn't take the risk, causing trouble with them. Now it's just Elric Melvinger and the bare-faced guy fighting each other. He looked at him and said that even when their clan was weak, there were still strong people, so that was why Anthropomorph built the wall, and was always wary of the angry clan. The bare-faced guy told me it's just the two of us now. He emitted a strong murderous aura, looked towards him and said he needed to quickly defeat him by any means. The other man angrily clenched his hands into fists, and said to forget the humiliation 40 years ago. I have practiced day after day even though you are not him. I still have to tear your body into 100 pieces to calm myself down. He looked at him and laughed mockingly. That's unfortunate, you should practice for another 10 years. He heard his brother mocking him, so he became even angrier and rushed forward, swinging his sword and shouting, why are you mocking me? Suddenly he stopped for a moment because the person blocking the sword attack in front of him was not Elric Melvinger but someone else. He looked at the person in front of him and asked who you are. The man replied, Herman Whale, also known as the Blue Lion of the Empire. Then he turned to Elric Melvinger and said, leave this place to me, you go ahead. When he heard it, he rushed away without hesitation and did not forget to thank him in return. The bare-faced man looked at Herman Whale somewhat puzzled and said, lion. Then shouted again, do you think just a common lion can fight against a bear like me? He waved his sword and replied, we'll see. On this side Elric Melvinger and Mephisto are rushing very fast. He thought that even if he hadn't recovered enough of the Blue Lion's strength, he wouldn't be someone who could easily be defeated by a bear. I don't know if Hayes and Sean are okay. Looked down at where Hayes and Sean were fighting. He breathed a sigh of relief thinking that they were truly a perfect fighting pair. But they can't stop the beast men that are scattered everywhere. That's why I want to gather them in one place to handle them easily. Suddenly he saw 3 people rushing towards him and wanted in their mind, the Blue Lion Knight. The 3 of them rushed down to fight the beast. He thought about it, and heard that the Blue Lion Knights were all quite exemplary. Isn't that right? One of them called out to Elric Melvinger to leave it to his grandson-in-law. Make sure not to let any ants slip, nephew-in-law. He felt a bit creepy and thought he had just heard something strange. Elric Melvinger seriously thought that now that the Blue Lion Knight had joined the battlefield, he only needed to deal with the rest. He suddenly stopped because before his eyes was a scene beyond imagination. He was worried since when did they go so far. Then he thought, what the hell are they doing inside Anthropomorph City? There aren't even any guards inside Anthropomorph. A debate was raging between ministers, one person giving an opinion. Now is not the time to do that. We have to come up with a plan immediately. Another person argued that he thought we could stop the angry clan if we showed our faces and talked to them. Another person said that, do you mean just sit there and watch? The whole room was silent when suddenly one person suggested surrendering. The person from earlier panicked and shouted at the Minister of Finance, what are you talking about? The Minister of Finance shouted back, what can we do? If you have a better idea, please say it. The other replied that we must risk our lives to fight to protect this city. Everyone else argued back. I agreed with him, me too. I don't want to die like this. That's right. That person said you guys are crazy. One person after another protested, look, you're going to put our people in danger. Do you think they'll leave our people alone? If we surrender, we will all become food in the bellies of those beasts. Suddenly a powerful voice spoke and stopped. We have heard all the opinions and the finance minister is right. those who agreed to step through here all walked through the Prime Minister's side. Only the person from earlier stood trembling and asked the Prime Minister what the hell he was doing. Prime Minister Norris. Do you really want to throw away your kingdom and its people? The Prime Minister gave him a death glare, then ordered the traitor to be killed. The whole herd of benevolent beasts from heaven and earth simultaneously attacked the city. Anthropomorph was in sight. The bear shouted loudly along with the fiery spirit of the other animals, continuing to move. Suddenly a loud sound made the herd of animals pay attention. Stop, stop, stop. A young man descended from above like lightning, creating an earthquake that caused the ground to crack, creating a deep hole that threw the entire group of demons far away. Oh, you stopped at just the right moment. The wolf who was surprised when that boy approached was none other than Elric. I'm a bit disappointed because I haven't played enough with the bear just now. Elric approaches. Now you and I have some fun. The animals were surprised and asked, why was that human here? Not to mention that he had already defeated the commander. Barisan rejected the animals' questions. Don't be afraid, there's no way the commander will lose to him. He nonchalantly pointed his sword at Elric. He was just a scoundrel hiding from the commander. Being comforted by Barisan, the beast continued to chant, kill him, we will tear him apart and attack the city. Elric's hand emitted a strong amount of mana like a tiger's hand full of sharp iron. His eyes are serious and his body is strong. Immediately a tiger appeared and used its huge hand to attack them in surprise. Elric laughed happily. It seemed like the Tiger King's aura from that move had scared them away. Memphis is no less competitive. It's only natural, after all. The Tiger King is also strong against the Beast Men, Memphis probed. So how do you plan to deal with these Beast Men? Elric created a small, body-enhancing ball perfect for handling crowds like this. A large amount of mana emitted from the beasts, causing them to fly away and explode. The cold ice peaks around Elric. Just a wide area attack is enough. He slowly walked forward, but Elric arrogantly swung his fist and advanced quickly towards them. It was better to fight directly. Meanwhile, Herman Vile and the Bear King were still fighting fiercely. But it seems that Big Bear is not his opponent. Herman was mildly complacent. I don't know if it was because I had just recovered from an illness, but my body wasn't moving exactly as I wanted it to. Bear King looked annoyed. Are you trying to trick me? Herman continued to say, no, I was actually sick with an illness that was difficult to cure. That illness stemmed from me wanting to advance to the next level in the martial arts that I pursued. He arrogantly looked straight at the enemy in front of him. My son-in-law. I mean, thanks to him, I regained my life and became enlightened. I will show you the results of what I realized after waking up. The Bear King was unwavering, a warrior from a great tribe that would never back down in battle. The air cooled down a bit, then Herman said again, be careful of the lion's claws. The Bear King did not hesitate to continue. As if the sharp claws of someone like you could harm me, the two rushed at each other with so much mana that it caused the ground to crack and sink. Herman's terrible power caused the Bear King to collapse and vomit blood. He was calm without a scratch. A great battle. The bear looked at him quizzically. The man was truly amazing. He stood up in shame and looked up to the sky. Blood Wolf King, I apologize for not being able to complete the task. As he spoke, he took out the firecracker, hoping that your plan would succeed. Herman swung his sword and quickly ran over, but it was too late, and I could only stand and watch the fireworks explode. Damn it. I'm too late to stop it. Elric on this side also heard explosions and flares. As soon as the beast men looked, they realized that the commander had fallen and he gave the final command. They became angry and mad and attacked Elric. We, the people, put our lives on the line for the Blood Wolf King. Elric was surprised. What? He deployed his power to fight them, breaking through. The power was so great that it caused ice caps to fall. One guy shouted to give strength to the beast men. The vanguard continued to run forward. We will open the way for the main army to advance. Destroy all anthropomorphs. We must bring down the Tiger King family. They ran into the city gate shouting loudly, we will destroy the city, plunder everything in it, and kill all those who oppose it. The Buffalo Demon ran quickly into the city. Now must be the time to send a signal from inside. Anthropomorph's government decided to follow the wishes of the Fury even though the human mage blocked the way. The outcome of the battle was decided. He shouted loudly to point the finger, and there the flag was raised on the citadel wall as a sign of victory. He suddenly stopped. What are you waiting for? It can't be that way. There was a bit of surprise on Norris' side. What was that? Let alone all the cowards who had been executed. Norris rejoiced. Warriors of the Tiger King, heroes of the Anthropomorph, the people in the city used arrows to shoot at the beast men and they died like wild animals. Elric was surprised when Valenza called his name. Indarina is also with him. Mr. Melbinger, what is going on? Why is the minister helping us? Elric smiled mysteriously. Oh, that, I made a deal with him, at Anthropomorph's second castle. Norris begged, Please sell me your body-strengthening technique. Elric raised his eyebrows at him and thought in boredom, man, even he said that. It's true that no one can be trusted. He seemed to know he would refuse. At first, he stood up and invited him to go somewhere with him. There's something I want to show you. Could you come out with me for a moment? He turned his head to look behind where Valenza was standing. His eyes became cold after hearing Norris wanted to buy back the body-strengthening technique. He agreed to follow him. Okay. Norris led him to the stone statue of the previous Tiger King. You don't understand why you look at this stone statue. He stared at the statue and then said in a complicated tone. In the Anthropomorph mansion, there are many hyenas. They all look towards the statue. He then continued, please. Then he turned around and solemnly begged him to protect our king from their hands. Hearing that, it was difficult for him to understand. Norris bowed and lowered his posture before him. I begged him. He talked to the Demon King, Mephisto. Why did he suddenly say that? Just now he looked like he wanted to betray the king. But he also didn't understand and replied. How did I know? Seeing that he still did not respond, he added, I will pay any price. I will hand over all the wealth I have ever earned along with the secret of strong body techniques to you. Hearing the secret of body-strengthening techniques, he was surprised and asked, are there even secret techniques? He replied, yes. He added that although there was only one part left, we had lost the first half and the second half. Hearing this, he clenched his fist, wanting to get it. My technique is currently not perfect. If I can learn the secret technique, I will be able to perfect it. Even so, he did not respond immediately and asked him, but why do you trust me? I am a human, the species you despise the most. Norris closed his eyes and sighed and replied, do you know, you look a lot like your grandfather. Hearing that, he stopped. He took a few steps towards the statue and continued, even with that blonde hair and blue eyes. He fumbled with the stone pedestal and turned to look at him. When we saw his eyes, we called them jade eyes. After a while of groping, he finally found the organ and pressed it down. The room immediately shook after his action. The mysterious door opened. He looked at him slowly and said, the person with those eyes will bring light and hope to the world. The light behind the mysterious door blinded him. Elric raised his hand to cover his eyes and tried to look at the door in surprise, thinking there was another space behind the wall, and when the door was fully opened, he stared in surprise at what appeared behind the door. That was the image of Euston Melvinger. He looked exactly like him. Or in other words, he looked exactly like him. Norris looked at Euston's image and said in a deep voice that those were his uncle's eyes. Elric stared at the image of his grandfather. He looked at it blankly. Norris slowly approached and recounted that he once wore a necklace similar to yours and came to the castle. He was alone and helped us. Unconditionally, he raised his hand to touch the necklace around his neck. He stood close to him and looked at Euston's image with a grateful tone. If it weren't for him, the Tiger King probably wouldn't exist in this world. He seemed to return to his memories of that time. When we asked him why he did that, do you know what he said? He asked curiously. What he said? Norris turned her head to look at him and smiled and replied, because we are friends. He smiled happily and continued, when we asked him why we were friends, he said that the Melvinger family had always been friends with the Beastmen. Hearing this, he seemed to remember something. He looked at his expression and immediately understood. It seemed like he already knew about this. He touched his chin trying to remember and replied, I have seen it in the family records. But, hearing the hesitation in his brother's words, he replied, yes, that was 300 years ago. We couldn't help but be surprised when he saw us as his friends. Norris bowed his head and remembered. He also said that in the past, Uston came and defeated the Beastmen. They were no longer able to fight and immediately shouted to flee. All troops, retreat. Quickly withdraw from Anthropomorph. Immediately, Norris was standing next to him, looking down at the fleeing Beastmen. Uston said at that time, I'm sorry. Hearing this apology, Norris looked at him startled. Norris opened his eyes wide in disbelief at Uston's expression at that time. He turned around and looked at Norris with a sad, guilty face, because he was too late. When he looked at that face, he told himself, that moment is the moment I will remember forever in my life. His voice became cheerful. So when someone identical to him came here, how could I not recognize him? Then when he thought of his situation, he hugged his chest full of self-blame. When I realized the problems the Melvinger family was facing, when I knew it was too late to come help you, I'm sorry, for not was there with him at that difficult time. Elric listened silently. He reached out to put his hand on his shoulder. He comforted Norris. I know the Beastmen are also facing difficulties right now. I understand what you're saying. I see you understand me. He gratefully replied, thank you. His hand clasped in front of his chest, he said with difficulty. I know, I shouldn't ask for any more help from you, but, in a low voice he begged you, descendant of the Melvinger family, to please help us once again. After recounting the incident at that time, he crossed his arms and said to Valenza, so while the leaders are driving out the traitors, From the castle, I will protect the king. Looking at Norris standing on the citadel, he explained that the fact that he was still standing there against the enemy was the result of the above incident. Thinking that she had misunderstood him, Valenza shed tears of regret and said, "I'm sorry." Sean ran from afar and happily announced, "Elric, the Eastern Beast Army has been repelled." When Valenza heard that, he stopped crying. This is good news." Elric, standing next to him, smiled proudly when he heard that. His eyes became bright looking forward. "So, now," he walked slowly, and said, "let's end this war, shall we?" Wherever he went, he exploded, sending rocks and dirt flying. In all directions the beastmen were now scared and shouted to run away and retreat. Wherever Elric and Norris went, there were corpses of beastmen there. He tilted his head to look at the man standing behind him, giving compliments. "Minister, you are really strong." Norris, who had now transformed into beast form, replied, "I'm a bit old, but my claws have never dulled." Irina carried Valenza from afar and jumped towards them. He was held in her arms and looked at the two of them, loudly calling, "Minister, Mr. Melvinger." Irina landed and gently put him down. The two looked at him respectfully and bowed to him. Norris nodded and looked at him softly, calling, "Your Majesty." He looked at them solemnly and nodded, then boldly walked past the two people and moved forward. He stood in front of the city gate looking at his people. Valenza raised his hand high and looked at them, then he loudly announced that we had won. Hearing this, the tiger people immediately shouted loudly for joy for this victory. Elric smiled as he watched them excited by their victory. Valenza slowly walked in front of him. He raised his hand towards him and looking at him speaking with a grateful voice, "I wanted to say thank you." He took his hand. Valenza looked at him and spoke, not as a king, but as a friend. At that moment, darkness covered the magnificent palace. The minister knelt before his noble monarch, surrounded by a group of Elric men. Valenza looked at him like that, heartbroken, and said, "Minister, please forgive me for not trusting you." Norris looked up. He put his hand in front of his chest and said sincerely, "It's okay. First of all, I'm sorry for not informing you about what was going on." He held his little tiger king's hand, smiled and said, "You have become a wonderful king." The minister glanced down at the Elric group and continued, "You have also made some great friends. Now you can do everything without me by your side anymore." Norris let go of Valenza's hand, bowed his head and said, "I, who have been disloyal, will resign as minister today." Without letting him finish, Valenza quickly reached out, grabbed his hand and shouted, "No way." He seemed extremely scared and worried, tearfully saying, "I still need you." In front of the minister who was always by his side, Valenza took his hand and sincerely expressed his wish, "Stay by my side for a long time and help me." Hearing these words from the little king, Norris's lips lowered, sadly thinking, "I too want to be with you for a long time." He remembered the image of Anthropomorph in the past, thinking to himself, one day he could see Anthropomorph prosper again like before and he regained the glory of the Tiger King's house. This made Norris remember the days he spent with the previous Tiger King. But the truth extinguished those wishes. The image of the Tiger King seemed to be erased, he thought to himself. But by that time, I no longer existed in this world. Black aura like the power of evil surrounded Norris, making him realize that his body was already at its limit. He thought to himself, "It's better to keep it a secret from His Majesty." A seal appeared on the back of Norris's neck, as if representing something mysterious. Suddenly at this moment, a voice rang out that made him pause. Why did he choose to shake hands with the devil? Valenza, who was sad, was also surprised and raised his head to look. He wondered, "Duke Tin Kwang, what are you talking about?" Demons? Valenza opened his mouth wide, bewildered as he listened to what he said. The minister's body would soon be taken over by the devil. Elric's face became more serious. He continued to question Norris. Was that the reason why he could not meet the request to stay with the king for a long time? At this time, next to Elric, Mephisto told him, "That guy, he is a demon." Elric wondered again, "Is the minister a demon?" Mephisto was floating next to him. He calmly said, "More precisely, he is a demon with a ring around his heart, an invisible stream of power wrapped around Norris, allowing him to control everything." Mephisto remembered the red light in Norris's eyes. He said, "The assimilation between the bracelet and his heart was quite large. So he would soon become a demon." Elric stood facing Valenza. Norris now bowed his head. He did not dare to face his king about what he had done. Elric still had many questions. He asked him, how could he meet the demons? Norris tilted his head, not daring to look at the little king. He honestly recounted that after the previous Tiger King died, I no longer saw hope for Anthropomorph. His hands clenched tightly, as if trying to keep himself calm, but also with some kind of determination. He continued, "I need strength, at least to be able to do something to save Anthropomorph, at any cost, any." Norris remembered what he had seen, vines wrapped around the skulls, dozens of eyes opened, staring at what was before him. he said. At that moment, accidentally, I discovered the demon tree. This statement surprised both Elric and Mephisto. Mephisto couldn't believe it and asked again, "Ha, a demon tree?" Elric also wondered, "Isn't that the tree that created the demons? From what we know, my family destroyed almost all of them." Hearing that, Norris shook his head. He said, "It seems your family has not checked the tree in the black snow field." Elric heard that and clenched his fists. He sweated, nervously asked again, "So he ate the devil's fruit, already received?" Norris remembered the day before when he made a deal with the demon tree. He said, "Yes, I ate all of its fruit to gain strength. After eating it all, I received the terrible power of the demon. But the thing inside my heart is eating away at my vitality and growing. My mind will soon be swallowed by it, and then I will turn into a real demon." Thinking about what was about to happen to him, Norris's eyes widened. He firmly said, "So I plan to leave this place and die. Because if I do, the damned demon inside me will also die." Valencia heard his words, obviously unacceptable. He clenched his hands. His voice trembled. "Minister, how can you say that?" Norris bowed his head even lower. He said, "Your Majesty, that is the only possible way." Elric suddenly became interested. He said, "If there was a way to cure him, what would he do?" Valencia raised his eyes to look at Elric expectantly. Tears seemed to be waiting to flow. He said, "Elric, can you do it? I will give you anything. Please cure him." Norris turned around and stood up, and he told Elric, "If you're going to do something useless, forget it. If you screw up, we'll be in big trouble." After listening to him, he didn't seem scared or hesitant at all. Elric turned back to Mephisto, smiled and said, "Mephi, are you sure?" He floated in midair, crossed his arms and replied leisurely, "Of course, if you can delicately control the magic to sever the connection of all the souls, with a huge amount of magic to be able to repel the demonic energy in his body." Elric glanced at the worried Norris and Tiger King Valencia. He thought to himself, "I could do it if I had enough time, but his body wouldn't be able to handle it." Suddenly Elric remembered something. He turned his head, thinking to himself, "If so, there is only one way." He turned his head to look at Augustine and said, "Master, can I ask you something? The beard almost covered your face." Augustine smiled and said, "I once said you could ask me whatever. Is now the right time?" Elric walked up to him, bowed his head respectfully and said, "Yes, that is a treatment method that only a master can do." Augustine laughed again. He continued, "Okay, just tell me what to do." Norris was still very worried. He said, "Is it really possible? This treatment method would be difficult for most mages." Elric smiled, turning his head to make sure with Norris and Valencia. He said, No need to worry." Augustine stepped forward. Elric's proud voice rang out, "Even my grandfather wouldn't have a chance with my master now." Norris looked at the mana swirling around Augustine in amazement. The two teachers and students made Norris go from one surprise to another. Augustine stood before him and sighed. Elric approached and told his master, if he could cut the connection between his soul and his heart, I would take care of the rest. Augustine was also a little worried about him. He said, "I know what you're planning to do, but remember to be careful." Elric, with his determined eyes, stared ahead. Augustine had already started casting magic. He said, "Okay, let's begin." The white stream of mana emitted was all over the room, covering both Norris and Valencia standing there. Norris seemed to fall into endless space. He thought in surprise, "This is White Night." Once he stood firmly on the ground, he looked up in surprise, silently exclaiming, "Is this really the strength of just one person?" A moment later, Norris suddenly opened his eyes wide, because before his eyes, Augustine was like a giant reaching out to grab him. Augustine swung his hand to catch Norris, lifting him up easily. With just a wave of Augustine's hand, the evil demon's soul crawled out of Norris' heart. His eyes were bloodshot. He screamed unwillingly, "I'm about to take over his body. How dare you interrupt me?" Hearing the demon's complaints, Elric thought to himself, "God, this demon really talks a lot." He quickly cast magic, strangled the demon, then gave orders and absorbed it. Elric finished speaking and raised his hand. The demon's power seemed to concentrate. The tattoo on his hand suddenly lit up. He looked at it and smiled. Elric let the dragon fly out, thinking to himself, "With it, I will be able to recharge the demonic weapon and let Anthropomorph owe me a debt of gratitude." After the dragon finished eating the demonic weapon, he said with satisfaction, "Kukuku, it's been a long time since I eat this delicious devil's weapon." Looking at the streams of demonic energy that were gradually being swallowed, he smiled and ordered, "Eat now, but remember to leave a secret room there." Immediately after that there was a response, "Thank you for the meal." After eating the demon weapon, the dragon returned to form a tattoo on Elric's arm. He looked at it and thought to himself, Usil had finally evolved, from ferocious to cruel. Suddenly at this moment, Elric hated something. His eyes opened wide. Elric seemed to be lost in an endless, dark red space. Up ahead, a shadowy figure appeared. Elric wondered what had just happened. Before his eyes, a familiar figure stood on a pile of skulls, facing the crimson blood moon. Elric suspected Mephisto. He held a sword, stood in front of countless demon soldiers, and loudly declared, "All mysteries and absurdities originate from me. I am Mephistopheles of original sin." Elric floated in midair, wondering if we were now in Mephi's memories. He told himself he was just absorbing demonic energy as usual. Why did this happen? Beneath Mephisto there are countless cruel and bloodthirsty demons. They have glowing red eyes, burning with hellfire, sharp teeth, and roars that echo throughout the dark space. Mephisto descended from above as a being of ultimate power. He rushed down from above, his hand clutched a giant sword. Mephisto says arrogant idiots. His charge was like a falling meteorite, bringing with it unstoppable rage and power. Mephisto fell among them like a bolt of black lightning, his sword slashing straight into the ground, creating a giant shockwave, wiping out everything within range. In that moment, the demons were crushed, torn into pieces by strength beyond imagination. Mephisto isn't just fighting, he's on a purge, and nothing can stop his rage as his sword swings into the air and brutally slashes down. The sword radiated bloodthirsty energy, its sharp blade glinted with ghostly red rays, as if it had swallowed countless souls. His eyes swept over the trembling demons, he asked, his voice low and sharp, "Do you think that is enough to kill me?" Mephisto's sword rushed forward like a bolt of lightning, slamming into the demon's stomach, its sharp blade piercing through its thick skin and muscles. Elric stood in a hidden corner, witnessing the scene of destruction that Mephisto created. He told himself that he had always considered him an evil spirit to use, so he had forgotten, but this is truly Mephisto's power, the greatest and noblest demon king. Mephisto holds in his hand the giant head of the demon he has just defeated. Elric put his hand on his chest and thought to himself that he didn't know why, but he felt Mephi's emotions. A cold smile appeared on Mephisto's face. I couldn't help but think it was like he said. This situation wasn't what he wanted, and he only acted that way because that was his destiny from birth. Elric understands, punishing everything is in his nature, just like we have to breathe to live. That's why he is the only demon king known to be the original sin. The giant wings create a shadow that covers the entire space. Mephisto's red eyes flash like hellfire. A giant demon representing Mephisto himself appeared from the darkness. In that moment, Elric suddenly realized, oh, that was the true nature of Mephi. Suddenly, a pair of giant eyes appeared behind Elric. The voice from the eyes rang out, deep and cold, as if it came from deep in the darkest basements of hell. What are you looking at? Position. Elric returned to reality. He felt like he had just escaped from a nightmare. Augustine asked Elric, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Hayes worriedly called Elric. He waved his hand and replied that it's okay, I'm fine. Elric sighed and thought to himself that time doesn't seem to pass too much. In reality, Elric felt a familiar presence behind him. It seemed like the Mephi also saw his memories. The same way he saw his. He wondered why this happened. The demon I just separated from the minister was absorbed into this magical seal, and then suddenly I was sucked into Mephi's memory seal. Mephisto's voice rang out, "What else? The soul of you are now linked to me." Elric looked at Mephisto with wide eyes. "Can you hear what I think?" "I didn't say it out loud." Mephisto sighed. His face looked confused. "I was shocked by that too. It's unbelievable that even in soul form, a connection between me and a human can be established." He asked if you know what happened. Mephisto replied that I am not omnipotent. You know, the seal you absorbed. I can only guess that it's because that seal is lower rank than my seal. Elric suspected a seal lower than you. No wonder it looked like a wolf. But why didn't you recognize it from the beginning? Mephisto's tone was full of arrogance. Didn't I tell you that I was born at the peak of the demon race? Why do I have to care about lower species? I'm sure it's not because no one plays with you. He immediately clenched his fists, his body shaking with anger. This bastard, do I want to play with anyone? Elric smiled and asked, "What do you see in my memories? Do you see anything embarrassing?" Mephisto angrily turned his head around without answering. Elric stood in front of Norris's hospital bed. He took his hand. Norris gratefully said thank you very much. Elric sincerely told him he needed to focus on taking care of himself to get better soon. He replied, "I understand. I will rest more so I can see the king grow up." He smiled from the bottom of his heart. Elric told himself that he thought it was time for him to receive his reward. Mephisto looked at Elric, mocking you for acting so kindly, but it turned out you were also greedy for money. He replied without flinching, "Isn't that surprising? I've always been like that." Elric is extra vigilant, and please don't read other people's thoughts like a pervert. He roared as if I wanted to hear it. He suddenly looked towards the raised box. Valencia said as promised, "This is the treasure map of the previous Tiger King, and the research work of strong body technique." Elric held the chest and said this belonged to the previous Tiger King. He opened the box and looked inside. Inside there was a book and a scroll placed on a red cloth. He said, please look at what's underneath the cloth. Elric suspiciously pulled the cloth up. Underneath it, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Inside were 4 ginseng roots. Elric asked, wait, isn't this a rare herb from the eastern continent? Why did you give me this precious thing? Valencia replied that in the legend of the Beast Men, there was a detail mentioned. He recounted that when the world fell into crisis and was in danger of destruction, the hero king who learned body-strengthening techniques would lead everyone. When the harsh winter comes and freezes everything, including people's hearts, he will appear and dispel that cold winter, and a warm spring will once again come to this land. Valencia stood facing Elric, his eyes shining with respect. I believe you are the hero king mentioned in legend, he said. Winter. Elric suddenly remembered Otto's words, go and complete. Winter, he thought to himself, so that word appearing in the prophecy was not by chance. Elric took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry for being so late. He silently speculated that if that was the case, it meant that Grandpa was there because it was part of the family's plan. Valencia smiled and said, yes, you deserve to receive the royal elixir. Elric bowed his head and replied, thank you. Now I will guide everyone to the flower temple. A trembling demon knelt on the ground. He stammered, I'm sorry, Blood Wolf King. I won't fail next time. Suddenly his eyes widened. The Blood Wolf King used his strength to strangle the demon, saying, because you failed. He clenched his fist and slammed it down on the table. The demon's neck was severed and the Blood Wolf King continued, I will get my tail back. He said it was the Mervingers again. A foot stepped over the demon's body, and the Blood Wolf King asked where they had gone. The dear demon returns to the flower temple. Hearing that, he muttered that the flower temple is the path my heir took. Blood Wolf King ordered them to be burned to death. The Blood Wolf King, a giant fox with fur as pure as snow, sat majestically on the soft tower, his eyes cold and powerful, burning them to death along with the temple. On the vast black snow field, a quiet and gloomy space covered the scene. In the midst of that gloomy scene, an old horse carriage appeared, inside the Tiger King's mansion. The space is filled with luxury and power. A tiger's hand spread out and said, give me your hand. The white tiger, with snow-white fur and delicate black stripes, indifferently picked his nose and turned his head away. Valencia shouted insolently, how dare you ignore the Tiger King's orders? He was angry and quickly chased the white tiger. Sitting on one side, Sean could not control his excitement when looking at this scene. He turned his head to look back. Sean wondered what they had just said to each other. Herman checked the case again and smiled and said, ho ho, that's it. He said, do you plan to learn swordsmanship in the future? Elric wondered about swordsmanship. Herman did not hesitate to praise him for his ability to learn martial arts very quickly, and even improve them. It is no exaggeration to say that he is an absolute genius. Hearing that, he pondered. He said, I thought swordsmanship would be necessary when you fight people with the ability to strengthen their bodies. I could teach you a few things. Augustine suddenly interrupted. Don't be so hasty. Augustine stepped forward, and suddenly a strong noise rang out behind him. A whirlwind swept through the hallway. Everyone raised their awareness and asked what was going on. Gilidi said, you guys should just stand still. They quickly looked down at their necks. A small thing wiggled around their neck. He said all it took was one wrong move. His voice is so firm, your head will explode. Gilidi quipped, should we do that? The snow and wind are howling outside, very suitable for burying bodies. Valencia trembled, fearfully hugging Hayes. Herman worriedly said, please calm down, there are still children here. Gilidi and Augustine heard that and said nothing. Bugs fly out of people's necks. Herman explained that I didn't want to take away your disciple. He said that because he fights in a very different style than normal magicians. I think simply learning a little more martial arts will make him stronger. Augustine says it sounds good, but his sharp eyes stared at Herman. Do you think I don't realize your trick? Herman told me I heard rumors that old people often worry too much. Are you worried that I will take away your student? The carriage stopped under the night sky, silver moonlight shining down, creating faint streaks of light on the ground. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out. Augustine flew high, and at his feet, Herman remained standing. Augustine stretched out his hand, his eyes shining with anger. Damn boy, I will show you what politeness is. A giant hand appeared behind Augustine, reaching out from the darkness like an embodiment of strength and power. Herman held the sword tightly and exclaimed, this is so bad. Herman opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and sarcastic. What a conservative old man. The rays of light from Herman's sword suddenly flared up brightly, like a bright fire in the dark night. That powerful ray of light not only awakened Herman's strength but also stimulated his teammates. Gilidi rides a white tiger to confront the Blue Eagle Army. You said the Blue Eagle Army, right? Maybe I have to teach you a lesson too. The 3 members of the Blue Eagle Army held their weapons at the same time and rushed towards Gilidi, saying, That, as you probably know, hunting monsters is our profession. In the distance, billowing smoke and dust rose from fierce battles, mixed with the sound of clashing weapons. In the heavy atmosphere of the battlefield, the carriage stood firmly beside it as a silent witness of the war. Mephisto looked at this scene and said, I don't understand why they are fighting each other over you. Elric was extremely narcissistic and said it was okay. My talent is so great, sometimes being too good is tiring. He heard these words and secretly despised it in his heart. Mephisto asked, were you eavesdropping on what they were saying? He said it would be a bit rude to directly read other people's minds, right? A sound rang out, Elric, as my student, don't expect to steal it from my hand. Mephisto couldn't bear to sigh and ask if you would just let them fight like that. The words of those two stubborn old men were starting to sting, and another voice cried out that he was about to die. But why was he still there, still so greedy and selfish? Elric said, oppression. Soon everyone stopped. He made a decision. Everyone calm down. I will learn swordsmanship. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Opposite Elric were Augustine and Gilady. Augustine wondered why. We still have a lot to teach you. Gilady agreed and said, that's right. I still have moves stronger than the Shadow Eye. He honestly replied, because I wanted to become stronger. Elric said, I realized that without a foundation in martial arts, I wouldn't be able to get stronger no matter how much I trained my body. The demons are very strong. If I learn swordsmanship, then I will increase your odds of winning against them, right? He added that learning the sword doesn't mean you'll neglect magic. You just consider it a tool to support your magic. Herman also said that I never said I would bring him into the world of swordsmanship and neglect magic. I just wanted to help him get stronger. Elric placed his hand on his chest, his eyes serious and sincere. I will not learn swordsmanship if you two do not agree, because I am your disciple. Augustine and Gilady glanced at each other, their eyes exchanging a silent message without words. Augustine said there was no reason to refuse this offer. After all, you were the head of the Mervinger clan before being our student. Gilady said after fighting them, I found those swordsmanship not bad very much. Elric said thank you both. Augustine turned to look at Herman. He said to take good care of it. Herman's voice was strong and firm. I will put all my heart and soul into him. On the outside, the atmosphere between them seemed to remain unchanged, but there was an underlying competition that only they could understand. Herman smiled, a slightly complacent look on his face, thinking, old man, I won. Augustine still kept it, his usual calm appearance, but his sharp eyes flashed a bit of anger. I'll only let you win this one time. Different from the intense battle on the other side, Elric sat on the side, an indescribable feeling welling up in his heart. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be able to recognize Mr. Green Lion, one of the strongest swordsmen mainland as master. He smiled and thought he had to make good use of this opportunity. Elric vomited. Each contraction in his stomach made him feel exhausted. Mephisto's eyes contained humor and amusement. Elric thought to himself, as if he had just died and come back to life. Herman put the wooden sword on his shoulder and smiled, saying, I didn't expect your physical strength to be that weak. He wiped the corner of his mouth and asked if there was any normal person who could swing a sword 10,000 times a day without using mana. He replied amusedly, that was what every child in my family had to do as soon as they could walk. Mephisto suddenly spoke. Elric, I have decided, he excitedly said, that the day I appear and unify this land, I will treat the Blue Lion team very kindly. I will let them sit on the right side of my throne. Elric exclaimed and jumped away. As soon as he finished speaking, Mephisto's outfit suddenly turned into a beautiful ballet dress. The dress rotated with Mephisto's every move. He yelled at her to stop this game, you bastard. The carriage wheels stopped. Lastly, said Elric, we're here. He stepped down from the carriage, thinking that he had finally arrived at the flower temple. Suddenly his feet stopped. Elric asked in horror what was that. In front of him was a dead space, as if hell had flooded to the ground. This was a flower temple. Elric asked in horror. In front of him was a dead space, as if hell had descended to the ground. That was the Star Flower Temple. Valenza explained that because of the large number of generals it was temporarily blocked. I told them we would come, so the door would be opened soon. Mephisto spoke in a deep voice. His eyes seemed to look deep into the unknown space ahead. They mentioned the Flower Temple. I was wondering if it was the place I was thinking of or not. Turns out it's still here. Elric turned. His voice was calm but could not hide his curiosity. What do you mean? Mephisto says the place was born for the end of the world. It's a kind of archway. He let out a low laugh. Humans, dragons and giants all feared the army of the great demigod. They planned to rebuild from scratch here after the world was destroyed. Mephisto scoffed. Of course the Merbinger family was able to stop that army. Hearing that, Elric was thoughtful. He gently stroked the jewel attached to the collars of dragons, giants and demigods. Elric pondered, what does the apocalypse that Mephi mentioned have to do with what I've seen? The ground under his feet suddenly shook. At first it was just a slight tremor, but then it became stronger. each layer of rock and soil cracking under invisible pressure. Elric glanced around. Valencia pointed forward and said, "Elric, look." The door opened, colorful light surrounded them. Like waves pulling them into a completely new world, the feeling of nervousness invaded every cell in Elric's body. Mephisto smiled softly. His eyes were like cold winds. There must have been a very familiar face in there. They stood before the threshold. That light was like an irresistible call. A small figure appeared in front of them. A pair of small feet stepped out. The girl clasped her hands in front of her chest. The shimmering light around her seemed to emphasize every line of her innocent but determined face. "I am the head of the Flower Temple. My name is Uniatrokos. You can call me a nail." She made an inviting pose to say that it was cold and windy outside. "Please come inside first." Elric and Veland's eyes met, and they both nodded to signal the other. He stepped forward. The three people entered the gate, each step light but full of determination. Behind the gate is a brilliant flower field, stretching endlessly under the bright light of the sun. Din said that when winter comes, the Flower Temple will begin to rest. The group of Elrics followed behind her. She said that normally we would not accept visitors during this season, but because of the urgent request of the Tiger King, who has always helped us, you guys became an exception. The nail reminded all of you to follow my instructions. Please pay attention to your actions because the gods have entered hibernation. When suddenly a voice spoke up. "Human," the fairy shouted. Her voice is clear as a bell. "There are so many people. I haven't seen them in 40 years. I'm so excited." Elric was surprised. Fairies didn't introduce this as Daffa, the god of daffodils. He told himself that he was not only a fairy but also a star god. Daffa said, "This lady is so beautiful." Hay smiled shyly and replied, "Oh, thank you. You are also very beautiful." Daffa shouted, "Monster, monster," both old and depressed. Augustine raised his eyebrows and mocked her for being 1,000 years old and yet calling me old. Daffa looked at Isabel and said that his love was unrequited. He had to work harder. He was so pretty. He smelled the best. Isabel suddenly blushed, her eyes confused, and replied, thanking her. Elric turned his head to look at Daffa and couldn't help but wonder about this fairy's personality. Why was she so noisy? Suddenly Daffa frowned and covered his nose. She trembled and pointed to Elric and said she was scared. Dark energy. Too much miasma. Mephisto laughed and said, "Ho ho, who is this?" He quipped that it must be pumpkin flowers that look so ugly. No, or jasmine flowers. Elric immediately felt uneasy. Did she see Mephi? Daffa got angry and told me I was a daffodil. I'm not ugly. That lady even called me pretty. Mephisto sighed. The sarcasm was still clearly visible on his face. Do you really think people are complimenting you? Are you a god? Elric observed the scene where Daffa and Mephisto were arguing with each other. Feeling both surprised and curious, she did not expect that she could see Mephi. Herman was curious what the daffodil god was doing. Augustine also asked what was there. He heard these questions, secretly worried that at this rate they would discover Mephi. Din said Daffa didn't have many friends, so she was just joking around alone. Giladi heard that and shook her head without saying anything more. Augustine sighed, his face showing sympathy. Oh God, poor thing. Herman's eyes full of understanding. I understand why she is lonely. Elric, listening to the conversation, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Daffa immediately countered, I'm not alone, okay? The nail is mean. The nail didn't pay attention. She asked Elric, why did you come to our temple? Elric searched in his pocket. He took out an egg and said, I want to give this to the camellia god. The stud led the way forward. Elric followed, his eyes scanning the surrounding landscape. He said that the temple must have suffered a lot of damage caused by the generals. I thought this place must be a paradise in fairy tales, Mephisto mused. This place should have been an archway to resist the attack of the demigods. I couldn't believe it was because of that general that it was in this state. Elric quickly asked why the generals had been so good lately. Try that, he replied, exactly as that beast said. Perhaps it was just his change of personality. Or it was related to your family's arrangements or something. Mephisto asked, don't you think everything is so random? He said everything seems to be prepared, just waiting for you to appear in the north to start. When Elric heard that, he was startled and thought maybe this was part of the arrangement his ancestors mentioned. The nail opened the door and told us we were there. Inside the large hall, the atmosphere was solemn but also full of vitality. A large round table was located in the center. Around the table were 5 fairies sitting, each with their own unique beauty and temperament. The golden fairy, with golden skin and golden hair as shiny as sunlight, looked at Elric with curious eyes. Who are you? At the same time, the pink fairy, with wings as pink as peach blossoms, asked why did you come here? The purple fairy, with a stern expression and cold eyes, crossed her arms and asked what happened to finding the camellia. Before she could answer, the orange fairy raised her chin, her eyes mischievous. Why do you want to bring her? Ice crystal ball. Elric wondered if the camellia god had not arrived yet. he introduced me as Elric. Merbinger. As Elric finished his introduction, the golden fairy suddenly flew up. Merbinger, blonde hair, blue eyes. The pink fairy stood next to her, smiling brightly. We are friends, 40 years ago, Ustin. He couldn't help but be surprised. Did my grandfather ever come here? The pink fairy nodded, a warm smile on her face. Yes, he had visited this place before. The yellow fairy continued. Ustin is our friend. I, the purple fairy, asked why you came here. Elric held the ice crystal ball and replied, I came because my ancestor had to give the ice crystal ball to her. Where is the camellia god? As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 fairies were silent. No one spoke. Someone spoke up about it. Elric and the fairies walked down the hallway. He turned his head to look over. One person said she was withering away. Elric asked if it was because of winter. They replied that winter lasts too long. Spring doesn't come. Everyone is withered. All the winter flowers and grass are hibernating. We also don't have much time left. Elric gently sat down in front of the camellia god's coffin, his mood full of contemplation. Elric's hands trembled as he thought about the heavy responsibility he was carrying. If he didn't give the ice ball to the camellia god, then this time coming here would have been in vain. He bit his lip, a feeling of disappointment rising in him. At that time I wouldn't be able to rebuild the family. Mephisto quipped. I didn't expect these gods to wither because of the winter. The mockery was clearly visible on his face. So pitiful, the yellow fairy shouted, her eyes burning with anger. Demon King, shut up. The purple fairy also said we only allow you in here for your friends, us. But I don't want to see you. Mephisto smirked. His eyes became cold. Who are you to dare to speak to me? The golden fairy did not hesitate to respond in anger. The purple fairy added, her tone cold but no less sharp, angry. It's useless to be angry. Daffa innocently said you were just a thing of the past. Elric suddenly stopped. His eyes lit up as if he had just realized something important. Wait, they withered from the cold. He slowly opened the coffin lid. If he left he would not lose his life. A tiny seed appeared inside the coffin. He thought there really was this seed. Elric placed the ice crystal ball in the coffin. He thought maybe it would work. His heart was filled with excitement and hope. Elric set her eyes. The light from the ice crystal ball immediately flared up, spreading around like a stream of lively energy. The power from the seed seems to be emerging. He and the fairies looked attentively at this scene. The seed suddenly cracked. Inside grows a leaf bud. Elric felt the surrounding air changing, the light becoming brighter. A figure appeared before them. The voice said he had arrived just as promised. The camellia god told Merbinger. The camellia god told Merbinger. Elric introduced me as Elric Merbinger, grandson of Euston Merbinger. May I ask what was the promise between you and my grandfather? She answered it was. One cried Camellia. The fairies were extremely happy and said to Camellia, it's been a long time since we last saw you. I missed you so much. Did you sleep? Well, Camellia said, listen. She crossed her arms over her chest, cleared her throat, then raised her voice and said, everyone be quiet. I'm talking about something important, so please be quiet. Why are you all so noisy all day? The fairies immediately fell silent. Elric's eyes stared thoughtfully at Camellia. The god Camellia was a bit different from what she was. She was much more mature. Mephisto gave a mischievous smile, mocking where your arrogant attitude has gone. Camellia stared at Mephisto. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, not hesitating to say frankly that a long time has passed but your ugly face is still like that. The only thing worth seeing about you is your body and legs. He was real. But now he's turned into a ghost, he arrogantly said. I was the king. You contradicted the king with my ass. Camellia sighed and asked if you don't even have a throne, who would recognize you as king. She changed her attitude and turned around to say, you said your name is Elric. It's a beautiful name. Elric bowed his head and thanked him. Camellia asked how he woke me up. He replied that I felt the evil spirit hidden inside the cold air that his seed slept in. Elric spoke honestly, so I thought I could wake you up if I absorbed that cold energy through the seal in the eternal ice crystal. As you see, it worked. Camellia complimented him for looking as smart as he looked, and he replied thanking him. She asked him if he was thinking about marrying me. Elric heard that and immediately turned to stone. Mephisto's eyes clearly showed sarcasm. He sighed and said again, you're still the same, flirting with anyone who looks good. Camellia turned around. Her eyes were cold. Her lowly attitude always interfered with her work. Yours is still the same. I have nothing to say to the ugly demon king, so go away. Camellia looked at Elric. His tone was gentle. He thought it was an honor he couldn't receive a second time. He felt the pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders. Normally, I would answer that what nonsense are you talking about? But I can't do that to the family god in this case, Elric respectfully replied, thanking you for your offer, but I cannot marry carelessly because I am still a representative of a family that needs to be revived. Now I have many things to do. I am Extremely sorry, Camellia said. Oh my, what a pity, it's been a long time since I've felt like this. She turned around and asked, that's enough talking, you wanted to know the promise between us and Houston Mervinger, right? He replied yes. Camellia recalls him saying his nephew would come here one day. She said she took away the winter that made this place dark and brought spring with her. When Elric heard that, he was extremely surprised. Elric clutched the pearl and asked him, how did he know? Camellia suddenly spoke, breaking Elric's thoughts. Elric Mervinger, nephew of Houston Mervinger. She looked at him. Her eyes were deep and full of expectation. Will you take away this long winter, and bring the spring we have been waiting for? Elric, holding the ice crystal ball, said, I don't know if I can take the winter away or not. But my grandfather told me to give you this and said. Elric held out the ice crystal ball, his voice resounding and full of spirit. I am here to erase the winter. Camellia looked at the ice crystal ball and mocked the ice crystal. These were definitely the words of that annoying person. She said this, however, tied everything together. From now on, you should go to this place. A flower petal floated in her palm. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying bright camellia petals. Flying about, the jewel on Elric's neck shines. Camellia continues and learns how to take winter away. Elric lay stretched out in a field of flowers, flower petals blooming around him, with all the brilliant colors, like soft carpets stretching endlessly. He said, it's been a long time since I felt this way. Elric sat up, looking around wondering what this was. The flower temple. He said this is exactly what he imagined. Where is the temple? A light flashed. Elric looked back. Curiously, the blooming flower petals were suddenly swept away, and a snowstorm came, covering everything with a layer of white. He wondered what was going on here. A voice said, this is a field of black snow. Elric turned his head to look back. A person standing with his back to Elric, hands clasped behind his back, explained that this was the place to test his strength for the second event. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and asked, could it be? Otto turned around and smiled and said, yes, it's been a long time. Elric quickly ran over and said, yes, he said you had grown up a lot since the last time we met. Otto said it looked like the seal of madness had found the right place. He happily asked why he was here. He said that until you deal with the winter, I will continue to follow you and scold you. Elric held his head and said, the painful memories have returned again. Otto turned his head seriously and said, okay, we don't have much time left, so I'll explain right here. Look over there. He recounted that this place was once filled with blessings, the land where all life was born. But when that thing appeared, death fell on this land. Elric told the general. Otto replied, yes. That thing was left behind after the demons passed through this land, remnants of the past and curses. He turned to look at me and said, my descendant, from now on, I will teach you how to devour Eastern generals. I was surprised to hear that. Elric wondered if he had swallowed this colossal disaster. As Elric watched the tornado swirl in the distance, a feeling of nervousness and anxiety rose in his heart. Can I do it? But if I can swallow it, I can gain great power, Elric thought to himself, a confident smile on his lips. He could be much stronger than he was. Now, Otto looked at him. Elric asked me if I just put the generals into a violent seal like the first time. He replied yes. He thought about the upcoming battle. Because this was the second time, surely his opponent would be much stronger than the Snow Mountain King. Elric stood proudly in the middle of the snowstorm and said, I was ready. Do I need to fight like I did with the Snow Mountain King? Otto gave me a seed and told me to take it. Elric looked intently at the tiny seed in his hand, the camellia seed, and asked me what to do with it. He replied that he grows it into a tree in 100 days. When the flower blooms, the test will be over. Elric looked at Otto, his eyes opened wide in surprise. A feeling of confusion filled his mind. I have to go plant a tree, he replied. That he grows it into a tree in 100 days. When the flower blooms, the test will be over. Elric looked at Otto, his eyes opened wide in surprise. A feeling of confusion filled his mind. I have to go plant a tree. Otto pushed his glasses and asked why. Was it so difficult? Elric replied, first about planting seeds in this blighted land. But I wonder what this has to do with dealing with the woes of winter. He smiled and said, well, when the time comes, you'll understand it yourself, he said. It's nonsense again. Elric angrily thought if he could threaten him to explain a little more clearly. What should he do with this little information? Otto said not to worry. He snapped his fingers. The formation appeared. The surrounding space seemed to light up. Otto said, I will appoint a perfect guide for you. Can a voice say, please stop bothering me? Elric opened his eyes wide and looked forward. Her hair is loose, like soft camellia petals, dotted with beautiful small flowers. Camellia said, I told you many times not to wake me up. He cried out in surprise to Goddess Camellia. She turned to look at Elric. Camellia curiously asked, oh, how do you know me, handsome boy? Elric stood there watching her. Her appearance was definitely that of the Goddess Camellia. But the presence she radiated was completely different. He felt strange in his heart. Even though she didn't look tall, she felt like she was looking at a giant tree. His thoughts began to form more clearly. A giant tree could easily cover the sky, so this was it, a true god. Otto said, "Let me introduce him. He is my descendant." Camellia pulled her hair and said, "It's a shame you're a merbinger, but I'll forgive it because you're handsome." She winked and shot her heart at him, asking if you want to marry me. Elric told himself, but his personality was still the same. Camellia asked in surprise, "Oh my god, Elric Merbinger, you've already rejected my proposal once, right?" Hearing that, I can't help but think that she has a connection with the god Camellia. Out there, hearing that, I can't help but think that she has a connection with the god Camellia. Out there, Camellia reminded me that I will simply stay by your side and give you the curse. And that planting trees is completely up to you. He looked at the seeds in his hand and said that was okay. Otto said, "My descendant." He gave him a stone steel and said that this was the messenger that allowed him to know the true condition of the tree. Otto smiled, creating a small formation in the air. His voice was like a gentle breeze and he would gradually find other uses for it. The formation in Otto's hand suddenly expanded, emitting a faint light before slowly soaring into the void. He calmly said, "Okay, I hope you succeed." Camellia said that the curse of the demon god, also known as the Frozen Land, was first 400 years ago. You must get the materials and items I talked about and use them. Elric stood still in his heart. He couldn't help but wonder if the environment of this period was better than the outside world. Elric asked me what I needed to do first. Camellia replied, "Finding land to plant this seed, a good place for germination." His sharp eyes scanned the desolate land in front of him. He wondered if purifying this land would be faster than searching across the snow fields. Camellia said, "Oh, this place is the soul scene. So the environment here is similar to the real Black Gang out there." Elric cautiously turned his head to look back. A giant monster with a rugged body rushed down from above. Its 3 glowing red eyes followed Elric like sharp blades. "She reminds you that you also need to be wary of monsters." Other monsters also flew over. Waves of ice began rushing towards the monsters, spreading like winter waves. Fragments of ice broke off, flying everywhere in space, and then an explosion sounded like thunder, causing the whole ground to shake. Clouds of demonic energy swirled around each other like dark winds, creating terrifying hissing sounds. Then they flew into the sea along Elric's hand. He said he didn't expect this place would have a monster party for him. "Camellia praised you for being very capable. Exactly what a merbinger should look like." She asked if you think you can find a piece of land in this vast snowfield. Elric thought an open terrain with small trees must have some water source, a place he could easily protect from monsters. He turned around and asked Camellia, "If we were 400 years ago, anthropomorphs would be around, right?" She said, "You were thinking about anthropomorphs. I think by this time they might have finished building the city already." Camellia asked, "This terrain is very different from what you know. How do you plan to find the anthropomorph?" Elric smiled and said, "This is not difficult." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up. Elric flew into the air and said, "Normally, the canyons or high hills wouldn't have changed much in just 400 years. If I use such a place as a hub, I can roughly guess where it is. The thin trees, already lonely, now become even more lonely under the moonlight." He said, "Here it is. Found it." Camellia says, "It seems you paid attention to the anthropomorph's surrounding terrain and memorized it. Smart choice. What a merbinger." Elric's hands began to emit a dim light. Like a stream of energy was being summoned. "Okay, let's prepare the ground." She followed Elric's every move. Camellia closed one eye. He asked if this is enough to plant a tree, right? She replied that I don't think it's enough. A giant layer of ice sparkled in the moonlight, like a precious gem in the middle of a dry land. Around the layer of ice was a translucent layer of protection, like an invisible but strong wall, radiating a powerful force, threatening. Camellia says the quality of the land is quite good and most monsters won't come near this place. Camellia looked at Elric, filled with admiration and curiosity. I knew he was a merbinger, she thought to herself, but for a human to be able to use dragon language so perfectly. Elric slammed his hand on the ground, emitting a powerful echo. Camellia was confused and wondered what we should do with him. The protective layer seemed to react to his power, the light symbols on its surface flickering and pulsating. Suddenly, his chest suddenly glowed. The light from inside was as bright as the sun, illuminating the surrounding space. Elric called Camellia. He said, looking at the reaction of this stone, "I think I have succeeded." Suddenly Elric's face darkened. The stone plate engraved with the heat word failed. Returning to day 0, before he could understand what was happening, time began to reverse. Elric sighed and said, It's starting again. You ask this, it's because of that perverted old Manaduhan, right? He said that during the first test. I always returned to the beginning every time I died. This time I started over when the mission failed. Do you know why? Camellia said. I guessed it. You have forgotten something, because this place is a black ice plateau. There are countless reasons why tree planting fails here. She raised her hand. The magical portal opened. Her tone was calm but decisive. I think I have given you enough instructions. I will go to sleep for a while watching the... Go to a safe place. Just focus on the mission until I come back, he took the opportunity to say. Before you leave, give me a few more suggestions. Before he finished speaking, the gate had disappeared. Elric said he must have found out the reason for his failure. Elric lay reclining on the snowy field, the dim light of the gloomy gray sky covering everything around him. He sat up and wondered what he had missed. Elric thought to himself that he couldn't waste any more time. He needed to focus more. Magic exploded from within him, creating a brilliant aura. I'm confused. What's under the ground? Elric thought there seemed to be something. He felt a tremor pass under his feet, as if some force was rising from the depths of the earth. Elric exclaimed, damn it. A giant worm emerged. Death worms. They are large enough to swallow most large-sized monsters. One of the strongest monsters. Even 3 or 4 6-round magicians will have a hard time with it. If you happen to encounter it, the giant worm's sharp teeth are clearly visible when it opens its mouth, creating a scene that is both menacing and bizarre. It let out a resounding hiss, the sound as if taken from the depths of the earth. Running away. Monster illustration book. Information. Monster type worm. Under Elric's feet, the ground shook. Dust flew up and small stones flew in all directions. He cried out, damn it. Something is moving deep underground. As soon as he felt the movement below, Elric jumped up into the air. At the same time, the ground split open in a long way. Sand, dust and rubble flew everywhere. A giant worm, as big as a hill, crawling out from the ground, its body covered with hard gray scales like stone, each segment of its body winding in the air. He thought to himself that a death worm is a monster that would take at least 3 magicians and 6 magic circles to destroy. I'm not sure I can kill it anymore. The worm bared its teeth, each long sharp tooth peeking out. The mouth is as deep as a bottomless abyss. The monster's menacing presence made him suddenly think that he couldn't complete this mission. He calculated that, according to what he remembered, if he wanted to kill it, he had to first penetrate its tough scales. The pieces of ice flew at breakneck speed, like bullets, rushing straight towards the giant worm. Elric thought to himself that its scales were too hard. He thought if magic couldn't do anything about it, Elric decided to use magic to strengthen his body. The worm roared, shaking its giant body. As if to intimidate the enemy in front of it, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. A stream of dark green mucus shot out like an arrow, aimed straight at him. Elric used a protective shield, you said. He sprayed poison. His ice barrier began to be eroded by the toxic fluid. Unbelievably, this poison was so strong that it could penetrate even his magical barrier. Elric thought that if he kept approaching it without paying attention, he would definitely be swallowed by this poison. Seeing the giant worm trying to struggle in the protective ice that Elric had just created, he shouted, you can't hide. Elric told himself that if he let it escape, he would miss time on the mission. The worm roared, clearly unable to withstand the grip of the ice, but with a wild instinct. It still tried to struggle, like a cornered animal. With one powerful movement, Elric poured all his strength into his palm, focusing his magical energy to create sharp ice balls. The cold winds in the snowfield not only bring tranquility, but also hide dark plots. What you said is that you lured me to follow you. You are more cunning than the others. Elric said. It looked like he was about to be in danger. The worm releases mucus and shoots out. Like a rolling wave, the poison from the giant worm continued to cling to him, making every step heavy. Damn it, these poisons were so annoying. Elric glanced at the giant worm slowly following behind, its eyes filled with greed, as if it was waiting for an opportunity to attack again. He focused his energy into his hand, determined to create another ice barrier. Elric thought to himself that if he didn't kill it soon, he would have to start the quest from the beginning, so he had to take the risk, he said, releasing all his power. Magical light from his chest radiated brightly. Like a beacon in the middle of a storm, Elric clenched his fists, every muscle in his arm tense like a string, as he focused all his strength on one point. I can maximize the power of the attack, and will be able to kill it. You use secret technique. White tiger full attack. The piece of protective barrier fell to the ground. He tried to get out of the barrier. Elric gasped. A feeling of fatigue spread throughout his body after the powerful attack. If I hadn't used up all my mana in the attack just now, I probably would have been killed by its poison. The magic energy flew into the seal on Elric's hand. He said that if he saw another one, he would die. The stele engraved with the words, you have met the necessary requirements. The first restriction has been removed. Elric asked me if I was successful. He thought to himself, ban, what ban? He held up the stele. A blue magic flew towards his seal. What was he doubting? Elric sat down on the ground, feeling tired like a big wave. He thought to himself that he didn't expect to receive the 4th mark so quickly. He could use it to break the ice in the bright land like the way he did with the Snow Mountain King, right? Elric scratched his head and asked, "But how can I do that? I don't even know its real name." He suddenly thought of Mephisto's smiling face, if Mephisto knew about this. He waved his hand and said, "Just follow the arrangement, and I'll probably know soon enough." Elric clenched his fists, determined to take forever to clean up this place and start planting the seeds. A voice spoke up carefully. He said it was impossible, warning that although death worms usually live alone, there are extremely rare cases where they live in groups in large areas. Giant worms sprouted from the ground. Maybe there were only a few of them. A series of giant worms from different directions. They slowly approached him. But there could have been dozens of them. Elric says, "Come on, this is ridiculous." Continuously reversible time. He held his head and shouted that he couldn't get out of here. One was already difficult to deal with. Now there were dozens of them. What should I do? A question suddenly appeared in his mind. Why the hell would the Tiger King want to build a house in a place like this? Elric told himself that only his master was strong enough to defeat all these monsters alone. But a place with so many dead worms proved that the soil was extremely good. "I think we have to try to find every way," Elric smiled and said. "Try a few more times and maybe there will be a solution." But very quickly he scolded me. On the 34th try, Elric lay down on the thick layer of snow, feeling the coldness from the ground through his cloak. But right now, he didn't care about the cold. He had tried everything, still can't kill those death worms. Elric put his chin in his hands, thinking that he should try going to another area far away from there. But the seeds did not germinate. Surrounded by death worms, he wondered if he would be stuck here. Elric thought in despair that Mephisto was not here, either was Camellia. Perhaps his ancestors were looking at his misery and laughing. No one is coming to help him. He opened his eyes wide and thought, "Wait a minute." Elric exclaimed that he was so stupid. Why was he just thinking about it now? They didn't forbid him to ask others for help. He smiled and said, "The family of the Tiger King. I have to ask them for help." Camellia lies quietly under a blooming flower tree, its soft petals stretching out to welcome the morning sunlight. The sweet scent of flowers permeates the air, creating a relaxing and pleasant atmosphere. Someone walked up and said, "You slept a lot." Camellia slowly opened her eyes. Otto smiled, clasped his hands behind his back and looked at her. Camellia sat up and asked, "How did you get in here? You shouldn't have been able to come in without my permission." He said there was someone else who wanted me to come in here. She exclaimed, "When did this happen?" Otto asked, "Have you forgotten what happened that day? It seems you have reached the age where your memory starts to fail." She replied, "I used to be a queen, living in a palace. But now being treated like this is really tiring." She sat cross-legged and wondered why you came here. He said, "I already told you, someone else wants me to come in here." "Do you feel okay? You had to sacrifice 40 years of life to fight that curse." Camellia replied that, "I'm fine, you don't need to worry. But I hope you won't come here on your own again, by the way." "How is that guy?" Otto said, "Let's try it and see." Camellia and Otto looked at the image inside. A group of monsters chased after Elric, saying that he was the mortal enemy of our race. "Kill that human." She was surprised what the hell was going on. Why was he being chased and killed by those beast men? He didn't have the slightest worry. He laughed and said, "Wasn't it very interesting?" Camellia asked, "Can you still smile?" "Help him quickly," Otto said, "don't create more trouble." "Right now he is." Elric smiled like he had a good harvest. He said he had his own plan. A group of monsters chased after Elric, saying that he was the mortal enemy of our race. "Kill that human." Elric smiled like he had a good season. He thought the tiger lineage hasn't appeared yet. He landed and told himself that to solve the problem encountered in the mission, he must seek help from the people who built the city on this land full of death. A beast man panted and said, panting, "We finally caught you, this crazy guy. Rush up and bite him." Elric stood in the middle of the black snow field, feeling the cold in silence. "Boss, traveling across this vast black snow field to search for the Tiger King's lineage is truly a difficult task." He smiled mysteriously. Elric used a secret technique to strengthen the body of a black tiger to stalk its prey. The image of a tiger appeared in his mind. He told himself that, however, he possessed the secret technique of the Tiger King's lineage, the secret technique to strengthen his body. How could the beast men tremble in fear? How could a human being use a secret technique to strengthen their body? Elric lifted one leg and stared at the enemies in front. "With this secret technique of strengthening the body, do you think I will let you go?" The sky above was gloomy, with no sign of sun or moonlight, just a layer of heavy gray clouds covering it. Bright light radiated from the center of the explosion, illuminating the gloomy field. Breaking the suppression of darkness in an instant, those standing near the center of the explosion were thrown into the air, their bodies twisted in the air before falling violently to the ground. A large shaggy beast lying groaning on the cold ground. "Name that name. We must not let him escape." Elric stood upright on a dry tree trunk, his sharp eyes looking towards the distant horizon. After destroying 6 beast cities, it was almost time for them to react. He rubbed his chin and wondered if the rumors hadn't spread far enough yet. Elric crouched down, thinking that once he trampled more of the remaining villages, they would appear. From behind Elric, a giant claw reached out at terrifying speed, ready to crush him under its terrible power. A voice rang out to avoid it. The giant claw slammed into the tree trunk where Elric had been standing, shattering the bark and creating a loud explosion. He threw himself to the side, just barely escaping the brutal blow. In that moment, a thought flashed through his head: if my senses weren't quick, I would have died before I could yawn. From the thick darkness, a beast man stepped out, his hairy body and rippling muscles clearly visible in the dim light. Your senses are better than I thought. He did not answer immediately, just silently observed the enemy in front of him. A collection of beast men scattered across the black snowfield, emerged as the great lord of the north, a creature that caused terror to the empire, great ancestor of the Tiger King lineage. He said that a human could learn a secret technique to strengthen his body. The first leader of the Beastman Alliance asks who you are. Tiger King Neil appeared with a majestic appearance, attracting the eyes of everyone in front of him. His body was tall. His muscles were strong, exuding strength and confidence. Tiger King Neil said, you are definitely human, but I can't understand what's going on here. Elric said. Tiger King Neil, the Beastmen said you were here again. Tiger King Neil asks, why are you asking? Did I go to a place where I shouldn't have gone? No one dared to utter a word. In his mind an idea flashed. The Tiger King had conflicts with other Beastman tribes. This must have been before Tiger King Neil unified the Beastman tribes. Elric judged that he still had not reached the level of 5-star combat power. He felt an invisible pressure covering the space around him, as if a cold wind was passing by, penetrating his bones. But still, why can we feel the cold pressure like this? The Tiger King's voice echoed in the cold space. If you don't intend to fight me, then go away. A Beastman stood up, his voice full of anger and determination. Defending a human, you are the Beastman's enemy. You will pay the price for this. Tiger King said. It was finally quiet. Elric wondered if he had protected me. He thought it wise to only cause trouble with the Fury clan, a tribe hostile to Tiger King Yule. Elric bowed his head and said thank you. The Tiger King reached out and squeezed Elric's neck. Yule stared at Elric, his eyes full of doubt and wonder. You? How do you know my clan's secret technique to strengthen the body? Elric's feet dangled in the air. His breathing became rapid, and a feeling of pressure from Yule's strong hand made it impossible for him to breathe. I learned from my master, Tiger King said. Tell me more details. Elric pointed to the hand that was strangling him. First you have to let me go. Yule's eyes suddenly changed from anger to concern. Finally Yule released his hand, letting Elric fall back to the ground. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will twist that neck right away. He breathed a sigh of relief, hugged his neck, took deep breaths to regain his strength. My parents were farmers who fled to the black snowfields to escape imperialist repression, Elric said, but after my parents were attacked by monsters, the orphan me was saved by a Beastman. With tears in his eyes, he enthusiastically said, that person taught me how to protect myself, using secret techniques to strengthen my body so I could survive in this place. The Tiger King asked what the name of that beast race was. Elric replied, my master said they had forgotten their names, and he didn't tell me that in the end. He emotionally told me I couldn't touch their painful memories of the past, so I just called that person master with all the respect in my heart. Tiger King looked at him. Elric thought to himself that he was judging whether what I said was true or not. The Tiger King, with his sharp senses, distinguishes lies by listening to his heartbeat and muscle movements in his body. But now I'm controlling the flow of energy to stabilize my body, so it's easy to trick him. Tiger King was deep in thought. Yule said that it seems like you are a brother of my clan. Elric told himself correctly. Brother is the word for heirs who have mastered the secret technique of body strengthening. He wiped his tears, thinking that in other words, he had already acknowledged him. Tiger King put his hand on his shoulder and told his brother, do you have a place to rest in this barren land? Elric and Tiger King Neil rode on the backs of 2 large powerful wolves in the vast space of the black snowfield. A voice spoke up. Honestly, you were acting rudely. Camellia sat on his shoulder and said, why is there no one in the Merbinger family sane? Elric asked if it was okay for him to appear like this. You said I used magic so others couldn't sense my presence, so don't worry. Camellia asked, but what are you planning to do next? Do you really believe that he will accept you as his ally? Elric smiled and replied of course he wouldn't believe it yet, but he would keep me with him. She wondered why. He explained that now was a time of heightened conflict between tribes and any tribe would accept a strong person as an ally, no matter what his background. Everyone shouted that the leader had returned. The Tiger King told everyone to gather, especially the ambitious Tiger King Yule. He was even willing to do so, Camellia thought to herself. But in this era the beast race's hatred of humanity is still very strong, will the tribe members accept this kid as Tiger King Yule? The Tiger Man opened his eyes wide, the voice of a person clearly expressed anger and dissatisfaction. Humanity, the enemy that killed my father. Hey, why did you bring humanity back here? Tiger King said, stop, this is one of our brothers. He angrily asked, brothers? How can humanity be brothers? How can humanity become our brothers? Yule says, calm down, let's regroup now. Elric looked around, feeling the oppressive atmosphere and tension between the Tiger clan and him. This was the time when the Empire's repression was most cruel to both beast men and people. That's why it did this. The hostility towards humanity is very strong. I felt pressure on my shoulders. If I couldn't convince them, my plan would fall apart. A moment later, the tense atmosphere suddenly disappeared. A few people could not control their emotions. They rushed towards Elric, hugged his legs. Oh my master, why did you leave us? But go ahead. One person emotionally held Elric's hand and said he was truly lucky to have someone like that teach him the secret technique. He turned his head to look at the Tiger King. Yule gave a thumbs up. Elric was extremely nervous. He frowned and thought, if he couldn't convince them to join his side, the plan would be ruined. But things didn't seem to be as he thought. These beast men were all moved and crying, even kneeling at his feet. They cried so loudly that his face turned pale. Woohoo, teacher, why did you leave? This world is so early. A rat man held his hand and cried, saying, you are so lucky to be a student. Seeing this strange phenomenon, he turned back to observe Yule. He gave a thumbs up and smiled from ear to ear. He thought to himself, just a moment ago they were preparing to cut my flesh. Why did they suddenly become so angry, so friendly? Looking at the prestigious face of Tiger King Yule made him think, it must be thanks to King Yule. The Tiger King seemed angry about something. His fist cracked a thick wooden table. Elric and Yule stood in front of the other beast men telling stories. He raised his voice. That's why his master said this before he closed his eyes. Elric rubbed his head embarrassingly when he heard others tell the story. Then just a few seconds later, the Tiger King expressed deep emotion. His teary eyes turned towards the sunlight and he reached out his hand as if to hold on, and he said, even though we have faced racial boundaries between beast men and humans, I am still very happy because even if we have to leave this world, we will always be brothers. His arms trembled and he choked. Let's meet again. In another life. The beast men were all moved and tears welled up when they heard this, the last words of the Tiger King, with a face of regret but pride, a smile but a pain in the heart. My students. Immediately all the viewers were in chaos. Everyone jumped up and shed tears as a condolence to their loved ones. Damn it, open your eyes, teacher. How cruel. How can your little student can continue to live here? Thinking back on the cheesy words he said, he scratched his face and thought to himself, did I really say that? At this moment, the Tiger King crossed his arms and smiled and whispered, just act along. They are so stupid that they are extremely gullible. The crying showed no signs of stopping. He smiled slightly at the Tiger King. Suddenly from afar there was a strong voice. We don't agree with what the human said. Elric was surprised and turned back to see who had said it. It was a werewolf with a very large and ferocious wolf tattoo on his arm. He looked extremely serious. He said, is there any evidence to believe it? Amidst the buzzing wind and snow, the atmosphere between these two people was extremely tense. Camellia behind him immediately explained, they are the Black Wolf clan, the Tiger King's loyal dogs. He thought to himself, the Black Wolf clan, so they are the ancestors of Minister Norris. Just then, Yule stood in front of Elric like a guard and asked, Ralph, are you disobeying my orders? Ralph, the werewolf said quite firmly, I have nothing against you. He angrily pointed straight at Elric and roared, even if he was real, how could our tribe accept that lowly race? A deadly atmosphere surrounds the surroundings. The Tiger King radiates murderous aura, he growled. Lower race, I hope. At the last word, he looked as if he wanted to skewer him. You haven't forgotten our faith, Ralph. Ralph was scared to look into the Tiger King's angry eyes and turned away. Yule said, we were abandoned and driven away. Even though our race and blood are different, we are still one family. It seemed that the more he spoke, the angrier he became. The Tiger King showed a terrifying and authoritative attitude as if he could strike at Ralph at any time. He growled, if you forget that belief, I will slit your throat. Ralph and a few of his subordinates had to stand quietly, gritting their teeth and endure. Feeling a bit awkward, Elric just remained silent. Then he slowly stepped forward and intervened in this tense situation, breaking down the boundaries between the tribes and uniting all the beast men into one. It turned out he was walking next to Yule and continued to say, I heard that this is the target of the beast race. Yule looked at him in surprise and asked again, do you know us? He nodded confidently and replied, yes, I heard that while wandering alone in the snow fields. Even though he was considered an enemy by countless other tribes because of that faith, hearing that more and more people were being condemned because of that faith. The Tiger King saw this and smiled with satisfaction and immediately calmed his anger towards Ralph. Seizing the opportunity, Elric put on a trustworthy face and extended his hand towards Yul and said, "As an abandoned human, I received the kindness of my master and several of you, who accepted I'm like a younger brother." Then he expressed his thanks with an emotional fist. "I believe this is an extension of the ideals you are pursuing." The fairy Camellia saw Elric's deep acting, so she flew aside and smiled hee and said, "As expected from Merbinger, you're really good at speaking." After a series of compliments, his eyes gradually revealed strong determination. He said, "I will also meet your expectations. I believe I also need to prove my value to be accompanied on the board." His journey. "I heard that rank among beastmen is determined by strength." Seeing him say that, Ralph immediately frowned in contempt and asked again, "What do you want?" Amidst the snow and north wind, the blonde-haired boy Elric was full of confidence and majesty. He came up with an idea. "Fight. If I win I will be part of the tribe, but if I lose I will leave." Hearing this, Ralph trembled. Angrily, his teeth gritted. How dare a common man dare to challenge a great warrior of the Black Wolf race like me? Elric provoked with a smirk and slyly replied, "Why do you talk so much?" Scared, of course. Ralph was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "You bastard." "Just waiting for that." Elric laughed like a child and pointed at Ralph and said, "You're the bastard." Seeing this, Fairy Camellia sadly shook her head and just wanted to take back her previous compliment. An angry animal hand with sharp claws stuck out. Ralph radiated murderous aura and anger. His eyes widened and he gritted his teeth, threatening, "I will kill you." Elric did not lose either. He released his golden power and smiled back. "Aim to do it, right in the middle." Of this moment, Tiger King Yu lightly stepped on the ground. His overwhelming aura blew away both Elric and Ralph. The two of them flew away quite a distance and looked towards the Tiger King to observe. Then he spoke up in this tense atmosphere, "Let me ask you too. Both will accept the result. Even if they lose their lives in battle, his spirit is strong and worthy of a king of the snow forest." Ralph smiled and said, "If that person wins, I will consider him his family." Elric also raised his hand and swore, "I swear on my master's honor that I will accept the results." The Tiger King's eyes were sharp. He said exactly one good word, started, just waiting for Ralph to transform into a wolf and quickly rush forward, swinging his claws to attack first, while tearing you apart. "I will tear your body into pieces." Elric was also extremely flexible in avoiding those lightning attacks. He thought to himself, "The story I made up won't last long. I need to prove my worth to the Tiger King Neil." Ralph flew into the air and crashed straight towards Elric. He did not avoid it but stood still and raised his hand to attack, thinking to himself, "Thanks to him, this will no longer be a problem." The bloodthirsty wolf bared its teeth. Elric also strongly raised his hand to attack back. He used his strong body technique to attack the tiger and threw a punch at the waist, causing the wolf to scream in pain. Ralph immediately gasped and hugged his wound and retreated far away. Elric calmly scolded, "Just one punch," and he was overwhelmed, unconvinced. Ralph once again bared his fangs and got angry. "You spoke, but before you could finish your sentence, you saw a big fist close to your face." Elric used powerful body-breaking techniques to punch the wolf in the face and body, making it unable to counterattack. The punches were so fast that the naked eye could no longer keep up. The beastmen outside began to point fingers and comment, "Ralph is one of the top warriors in the royal army." He did not expect that day he would be so one-sidedly steamrolled. No human could use it, using body-strengthening techniques so proficiently. Some of Ralph's juniors frowned worriedly and called Ralph's name. Finally, the werewolf knelt down with all his strength. He helplessly let out smoke and blood from his mouth. Kneeling right at Elric's feet, a voice said, "It seems the battle ended faster than I thought." Elric turned to face the Tiger King, crossed his arms and declared, "This is enough for you to become family with us." Suddenly from behind, Ralph's eyes glowed red as if he were thirsting for blood uncontrollably. He fiercely roared like a monster. Elric turned his head to look in, surprised, silently wondering, furiously. When the beastmen's anger exceeded the limit, their strength would increase exponentially, but they could only fight with instinct. The wolf rushed madly towards him. In that split second he thought, "Fighting him head-on is too dangerous for me." Elric raised his arm with the seal and used blue power. The hand turned towards Ralph and shouted, "Freeze." Immediately a defensive sharp ice rushed towards Ralph, made him unable to move on, and then Ralph fell backwards with a painful thud that made him scream. Yet, the ice chains rushed around Ralph. The ice chain, sharp and faster than the wind, stabbed straight at the wolf, then immediately wrapped around and tightened it. The wolf screamed in pain and anger. Elric's agile arm raised. Suddenly, he hit the wolf on the back of the head and said, "Be quiet for a moment." The wind was still. blowing, and Ralph in his wolf form was flying somersaults across the cold ground. The beast men saw this and did not forget to talk among themselves. Is that magic? Is that bastard a magician? Has he deceived us? Elric immediately guessed this situation, so he silently bowed his head and thought, if he wanted to subdue him without killing him, the only way was to use magic. He shyly scratched his cheek and glanced at the Tiger King's expression, thinking to himself, they must know this too. Seeing Yule's ferocious expression, Elric gulped the story I had prepared for this situation, but contrary to his thoughts, Yule laughed loudly and extremely cheerfully. He approached and patted his shoulder continuously, while praising him endlessly. You are more interesting than I thought. I didn't expect you to know both body magic and magic. Elric sighed and thought, I guess I don't need to worry anymore, already. He then expressed his remorse and bowed his head and said, I should have only used strength body technique in battle, but I didn't want to harm the person who was about to become my family, so I had to use it, magic. The Tiger King smiled proudly and replied, whether you choose the easy path or hide your strength, the winner on the battlefield is the strongest. That is the cruel rule of the battlefield. You'll ask him, what is your name, human? He replied loudly, I am Elric, and then he turned down and announced to everyone, according to the outcome of the battle, we will accept Elric as a member of the tribe. Does anyone object? Everyone excitedly replied, not at all, me either. At that moment, the Tiger King Yule raised his arms to the sky and declared heroically, right at this moment, I declare that Elric will be a member of our family. The surrounding animal people happily raised their hands in the air in agreement and congratulations, while Ralph was still reeling and kneeling on the ground. At this very moment, a golden light shone on his right chest. Seeing that thing appear, Camellia flew to him and said, a new message. The light turned into a square stone and there was an inscription on it that said, the necessary requirements have been met. The second restriction has been removed, revealing the true name. There is a plain where deep darkness covers. In that desolate land the wind blows as sharp as a knife. The true name of this seal, which imprisons the sharp wind of the black snow plain, is Ice Wind Blade. Elric has received that power, he thought to himself. It's a rare level seal, exactly like the seal of Great Sin that the Mountain King gave me. But because I still don't know how to activate it, it's up and I can't use it right away. Glancing at the goddess who was still following him, he frowned and thought, Goddess Camellia was nowhere to be seen. Didn't she instruct me on how to use this thing? He walked away regardless. Forget it. I don't know what to do now. Under the bright moonlight Elric was steadfast. For the time being, I will focus on my own long-term plan. At this time, in a large room with many beast men holding spears and swords standing guard and Tiger King Yule as the leader on a high platform, he raised his voice, come in. Elric had now changed into the same outfit as the beast men here and slowly and strongly walked between the two rows of guards. Yule happily said, after everyone, let's greet each other properly. Starting today, Elric will officially become a member of the Royal Guard of the Anthropomorph Kingdom. Elric listened to the command, bowed his head and placed his hand on his chest in response. Out of respect for accepting me into his team, I will do my best. Seeing that Elric was very trustworthy, the Tiger King proudly said, that's a good attitude. In memory of the day you joined the team, I will give you your first mission. He replied immediately, yes, please give me orders. The werewolf brothers hated it, and gritted their teeth and refused. Yule said, you said you came here after traveling around the snowfields. Using your experience through those travels, please help us find a suitable area where our tribe can settle down. Elric was surprised by his decision. Even raising his face to look, he smiled slightly in satisfaction and silently calculated, everything fits together, right? Elric pretended to rub his chin in thought and exploration. While wandering through the snowfields, I noticed this place, he described. It is surrounded by canyons and hills, so it is not difficult to defend against outside threats. With water sources nearby and very little ground erosion, it is a place with rich soil, grease. However, there is a problem. And then both Elric and Yule said in unison, it was a swarm of death worms, he explained. Clearly, at first it was considered a potential location, but because of that problem no one had come to live there. However, it was very difficult to find another place like that in the black snow plain. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes and said as if wondering, what should we do? Then, as if he had a good idea, the Tiger King smiled and said, oh yes, let's do this. Elric used his handsome face and wondered at his idea. Just a few minutes later, he had to put on a disgusted, reluctant face when he saw Ralph and his brothers. He silently complained, we have to find a way to deal with these troublemakers. Looking at the young beast men, he accepted, well, even though they often clash in personalities, the Black Wolf people have the best teamwork ability, so actually choosing them is not difficult to understand. However, of course, pairing me up with these black wolves that I'm not close to, I guess I want to test my strength, a strong voice called. out, causing Elric to take his attention away. Fighting the death worm is the most difficult task. This mission will not be simple. That is the third captain of the guard team, a tall and muscular werewolf with short black hair, looking extremely prestigious. Seizing this opportunity, Ralph smirked and said loudly, "That's right. If it wasn't because some strange host said something that didn't need to be said, we wouldn't have to deal with this complicated situation right now, this mess." You're also turned to look, and Elric was angry. Young Ralph aimed a mean machine with his men. Honestly, what good is the old nest of death worms? Someone is just trying to show off in front of the captain by showing off some petty tricks. It's just a matter of time, Elric thought contemptuously. Look at these bastards. Really? And you're immediately turned around. The tall wolf stood right in front of Ralph. While he babbled, "Anyway, that's why humanity can't." Ralph laughed and talked, but before he could finish his sentence, an ear slapped directly on his cheek, causing Ralph's face to deform and to vomit blood. He fell to the ground and saw the captain's fiery anger, trembling in fear and calling, "Captain, but you was scary and threatening. Bring personal feelings into the team. I told you don't do anything to ruin this atmosphere." His cold gaze radiated out, making everyone who saw him wet the bed. He reminded young Ralph, "If you ruin the mood of everyone on the team again, I'll rip your head off, understand?" Just that alone scared the whole team. Ralph's juniors quickly obeyed and shouted, "Yes, we will work hard," while Ralph sat on the ground holding his cheeks in frustration. Then Yer turned around and left. Looking at him so strong, Elric thought to himself, "The reason Tiger King you brought me into this team is because back then he trusted him. He was so prestigious, even if he was in conflict, if a sudden incident occurs, he will extinguish it immediately." Seeing Yer looking towards him, Elric immediately placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head to express his thanks. Yer strongly turned his face away. Elric of course happily nodded and chuckled and thought, "What you're trying to say is that you just do what you have to do, right? I like it." Elric began to ask Yer about what to do. "Captain, those death worms are creatures that will not come out of the ground if threatened in the slightest. Is there a way to lure them out?" Yer replied, "There is a way, but it is very difficult and takes time." Elric curiously asked again, "Why is it so difficult?" Captain Yer also replied, "We need to get the grass of life and death, a demon plant. They are very sensitive to the scent emitted from the grass of life and death. If we have that, then we can drive away the death worms out of the ground." Having said this, he suddenly stopped for a moment to ask Elric. When he saw the strange expression on Elric's face, he was trying so hard to hold back his laughter that his whole body was shaking. His face was red as if he was extremely happy but was suppressed. "Why are you making that expression on your face?" Seeing that he was being a bit ridiculous, Elric cleared his throat and continued in response to Yor's question. "It's nothing, let's continue." So Yor continued, "To lure those death worms out, we need that tree, because they are very rare, so it is difficult to find." Just waiting for his words, Elric immediately smiled confidently. There was a bright halo around him. He said, "You don't need to worry about that, because I can find it." The handsome captain sternly said nothing, but in his heart he thought, confidence is good, but the environment where the grass of life and death grows is quite harsh. Finding it is one thing, but picking it is very difficult. Finally, reality was cruel to the captain. His face turned pale, his mouth opened, but he couldn't say anything, still thinking, "It won't be easy." "Right." You're now witnessed with his own eyes the blonde-haired boy Elric enthusiastically holding a pile of life and death grass in his hand and raising it to the sky like a winner. Elric laughed loudly. "Wow, everyone, this place is so bustling with people picking and carrying away." Elric turned back to look at the other beast men holding that grass. Their expressions were as unique as yours. Elric quickly threw some herbs into the three people's baskets and ordered, "What are you guys standing there for? Don't put it in." Ralph was surprised but quickly came to catch it. "Those people talk to each other. I don't even know." Elric doesn't care much about what they think. His eyes are bright like scanning radar, he thought to himself. But I have seen a lot of life and death grass in the maze of clarity created by his master. Looking at the plants growing densely like wildflowers along the roadside, he thought, because that magic is so prominent, even if I try not to find it, I will still find it. His arm began to show strange signs like black mist surrounding him. Elric thought, if I also absorb the magic of the grass of life and death, then start activating the seal. His eyes were bright and his smile was cruel and despicable. He excitedly said to himself, "Let's go." Seeing the wolf people dragging their feet, he immediately shouted, "Hey dog people, 1, 2, 3, I'm going faster now, so follow me closely." They shouted angrily, "Is this guy really crazy?" Then turned to the captain and called helplessly, "Captain, do you know what that guy just called us?" Dog man, feeling annoyed, Jor didn't hesitate to kick Ralph in the ass, making him blush. He glared, "What are you doing? These damn names, do what Elric says." Ralph cried out, "Captain." Elric saw the whole commotion over here, Captain Jor smiled softly and handsomely as if to appreciate his efforts. Jor stood next to the Tiger King with many buckets of grass and his beast men brothers holding torches in a dark clearing. Jor crossed his arms and smiled in praise. Having gathered so much grass in just a short time, the ability of a brother is very difficult to evaluate. Elric also humbly replied, haha, not really. I was able to do that thanks to someone in the team helping me. Seeing the 3 Wolfman brothers lying like corpses leaning against a tree in the distance, lifeless, everyone was naive, so he replied, it seems that's true, back to the serious mood. Yul sternly ordered, then enough of that gossip, let's begin. The beast men brothers who were holding the torches from earlier threw them all in one direction. It turned out that they threw them into the barrel containing the grass of life and death to burn them. Smoke rose up all over the gloomy black moonlit night sky. Jor and Elric waited quietly. There began to be noises and vibrations like an earthquake under their feet. The ground cracked completely and extended towards the group of people. Dozens of giant worms with mouths full of sharp teeth emerged from the ground. A very scary scene. Tiger King ordered the entire team. Everyone started to attack. Suddenly there was a loud transmission. Captain, we have a big problem. Jor frowned and turned around to ask, what's the matter? If it's nothing important, the reporter said, angry. When the worm opened its giant mouth as if it wanted to grab everyone, the messenger finished his sentence. The clan is on its way here. Both Jor and Elric were extremely surprised by this news. Tiger King Jor was so surprised that he had to ask again, what do you mean the angry clan is coming? Please explain more clearly. The other person was confused. It seemed like they knew we were hunting death worms, and right now they are coming to attack us. Jor was really angry. He gritted his teeth and radiated deadly murderous aura, cursing, those dirty bastards. Over here, the death worms are all aiming for Jor, who is small compared to them. At another point under the dark moonlight, a beast man carrying a giant silver axe on his back walked quietly. He is Niwet, second in command of the Fur Clan, a scarred and strong rhinoceros. He commands, come on Fur Clan warriors, today we will go capture the Tiger King Jor. The rhinoceros man looked extremely dangerous, leading many other warlike beasts such as bears, wolves, and antelopes. He told his army, today we will end all their hope. Surprisingly, right at that moment a group of dead worms emerged from somewhere on the other side of the rhino, their mouths making a very horrifying scream. Turns out it was Jor's side. He jumped up and used his bare hands to fight the worms. With just one simple punch without any magic, the worms split the two people in two. Niwet the rhinoceros smiled complacently. Tiger King Jor, as expected, his skills stand at the top of beastmen, but today I have prepared a magical artifact to be used in battle with humans. Niwet directed a line of cannons towards the Tiger King's warriors, thinking to himself, no matter how strong you are, you cannot stop the fire while being held back. The rhinoceros grinned with bloodthirsty red eyes that looked despicable and ugly. He was sure, now I will make you all kneel before me, and become the king of the beastmen. Suddenly a big wind blew from somewhere, causing all the angry clan's eyes to sting. They asked each other, where did the wind come from? Rhino Niwet immediately discovered the scent lingering in the air. This smell, the grass of life and death, as soon as he realized it. A deep forest of death rose from the ground right under his feet, surrounding him on all sides. The worms destroyed and writhed, tearing everything up, their mouths squeaking loudly. The Tiger King laughed loudly as he crossed his arms and stood on the body of a giant worm. He said loudly, who would have thought that he could destroy them so quickly? Yul turned around and talked to someone, using magic to create wind that pushed the scent of the grass of life and death towards the death worms, and used the death worms to destroy them. While the Anger tribe destroyed the death worms, dead, coming up with such an idea is impressive. Elric laughed. There was a magical breeze around him. He replied, you must repay those who sneak attacked you in the same way. Yul smiled excitedly and said, it seems you and I think alike. Elric also jumped up to him and said, now, let's go clean up the debris, shall we? A long time later, everyone in the angry tribe was seriously injured. Niwet took the lead with a big axe and ordered the survivors to gather. A beastman was scared and speechless. Yul. It's the Tiger King Yul. From the sky, a bright yellow light landed straight on the ground, causing rocks to scatter. After the dust and dirt flew away, the majestic and powerful Tiger King Yul and the agile young man Elric appeared. Niwet the rhinoceros hissed madly. Yul, he swung the axe and used the momentum to slash straight towards the Tiger King, tears and snot pouring out of his eyes, shouting loudly. The cowardly guy sneaked in. Yul was so indifferent that he didn't even turn his head to look at the rhino, but when he moved his hand, his murderous aura was as deadly as hell. His eyes made everything kneel in fear. The rhinoceros of course could not help but shed blood. Yul family order, royal guard, capture those who are still alive. Go home and kill anyone who dares to oppose. all the Beastmen brothers rushed forward full of spirit and strength, led by the incredibly strong Yor and Ralph. They all said yes in unison. It seemed that the angry clan's army was still aggressive. They also shouted to each other and rushed forward, do not retreat. Both sides rushed into close combat. The scene was very chaotic. Elric held his weapon and fought alongside everyone. He also did not forget to observe the Tiger King fighting. Wherever he went, the enemy separated them in two, he thought to himself. That is the ultimate body technique of the Tiger King. Just by looking at it, I can see the advantages and disadvantages of my physical skills. Elric also turned to observe the wolf Ralph. He smiled very evilly. Sharp claws and swords only need a few basic strokes to tear apart delicious prey. Elric showed an appreciative face. Oh, that's quite good. Suddenly, from among the angry clans lying on top of each other, there was a sneak attacker. He shot something extremely fast and hard into Ralph's neck, causing him to scream in pain. He sat down immediately. Another teammate saw that and immediately called out to Ralph. It seemed like it was a poisonous gas. Ralph's face was full of strange red veins. His eyes became blurry. His breathing became more rapid. Then, because of the excruciating pain, he could only close his eyes and endure. The redness almost turned into blue veins all over his face. From somewhere, Elric appeared before Ralph and with a golden aura he asked, "Hey Mutt, are you okay?" Ralph bleary-eyed tried to say you, and then collapsed to the ground. At this moment Elric said softly, "Eliminate." A pure blue light flew to where Ralph lay. Just a moment later, Ralph's face returned to normal. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. Someone called Ralph. It turned out that the two brothers came to carry him up. Elric turned his shoulders and said, "Don't worry, he's only unconscious for a while. First take him to a place to rest." The beast man carrying Ralph obeyed and understood, then run to find a safe place to rest. From afar, Tiger King Eel approached Elric and called, "Elric, it's over." Seeing that, he replied, "Continue with the next plan before the Fury clan knows about the current situation. You'll stop him." Wait, before he placed his fist on his chest with eyes full of trust and gratitude, thanking him for saving Ralph. The other Beastmen brothers also turned towards him and acted like leaders to express their gratitude. He also smiled with bright eyes. After the end game was settled, the Beastmen of the Royal Guard escorted the survivors of the angry clan back. Elric sat on the body of a dead worm, thinking about something. The fairy Camellia suddenly appeared from nowhere. The air from being black and deadly was now filled with pink light. She told him to win the affection of a monster in just a few days. "Sir," he replied, "you have been observing from the beginning, so why did you only appear now?" She explained, "I thought you could take care of it yourself without my help." He didn't bother to listen anymore but jumped down from the worm and left, talking as he walked, and then, "Good luck to you." Elric begins to unleash his dark power in the form of a powerful beast. It flew everywhere and absorbed all the surrounding magic. Seeing the magic flow to his arm like a waterfall, he was surprised. There was more magic here than he thought. Looking at the change in the mark on his arm, he thought to himself, the Ice Seal's seal has increased to 4 stars instantly. The dark beast he released has now returned with a full stomach, even burping, looking at everything neat and clean as if nothing had happened. Camellia praised him. "You cleaned everything without leaving a trace. Thanks to that we don't need to clean it anymore." Then he put a seed on the ground and said to the nymph, "With this much effort, it will probably grow without any problems." Right. About an hour later he sat waiting next to the seed and holding the suggestive stone in his hand. He said, "Since there hasn't been a notice saying I failed to sow the seed, it seems like it's over." Seeing something strange, he let out a soft hum. Clearly that seed had sprouted into a lush green bud amidst the gloomy ground. He smiled softly and silently said to himself, "It's done." From the stone tablet, a power passed into Elric's hands. On the stone tablet is written, "Fulfilling the necessary conditions, the third prohibition has been removed, ambition achieved." Immediately he appeared right in front of the gate of a huge ice palace in the middle of a vast ice plain. Elric wondered, this place is the Hoa Temple. Inside everything is cold and extremely dark. Elric walked and carefully observed. Suddenly he stopped walking when he saw the silhouette of a person on a chair in the middle of the palace. In the darkness, he wondered, who is she? The goddess Camellia. Once he had clearly identified the person sitting in that chair, he silently wondered, no, that aura was the Demon King, an extremely beautiful girl with silver white hair and cold faces looking down. Like an emperor, the girl rested her chin dejectedly, and her face was expressionless. Elric vaguely wondered, who would have thought that the god Camellia was the female Demon King? In his mind he immediately thought of the Demon Queen, a true monster, and thought, with this much magic power she must be very strong. The female Demon King. Before her eyes had sharp eyes and a beautiful expressionless face that did not reveal any emotions. Elric was extremely puzzled when thinking about the contrast between the goddess he knew, How could the gods and the demon king coexist? In this magic power, suddenly, someone called him from outside, causing him to open his eyes and wake up from the illusion, his face turning purple. It turned out that the fairy Camellia called Elric several times, while he sat still with a stone slab in his hand. She asked him worriedly, "Are you okay? You suddenly lost consciousness." Elric asked her directly, "Dongfang Seal, is it from you?" She looked sad, lowered her head slightly and said, "Why do you think like that?" He immediately replied, "I saw you." She asked worriedly, "What did you see?" Remembering this image, he said, "He was there, alone in the empty palace." He looked depressed, lonely and sad, and his magic power radiated similar to Dongfang's seal. Camellia turned her face away and slowly said, "Now that's just politeness forgotten a long time ago." "Guessing that," he asked, "is the coldness across the black snow field due to you?" She did not deny it. "That's right." But then she raised her arm and radiated bright pink energy and said softly, "But it no longer belongs to me. I am Camellia and the god of flowers." Elric raised his face to look straight at Camellia and asked, "Is this something in the arrangement to erase your traces?" She clasped her hands and said, "Who knows?" Then she gently flew around him with warm wings, smiling and saying, "All I can do is give you advice about planting seeds." She looked into the distance and reminded him, "Remember what Otto Hahn told him, in the cold winter sky, Mr. Otto told him, you will learn how to swallow the crowd. The Eastern generals are God Camellia's past and mistakes, which are icy snow, tornadoes." Elric stood up, his forehead slightly wrinkled in thought. In order to plant the seed, he needed to dispel the cold from the god Camellia. She turned her back to him and said the last few words. Always wary of General Dong, she will become the biggest obstacle on his path. Now, becoming anthropomorph, looking at the tree he planted, growing tall and healthy and already blooming with red buds, he crossed his arms and smiled proudly. It has been 91 days since the arrangement began. Flowers have begun to bloom. From afar, Ralph ran and called Elric, "Hey, the patriarch is looking for you." Elric immediately lost his emotions and secretly hated him. Damn it. 2. In a desolate forest, Elric flew and rolled several times on the ground. His clothes were all dirty, one hand holding the back of his neck and the other supporting his body sitting on the ground. He said, "Come on, can't you go easy on me?" Tiger King O crossed his arms and laughed. "You are the one who asked to fight me to grow up to save Ralph. As the patriarch, I cannot break my promise." Elric sighed and thought to himself, "I just wanted to experience the strengthening body technique. But who would have thought that I would be beaten all the time?" He looked at him with sharp eyes and said, "As my brother, you should not give up so easily." He stood up and prepared to continue fighting. He thought to himself that he had successfully restored his posture in the first half, so thanks to that, he would also benefit. The Tiger King flexed his muscles and smiled evilly. "We will start again with the tiger attack." While fighting, he suddenly heard some sound. The tiger's ears vibrated slightly. He turned back and said, "Looks like we have to postpone the match." Elric asked again, What's going on?" You'll suddenly jumped into the sky and disappeared with terrible strength. At the Anthropomorph City gate, a long line of people were standing there, including children. Everyone was a beast man with their heads, arms and legs covered in bandages, and the children were crying. Elric stood next to the Tiger King high above the city gate observing the incident. He spoke to the goddess Camellia with telepathy. "Refugees. This is because of the crowd," she replied. "Yes, the crowd has begun to act." Looking at the long line of injured refugees, he continued, "I don't remember the generals being so strong." Camellia replied, "The generals in your time were much weaker, but the current generals are a real disaster." Looking at the Tiger King so angry and helpless that his arms were folded and pinching himself, she said, "The Tiger King Yul can only calm the chaos, but cannot defeat her." Yul ordered Ralph, "Gather the clan leaders to my tent." Ralph bowed his head to listen to the command, and understood. Then he knelt down to do something and said to Elric, "Elric, I want you to change into your combat outfit and come to my tent." Then he and his 2 soldiers jumped straight from here to the bottom. Elric also turned to leave when suddenly Ralph called him, "Hey." He took out a bottle of something shaped like a tiger, turned away from looking directly at Elric and said, taking it. Elric wondered, "What is this?" Then Ralph looked angry, thrust the bottle at him and stammered, "Nothing. I have some extra so you can take it or throw it away. Do whatever you want." Then he jumped down in the direction of the Tiger King just now, leaving Elric with the tiger bottle. The fairy Camellia sat on his shoulder, and explained that this was a precious medicine that was only available in small quantities in Tak Hok Lang. She smiled warmly and continued, "He probably only has a small amount of it. That kid also has a cute side." Elric genuinely smiled. His eyes were affectionate and responded, "I didn't expect it." At the Tiger King's tent, Tiger King Yul sat at the head and the elder sat tensely on both sides. An elder said, Our clan has suffered heavy losses. Another person also continued, our ancestors shed blood to build this place. But now there are only ruins. We have lost a lot, many relatives. You'll immediately ordered Elric, come here. His eyes were bright and serious. I have something to ask you. Elric guessed what he meant. It was about the disaster that was spreading fear to the refugees, right? Everyone looked towards Elric. The Tiger King said, yes, we have to find the general. Can you guide the way with magic? The elders all looked at him with worried faces, but also as if waiting for his agreement. Even the side that had not suffered any damage looked at him expectantly. Yul still crossed his arms and smiled slightly. Looking straight at Elric, he replied with eyes full of confidence and charisma, yes I can. Yul slammed his hands on the table and laughed even louder in praise. Good. The elders were all happy and joyful at the Tiger King's words. All the clan leaders should gather the elite warriors. Tomorrow we will depart. Everyone became excited and stood up in unison to answer that they understood. They also very quickly ran out of the tent to gather their clan's elite army. Elric thought to himself, everything is on track. Find King Yul to plant seeds, and dealing with the Eastern General together with him was definitely part of Otto's arrangement. The Tiger King was currently looking at Elric with extremely trusting eyes. Just like that, on the day of the battle, the entire team wearing black cloaks, led by Tiger King Yul, began to leave the city gate. Elric was quite determined. His hands clenched tightly, he thought. The real mission had begun. On a cold, windy winter night, the reconnaissance team along with Elric and Tiger King Yul prepared to go to war. Even though it was cold, the two of them were still happily talking to each other. No matter how many times they saw it, magic was still something very attractive. Do you want to learn magic? If it were you, you would definitely learn magic. It's basically easy. Yul laughed and joked, if I have you, why would I need to learn? Elric pretended to be angry and said, is that a new way of saying to make me a slave? Yul was still laughing, but he shook his head in disgust at what he said. If he didn't like it, he could be the leader. He didn't expect that the strongest king in the history of monsters would be a crazy person who didn't know his subordinates. Does he even know? At this time, he suddenly thanked you for appearing. Our tribe has changed a lot since I met you. There were times when I thought you were a lucky star falling from the sky. So what? Thank you for saying that. So here's a gift for you. A gift. He was so surprised to hear him say that. The last part of the secret technique to strengthen the body. He panicked and suddenly turned around. You thought I didn't notice. He showed a scheming smile and cunningly said, is there a purpose for you to approach me? He was extremely surprised but still stood there calmly, asking him, when did he know? At this time, he slowly walked his sturdy legs with sharp toes towards Elric, a human who said he learned a secret technique to strengthen his body from a recluse, which was suspicious but not must be impossible. His tall and strong body approaching him made him small. But you cannot lie about magic and the reason you go around causing trouble with tribes hostile to me. Your face is now fierce and terrifying to the extreme, probably to meet me and complete this secret body strengthening technique. If you already know, then why do you still leave me alone? He spoke his thoughts even though he was in a passive position, normally to seek your own interests. Hearing this, Yul remained silent and did not say anything. Suddenly, he burst out laughing and gave him a strong pat on the shoulder. Because whether it's a human or a monster, everyone wants to have their own interests, right? It's for my own benefit that I don't touch you. Observing him is also quite interesting. Camellia was next to him and told him, from beginning to end, he was in his palm and he was in pain from being patted on the shoulder and wanted to vomit blood, but there was no reason for him to teach me the last part, the end of the secret technique. Suddenly he put his big hand on his head and then said what I thought. I want you to survive. You struggled a lot to get here, so if you sacrifice yourself to protect someone else's family, it wouldn't be fair. Hearing Yul say that, he was very surprised. Looking at the tall and poised figure in front of him gave him a place to rely on. The reason he wanted to teach me the secret skills of monsters was because he wanted me to survive. At this point, he became silent and thought to himself, perhaps he is so concerned because he does not know that this is a return to the past. But without thinking too long, he spoke up and said, thank you. Suddenly Camellia interrupted to report, apologizing for breaking this emotional moment, but now was not the time to be affectionate. Elric saw something. There was a huge aura of malice waiting for them ahead, the energy emitted by the god Camellia, whom I had just seen. There was a huge aura of malice. It felt like it could swallow us up at any moment. There's only one word that can describe her, devil. A terrible force is hitting the two of you and the army behind you. We have to get out of here quickly. That flow of malevolent power took Elric away from everyone. Now he was standing alone in endless darkness. What was this? He was losing his advantage and gritted his teeth, thinking, Camellia and the scout team. I can't determine their location. The Eastern General's demonic weapon had cut off all mana flow. At this moment, I think about the most negative things that will happen. If we fall into the trap of the Eastern Generals, Tiger King Ul and the reconnaissance team will be destroyed. We must eliminate the darkness of the Eastern Generals before that happens. Go out. Because he couldn't see anything but darkness, it made him very helpless and angry. Suddenly he remembered. A powerful seal, the East Wind Seal. It was also something that fell from the god Camellia, like the East General, so maybe I can use it, but it seemed it wasn't that easy. He clenched his fists. Elric held his forehead with a headache and said to himself, but I have to know how to activate it. To use it, there is nothing else that can be used other than the Star East Wind Seal. After thinking hard, he finally came up with a solution. Remember what Professor Otto once said. You will have to learn how to defeat many generals. I will have to send the generals to seal the sin of wrath like last time. Right, that's right. Remembering this, he began to focus on performing magic to seal the Eastern Generals. Remove the Eastern Generals, if, absorb, a powerful source of immense power was being absorbed by Elric. I absorbed the coldness of the Eastern General into the seal of harsh cold. The tattoos on his hands are gradually brightening. The demonic energy was so powerful that he was struggling to hold himself back from falling and absorb the demonic energy into his seal. Demonic energy was flowing out of the seal of the harsh cold and connecting with the seal of the eastern wind. The demonic energy is gradually being sealed into one place. After absorbing it, he seemed to scream in pain and let out a long scream. Suddenly opening my eyes again, this place was all black and white with bustling laughter. Ha ha ha, everyone here is having fun and it's all black and white. But you're the only one who has many colors. This scene he was a bit surprised. This place is. Everyone was now chanting, Queen, Queen. A boy smiled brightly with a bouquet of fresh flowers offered. These are the flower buds that just bloomed outside. I brought them because they look very similar to people. A queen with a cold face said, like this is before the goddess Camellia became a demon queen. These flowers are very beautiful. How come they don't look like the queen, don't you think? One guy objected and said, hey, these flowers can't compare to our queen. Do you think the queen would like that? This guy is still optimistic and smiling. Of course he will like it. Anyone who disagrees can come here. The queen sat on a high chair with a sad face. Everyone saw this and called out worriedly, Queen, why are you so silent? Queen, she sighed helplessly. Everyone was very enthusiastic about her, but that image is gradually disappearing. Instead, only the noble queen and Elric remained. Seeing such a scene, he stood there thoughtfully. I think I partly understood his feelings. When I heard what she said just now, I was really bored. Loneliness creeps in when loved ones are no longer there. I'm very familiar with this scene. He can become lively thanks to those who have followed him in the past. But, whether he closed his eyes or opened his eyes, it was an empty space, having to do everything himself in an empty continent. He is the queen, vassals, and people, looking at her slender and lonely back. I thought about the loneliness of the queen. It was a vast palace in a territory where not even a single tree could grow. On this barren land, there was only pure white snow. Here, snow has covered the simple, rustic village with no one living there. She exclaimed to herself, maybe I should go to sleep. Suddenly her blue eyes saw something. She sat down, hugged herself and exclaimed, ha, and comforting herself, she said, maybe next time it won't be boring anymore. The queen's cold face like a block of ice smiled for the first time. For many centuries, his world has always had only one color. In a snowstorm like this, there is a fragile tree growing from the ground. But a new color has appeared now. The queen said to herself, there is something you need to know. You're taking care of that little seedling with your own hands. I'm not the type of person who cares about small things. You have to remember how lucky you are. You could have chosen to stay here. A fresh green sprout is planted in a crystal pot. But you can't decide whether you can walk or not. It's been a long time since the queen slept outside on a cold winter night. When she opened her eyes, she suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. The small seedling she planted herself has now blossomed into several fresh, blooming branches. She was confused but slowly raised her hand. She silently told herself that this couldn't be possible. At this moment, she ran away. In his hand he holds a pot of newly bloomed flowers. She ran to a room and once again planted it in the ground with my own hands. She reluctantly touched the largest flower and sit and watched it fascinated. It's so beautiful. Elric absent-mindedly crossed his arms and looked at her. Even though the outside world is cold and covered in snow, anonymous flowers bloom in many different places, and this place has become a flower garden. In her palm was a small flower. In this place that has restored its original color, the queen who controls ice and snow is together with the flowers, huh? But suddenly her face became pale. She painfully clutched her chest due to difficulty breathing. For those who live in the embrace of winter, The warmth of spring is poison. Spring's arrival makes the ice and snow queen extremely breathless. However, the botanical garden that the queen planted herself continued to bloom even after he passed away. Queen, many flowers have bloomed. Please look at them. Because this is where the queen's deepest memories exist. A lost ice queen, in front of a beautiful spring scene, the life of the winter queen, who loved this world so much, has come to an end. However, his dream brought new lives. Winged spirits appeared around the queen and asked curiously, "Who is she? Who is she? Is she sleeping? She's so pretty," looking at the queen's tragic past. Elric also felt an indescribable sadness. The flower gods are still the same. This is in the past or present. But what happened then? This place used to be so peaceful. Outside, the sky was filled with a gloomy black color, that is, a stream of dark power is attacking this peaceful place, causing the spirits and flowers to take on a gloomy color. A dark body of unknown shape came to where he stood, a demon god. Looking at the demon god, he thought, even though the shape looked different, it was definitely the demon god he saw in the dream. The devil waved his dark hands, it captured the queen's body, lift the queen towards it. In winter, you should keep to yourself and just do winter. Its dark power infected her as well. At this time, she gradually regained consciousness and was colder than ever. The devil queen. Spring will never reach this place again. An evil girl was in pain shooting out sharp things. Elric was also slightly affected by that. That is, ice generals. But even if this was the energy of the ice form filled with malice like I just felt, I also felt the warmth and coldness, happiness and sadness of the demon queen. However, all of those things destroyed the garden, and brought devastating winds to anyone living here. Dong. Fawn, the fourth restriction has been released. Now, you understand everything. I think I know. He then cast the power circle, using the winter seal. He swung his hand out and started using magic. Then raise your hand high into the sky and snap your fingers, releasing the devil. Demonic mineral magic had been cast and it was flying high. The eastern wind has disappeared, replaced by a sky full of sparkling stars. Camellia has appeared and said, "Sir, it was successful," she continued. "No matter what you saw, the botanical garden," she turned to look at him in surprise when she heard him say that. "I will do everything to restore it to its original state. I also really hope that this place will become as beautiful as its original appearance." To see beautiful flowers growing again in the botanical garden, it is still his thoughts until his death. That is the scene that he wanted to protect even when he was reincarnated as Camellia. But hearing these sincere words, the reincarnated Winter Queen was still moved and surprised. If I can perfect winter, I can also reclaim the lost spring from the hands of the devil. Right now she has something to say to you. Can I ask you a favor? Don't be so polite with me. There's no need to do that between friends. After saying such touching words, he immediately flew away to find the Tiger King Yule. Now, Camellia smiled in satisfaction and gratitude to you, my friend. You're so mean, even though I spent so much effort to draw a line between us. You climbed over it just like that. In another place, where no one paid attention, there was the sound of Tiger King Yule's curses echoing. Damn it, a giant ice monster was fighting him. In the reconnaissance group, tough. Looking back at the people who fought it lying on the ground, the warriors were receiving more and more damage. Now that he was alone standing tall in front of it, Elric would know how to fight this thing. Suddenly, everyone looked at the ice monster in panic. What is that? An army of monsters appeared. Were they the monsters the immigrants had mentioned? Too many to count. Mr. Yule is still excited because to lift everyone's spirits. Bahaha, are you guys scared just because of that? I need to train each of you one by one when we get back. What did you say? I say it's fun because there are many prey. Okay, now only those who are injured will have to do special training with me. He shouted with resilience, and moved forward with the scouting group. It's time to hunt. Let's kill them all. Suddenly there was a sound in the air that caused the ice monsters to break into hundreds of pieces. Beheading and tearing, he and everyone were surprised and asked, what happened? Seeing Elric's familiar magic, Mr. Yule had a smile on his face. He was floating in the air, and appeared in a very majestic manner. Brother, there you are. After attacking the giant ice monsters, he leisurely walked towards Yule and said, sorry, I'm late. So you didn't run away? He smiled confidently and said, have you ever seen me run away from anything? He also laughed. He then looked back at the ice monster and said, but that thing is so hard. I don't know what it's made of. My attacks are completely useless, according to my analysis. Probably, we can only hurt it if we hit it in a certain way. Also around the lower part of its left leg was energy accumulated. Damn it, I hit the pilot's head just now in vain. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and said, to reduce shame and embarrassment, I intend to use body strengthening techniques to destroy that thing. After saying that, he transformed into a tiger with a human face. You could copy it or whatever. He rushed away, causing a small explosion where he stood. he had to put his hands on the ground to imitate his posture and smiled happily and said, "He will probably personally teach me the steps. To memorize that technique, he doesn't need to be shy." After he finished speaking, he began copying the body strengthening technique and also used it to rush forward. Now he was close to it and flew up. The space here is so lonely without any life, just dry mountains and soil. The two of them were approaching it side by side. Perhaps people thought that strong body jutsu was a fighting style that only focused on senses and instincts. But only idiots would say that you need to stand in the right stance and time it correctly to launch an appropriate group, to achieve greater efficiency as well as greater destructive power. Besides, even if the attacks are the same, it depends on how you combine them. Power will always be different. Strong body technique. Fierce tiger attack and impact. Right now a part of the ice monster began to crack. At this time Yul said the principle sounds simple but understanding it is very difficult. So let's just look at it for now. He was still fighting the ice monster and didn't speak back. Using strong body techniques, the tiger attacked and punched it with force. And then a part of the ice monster broke off. He smiled and praised him. Not only did he follow it just once, but he also incorporated his own techniques. You truly are a beast. At this moment, the two of them punched towards it. Now he thought, when the separate steps of performing the body strengthening technique connected together because I followed him, the three seals also began to combine together. The monster was punched through like that. It screamed in pain. The two people who were knocked out were lucky that their movements were agile and they landed safely on the ground. That source of energy was leaving its body, which meant that he smiled excitedly and said, "Now we can attack any part of its body." Both of you seemed very excited about this. Great, now I will teach you the last 3 steps. Having finished speaking, he gave him detailed instructions on how to do it. These 3 steps are the 3 key steps for him to create his own body strengthening technique. If the first part of the strengthening body technique is like the way a wild beast walks, then the back part will be the beast's claws. That step is the fawn of the beast king. After detailed instructions and explanations, the two people were full of strength and rushed towards it, and together, biting deep and digging in. Core shock. Once a beast's fangs bite into something it will never let go. The two people are in extremely different positions but strangely harmonious. Next, attack the monster from all sides, making sure the opponent never gets up again, by tearing apart and eating the opponent's flesh. If your opponent hasn't completely stopped breathing, you have no chance of winning, so you should become a disaster that hits your opponent, so you won't have to worry about anyone hurting you. He threw one more final punch, showing them the overwhelming difference in strength, and he also learned to deliver another fatal blow. The two of us joined forces to punch down and break the monster. Right at this moment, we are the kings dominating the battlefield. After defeating the monster, he coldly stood in the darkness and cold wind, thinking, thanks to him opening my eyes, my sixth sense has opened. Now he has new power. It is, from his eyes there was a sky full of stars and bright halos, the world of his mind. After everything was over, both of them were happy in their hearts. How they felt, it was very interesting. I can't believe you're standing there smiling in a place where even you could potentially die. You're really not normal at all. But you're smiling too. He smiled and explained, I didn't tell you, from the moment my father gave birth to my mother, I have been abnormal. Suddenly after speaking, he was surprised without saying a word. A ring of golden light is surrounding you. You're getting stronger again. He was equally surprised as he looked at his hands and thought with wide eyes, the 7th magic circle. I was able to overcome the wall that stuck me thanks to the Tiger King Yul. After his surprise passed, he looked at him. I was extremely confused and wondered, why is he so friendly with me? We don't have the same blood. He has no reason to teach me these things. At this moment he asked what he was wondering. Why did you help me? He raised his hands and said, once we recognize someone as a brother, we choose to trust that person until the end. He warmly touched his head and said that no matter what that person was hiding from us, there is no reason why we should not help each other as brothers. Elric was extremely surprised when he heard the 2 words. Brothers, besides my sister, I don't trust anyone, because I know that people can change their minds at any time. If I want to lead a group, do I need to be as open as him? Right now something happened that made both of them turn to look there. The monster from earlier has begun to revive. That thing is truly a troublesome opponent, so it is worthy of being my opponent, he now said about destroying it again. You two look like you're enjoying yourself so much. Let's play another round. Elsewhere, in a temple, there are people sitting inside who are extremely tense. Isabel was standing by the window biting her hand in worry. His father Herman sat on the sofa and turned his head to look at her and said, hey, if you're just worried, change won't happen. Why don't you calm down a bit? She was so nervous that she was sweating and said, today is already Wednesday. And the 2 older men sitting on the sofa were discussing, it's been so long since my grandson-in-law went in there. But we can't do anything, Elric's sister Hayes spoke up. We are busy resolving family matters. Thank you for coming, but I hope you will not interfere in this matter. It seems they do not want us to interfere in their family affairs. A bearded man comforts Isabel. Besides, that crazy old man, the 100 Knights and the Beast King are with her. You don't need to worry. But suddenly there was a violent earthquake that made everyone panic. What was it? She was also frightened and looked out the window. Then she opened the closed window wide. She panicked when she saw what happened outside. There was a huge fire outside. It had spread before anyone noticed. No, looking at the flickering fire like that, everyone was stunned. Leader, a lion monster was listening to a deer monster guy. All of the Blood King's breath was used up. He quickly took the form of a wolf in his palm and said, "Okay, this is the last one." He turned into a ferocious wolf and rushed forward with his entourage, starting the campaign. At this time, Mr. Herman went outside and threatened anyone who dared to attack the temple. The wolves don't care and say, "There are humans, destroy them, then start volunteering." But it stopped when it saw one thing: a white tiger was rushing down to bite them. There was a person riding a white tiger. He screamed in anger, "You bastards, how dare you come here?" And Isabel on the side was silently thinking, how strange, they should have known our side's strength. But why did they attack so carelessly? They didn't even bother to secretly attack, but instead attacked directly. Thinking of this, she understood everything that was happening. The two men who were discussing earlier saw that the situation was so easy to turn around and smiled triumphantly. "Okay, let's quickly finish them off before there are more casualties. Right now." She stopped the two of them. It was very dangerous. The bearded man smiled brightly and said, "Haha, you're really kind. You worry about us. It's okay, no matter how strong they are." "No," she interrupted him to try to stop him and say what she was thinking. "Elric was in danger. They are just creating a distraction while trying to attack us. The real target is Elric. Inside the citadel there is a beautifully designed door." Suddenly a lion man beast broke the wall with a punch. The deer beast man next to him complained, "What a trouble, the little fairy spirits are trying to stop you too, intruders. Get out of here, this is God's holy land. Those without faith cannot enter." The lion beast grew larger and gave in, saying, "Forgive me for disturbing the god's sleep. I will accept the punishment for my sins later." Having finished speaking, he stared inside. He pointed at his target and said, "The enemy is behind that door." At this time, Difna angrily shouted, "Don't come closer, if you continue to get in the way." He growled angrily and threatened that we would have to use force. She gritted her teeth. "We can't. Remember what Camellia once said, if the dream world is destroyed, Otto von Melvinger's descendants will be trapped there forever. We must not let anyone interfere." Difna thought determinedly. He must stop them at all costs. Now she used her magic. The rattan whips headed towards him. At this moment he also pulled out his sword. "Then swing your hand and slash all those lucky whips." When she saw him so strong, she and the other fairies were both surprised and frightened. His eyes radiated a golden light and said coldly, "It's useless." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly grabbed the sword and rushed towards Difna. Seeing that she couldn't run anymore, she closed her eyes and endured his attack. But after waiting for a long time, the sword did not cut her, so she opened her eyes in horror. She saw him being thrown away by someone. Looking at the attacker, his golden eyes wisely said, "It was you." A majestic man stood straight and looked down at him, capturing the leader of the beast army, Lamb Lion. He still kept his cold expression and looked over there. He looked over, making Difna suspicious. Then he pointed his sword and ordered that no one was allowed to come here. Back to Elric and the Tiger King Yule. The two of them were still stuck with the ice monster. Even though it was destroyed, it continued to recover. You probably felt it too, that thing. The two of them watched it gradually grow and become stronger. He turned his head slightly and asked him, "Is there no way?" "I guess so. This monster, no matter how many times we kill it, it keeps respawning. We are suffering too many losses. Even though we completed our mission of locating the generals, this bastard refused to let us go." "Hey, no way, I haven't said anything yet. There's no need for you to finish your sentence." He frowned slightly and asked angrily, "You were going to tell me to lead the reconnaissance team and escape while you bought time, right?" He pointed at himself and said, but he denied, "The only one who can do that is you. I will stay, so you can take them away." Hearing this, he silently looked at him, looking at Elric, who was sweating profusely, thinking, "I can start over. But I can't let the Tiger King fail in this round." At this time, Yule spoke up threateningly and said, "Are you ordering me, the leader, to leave you behind? But you look like a superior giving orders. Why would I do that at this time?" He also looked at him awkwardly. Not knowing what to answer, he clasped his hands and smiled threateningly. "If you dare to refuse, you will be accused of disobeying orders and lying down here." "What are you going to do now?" I will do it. I will go, he obeyed. But when he left, he did not forget to make sure that he would return. But I will return soon, don't die, reconnaissance team. Return to Anthropomorph, you and the reconnaissance group are quickly returning, I will bring them back unharmed and come back, try to hold on until then. And Yul was watching everyone gradually leave. At this moment he smiled with satisfaction and followed them. At the same time, the ice monster also shouted to stop. Where are you going? Yul turned into a lion and growled at him, threatening him not to touch the children. Through another scene, he and the reconnaissance group arrived at a dark place. They happily said, "It's safe, we're saved." At this moment, someone shouted, "For you, Elric, you're planning to go back to the leader, right? I'll go with you. I don't know if I can be of any help, but please let us fight with you too." But he still did not answer them and ignored them, causing them to call out his name again, Elric, in the voice of a person. He was now very surprised at the scene before him. Elric, oh no, he was surprised to see a flowering tree. The camellia tree in bloom. He took out a stone slab from inside him. On the stone notice, all restrictions have been removed. Complete order. The world here is about to disappear. Order is ending. The announcement was so sudden that he quickly ran away. No, not yet, because he regretted this world and the Tiger King Yul. He rushed away with a discolored face and thought, "No, I haven't said goodbye yet." Camellia flew next to him and asked curiously, "It's already been arranged. Why are you in such a hurry?" He still repeats the same sentence. "I still haven't said goodbye." She continued to the Tiger King, "Why would you do that? This place is just a virtual world." He quickly ran away or else he would miss the opportunity. I remember all the faces of those who betrayed my family, those who heartlessly turned their backs on us, chased my sister away. Even though she begged in desperation, the old foxes had smiling faces but only aimed at our few remaining assets. When I was young, I cried and begged them, but they still ignored me. "Don't go, please." Among those who left, there were countless people I considered friends or relatives. People I trusted and relied on. Enter. After experiencing all the humiliation, I closed my heart and became cold, because if I'm not careful, there are many people targeting me. But now you have met people you should cherish. I have met people who helped me open my heart, and they gradually melted this frozen heart. And there is also someone who completely trusts and considers me as his brother. No matter what Camellia advised him, he was still determined to be with Yul, even though this was just a virtual world that I would forget. "I'll still say goodbye." Camellia was silent when she heard what he said. She was satisfied and smiled slightly. Looking at his leaving back, Melvinger, I can't find anything to hate about them. Elsewhere, there was a pair of feet walking. He re-entered the place where Yul was stuck inside. "I'm looking for him." His body was now tattered and covered in mud. Right now he spoke up. He was back. He asked, "How is the Ice General?" I wanted to ask, "Is he injured?" Suddenly he let out a loud laugh. But I felt like I should ask him what he wanted to say and make him proud. He turned his head and proudly said, "Of course we won." "Of course. I wonder how confident he is." He asked him, "Hey, do you think I lost?" People might find him unpleasant, but I want to become someone like him. He smiled and explained, "Of course not. The word failure is not in my dictionary. Even though I don't look very cool now, I chased her away, so it's considered a win." Looking at the remaining achievements on the ground, he silently thought, "It's a pity I couldn't witness his battle with the Ice General." Suddenly, Tiger King Yul said something that surprised him. "You came to say goodbye to me, right?" He happily continued, "What is it? Are you surprised because I said it right to your heart? How did you know?" "At first I didn't know, but I suddenly discovered it. Actually, I'm very curious. I want to know why you want to learn body strengthening techniques." He pointed to the clear crack in space. "I thought you would say it anyway." After passing through that sparkling wall I understood. Now I can see through many things I couldn't before, and it's the same with who you really are. He then clearly thought, indeed, there must be a reason why he still shines even though he just went through a fierce battle. At this moment, yellow light surrounded his brother's body and he thought, Tiger King Yul had surpassed his own limits and became the top 5 humans. Because he had reached the realm of a Superman, he realized this world was fake. He called out to him, but he raised his hand to tell him not to say anything more. "Patriarch." "Okay." He seemed to have understood this world, so he smiled and said, "I am no longer curious about what will happen in the future or who you are. I am simply me, the rest is not important. In this lonely space, there are only 2 people talking to each other. We just need to focus on the present." "Right, you're right. It's been a while since you arrived," but he still sits motionless in the same position. "Very well. Before I say goodbye, let me ask you this question. What is your real name?" He replied somewhat hesitantly, Elric. I am Alf Elric Melvinger. He thoughtfully repeated his last name, Melvinger. Suddenly he burst out laughing. I understand, so that's it, ha ha ha. He understood one thing clearly and now started to stand up, ha ha ha, my brother Elric Melvinger, you kept your promise to return alive and once again save my clan. As a reward for you, I will give you something interesting. It's also my farewell gift. To you, my brother. Now he teaches you another move. This is what I learned. I used it to chase away the ice generals. He slowly showed me every step, every movement. Let me observe and remember them carefully. You're memorizing every move exactly. I won't miss any detail of the last gift he gave me. It's been a long time. After finishing teaching him, he was exhausted. This is also the time when he prepares to leave this world. He misses this place and his new brother. If there is any fate. He tried to smile happily and said, hoping that we will meet again. He disappeared from this world and never saw the people he loved again. Through another dimension, he began to open his eyes. Surrounded by green meadows he was lying on and gradually waking up. He didn't look that happy. Otto was standing there looking at him lying down and said, because you have received more than what we thought, you should be proud. He sat up and asked him in wonder, can I try the arrangement again? If you give me the chance, I definitely have a way to defeat the Ice General. You can't do it. Otto shattered his illusion and told the truth. Even the Tiger King knew later had to sacrifice himself to chase her away. How could he succeed in 100 days? Camellia was also sad to hear him say that the Arc Flower Temple was created because no one could stop the Ice General. The curse of the devil is so scary. Otto explained to him why the arrangement had to be removed, the reason I abandoned the arrangement, and was helped by Ustin, which was also for his good. He thought he also had a hand in making arrangements to help me. Because our goal is to teach you how to defeat the Ice General through set up and in return, fight against her. The knowledgeable man continued, after all you still have to solve problems that you cannot do in reality. Now he can only look at him without any objection. It was late at night, in a room. He and Camellia were sitting and reflecting on what they had experienced. Suddenly, dark rays crept closer to him. An echo rang out. It turned out you were hiding here. A dark deer monster appeared in front of him calling, Melvinger. He pulled out the knife from his chest, not expecting that a lowly person like you would dare to stand in the way of the Blood Wolf King. He was very angry with you and rushed at you when you were caught off guard. Your crime deserves death. When he was only an inch closer to him, he suddenly opened his eyes. A loud explosion rang out. Herman thought to himself that if it was the other day, he could have taken his head with just one blow, but now it's difficult because his body is recovering. He held the sword tightly, his heart filled with concern. Is that the only way to use it? The secret has caused me to suffer from magic reflux disease, even though it also gives me visions and strength. New. Herman's heart surged with a strong determination, even though this was a bit dangerous, but it was to protect Elric. He wondered why. He laughed. Herman suddenly turned his head and thought it was impossible. The deer-headed monster rushed forward and said, you must be executed for your crime. Elric calmly closed his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes. Elric sat cross-legged on the ground. A mysterious energy radiated from his body, gentle but strong, as if the natural elements were blending together. What did the petrified deer-headed monster ask? What do you mean by Elric? He clenched his fist. His eyes lit up. You're dead. The sound of ancient words echoed in the quiet space, like waves of music echoing everywhere. As soon as the spell ended, a giant monster bared its teeth and appeared right above the first monster's head, Deer. His eyes shrank violently. No. Elric says Yell's seal has become stronger after the agreement. Mephisto asked Winterwind. After ice you can also use cold wind. You can also create snow and clouds to create winter. He stared at him and said, it's strange. Why do I feel happy when I see that ugly face of yours? Mephisto angrily blew out smoke, telling you what to say. A voice spoke up, probably because of his name. That ugly demon king looks funny. Camellia said you have to accept it, he said, shaking with anger. The two immediately quarreled bitterly. Elric's chest suddenly glowed. He wondered why the ice crystal turned into a snowflake shaped like this. Could it be? A loud noise rang out. Elric turned his head and asked what was that. The door opened. He said, damn it. Herman sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. He said, luckily you were okay. Elric worriedly ran to call the blue monk. He helped him up and asked if he was okay. Herman replied, yes. I was just exhausted from using too much strength. Elric said, but he looked refreshed. He said, even Though my body is no longer as healthy as before, do you know what good things happened to me after seeing you because of the reflux disease? I'm curious about what's going on. Herman pointed forward and told me he was getting closer. He pointed towards the pile of corpses of beastmen scattered around the area, his voice firm and determined as he took a step towards the place I have always been waiting for. Elric said, I will give you some mana, so stay still. Herman said if it conflicts with other types of energy it will cause internal damage. When mana was transmitted, a stream of light lit up around the two of them, blending together to create an unprecedented power. Herman stood there, feeling a strong recovery from the mana that Elric had given him. What had happened in the past 4 days? He couldn't believe that he had such a huge and stable source of mana. I have passed another limit of power. He asked with concern if he felt better. He replied, thank you. A loud sound rang out behind them. Elric said, it's still noisy outside as usual. May I ask your permission? After speaking, he rushed out. Elric stood in front of the fire, the bright light from the fire reflecting on his face, creating impressive light and dark shadows. In the flickering light of the fire, the silhouettes of the beastmen appeared, their faces hidden in the darkness, their mouths muttering incomprehensible sentences. I told those bastards. Elric pointed his finger to the sky, power radiating from his hand. That flow of energy flows out like a river of light, filling space. The two beastmen were immediately turned to stone. The beastmen pointed to the sky and shouted something. It's Merbinger, retreat, retreat. Quickly. Elric's eyes lit up like brilliant stars in the night sky, filled with strength and determination. He said, entering this battlefield is your choice, but you don't get to decide when to leave. Elric decided to use the attack surge. Powerful energy filled the space, making the air hot. The beastmen said, damn it, what is it again? Stop standing there, destroy it, go. The two beastmen suddenly turned around. The Blood Wolf King, Elric stood in the midst of the power, feeling it spread throughout his body. He said, swirl. The two beastmen screamed miserably. Different looks turned towards Elric. A hand slammed on the table. The Blood Wolf King trembled with anger and scolded him for being stupid, but he lost. A voice spoke up as if his plan to burn down the temple was ineffective. The Blood Wolf King said that a place like the Flower Temple, whether it exists or not, is not important, an unremarkable pile of ruins. But there is one thing that bothers me. Azazel asks, you actually can't deal with Merbinger, right? The Blood Wolf King remained silent and said nothing. Azazel shrugged and said, I'm no different from you. That's the annoying name we've all known for a long time. The Blood Wolf King turned around and said that he only needs to build another army and destroy them. First complete the gathering. To do that, we need many generals. Along with that, unite our strength on frozen snow. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Blood Wolf King stood up, he screamed, the sound echoed throughout the room. How dare he? The Blood Wolf King is confused, my tail is disappearing, damn. Merbinger, Azazel said, it seemed he needs our help. In the city of Dofgum, a giant tornado appeared, blowing up cold winds. The beastmen cried out that the citadel was collapsing. How could the generals, the guardian tails, have disappeared? Elric looked down below and said the place was in ruins. Mephisto said you were causing a mess. He said that if they were going to turn the temple into a sea of fire, they should also prepare for this. Camellia said it was like a century-old fruit had been lifted. Elric held the mixing ball in his hand. The group of blue monks in the sphere laughed happily and said that the more they do these things, the more interesting they become. Hey son-in-law, is there anything else? Just tell us to do anything, hee hee. Mephisto quipped that what a bunch of perverts. Elric replied that you are no less perverted. But thanks to them, everything is going very smoothly, he said. When we destroyed the barrier stone. Sean and Hayes were intently destroying the barrier stone, each of their attacks causing cracks to spread across the surface. The angry bastards who no longer had their blessings would now. The orcs quickly ran away and called out to His Majesty the Blood Wolf King, please save his life. Elric said they were completely helpless before the generals. The Kingdom of Camellia was established by unifying most of the cities in the Black Snow Plains. Destroying many such cities was very difficult. You said they wouldn't just sit around gawking, but even so, I wasn't planning on just going around destroying rocks. The citadels. Loyalty to Wrath is due to the Blood Wolf King's overwhelming power and his ability to protect the citadels from hordes of generals, and that's it. Elric's voice was low. When the cities realized they could not escape the threat of the generals, they would sink into fear and distrust, eventually leading to rage. When the rage began to collapse, the anthropomorph would absorb they. He crossed his arms and said, we will get what we want. Sunlight is obscured, creating a gloomy atmosphere, as if nature also senses the tension and lurking threat. A voice asked why the anthropomorphs suddenly attacked the barrier. The deputy commander of the inner clan, Netter, looked at the map and said that even if they seriously devastated our territory, they could not guarantee defeating the Blood Wolf King. There was no way they would accept that risk. He asked what exactly they wanted. Netter seemed to remember something and suddenly said why. He picked up a brush and drew a line on the map. Netter exclaimed, how did they know about this? On the map spread out in front of him, the image of green trees was clearly circled. Netter looked at it, his heart full of thoughts. The city they attacked was a sea lion built to protect the area. His breathing became heavy. That is where the true bodies of the Eastern generals are hidden. If the fact that we hide the Eastern generals and use fear to control the cities is revealed. Netter turned, his mind racing with thoughts of the inevitability that the cities that had sworn allegiance would rise against us. Netter stood in front of the beastmen, his voice filled with power. I must mobilize the army. Dense gray clouds, like giant rocks, stretched to the horizon. A voice spoke through the arrangement. I only knew that the Eastern general was in the night area in the territory of the non-clan, but I didn't know the exact location. Camellia said so. By disrupting the area around the night area, I will definitely take action to protect the generals. Like that. Below Elric was a group of beastmen, strange creatures with a strong and vibrant appearance. Mephisto said, I wonder how they will react when they realize they are in the palm of your hand. Camellia said it would be interesting to see Merbinger's tricks when on their side. Elric looked at the crystal ball in his hand and said, the Blue Master. As expected, anger had already acted. The other person asked him if he was sure he would be okay going alone. I can help you now. He replied, no, it would be more beneficial for me to go alone. Please wait there with Mr. Lance's brothers. Herman said, if you have made up your mind, I will follow. But I hope you are not overwhelmed. Elric said, thank you for your concern. I will signal you later. After we finished talking, he put the crystal ball in his shirt and said, now we're leaving. In the middle of the dense forest, 4 huts were built in a small circle. The voices raised up and gathered enough people. Team 4 Captain, Temp said, this is the most important mission that Mr. Netter announced. He stopped mid-sentence. You, the one in the back. Temp pointed to a beast man and said, I don't recognize you. The confused beast man replied, my name is Recall. I received orders to come here. Did I do something wrong? Temp asked the new recruit. Again, he replied, yes. Temp said sarcastically, but I haven't received any specific orders yet. Well, I can't do anything real. He said here that he does not accept even a small mistake. Is that clear? Recall stood up straight. His voice was low and decisive. Yes, that's clear. Temp said, I'll explain in more detail when I get there. Mephisto's cold eyes flashed with contempt. Even though they were stupid, why did they keep falling into such an obvious trap? Camellia said that perhaps they never thought someone would intrude here. Recall narcissistically says his acting skills are amazing. This is the 7th round transformation. How can they recognize it? Mephisto says, great monkey. Elric said, just go in and you'll taste the dance of anger. Under the dim moonlight, each snowflake gently flew down, sparkling like small crystals, reflecting the weak light of the night sky. Temp said, from now on, we will defend this place. Let's make sure not even a mosquito can get through. Strengthen the defenses. The beast men replied, yes. Recall stood quietly behind the group of beast men, tall but trying not to stand out too much. He spoke secretly. Currently, something continuously passes by the beast men. Elric, Camellia and Mephisto rush off. He says we can see the magic barrier gathering there. Once we pass, we should go look for Eastern generals. The 3 of them rushed away. Recall landed on his hands. He looked up in surprise. The large iron stakes were buried deep into the ground. Elric suspected what was going on. A person is being held captive, his body wrapped tightly by heavy chains. The girl lay curled up under the chains, her face looking like she was in a nightmare. Recall was surprised by the scene before him. What was that? The demon queen started screaming violently even though she was tied up with large chains, as if being subjected to some kind of skin-changing torture. Everything surprised him. Why was the ice general tied up, closely observing each chain wrapped around the body of the demon queen, and couldn't help but be surprised. The chains looked rusty, so maybe she's been tied up for a long time. Mephisto was by his side from beginning to end, observing everything, her face expressionless, but saying, I didn't think she would be shackled like this. He flew to Camelia's side and continued to say, this must be related to the reason why you suddenly fell asleep 40 years ago. The explanation made her face become even more unsightly than ever, right? Looking through the rusted chains, Mephisto clicked his tongue and assessed, It was not difficult to understand that these chains strangely smelled of flowers. They were created with the power of gods. The indifferent voice next to me continued the story that, 40 years ago, used in an hour also chained up like that. The seal was not too strong, but one could see how long it lasted. Everyone in the crowd looked towards the woman who was screaming as the rusted chains opened her wounds. Someone was reciting it. Looking at each colorful light, they seemed to have found their own answer blessed. Recall meticulously evaluated each streak of light with his own understanding, and remembered one person, the Blood Wolf King. He looked at the Ghost Queen and said leisurely, "Oh, I never thought I would be grateful to the Blood Wolf King. I didn't know how to deal with the Ice General." Her deep eyes couldn't hide her excitement. Her hand gently swayed the ice crystal and stepped forward. Since she was tied up like this, it would be much easier to bring her in. This ice crystal. The closer Recall got, the louder the Demon Queen screamed as if she was in physical pain. He opened his eyes yearning for strength for the other person, his hand holding the crystal to absorb the magical light. Suddenly a strange sound rang out. There was a mouse entering the star. A giant black hole appeared behind the Demon Queen, causing him to take back the crystal in his hand and carefully observe it. Suddenly, a long-range attack appeared aimed at Recall. Luckily he dodged it in time. Footsteps from the black hole gradually appeared, carrying a sarcastic voice. "What is a monster doing here?" Mephisto just looked and cautiously clicked his tongue. "Well, I didn't think I would see him here." Recall was no better when he saw the man's appearance. "I thought I had felt the energy that many times." His expressionless face stared at him, his mind like a pre-programmed engine ringing alarm bells. Azazel was crazy, a demon belonging to the Grigori. He walked out with a hair-raising bravery. His surroundings seemed to stop before the appearance of a cold-blooded man, a common soldier who was not afraid to face my seal. Seconds later, the slight contempt from him was gone when he looked closely at the other person. You are a member of the Merbinger family." This made him laugh and appreciate Azazel a little more, slowly returning to his original form, seeing through even my disguised magic. Not bad for a demon. He carefully assessed his opponent, the Merbinger who was hindering the angry clans. Plans was him. The demon's mind recalled every fragment of memory. The mission given to me by the organization was to help the Blood Wolf King become friends with the Black Snowfields, turn them into allies, and then defeat the Ice General. Without him, my mission would have been accomplished. The demon's mouth began to widen. Its sharp abilities were not hidden but were bared outwards. "This is a good opportunity for me. With this, I will be able to get approval from who also have a grudge against the Merbingers. The organization has determined that his highest level is equivalent to that of a Taoist. Just thinking that his sharp claws are sticking out, ready for his master's hunt, he's not good enough to fight me." Azazel frowned slightly and waved his claws at him, using evil magic to attack Rick. The strong wind blew as if it wanted to sweep everything away at the same time. This made him standing to the side also exclaim in horror. "A very strong tornado. I guess he has the power of the demon race's bloodline." Facing the judgments of his companions, he still stood tall and fearless in the face of that dangerous tornado. And just like his comrade in arms, Mephisto smirked. He will not be an easy opponent. However, contrary to the reminder, Rick stood tall and confident in his strength, firmly affirming that maybe, regardless of his shaking his head, he rushed forward as fast as the wind. "We caught a fish. The fish has grown. This is a top item that can be compared to a totem." Looking at his expression, Azazel completely fell into thought. He was smiling. Had he lost his mind? The next second, his hand attracted countless black and purple magic. "Smile while you can soon. He swings his hand at you without hesitation. You will be torn to pieces by this hurricane of mine." Each bolt of lightning approaches at dizzying speed as if devouring the enemy. However, that figure was like a bullet, and in the blink of an eye it avoided Azazel's moves. This made the bloodshot eyes become even more excited as if teasing its prey. There weren't many people who could personally resist me. Facing the arrogant and triumphant look of the bloodthirsty demon, Rick unabashedly curled his lips and summoned his shield. A chilling wind and blue light quickly appeared, fending off all his attacks. The first time he witnessed an ordinary person being able to escape his shackles, it made him panic. It was impossible. The sparkling golden sunlight shines on Rick's aggressive face. "Do you think I will lose so simply?" His hand attracted tens of thousands of righteous power ready to defeat the demon in front of him, exploding, energy rays about to attack Azazel. He quickly raised his hand to create dozens of sturdy shield walls. We had to block that attack. The rumbling sound of collapse rang out, a direct blow knocked down the entire defensive barrier, penetrating all barriers to the opponent's eyes. In return, Surprise is clearly visible in the eyes. Unbelievable. How does he possess the skills of an ice general? Looking at waves of blue ice crystals splashing across the sky, he felt that he had encountered an equal opponent. How could he use the northern wind and snowstorm? Rick's figure at this time overwhelming, cold and dangerous momentum, moving forward. A wind that swallowed and tore everything apart, a fierce wind of snow that enveloped the fiery air of both, a snowstorm that painted the world white and froze it all. One of the Demon Lord's great powers that we need to be able to devastate the Empire. The terrifyingly large body has revealed its true form, no longer the cold inner face from before, and revived Lord Azazel. The person we need to rescue right now is the Ice General. After evaluating Rick, he still had a hard time believing his senses. A lowly human could master northern winds and snowstorms. Even us demons find it difficult to use. How could Merbinger have such power? He frowned slightly and walked forward. We are fighting. What are you thinking so intently? Rick summoned powerful body techniques and fierce tiger attacks at the same time to completely defeat the demons in front of him. Penetration was also activated at the same time, leaving him with no time to fight back, so he could only barely dodge the move and strengthen his body. Azazel jumped to avoid his powerful attack. Damn it. He continuously creates barriers to protect himself. At most, he should be at the level of a magician, but this power is not right at all. His two arms quickly create a black barrier. He is at least a 7-circle mage, at the level of a great mage. And if he can freely use body strengthening techniques, then he is not someone I can defeat. While everything was at a standstill, the bloodthirsty demon showed fear and anxiety for the first time, pulling out an object and wanting to escape. I will escape with teleportation magic now and report to my superiors. But even though he rotated it in all directions, the item still couldn't function properly, which made him even more panicked. Why didn't it activate? Rick's voice rang in his ears like a death sentence. Of course it didn't work. He clutched the top of his opponent's head like a saint about to give a death sentence to a traitor. I have to ensure this in case you try to escape. A loud explosion rang out, accompanied by a blinding light radiating from the two people's position. The next second there was nothing left before your eyes. I'm a bit worried because he looks stronger than the demon I fought before. But this is too easy. Mephisto crossed his arms and looked at his friend who was admiring next to him. A follower of Azazel could not be too strong. He secretly assessed everything. This monster, what the hell happened to him? Why, how did he get so much stronger in such a short time? Rick squatted down and looked at the headless body in front of him, slowly speaking, but unexpectedly Grigory's influence had spread to this whole place. The arm with many intricate drawings like the signature mark of the owner's limitless power still lingers around the energy flow. I want to probe and learn more, but I will only absorb his demonic energy, because he's already dead. The demonic energy from the blood-red hand gradually moved towards the new owner's body. When everything seemed to be going well, suddenly the cold breath of death is nearing your ears. You should be careful. Rick was startled and jumped away from the melee attack. What the hell? Thinking about Azazel, he was sure that he was definitely dead. That unclear voice rang out again. It's the name that killed Kaya. The terrifying, hideous face appeared dangerously. The surrounding demonic energy is increasing day by day, suffocating everything, making Rick even more wary but still unable to hold back his fear and trembling. A guy with this much demonic energy. Is he a demon king? Mephisto next to him wasn't much better. He was scared as he looked at the scene that was happening. Don't tell me he had awakened. The terrifying demon with every detail showing the image of hell, pain, suffering and a sense of domination, Azazel. Mephisto is worried. Don't tell me he has woken up, Azazel. The reason humans defeated demons 30 years ago was because there was no one to lead the demon army. But what if the great demon king, Erzazel, also known as a tyrant, was resurrected? This is a serious matter that the royal family and the 6 families that manage the magic tower must intervene in. Elric called out, Mephi, the wind is getting stronger so we have to retreat first. He replied nonchalantly, No, there's no need. He asked again, What do you mean? Mephisto said in a voice like he understood everything, It was just a copy. An inferior version, unable to become Azazel. The giant monster replied, smirking. You might think. Mephisto calmly commented, All 4 great demon kings, including me, have been sealed or died, but as long as our true identities exist, we will never completely disappear. He wondered, Does that mean Azazel's true identity is out there somewhere? He replied, If it weren't for that, Grigory would never have been able to exist until now. Those people are doing all kinds of experiments to revive Azazel's true identity. He thought to himself, So that means the Grigory are doing all kinds of evil things in the human world, Just like how they use totems to take the lives of farmers, right? This is dangerous. He shouted, hey fake, it's just like you said, I killed Kia. He thought, surely in the future I will have to encounter Grigori. I will not hide anymore. That clone is angry, then you will die. A hurricane suddenly came, it rushed straight towards Elric. He scoffed, imitating his words. Then you will die. I created a big tornado, can't you speak nicely? Hurricanes and tornadoes collided, rocks and soil were scattered everywhere. The clone shouted, don't run so fast. Having said that, he released a giant chain. Elric promptly dodged before his move could take effect, sneaking behind the monster. That was a distraction move, bastard. The white tiger will sharpen his fangs. He demonstrated his strength, strengthening his body with the white tiger rake technique. The entire night sky lit up due to the combination of his and that monster's moves. He growled. His strength was strong. Suddenly, he attacked him, tearing him to pieces. He counterattacked. It's useless, just die. He clearly felt the pressure and danger. He thought to himself, he just entered his soul and is already this strong, so I don't know how strong his real body is. He considered that the more time passed, the more the soul would blend into the body, and from now on it would become even stronger. Mephisto, still standing with his arms crossed from beginning to end, commented, he may just be a copy, but he is still a copy of the great demon king. If he is easily defeated by a child like you, he will lose face. He felt really uncomfortable and annoyed, but Mephi was right. If it kept going like this, it would be a draw at best. Elric turned his head. The matter was more important. The scene suddenly changed to a sphinx, spreading out and surrounding the surrounding area, not allowing the intruders to escape. He thought, the Fury clan was approaching this place. His plan to secretly absorb the Ice General had completely failed. The clone smirked, his face gloating. It seems like we won. His henchmen rushed out. One of them shouted loudly, you are completely surrounded. How are you going to escape now? Elric told Mephisto, if we use up all our mana, we can escape, but it will be very difficult because the tribe is still there. He asked him, so what are you going to do now? He replied, Mephi, do you know anything? He showed off his power. A large streak of light streaked through the minions. The monster was angry. His voice growled. His efforts were in vain. I'm happy. Our family's tradition is really good. His anger at this point had increased to the point of being uncontrollable, impossible. He made up his mind, his eyes filled with determination. If I can't have it, then neither can anyone else. A series of attacks were aimed at one of the henchmen, chained tightly by Elric. The monster was so surprised that he was speechless. You. Mephisto was pleased. You are crazy. The henchman screamed loudly, his face distorted, his hair disheveled. Camellia stepped forward in panic from somewhere, hastily shouting, I know you are a Merbinger family member, but are you really that crazy? Mephisto was arrogant, laughing. That's right, that's what a Merbinger family is. Since signing the contract with you, this is the best time you've done. She wondered, didn't he intend to imprison her in ice crystal? Why did he release her? He replied coldly, what else can I do? He moved forward strongly. It was time to run. Asniel smiled triumphantly. He pointed his finger up at the sky to show the winged demons chasing him. The winged demons flapped their giant wings, screamed, and rushed into the air chasing the Elric group. Asniel smiled cunningly. He raised his head and looked up. The demon queen with a giant body, constantly screaming, was roaring forward. He thought to himself, we must capture the Ice General again because we can't know where she will attack from. At this time, Elric was being closely chased by two angry clans, but there was not the slightest worry on his face. On the contrary, he was flying forward to find a way to escape. With a proud smile on his face, Asniel thought, if we lose that guy, he will become an obstacle to our future plans. Asniel knelt down, put his hands on the ground and raised his head to look at Elric who was being chased. He thought he had to cut off the Merbinger seed before he became stronger. Suddenly Asniel clutched his chest, spit out a mouthful of blood, his whole body bent, one hand pressed heavily on the ground to support his body. Asniel squatted on the ground, opened his hands and stared at his palms. Behind him a man's shadow appeared. His eyes flashed orange light. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn, I didn't expect life force of this body is exhausted again right now. Elric led Camellia and Mephisto flying quickly forward, the screaming demon queen chasing closely behind. The three people on Elric's side were only the size of the demon queen's feet. Mephisto glided forward, crossed his arms, looked at Camellia and asked, why did she only chase after Elric? Camellia tried to fly forward quickly. She sighed, put her hands on her hips and smiled. because she was only react strongly to the Merbinger mana used to seal her. Mephisto crossed her arms over her chest, thinking to herself, the same goes for the monster race who enhanced the seal. Why did she only chase after Elric when she was so angry? Camelia's whole body was sweating from hastily running. She clenched her fists and turned to look at Mephisto. And sighed, Camelia turned her head to look back. The Demon Queen was frantically chasing after her. Her eyes lowered and she thought to herself, how strange, the Ice General has never treated any life form differently. She has never been able to express anger towards someone in particular. The Ghost Queen stomped hard on the snow and rushed forward frantically. Her hands clenched, her mouth opened wide and let out a scream. Camelia thought to herself, I've been used to the Ice General for a while now. I've never seen her angry, so angry. Suddenly Camelia widened her eyes. A flash of thought flashed through her mind. Camelia raised her head to look at Elric and asked, Hey, what did you do to the Ice General? Elric raised his head to look at the Demon Queen, indifferently said, Not really. He remembered the moment when he opened his eyes wide, opened his hand and an ice arrow appeared on his palm. He said softly, When I opened the seal. For her. Elric stood in the air. The wind fluttered his cloak behind him. Elric shouted, Shot, the ice arrow, and Elric's palm shot forward. The arrow shot straight into the Demon Queen's forehead. The Demon Queen screamed in pain. Elric nonchalantly continued, I accidentally shot an ice arrow at her forehead. Camelia was sweating in fear. Her face turned pale. Camelia widened her eyes and stammered back, then shot. Camelia angrily clenched her fists and shouted, Are you crazy? Why do you do that? Elric chuckled. He calmly said, I have to be like that to be able to drive her where I want. The frightened monsters raised their heads and shouted loudly, The Ice General has been freed. The Demon Queen's huge shadow gradually covered the two monsters. 2 winged demons flew in the air chasing one, pointing at Elric and shouting loudly, catching Merbinger. Elric continued, But at the same time, I could also use her to deal with the flies. Then I only saw the Demon Queen aggressively moving forward on the way, handily knocking away an angry clansman, stepping on her foot. The winged angry man shouted loudly just now. Snow covered the mountains and forests. Screams rang out everywhere. Ah, run! Elric, Camelia and Mephisto flew forward together. Mephisto glided through the air flying next to Elric. He crossed his arms over his chest, looked at Elric with deep eyes and asked, What a chaos! What are you planning to do now? Elric flew and turned to look at him and replied, It has come to this, then I'll just open hell. Mephisto burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, for the first time I really like you. Elric couldn't help but laugh. When he heard him laugh, he glanced at Mephisto and smiled. Suddenly a voice rang out, Elric. What the hell is going on? The crystal ball showed the image of 3 people, the archpriest, Paul and Beskov. Beskov asked, This cold wave is getting stronger and stronger. Are you injured? Elric said calmly, I am the one who caused it. This is chaos, so don't worry. Paul held the ball in his hand, closed his eyes, sighed and said, If you get hurt, I will be scolded by my niece. Beskov stared at the ball, seriously asking, But what did he do to get to this point? Hermann was standing with his back to Beskov, arms crossed, looking at the scene before him, listening to the conversation. He turned slightly to listen to the content of the conversation. In the crystal ball, Elric's voice calmly said, Nothing, I just freed the Ice King. The 3 people, Paul, the archpriest and Beskov, were shocked at the same time. All 3 of them widened their eyes and opened their mouths. Hermann was equally surprised. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. Paul held the crystal and smiled. Beskov put his arm around his shoulder and laughed loudly. I knew it right away. You are crazier than us. You already have a plan, right? Do you need any help from us? Elric held the crystal ball in his hand and smiled and said, Please escort me. Inside the ball there was a sound. Are you trying to go somewhere? Elric replied, Yes. The Demon Queen was still frantically chasing behind. Elric flew in front, clutching the crystal ball in his hand, his face smiling happily and saying, I'm on my way to the Angry Clan. At this time in the Angry Clan city, darkness was covering the buildings, snow was flying all over the sky, there were many urgent shouts resounding. The covering darkness had been destroyed. The Ice General was in the Wolf Clan's place. Edorato was receiving a lot of losses due to Ice Generals. Ice Generals are in Taikan. Netter angrily punched the table and roared loudly. How could he free the Ice General? Recall clasped his hands behind his back and reported, Sir, we are being terrorized by a series of questions from everywhere, about why the Ice General appeared in the Angry Clan's territory, and what happened to Vifua. Netter angrily punched his fist on the table. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. Netter narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, the Ice Generals are a tool for us to maintain dominance, a secret that must be kept hidden. At this rate the hierarchy of the angry clan will collapse. Netter twisted his face, raised his hand, pointed forward and shouted loudly, immediately dispatching troops, warning that if they dared to do anything stupid, they would be beheaded immediately. Recall quickly turned around and walked away, stammering in response, "Yes, sir." Netter sat at his desk, constantly wagging his tail, thinking to himself, to make other cities unable to cough at all, once applied, if we control the Ice General, we will prevent her from escaping. His claws dug deep into the table, constantly wondering how things had turned out like this. Netter's face was distorted with anger, the voice of the Blood Wolf King echoed in his head, it was all because of that Merbinger. He had to be killed at all costs. Then Netter stood up, waved his arms and shouted loudly, looking for Merbinger, he was definitely the one behind this. The deer spirits were shouted at and they were sweating, holding up the crystal balls in front of him to examine them carefully. One said, "We have found someone who could be Merbinger." Netter stared at his back and asked, "Where is the deer elf?" being looked at with chills down his spine, his whole body sweating and stammering about that. The deer star held a crystal ball in his hand, turned around, his whole body was covered in sweat, he rolled his eyes and said loudly, "Right in front of the main gate of the angry clan." Netter's eyes were full of murderous intent, he bared his teeth and asked again, "What did you say?" Suddenly the whole room was shaking violently, rocks and soil began to fall. Netter raised his head and looked up at the ceiling. He pressed his face close to the window frame and observed the situation outside. Netter's eyes widened to the point of cracking. He bared his teeth and said in panic, "This is the case." Before his eyes was the scene, Elric rushing forward while the Demon Queen was frantically chasing behind. Everywhere the Demon Queen passed was trampled. Netter shouted loudly, "That psychotic bastard!" Elric rushed forward while happily smiling brightly. Netter raised his head and looked up at the cold air that had just hit him. He shouted loudly, "The Ice General is coming, what the hell is going on?" Elric stood in the air, used his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and looked down at the fury below. He said, "I'm tired of chasing." Mephisto crossed her arms next to him. Mephisto looked around and said, "I always think like this, how pitiful are those who confront you." Mephisto continued, "What did she do?" "She was angry because you shot ice arrows at her." The Demon Queen was gritting her teeth trying to rush forward to catch up with Elric. Elric said, "Come on, you know me well." Elric raised his hand, the lunar eclipse began, the moonlight was obscured, some snowflakes were falling, a stream of white light slowly focused on his hand. He said, "Now then." Elric stood in the air and waved his hands high. Behind him a blue vortex appeared, countless ice arrows appeared in the air ready to wait for Elric's command. He said, "It's time to turn this place into hell." Elric shouted, breaking through. In the night sky, the moonlight was obscured by a lunar eclipse, countless ice arrows rushed down and crashed hard into the barrier of the angry clan. Netter and his two subordinates looked up. He pointed his finger in the air in panic and said, "Stop him, stop that bastard." Suddenly a voice interrupted, "Sorry." Then 4 people, Beskov, Herman, Paul and the archpriest appeared. Herman said, "But we can't let you do that." Netter pointed at them and shouted, "What is that human talking about? Let's deal with them." Immediately, the 2 guards glared, bared their teeth, and rushed forward. Suddenly Netter's eyes widened, the barrier shattered into falling pieces. Netter looked up, gritted his teeth and said, "No, no way." The barrier broke. Elric along with Camellia and Mephisto flew ahead. The Demon Queen was chasing behind and entered the Fury City. Elric smiled happily and said, arriving at the center, buildings in the Fury Center began to collapse, and the ground also cracked into deep lines. Looking at the collapse scene around him, Netter fell to his knees, his head bowed low. The Blood Wolf King in Netter's body roared angrily. "Who would dare?" Then Netter stood up, his whole body emitting a strong light. The Blood Wolf King woke him up and shouted loudly, "Disturbing my sleep."